Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, there are a lot of roadside declarations that are happening since I think it's 12 days since the inauguration of President William Ruto and Deputy President Rigathi Roadside. It's just 12 days and so many pronouncements have been made about their administration and policy. We don't know whether it shall be the modus operandi in this new regime. And most of them are interesting conversations which we wonder. Since they have not even constituted the cabinet, are these really policies that are going to shape Ruto's administration, or they're just still in a campaign mode where you can propagate each and every other propaganda just to please the masses? And today the DP was in the funeral of the late deputy governor of Baringo, and he spewed a lot of policies, roadside declarations about what they are going to do. And even you wonder whether he was talking in capacity as deputy president or as the acting president himself. And you wonder whether what he was saying, he has the blessing of the president or just his own mind. I'm told by a few analysts who are watching the event that Ruto's power men are not the one who welcomed him in the Rift Valley. So did he go there in his own capacity and then declared the things to happen the way he thinks, or everything he was speaking was through the blessing of one William Ruto? Now, there is that return of the Shamba System. Tumeambiwa tukae kwa forest na tulime. It reminded me of an old story where a man who said that in a Manga village we don't eat hyena, but are we allowed to taste the hyena? And in the process, they ended up tasting the legacy of hyena, and they realized that the hyena was no more. Slowly, as we allowed the encroachment to our forests, we will, in a few years, realize that we have lost our own forests, because there's no way people can be staying under the forest and not cut down the trees. I know he is talking about you can cultivate the farms and increase the agricultural output, but wanadamu ni wale tu. There's a reason why that Shamba System was abolished. Anyway, you're welcome. Let's have your input. I will share a clip for those who may not have watched what he said, so that you can recap, and then let's see what you think about it. But the challenge is these guys have just been making declarations without thinking through it. Even CBC, he has already pronounced himself on it. He has already pronounced himself on the administration of chiefs, regional, county commissioners, like that. Let me share the clip of today's declarations, and then let's have your point of view on what you think the style of leadership this administration is adopting.
Group us. hata ukitaka kesho hii, kwa sababu tuko na ibada ya shukrani ya makasisi wetu wa Nairobi, tutakuwa pale na rais wetu tukiwa na ibada ndani ya ikulu ya makasisi wetu wote hapo. Ukipata nafasi na mke wako, kwa niaba ya Rais William Ruto, nimekukaribisha ikulu kesho, ukuje tukue pamoja. Ya pili, mimi ningetaka kuhakikishia wewe Bishop, hakuna njia Mwenyezi Mungu angekubali watu ya Azimio washinde sisi. Haingewezekana, kwa sababu walisema ati wakichukua watafunga kanisa dogo dogo. Sasa Mwenyezi Mungu angekubali watu ya kufunga kanisa lake waingie? Wakarudi wakasema ya kwamba ati kanisa la Kristo imepandishwa juu sana, ati wakichukua wataikata miguu na kutoa kasuba. Na saa hiyo ni kanisa la Mwenyezi Mungu wanaongea juu yake. Sasa Mungu na ile nguvu yake yote angepatia hii watu nafasi? Ndio sisi uliona hatukuwa na wasiwasi, tulijua, kwa sababu hao kwanza waliingia kupigana na kanisa, wakapinga matoleo kanisani, wakasema sadaka haitakikani, wakasema harambee ya kanisa isimamishwe. Sasa hao watu tulikuwa tunapigana nao, na pia wanapigana na Mwenyezi Mungu, wanapigana na kanisa. Kazi yao, kibarua yao ilikuwa ngumu sana. Kwa hivyo mimi niseme ya kwamba watu ya Baringo, nimesikia hapa mkisema ati mko na shukurani na mimi na watu ya mlima vile tulisukuma hii maneno, ni sawa, lakini wenye shukurani ni sisi watu ya mlima, kwa sababu William Ruto ni mtoto wetu watu ya mlima. Sisi tulimpenda bure, na tukumpenda yeye ati kwa sababu alisaidia Uhuru Kenyatta akakuwa rais. Hiyo tulishukuru na ni sawa, lakini tulipenda yeye kwa sababu ako na maono na mpango wa kubadilisha Kenya. Tulimpenda kwa sababu alituelezea na tukamwamini ya kwamba ako na mpango ya kuweka pesa mfukoni. Na unajua sisi pale tunapenda pesa kiasi. Sasa hiyo mapenzi yetu kwa William Ruto mnaona bali imetoka. Kwa hivyo sisi candidate wetu uchaguzi uliopita, candidate wa mountain wa mlima Kenya, kutoka Nyeri, Murang'a, Nyandarua, Kiambu, Kirinyaga, Embu, Tharaka Nithi, Meru, Laikipia, Nakuru na Nairobi, alikuwa William Samoei Ruto. Kwa hivyo kwa niaba ya watu yetu ya mlima, watu ya Baringo, mlitupatia kura yote 100%, mkachagua kiongozi wetu William Samoei Ruto. Kwa niaba ya sisi zote na kutoka kwa roho yangu ndani, asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Sisi mmemaliza kazi yenu, si mmetupigia kura? Sasa na sisi tufanye kazi, na hii kazi tutafanya. Najua sisi si walevi, hatuna. Mimi na William Ruto tumemaliza kusomesha watoto, hatukunywi pombe, hatuendi golf. Yetu ni kazi kuanzia asubuhi mpaka usiku. Tumekubaliana, na nimwambie kazi itafanyika. Na tuseme hii maneno ya bolea, kuna ingine meli 2 imekwama Mombasa. Mimi nikilaki rais naenda huko kukuamua ikuje. Najua meli za vitu vingine ndio iko mbele, ya bolea iko nyuma. Nitaenda nipitishe ile ya bolea kwanza ikuwe pale mbele, kwa sababu tukisaidia mkulima bei ya unga itateremuka. Na ndio tulisema sisi hatutaki kuwa watu wajinga, ati tufanye ati kupunguza bei ya mafuta, tupunguze ati bei ya unga. Hiyo utapunguza tu 500, inchi na kuwa broke. Dawa ya kutengeneza Kenya ni kusaidia mkulima. Tukipata mazao mazuri ya mahindi, bei ya unga itateremuka automatically. Na kwa hivyo serikali yetu itaunga mkono wakulima kwa hali na mali, na nyinyi muweke bidii. Nilikuwa hapa mkutano ya kutafuta pesa. Upatie sisi nafasi tuweke katibu wa interior ambaye ako na haja ya kufanyia wananchi kazi, na tufanye mabadiliko hapa na pale ya vitengo za usalama. Tukishamaliza katika Kerio Valley, mimi mwenyewe, kwa sababu hiyo ndio kazi yangu, William Ruto tumemwachia kazi ya uchumi, ya kutafuta pesa, ya kurudisha Kenya pahali Mwai Kibaki alituachia. Tumemwachia kazi ya kwenda ng'ambo na kutafuta wawekezaji walete pesa Kenya. Hii kazi dogodogo ya wizi ya ng'ombe na nini, hiyo ni kazi ya Rigathi Gachagua. Hiyo hapana kazi ya rais, si ndio? Ati rais anapigiwa simu ati ng'ombe imeibiwa. Hiyo ni kutumia rais vibaya. Mimi mwenyewe nitaweka mkutano ya viongozi katika Kerio Valley, kutoka Pokot, Marakwet, Watugen, kila mtu na officers wote ya usalama ambaye mimi nitakuwa chairman. Tuongee mpaka tukubaliane. Pahali tunatakiwa tuweke police reserve, tuweke. Mambo ya maji ndio, kwa sababu ndio inalete vita. Mambo ya ukulima, mambo ya shule, tutafute suluhisho la kudumu ya shida ya ukosechaji wa usalama katika Kerio Valley. Na mimi niseme, hawa maofficers yetu, regional commissioner, county commissioner, deputy county commissioner, chiefs, assistant chiefs, msikuwe na wasiwasi. Msikuwe na wasiwasi. Kama mlitumiwa kutulima, msijali. Nyinyi ni watu wazuri mkitumiwa vizuri, si ndio? Hawa officers walitumiwa kazi na jia vibaya, atakuuza mzee ya kitendawili. Hizi ni kazi gumu. Kama kuna watu wameumia, ni regional commissioner na machief. Kuuza hiyo mzee kama huko kwetu ilikuwa ni kitu haiwezekani. What we are going to do is to deploy the national government administration appropriately and positively for the benefit of the people of Kenya. Hawa maofficers wetu tutakaa chini na hawa, tuwapatie kazi ya usalama, kazi ya maendeleo, kazi ya kilimo, na ni watu wazuri, ni vile walitumika vibaya. Na kwa hivyo ningetaka kuambia officers wetu wote, nyinyi ni kutumika, mlitumika, hamuna makosa yote. Sisi tutakaa chini, tumpatie kazi ya kusaidia wananchi, ya kufanya kazi ya maana, kazi ambaye iko na mazao. Kwa sababu hiyo kazi mlikuwa mmepewa na sisi tulimwambia haiwezekani, kwa sababu sisi tulikuwa kwa ground. Nyinyi mnakuja mnaambia raia, wanasema ndio. Mkiondoka nasema tuko pale kwa hasala. Napongeze machiefs kama huko kwetu. Machiefs wa kwetu ni ajabu. Unajua hii mzee akitendawili hakuwa na agents. Machiefs walipatiwa pesa ati watafute agent, wakaweka mfuko, wakakula na mabizao. Kwa sababu hii pesa ya siasa haina deni, haina receipt, hakuna mtu anaweza uliza swali.
Okay, yeah, it's around 18 minutes clip, so I will play the other part later. But let's have to critique or to respond to the claims they has made in the first 8 minutes. How are you, Wesley? When ukiongea una unmute, we can't hear you. How are you, Wesley?
Okay, habari wakeza?
Niko poa. How are you, IG?
Okay.
IG, how are you? IG ako na sisi kweli ama ni picha tu tunaona?
Ni kama kuweka earphones.
You unmute before uongee. I'm just testing your mics before tuanze. How are you, IG? Okay, how are you, Sam? Okay, I don't know whether it's but Wesley
I'm good.
ananipata.
I'm good. I'm good.
You okay? Yeah, okay.
I'm good. I'm okay.
IG uko sawa? IG uko na sisi? Okay, let's have Wesley.
Yes.
For the rest of the guys, you can join. I've shared the link, and then for those who are unable to join in the conversation, you can share your positive comments in the comment section. Kuna watu wamespecialize tu kutusi wengine. We are not allergic to abuses. Some of us ignore them, but I don't know why you should be a specialist in abusing other people. As for me, mimi hata sisomangi hizo comments za matusi, so don't waste your energy. So Wesley, let's have your input.
Okay. Wacha nishukuru kwanza kwa hii muda nimepata leo ili tuongee na wananchi kuhusu maongeo ya siku ya leo kulingana na Deputy President. Kwa maoni yangu ama vile naona Kashako hajajua yeye ni deputy. Bado kiazi bado kwa siasa. Hajaelewa kazi ya upresident nini kwanza. Nilisikia ujamaa alikuwa dio ama nani at the time. So kwa baada ya military kiakili yake bado ni mwanajeshi. So oda zake huwa anatokanga kwa mahali popote ambayo anaenda kazi. So kwangu Ruto kuna kazi ya kufanya kulingana na ujamaa kuna hizi. Kama unasikia bado anaongelelea mambo na siasa, sijui mtu wa kitendawili. Hizo ni vitu ambazo zimepita na wakati. Niliona jana akiwa Kisumu tena akiwa gari juu. Si kufurahia sana. Hiyo haileti shangwe. But by the way, huenda maybe tunapoenda mbele hapo anaweza kuwa amebadilika. Ni kama ni mtu akona bitterness kiasi. But kwa saizi tunachenga inji, tunajaribu kuangalia kwamba uchumi yetu itaenda aje na tutaishi aje kwa maisha ambayo iko mbele yetu. Election shapita na kuna kitu kingine nimeshangaa bwana Wekeza kulingana na hii kitu amesema kwamba watu warudi kwa forest walime tena. Unajua nimecheka tu kwa sababu ni kama kuturudisha. Sasa hizi tunalia na kiangazi vile tabia nchi imekaa, na kuna mwanaume bwana Deputy President ana incite watu warudi kwa forest. Like seriously, at least kwa hii kiangazi tuko nayo saizi, hiyo hapana. Hiyo naye hata kama tutaenda kotini tutaenda, lakini kusema kwamba watu warudi kwa forest, hapo hatutakubaliana nayo kabisa. So kitu ingine ni kuhusu na president kuongea kuhusu vile nchi inaenda wakati alikuwa USA. By the way, ilikuwa mazungumzo mzuri na alikusa vitu mingi, ambapo hata kama ijapokuwa tunalia kwamba kuna hatukwenda ile election ile kwenda vile ilikuwa, but kama atapeleka nchi vile anasema, I think itakuwa sawa. But kwa hivi sasa aangalie sana huyu deputy wake. Hajajua yeye ni deputy president wa nchi yote. Bado ako na hii akili zake inafaa kukawa nchi mara mbili. But aangalie sana. Hiyo ni yangu kwa sasa. Asante nani Wekeza.
Thank you so much for that. There's another thing he also said that story ya mbolea that kuna meli mbili zimekwama, so I don't know, tomorrow he is supposed to receive the president, then aende kukwamua. I think he reads the word, he should have told us. I think he should have known this scripture that says that I think this was the wait I finish and then you respond.
Okay.
The centurion said that you don't have to come to my house to make my daughter well. You are an officer and you have the power. Your words, when you declare them, they come to pass. So just say a word. So in other words, I'm saying Gachagua should know that he doesn't have to be there physically for things to happen. Akona crown saizi ya deputy president. He says mbolea ishukishwe itashukishwa. So he doesn't have to tell us that he has to go receive the president, then he takes a plane to Mombasa to ensure that nini ya mbolea. I think that is so analog.
Kulingana na mimi kwa hiyo amesema kwamba eti sijui fertilizer iko nyuma ya meli, inafaa kwanza itolewe alafu ikuje. Ni kama si nimekwambia kwamba language board ya huyu jamaa bado ako kwa siasa. Hajajua kwamba hii kitu kuna orders na kuna vile unaweza ongea. Ndio maana nimesema kwamba rais asiende sana kwa inji. Anaweza pata huyu jamaa amebadilisha serikali kama ingewezekana. Kwa sababu ukisikia vile yeye anaongea ni kama yeye ni rais. Yaani huwezi jua kwamba ametumwa ama ni nani. Kuna vitu zingine haifai. Nimesikia hata akimwambia huyo pastor ya kwamba kesho kama itakuwa kama utakuwa Nairobi, utakuwa mmoja wale watakuwa pale State House kesho asubuhi. Kuongea kwake si mtu ametumwa, anaongea na kama kuna nguvu ya kutosha kufanya yale anayofanya. Hata ukiangalia mwendo zozote ama kwenda kwake kwa Ruto tangu 2013.
Is he repeating the same mistakes that William Ruto did under Uhuru?
Hata itakuwa worst. Hii itakuwa mbaya. Before tufike 2027 sijui kama itakuwa mzuri. Hii ni kama hii ya nani, nilisikia deputy governor wa Kakamega. Hata hajakuwa sworn in, bado ameongelelea mambo na sijui 50-50 government. Hata hajakuwa sworn in. So kuna watu ambao iko na hamu sana na uongozi. Paka hajajua kwamba kuna deputy, kazi ya deputy na president. Ama deputy governor na governor. Unaona? So watu kama hao sometime unaangalia kwamba hata kama unatafuta deputy, angalia sana hapo kwa sababu ni kama ni kitu ambayo watu wanakuja, anajiona ni kama yeye ni kusema. So sioni hata hii kama hii kitu itafika 2027. Huyu jamaa anaweza fanya chochote saa hizi. Ni vile tu tuangalie sana, tunaomba tu Ruto aangalie hiyo kitu sana.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to you. Let's have Sam. How are you?
I'm good. Wekesa.
Yes, it seems
Thank
like
you for having me today.
Gachagua is campaigning indirectly. He's using the same strategies William Ruto used to endear himself to Mount Kenya. So ameanza kupapasa watu wa Rift Valley. Don't you think so? Today, if you listen to the speech ya Rigathi Gachagua in Baringo.
Yeah, exactly. This guy does not seem to be over these political rallies. It seems that inaonekana ni kama bado anafikiria kwa campaign mode, because he doesn't realize that he's now the deputy president of the whole country, and wherever he goes he has to represent the presidency, whereby lazima alete watu pamoja. Wherever he goes, he talks of Mount Kenya, he talks of how Mount Kenya ilisaidia, he talks of how maybe tuseme Rift Valley ilisaidia them as Mount Kenya people to again come back to come back to power. Haonekani kama someone who is bringing everybody together. He talks of things that were done to him. He talks of things that the last regime iliwafanyia as them being candidates. So inaonekana is someone mwenye bado wako bitter with some of the things that happened in other regimes. Like now when he talks of Kibichu and Matiang'i, he talks of how they are going to make sure that they are going to have a serious PS who does things as supposed to be done. Why should he even talk about Kibichu, who is now his boss? Actually, he talks of someone mwenye sahi, he does not even suppress him at the moment. He shouldn't talk about Kibichu at the moment. Hata anashangaa why he still talks about Matiang'i and Kibichu. Yes, some of the things zenye anaongea, it doesn't seem to be someone mwenye he has already gotten power. So for me, I think he has to move on from that, from the campaigns. The only thing yenye anafaa kufanya sasa, he should bring everyone together, should bring everyone on board, especially kama jana alipoenda Kisumu. I think angejaribu kuchange the way he amejipackage. Sasa hii angejaribu ku make sure that he brings each and everyone together, whatever that he says, sio kusema sema vitu zenye like ni kama yani yeye ndo kusema, instead of making sure that anafaa kujua that hiyo position ambayo yuko, the presidency is a symbol of national unity, whereby each and everything that he says sio kuonyesha that, like now when he talks of mzee of kitendawili, una imagine those supporters 6.9 million people who voted for Baba wanasikia aje akiongea yeye kama deputy president. It's like sasa anaambia wale wenye walivotia mzee wa kitendawili like ati wao they are wao wanaabudu Mungu ambaye hawasikii. You can imagine when he says that ati mzee wa kitendawili walikuwa wanapigana na Mungu, wanapigana na wao, wanapigana na kanisa. You look at that, man. It's not right. It's not right. You should move on from such things, from such utterances that alikuwa kitumia during the campaigns. So for me, I think his language he should mind his language.
So let me ask you, did God stop Azimio from winning? I think that is what he's trying to say.
I'm wondering.
God stop Azimio from winning.
That's what I'm wondering. That's what he's saying, that Azimio were fighting God, they were fighting the churches, they're also fighting them. It seems that it's like those Azimio supporters were worship God that is not living. I mean, that they worship a lesser God than them. When he says that Azimio were fighting God, they were fighting them, they're also fighting the churches. What is he even trying to say? He should understand that in each and every competition there is a winner and there's a loser, and that it doesn't mean that if you lose, you are fighting God. That's not the case. You lost because maybe you didn't make it, but losing doesn't mean that you didn't worship God. Yes. So for him, vile anajaribu kuarticulate issues, anafanya even those people who lost wanna feel more wanna feel vibaya sana. So that's wrong. That's very wrong for him. So hayo ndo maoni yangu kwa sasa.
Do you read the Bible? Sam?
Yes?
Do you read the Bible?
Yeah, I do. I read the Bible. I do read the Bible.
Well, let me ask you. So when it happened that Jesus was crucified, that was it that Friday? So between the people who between the people who crucified Christ and the Christ who was on the cross, who won and who lost?
Jesus won.
But according to some people, it's the other guys who won, isn't it? 2022
Sorry?
was according to the other people, it's them who crucified him, it's them who won, isn't it?
Yeah, according to them, it's that they won. Yeah.
Yeah, so this idea of someone won and others lost, it depends on what you are reading.
Yeah.
If it was a contest of ideas, then perhaps Kenya lost and some people won. Yeah, that's okay. I'll come back to you for further discussion on that. Guru, how are you?
I'm fine, man.
Yes.
How are you?
Umesikia ndugu yako Rigathi Gachagua, he's actually the real acting president. He's pronouncing so many things at the same time. He has power, immense power.
You know, very well that
Let me ask you, you come from Central. Do we go back to Aberdare Forest and start farming?
that is precisely the point. And thing is, if you know the history of the Shamba system in Kenya, it's actually one of the things that the late Wangari Maathai fought against for many years. In fact, she lost her seat in Tetu because she adamantly refused to have the Shamba system reintroduced. Why? Because the experience is that those who go to these forests have very personal interests, and you cannot force them to take care of the trees. In fact, you can imagine you've told somebody to do farming in a certain portion, he has cleared the ground, and sometimes very thick foliage, and then shortly after you tell the person to shift somewhere else. So what they do, they sabotage the trees so that they can stay for a longer time on the piece of land until it is exhausted and can no longer produce good, good yield. So it is one of those very retrogressive policies that can be reintroduced, because what it will do is reduce the forest cover in Kenya. You know that the government in the last few years has been working very hard to increase forest cover from about 6% to 10%, which is required or that is recommended by the United Nations Environmental Program. And I think we achieved that last year. But with that new policy that Rigathi is talking about, we can only imagine what will happen. You are aware that most of those he is targeting, I don't know, he's talking of people going to grow maize. I don't know which maize can grow under trees or in a forest, other than people actually destroying the trees that are already existing there. It is a system that cannot work because, one, we don't have discipline. Two, we are too corrupt. Three, we have even those who are taken to those forests do not have the knowledge of taking care of trees, and even because they have very personal interests. So basically, it is unworkable. However, this is a populist government. You want to make people happy. They are aware that there is a huge population of our people who would not mind going to do farming in the forest. They don't care. Even they may not even link the forest cover with the rains or the kind of environment and the climatic conditions that we have. So for them, it is just making hay when the sun shines. So I don't know whether this is a policy, because I think it should actually be taken through Parliament. If I'm not wrong, I don't know. If it is a roadside declaration, you can be sure somebody will be moving to court, especially those people who do environmental activism, to stop them on their tracks. You are aware that already there are people who have gone to court over NSSF deductions, and it was stopped by the court. So this is one of the things that the president has been talking about aggressively, how he is going to force people to save through NSSF. But if you know and you are aware, just 2 days ago, the court said no, you can't force people into a scheme, and you cannot violate individual rights. One should have a right to choose which program or which project or which scheme to join. So I think even this one will be dead in the water. Fortunately, we have a very good constitution that allows even individuals to move to court. I believe this will not stand. And if it stands, then you know that we have failed as a nation. Asante.
Yeah, thank you for that. Today he also talked about kasi ndogo ndogo hiyo kama ya usalama naachiwa mimi. Is the DP waiting to be given responsibility, ama he has already decided that this shall be good for me? He has already started choosing the slices of the bread he wants to eat before the boss assigns him. Or
you know,
with the blessing of the boss.
You know, this man, I think there is nothing much he knows except the provincial administration in its old form, where you are in charge of the chiefs, the county commissioners, and so on and so forth, the DOs, the police. So I think he's just trying to rob that he's given the field that he knows better. But then again, I don't know how he's going to perform, because this is a totally different environment than the one that they were introduced to by the late President Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, that had great control over the people's lives, intruding into every aspect of life, and generally making the provincial administration weight be felt by the people in the villages and everywhere in the slums, particularly the poor, and generally having a situation that you feel the government becoming a burden rather than a facilitator. I don't know what he has in mind. Otherwise, I don't consider security as kazi dogo dogo. Security is a serious matter, especially in parts of this country where we are having bandits, terrorists, ravaging through the villages occasionally, killing people. So it cannot be kazi dogo dogo. It is a serious matter, and I hope they will get somebody of the caliber of Matiang'i. Otherwise, you know what happened there before, and we do not want to go back there. Asante.
Asante, I'll come back to you. Let me have a PH. PH, how are you?
Thank you so much, Wekesa.
I wanted to ask a question to that gentleman. The
you want to
speaker.
ask Guru a question?
There's a guy who was speaking and talking about the Matiang'i. The guy was just spoken there.
Yeah, okay, briefly.
Yes, just one question. According to him,
just proceed, we are listening. Kwani ameenda wapi? Okay, PH endelea, akirudi nitampatia time aulize swali kwa Guru.
Sawa, thanks Wekesa. Na wasalamia nyinyi wote. Nimesikiza historia ya Deputy President. Na wacha niongelee hii ya watu kurudi kwa forest. You know, it depends na vile unaiangalia. Cause sisi wenyewe kama mimi binafsi, mimi ni mwadhiliwa wa wale wasee wenye walitolewa kwa Eburu Mau Forest. We had like 200 hectares ambaye tulinunua kwa mtu, hatuku grab, tulinunua kwa mtu. So all of a sudden hiyo forest ilikuja ikawekwa fence, ikafungwa na ilifungia watu wengi shamba. Let's say like 3000 hectares ilikuwa, watu walikuwa ndani wakatolewa. Those people hawajai kuwa resettled anywhere na hawajai kompensetiwa kitu, na mpaka saa hii vile tunaongea ile kitu imemea hapo mahali hao watu walikuwa wameoccupy na sisi ni nyasi tu. So ukiangalia kitu waambie hao wasee wakisikia, najua instead kama wangepewa nafasi wakati huo wapande miti ndani hiyo place, alafu walime hata kama ni maharawe, let's say walime maharawe na waweke miti hapo ndani. Kufikia sasa hivi hata wangekuwa washatoka kitambo, hiyo miti ingekuwa imewafurusha kitambo sana. So it depends, unaangalia kitu namna gani. Ndio ni sidhani anamaanisha ati sasa wasee waende sasa kila msituni mahali tufyeke tulime, hapana. So sijui mnaichukulia aje, lakini for me kama mwadhiriwa mmoja na ninaona hiyo mahali tulifurushwa bado ni nyasi imemea, hata hakuna miti hata moja, I think ningepewa hiyo opportunity ningepanda miti hapa hata kama ni eka moja na nilime maharawe ndani. Miti ikikuwa kubwa initoe. Nikiangalia Rigati pia, our deputy president is kind of campaigning. You know, huyu jamaa ni kama watu washaanza kukampeni 2027 sahi mapema. Juu jamaa anaongea na authority fulani, unaweza dhani ni wasimu, lakini kuna message anapitisha ya kwamba hata yeye anatosha. So I think ameanza kukampeni pia mapema. Msione ati anaongea na authority ati because huyu jamaa kuna mauchungu ya revenge ama nini, hapana. Mimi nikimwangalia kwa njia nyingine, this guy is doing a serious campaign na ameanza mapema, lakini anaiweka chini, yani ni ile in a way is trying to solve some issues authoritatively, ndio watu wengine waone wenyewe jamaa anatosha ikifika wakati fulani. You never know, lakini hivyo ndio namuona. Plus Rigati of course ninaona ni jamaa mwenye pia hata kama anapiga campaign akona kauchungu fulani. What he shouldn't do ni kwenda kila kitu against na ile gava ilikuwa. You know the way is referring to Matiang'i and Kipichu. Hadi sasa tunaenda kuweka CS hapo mwenyako anajua Kenya anaenda kufanya. Isasifu wenye walikuwa au kwa anajua Kenya wanafanya. Angesema tunaweka mtu labda hapo mwenye atabeta services kiasi kuliko wenye walikuwa. Walijifanya wakajaribu mali waliweza, lakini mambo itakuwa tofauti. Si kukaa ni kama uko na grudge na siasa imeisha. Ni time nzuri ya kufanyia Wakenya kazi sasa. No. Plus the way is putting it like hizi vitu ndogo ndogo mniachie. So to some extent anajua anapunguza our president miguu. Like hii kazi ndogo ndogo security issues na nini ya kushughulikia Wakenya mniachie. So I think anastahili kuadvisiwa a little bit, hata kama anafanya hiyo vitu zake akuwe cautious. Tani ajie wengine nafasi waongee kidogo. Wekesa ameama. I think kama kuna mtu wako na swali, Wekesa is no more. Oh, he's back.
Sorry, my net imekuwa mbaya, but I left you when you were talking about policy drastic change. And this is the question that most people ask. Is it, why do you have to undo what others have done? The presidency is an institution where you come and build on predecessors. The truth is, there is no way you can dissociate it, because whatever the previous administration did, whether bad or good, you will have either to bear the consequences or you have to build on it. So hii idea ya mtu kuingia, then all of a sudden you want to thrash off and then start afresh. us as voters, we didn't vote you because we wanted you to go and fight the previous administration. We wanted you to build from where we are to where we want to go. Otherwise, it will be a zero sum, where every 5 years we go back to, you take 5 years building something, and then another person comes, takes 5 years destroying what was built. And there we will then be in the proverbial wilderness of Israelites going 40 years around the same mountain and are thinking they are making progress, but only they are rotating about the same issue. So we can't be building 3 steps, another one comes, destroys, and starts another 3 steps, and we want to be cheering them. So I think that one should stop. Mala. Mala, are you back to ask your question? Okay, Kuru wanted to comment on what PH has said.
PH, yes, PH. PH, I have heard your pitch for people to go back to the forest, that you are one of those who are victims of having been removed from the forest. I wish that you could revisit the history of the Shamba System in Kenya. It was tried and failed spectacularly. And it is well documented that that system was actually destroying the forests as they were. The people you take there start cutting trees which are mature as they leave the forest to go home. So it's like putting water in a jerry can that has a hole, at the bottom. It is a system that the forest officers colluded with the farmers to decimate trees. And with the kind of corruption that we have in the country, it is a system that can't work. And it was proved so. It's not that the government has been against the people. It is because the system failed. And with the kind of situation we have today, you can imagine with that single pronouncement, it is possible by next week, you are going to find people flocking into the forests, trying to get to parcel themselves spaces where they can do farming. It is uncontrollable. When you have a population that wants to get there into the forests and do farming inside there, the reason is that in the forests you use less fertilizer because the land is still virgin, and therefore because of that and because of the corruption that is there in the country, that is why the government took a very firm stand and put boundaries, some of them even electrified boundaries, because within a short time we will not be having the forests as we know them. The same people you are talking about here will be actually cutting trees, making charcoal, some selling, firewood. And who is going to have this administrative cost of trying to prevent 3,000, 5,000 people from stealing wood products from the forest? How is that possible? What is the capacity of Kenya Forest Service to try to prevent this kind of thing? Let's be serious. It can't work in Kenya. It was tried. It failed spectacularly. It is documented. So I don't know from which background this Gachagua is talking about, because everything must be anchored on research and reality and history. You can't just come and make pronouncements just because you want people to be happy. Yes, people will be happy. And in fact, they'll flock into the forest and you'll get the votes. Then after 10 years, what do you do? When it is very surprising. In fact, the president made a very strong pitch for conservation at the UN just 3-4 days ago. And then the deputy is talking about the opposite. I don't know whether this is a government that has two legs, one which is wears number 9 and the other one number 7. So I don't know. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a serious policy change that needs a well thought out plan. I think first of all, we understand what PH is saying because they are victims of circumstances in that order. But where there are competing interests and competing rights, then it should be carefully done. But again, we also need to appreciate, how we have always asked ourselves, how far is too far? So when you allow someone 1 inch, weke tu kichwa kwa forest, what will stop you from making an extra mile in the forest? So that is exactly what we are saying. And it needs to be clearly defined if we are pro-climate and conservation of our forests. And then we have to take stand measures. And I've also actually heard him arguing, for me, this is a pedestrian way of look of things. We can't say that Kenya is lacking food security because the farmers in the forest were removed. Actually, there's so much arable land that needs to be cultivated. We are not just doing well in terms of our own agriculture, empowering our farmers, and even creating markets for the farm produce. So thinking that by allowing farming to happen in we have a less forest cover. So if you think opening up our forests can give us much food, you are still deceived. We don't have much forests in our country. And I can guarantee you that those systems are not the one that guarantees as stability in terms of food security. That system was only meant for also subsistence farming. When we go to large-scale farming that happens away from the forest that needs even to guarantee us food security, we have not invested in that. I think every administration is doing something that maybe pleases more of the voters than going to finding the lasting solutions that can guarantee the nation the future. Okay, Mbudia, Malala. I don't know what happened to Malala. He came back and okay. Let me go to Benson, then I'll come back to him. It seems you have a question, PH, or a comment before I go to Benson. PH, ama mehang.
Yes, sio kama mnanisikia, kuna issue ya net, sio ni yako ama ni yangu?
It's sometimes it's two way, yangu pia imekuwa chini.
Oh, I think so. Sasa issue ya forest bado hii. Unajua hawa jamaa wakati walitufurusha kwa hii msituni, it's so painful, lakini kama ijakupata you may not understand these things. Hawa jamaa wakati walitufurusha kwa hii msituni, you see, kuna watu wengi sana wenye hawakuachiwa shamba, yani yao ilibaki msituni yote, so they had to go somewhere, look for a place with their families, pitch some tents na watoto plus everything. Kids walikuwa wanaenda shule, we had families yenye walikuwa na watoto university, high school, primary. You can imagine hiyo scenario. Mtu amekuja ameweka na electric fence, the government, not a person, the government wameweka electric fence, shamba yako yote imebaki kwa msituni. So umeenda ukakondisha nyumba mahali ka center fulani, na unajua huku ni ushago, you have a family to take care. Watu huko walikuwa wanategemea kilimo kujikimu na kulipia watoto wao fee. So issue ilikuwa you shall be compensated. Ilikuwa kitambo sana, siwezi kumbuka exact. Sasa mpaka saa hivi vile tunaongea nyinyi, sijaisikia hata nikipigiwa simu na babangu ama mimi mwenyewe niambiwe compensation zimekuja ama ni nini. So these guys went to an extent ya kutuambia, you know, before even watufurushi, we had some groups like 50 groups hapo za kulinda hiyo msituni. Groups pia hapo hiyo msituni ndio ilikuwa na intake. Hiyo msituni ndio maji inatoka ya watu huko Nakuru, Gilgil constituency. So maji inatoka, kuna ka kizima huko ndani, maji inatolewa na mapipe kuja mahali watu wanaishi, kutoka kwa msituni kuja mahali watu wanaishi. So wakati wameweka hii wire electric fence, iwapo kuna blockage ya maji kwa hiyo mapipes, ni process pia kujaza maforms, mupewa authority ya kuingia ndani ya kwenda ku unblock, kusafisha hiyo kisima huko, maji iweze kukuja the other side, watu waweze kutumia. Unaona? Gachagua angesema watu warudi msituni labda kufanya kilimo. Maybe angesema wale watu wenye walitoka kwa msituni na wachakuwa compensated, wakuwe compensated. Hiyo pia inge make sense. Si yuko sana mambo ya kurudi tufanye kulima, no. Lakini kama kuna way watu wangekuwa compensated, ingekuwa mzuri. Unaona? Wale wenye hawako compensatiwa. Alafu wa jamaa wakatuambia hizi group tulikuwa nazo za kulinda msituni, tuweke seedlings. Tupande seedlings, government itanunua, itupe kazi ya kupanda kwa hiyo msituni mahali tulitolewa. Personally niliweka seedling over 800,000. Expecting maybe some cash tununuliwe hizo seedling, tuende tupewe kibarua tupande huko sasa mahali tumetolewa msituni mee mzuri. Hizo seedling hakuna mahali ziliungua tu hivyo. Mwenye alikuwa na uwezo na kashamba kidogo apande kwake ama atafute soko auze, hivyo ndio kulienda. I think unaelewa vile hii kitu inaenda sasa. Sasa leo kuna wa deputy president hapa amesema wale watu wako msituni waingie ndani walime marao huko. Unajua already sasa hivi tunaongea nao wengine washaingia huko kwetu. Na vijana ameniambia sisi tutaenda kulima huko mahali ulikuwa umejengaga nyumba yako ile side ya huko mahali kuna flat ndio tinga itakimbia mzuri. Naona washaani kuweka max. Sisi tutaenda kufanya nini? Unaona? So I think sioni our president akikuja aseme ati sasa hakuna kuingia msituni ati sasa hiyo ilikuwa ni mdomo iliteresa, so tutakuja na programu nyingine tofauti. Hiyo already isha speed out, not unless mtu aende kotini sasa ikuwe stopped. Lakini I know our president hata downplay the deputy president. Sijui itakuwaje. Yaani back to you, I guess.
Thank you. And that's why I said it's a policy that needs, in fact, it should be done in cabinet. So it's not something that can just be pronounced at the funeral. It looks awkward because it has serious ramification on the country. Bodhia?
Yeah, thanks, Wekesa. Yeah, I agree with the PH that definitely I don't think that was something that to be announced in a barrio, and I don't think it's a policy statement. It might be just another campaign, just a campaign. Watu wanasahau campaign iliisha. But let me delve into the issue of the Shamba system. You know, the Shamba system was established in the early 80s, and It was actually banned by the former governor of Makueni, Professor Kibudha Kibwana, when he was the minister for environment and forestry in 2003, with the able assistance of the late Professor Wangari Maathai. And I remember that time I was working for Save the Children, and there were millions of children who were thrown from the forest. I did have an opportunity for 4 years to work with the ministry and the forest association, the forest users associations around Mount Kenya, and especially the ones in Madeira, Chaka, Narumoro, and a huge chunk, a bigger chunk of people who are in Kenari Forest. These ones here in Kenari, Sokomjinga, as you go towards Thika. So for 4 years, I did work with children who are actually living on roadsides and who are living in the what I would call IDP camps. In fact, the initial IDP camps before 2007 were as a result of people who were thrown out of the forest by Wangari Maathai. And as PH is saying, I think the government was not prepared on how to handle millions of people who are working, living in the forest. Let me say 3 things that we observed. One, because we did manage at a national level to develop a draft policy to help to manage the forest and the forest associations. We also managed to buy, those who knows about Solio Ranch in Narumoro, through Mamaruse Kibaki, we bought 7,000 acres and resettled huge number of people in Nyeri who now lives in what we call Solio Ranch. It's a huge 7,000 acres that was bought through the Office of President and the patronage of Mamaruse Kibaki. So a lot of people were resettled, PH, but those who are from Nyeri, they were resettled around from Chaka to Narumoro. All that chunk of Solio Ranch is forest people. They were given each 4.5 acres, and I'm just giving history. And 3 things came out of the work that we did there. One, Kenyans are not disciplined enough to deal with the Shamba system, because initially the Shamba system, it works in South America, it works in Argentina, it works in Mexico, it works in Congo. But I don't think in our own nature we have the discipline that is required to deal with the Shamba system. One, however, hautaki miti ya serikali ikue ndio shamba yako isichukuliwe. So normally you will keep on suppressing the trees so that they don't grow. And that's what we would see in most of those areas. And the Shamba system is supposed to be, mnalimia hii, inapanda 3 years, mnahama hapo, mnaenda pale kumekatwa, mnalima hapo, mnarudi. So that is in our nature, that we are destructive in nature. Sisi tunaharibu tu, hata tunaharibu hata ya shule, ukipanda shule, hapo shule watoto wanaharibu miti tu. So in our nature we are destructive. We cannot be able to deal with it. Number 2, grappling with the 10% forest cover in the country required a certain discipline that, again, I've said we don't have. So basically, we were not accelerating our forest cover enough with the kind of the Shamba system that we adopted. So basically, we were doing zero work. Mnapanda, mnakatwa, mnafanya. Kwa hivyo, we are not increasing the forest cover. And of course, number 3 is where we practiced Shamba system. It is also the areas that we call the water towers. So we are doing Shamba System in Mau, you are doing Shamba System in Amadeus, you are doing Shamba System in Mount Kenya, you are doing Shamba System in Elgon Ridges. So basically, you are competing between water towers versus human beings. So those were three major issues that came out of that. So it is very difficult to develop a clear-cut Shamba System for Kenya. But two things can happen. One is, if you are looking at food production, you do Shamba System with commercial high-end producers, not si wale watu wa, unaona wale PH unasema huko pale Gilgil, 1 acre, 2 acres, not those ones. You subcontract anyone who can do 50 acres and above. And that's what happens in Congo, that's what happened in Argentina, that's what happens in Brazil. So that the commercial farmers are the one who are mandated to do Shamba System, and that will improve food production. So si kupata ati the whole village waeke kwa msitu. Unachukua mtu mmoja akona capacity na ana sign contracts na analima, 200 acres. Mtu anataka kufanya dairy farming kwa msitu, lakini yeye amerisi 200, 500, 1000 acres. But also that is against, the current government manifesto of bottom up, because it will be the rich people. But if you are looking at this from a food production perspective, the Shamba System would work. Number 3, while we are doing this, we haven't exhausted the free land, the free land in our country. So why are we going to the forest yet? We have not farmed in the schools nearby. We have not farmed in our ADCs. We have not farmed in our Kalho. So why are we going to the forest? So we also need to look at the whole thing in the bigger spectrum of things. Have we exhausted the food production areas so that we go to the forest? So I find that as a populist statement. However, Keriako Tobiko, together with the Forest Users Associations, had started a draft policy to guide our future relations between the forest and the neighbors. So I think maybe he was referencing to the draft policy, which stipulates how we relate with the forest as users, be it Mau, be it Mount Kenya. And finally, from what I would call Gachagua politics school of thought, he's a forest person. He was born in Herega village. Herega village traditionally, he worked in the neighborhood with the brothers and sisters in the Herega in around there, and they are basically forest people. So also he is talking from the kienyeji type, nyumbani. Hii ni kitu ya nyumbani, sisi tulilelewa msitu, sisi ni watu wa msitu, sisi ni maumau. So he is also very passionate about forest people because he is a forest person. He grew in a village that 90% depended on the forest, be it cutting firewood, be it rearing their cattle inside the forest. Labda Gachagua atakwambia when he was at Kianyaga High School, alikuwa na bulls, ndegwa. Alikuwa na 3 bulls zinaenda kwa forest, zilikuwa zake akiwa Kianyaga High School. So basically that's what I would say from that discussion. Thanks, Wekesa.
Mr. Wekesa, are you there?
Sorry, I'm having challenges. I'm trying to unblock and unmute, and it's refusing. Okay, so let's have, before we go to Francis, I think I agree with Benson on re-examining our Shamba system and ensuring that we are focused on doing it in the right way. I wanted to play a clip, but I'm having a challenge with I think network on my side today is very poor, so I'll do it after some time. So let's have Francis.
So actually, I was looking at what Gachagua was saying, and it is good before we criticize, we also educate people about the importance of forest. One of the importance of forest is to complete what we call hydrological cycle. It's whereby it's the movement of water on Earth planet. And if by any chance we destroy forest, it means that hydrological cycle of water will not be possible. That is the movement of rain to absorption by the roots of trees, to evaporation, to condensation by the cloud, then the rain, and then the cycle continues. Should we destroy the forest, that cycle will not be complete, because trees are the one that the complete absorption by the roots and the evaporation by the leaves. So meaning the rain will not be there. The rain does not come from God or sky. It comes from the trees which complete the cycle. Water is neither added on earth or removed on earth. The only thing it is that it is just get reused. Even the blood that we have in our body, one day we will die, it will still go to the ocean, recycled back, and then it shall come in form of rain. It is such way. Water is neither added on earth or removed. The only thing happen is reusing, of which is very important in terms of forest. So what Gachagua today said was something that of more of populist, because it had no anything to do with the conservation of forest. Kenyans are not responsible individual. You can entrust them with such kind of forest to do Shamba system. The other thing also you need to note, it did not get me at a very high shock, because I remember very well in 2008 when Raila was the prime minister, we had the former Ikolomani MP Boniface Alwale, we had the Cherengani MP Joshua Kutunyi, we had Isaac Ruto, Franklin Bet, and others. When Raila said, I'm ready to pay the political price, if people can remember very well, I'm ready to pay the political price, even if it means that I will not be the president, I will go to Kibera to sell mandazi, but I will protect the Mau forest. When Raila wanted to protect it, it was politically insinuated to punish Raila Odinga. He said, you never be bored, you never be intimidated. He stood by it. So at the end of the day, I feel we Kenyans, it is a night time that we realize that this statement of today of Mau that did not come just from today. It started in 2008 when under the Pentagon formation of political party, the formation of Pentagon. The other thing you need to note the Mau forest, as the people most articulately say, that is a source of River Tana. River Tana is where we have constructed the 7 forks, the Masinga, the Kindaruma. These are areas that we generate electricity from. Should Mau forest today fail to exist, where will the 7 folks get water to turn our turbines to have electricity? Let's look at the long term. Let's look at the future generation. Should Mau forest today no longer exist, Kenya will just be a desert. Almost all our big rivers are starting from there. So this is not an issue of whether Rift Valley or wherever region, it is an issue of Kenyans. So to me, it did not get me by a shock. Actually, I expected it, because that comes as an history of instigating political from environmental issues. Even the member of the governor of Nairobi has just pruned a tree that used to host birds. It should not scare you. You should be prepared for more. Now that the deputy president has said so, do you think that people will come, will retaliate and say that we will not do that one? They will get in there. There are people who have been waiting for that moment to seize and to destroy the forest. So those statements, they have no reverse. And should there be reverse, there will be political casualties. And because our politicians are always willing, even now there are people who are thinking about 2027 equation. So there is nobody who will ever want to think about retaliating what Gachagua said. So to me, I just oppose. I don't find any meaning when we are saying about more forest turn into agricultural land. It has no meaning, because one thing I know about forest is because I was born and brought up in Kajiado County, where we have forest cover. And what happens once you put animals and farming in forest cover, you destroy the seedlings and the seeds. Therefore, the continuation of the forest turns from natural to become man-made, that you have to plant other seedlings so that the forest can continue. But if you leave the forest the way it is, when the whole trees fall down, the new ones comes up and the forest will get replaced as the generation moves on and moves on. So whatever Gachagua said, it has no any meaning. Then the other thing I'm asking about is, have we exhausted all the farmlands that are in our disposal? Because you cannot go to the forest area if you have not exhausted what you have. Ghana Kulalo was there. Have we exhausted it? Some parts of Kajiado are farmlands. Have we exhausted it? Narok the same. Have we exhausted it? Some parts of Mount Kenya, have we exhausted it? Or we are running to the areas that we think that will benefit us politically? This is an issue of generation. It's not an issue. Hello?
Francis.
Yes?
Yes, hold on. Kuna clip nilikuwa nimeupload, ni kama iko ready kidogo tu, then you proceed.
Took him to Narok County, where issues of the Mau Forest Complex took center stage, with the DP assuring the Narok residents that he supports the conservation efforts while dismissing those he said have used the Mau Forest as political fodder.
The deputy president made his way into Narok town after attending a Thanksgiving ceremony for Nairobi-nominated MCA Leah Ntimama at Olopito in Narok County. His speech focusing on the thorny issue of the Mau forest conservation. Here, the DP declaring that the days of the water tower to be used as a political tool are over.
Kuna wengi wametumia jambo la Mau kutugawanya, eti jamii hii against jamii hii ingine. Mimi nataka nisimame hapa mbele yenu niwaambie, jambo la Mau ni jambo ambalo tumelitatua. Wale wote walikuwa ndani ya msitu wameshatolewa, na hakuna mtu kwa vyovyote eti atarudi tena pale msituni.
Ruto hitting out at critics who have accused him of being against conservation efforts at the Mau.
Wale watu wametolewa Mau, wametolewa mimi nikiwa Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Kwani kama singetaka watoke kwa msitu si ningetumia uwezo niko nayo. Lakini nilisema for the sake of the environment, wale watu wote ambao walihitajika na serikali waondoke kwa msitu wa Mau wamekwisha ondoka.
The DP giving an assurance that the complex would be fenced to keep away invaders.
Pale msituni, na mimi nataka niwahakikishie jambo ambalo tutafanya ni kuweka ua ama fence katika Mau forest so that milele hakuna mtu tena atarudi pale, na tutakaa sisi kama mandugu wa watu wa Narok hapa as brothers and sisters.
The DP says the development record under the Jubilee government gave him an upper hand against his opponents, even as his hosts assured him that the county was locked in favor of the UDA party.
You have heard, he said ataweka fence around Mau. So the question is then, if the policy they are implementing is different, are they going to fence people inside or outside? So Francis, continue. You are making some point.
So, you know, that statement to me, I find it so ridiculous because if you remember some time back during campaign, Rigathi Gachagua said it very well in a radio station kwamba he will subdivide Safaricom. We took it as a joke. Right now, that thing is on parliament. So you should not take Rigathi Gachagua words as a joke. In campaign, I remember very well in a certain TV, he said we shall subdivide Safaricom. People said Gachagua is a fool. Right now, the same matter is in parliament. Even I hear that the process will start on January next year. So, and let me tell you, no way that Gachagua can go there to speak without Ruto's knowledge. Ruto knows it very well. Even when you, the other thing I will tell you, so that you learn this government on how it confuses the citizen. Gachagua stood on during the swearing, after swearing in, akasema the economy is at ICU. People thought Gachagua was attacking the president. Few days later, the senator Anitwa Cheregai came out and said the treasury ate 93 million. It tells you clearly whatever Gachagua says, it is already discussed thing by the UDA administration. They are just playing with our mind. They are using Gachagua as an scapegoat, but the truth is that they all have agreed. That's something that we should look at it at a very keen eye. Gachagua anaongeanga mnamsema eti kama ajielewi ni kama ajitambui, but later it comes also from the same people who are saying that Gachagua is speaking from nowhere. So for the issue of the Mau forest, I'm telling you here, Kenyans, we need to be united to protect that one. Shamba system cannot work with the discipline that Kenyans we have. The other question I will ask is, the moment somebody cultivates that shamba, hiyo miti ikikuwa kubwa, juu nimefuatilia clip anasema miti ikikuwa kubwa atatoka, huyo mtu atatoka aende wapi? Where will that person be moving out, going where? So it means all these are just statements to make it appear good, but the direct message is Mau forest should be encroached and people should farm and let's have food production. You look at this one in short term because as I spoke earlier, forest is what brings rain. It's not about prayers. It's not about sky. It is about forest to complete the hydrological cycle of water. That is the most important part of trees that it plays in our ecosystem. So the other thing ya kusema oh sijui food nini, you can cultivate that Mau forest, produce a lot of food for 2 years. Then after that, the whole country become a desert. Then what will you go? Where will you go? What will you do? So let's always be careful. And for those people who are maybe can be following us from areas that are surrounding Mau forest, let us not follow our political leaders blindly. We know the fact, we know the truth. Let's conserve those forests. Well, let Gachagua speak what he wants to speak, but let the citizens from those areas, those counties, adhere to what they know is truth. That the forest is what brings rain, is also what changes our climate in Kenya, and therefore they should conserve it. Let's just treat Gachagua as an essay and let's not follow him. For those of people who can understand us and who can hear us, because these are calamities that you are making. It is about generation, it's not about us. Sisi hata tunaweza iharibu polepole, after vitu kama 50 years iishe, by that time maybe I will be dead. But what about for the kids that I will live? Will he inherit a country that was a good country to become a desert? If the answer is yes, then you can go ahead. But the answer if it's no, therefore we have an opportunity, we have an obligation to protect that forest from any outside influence or any kind of encroachment, so that we give our youth and our children a better future, so that we also maintain the carrying capacity of Kenya. Tusiishi mahali tunafanya tu mambo tu kwa kukimbizana, eti juo Raila sijui Ruto sijui Raila sijui amesema nini amefanya nini. Let's look at our life. We are on our own. We are at our own. Actually, the other thing I've also seen there, just to summarize up, is about the church. The memorandum that Ruto signed with the church is already out. One of it being they will be exempted from some tax. They will be given some money to invest. So this clearly shows you Kenya has turned to become a Christian nation. Kenya is no longer a secular nation. So I don't know where the Muslims, the Indians, the Hindus, and other religion will go. I don't know if they will be given another country or they will be allowed to join Somalia so that they will be feel part and parcel of that country. I don't know. It's them that now to tell us. Because I needed a president who would be impartial, who will be able to govern all people regardless of the religion. But the moment Mali imefika, Kenya is a theocratic nation by a matter of fact, but by a matter of law is a secular state. So I don't know what will follow. Should we follow the matter of fact or should we follow the matter of law? So let's look at it very carefully. What the UDA are doing, they are not heading to the good direction. We will lose this country. Hata ile miezi tisa Uhuru alitupea ni mingi. I think in 6 months time Kenyans will have to wake up and look at it in a better eye, and they need to have their game and memory, so that at the end of the day we stand for what is right, and let us not be divided at yo, unajua these people, these ni camp wao wanateseka juu sijui nini, msitu tunaumia. Hiyo msitu ikianguka, mimi nikilia nikiwa Kajiado, wewe ambao utakuwa Bomet utakuwa umesharuka mpaka ukienda Ethiopia. We will not suffer alone, we shall suffer all of us. So we have to protect this. We have no other alternative. We have no any other definition. We must protect it. That's all that is there. We must have to protect it. We must stand with the constitution of this country that Kenya is a secular state and not a Christian state. If somebody wants to become a Christian state, he should go to Vatican, where we have Catholic and Pope Francis at the head of the church. But Kenya is a secular state that belongs to all religion, regardless of whatever thing you believe on. Thank you.
Yeah, one or two things have come out. I also need Kashagwa to remember that I think it's in part of the laws to do with the Shamba is that if you occupy land, even if you are a squatter, if you occupy a land for 12 years uninterrupted, you can claim ownership. You can claim ownership on that. And so his remarks on people to go back in the forest, and then if the forest becomes, the trees cross, they will automatically come out. It's a mere imagination, which cannot happen. Mala, how are you?
Okay, sir. You may be right on that.
Mau forest.
Yeah, what I'm saying,
yes,
you may be right on that. But I think you guys are, the way you're interpreting and reading what Rigati was saying is not correct.
Yeah, tell us the correct position.
I think the correct position for Rigati is that people should do farming in the forest, but they're not going to live there. You just go plant, come back out of the forest, but to live somewhere outside the forest. I don't know, but what he mentioned, I think the experts will have to look at it. I know that will come, and if you go back to history, and I think Kenya was one of the country. There was some case study done on I think about 17 countries, and Kenya was one of them, and that's why in Kenya we call it the Shamba System. In China, I think they were calling it integrated village forestry. In Thailand, they were calling it forest village system. So there are many of them. So they'll go back to the history, look at it, and it's correct what that gentleman was saying earlier, that it is true in, I think it was in the year 2003, when there was a widespread malpractice and associated environmental degradation. So it was stopped in 2003. But I think in the early 2008, there was an attempt to initiate again, or rather reintroduce the Shamba system, but for some reason haikufanya vizuri. So I think they'll go back to the drawing board, because as it is not illegal. The Shamba system is there to stay, and they have to come up with some strategy of managing it. It is not the way you guys are interpreting is that people just go to the forest and live there and dig. No, I think they'll come up with a strategy on how to handle that. That is my take.
I think I may need even PH to respond to that, because PH here said that they are victims, and most of guys have stayed in that forest, and it had become their home. So when they were evicted, that became an issue. He also said that the interpretation, you know, Mala, you may fault us, but actually we are speaking the mind of the people who are living in the forest. After Gachagua had pronounced how they behave. In fact,
my friend.
Wait, I finish, then you respond. Some guys may just have already decided they are going back to the forest. So you don't just make a policy and then you say people misquoted me. You have to bring out a policy clearly, and that's why we are saying government policy should not be pronounced at the funeral. It should be a well-structured thing done at the right time, so that Kenyans are guided on what they are supposed to do. PH, 1 minute, and then Mala responds.
Hii kitu si kama mtaelewa. I don't know how guys. You guys, you need to understand hii kitu mzuri sana. The way you are arguing it ni sawa, lakini pia kuna kitu hapa nataka muelewe kidogo tu. Mr. Wekesa, hapo nyuma yako sasa, nyuma ya mgongo yako, we just assume kuna msitu hapo nyuma, ambayo huko from where you are mpaka mahali msituni sasa mtu wa mwisho alikuwa anaishi, let's say is 10 kilometers from where you are mpaka mahali mtu wa mwisho alikuwa wakati huo. Sasa wakati waya ya fence ya stima ilikuja ikawekwa, iliwekwa ikaacha let's say like 5 meters sasa kutoka mahali huko mpaka mahali hiyo waya ya stima iko. Hiyo inamaanisha watu maelfu walitoka huko ndani. Mimi wacha niseme nilikuwa privileged. Mimi ndo niliachwa na hiyo 1 meter. So kwa ile eka 200 na mzee alikuwa nayo, niliachiwa na an eighth of an acre. Alafu hiyo an eighth of an acre ninaambiwa siwezi jenga kwa hiyo waya, niache tena 30 meters. Ati kisheria lazima tena niache distance fulani ndio niweze kujenga sasa kutoka hapo. Unaona? Before hiyo waya iwekwe na before hiyo msituni kuja kuwekwa waya, we had like 30 groups za kulinda hiyo msituni. Groups of 50, 100, 50, 100, 30 of them. Way back from 2000. Ndio mimi nilijoin moja ya kulinda hiyo msitu. Tulikuwa tunalinda hiyo msitu, huwezi ingia utoe post, huwezi ingia uchome makaa. Unaweza ingia tu either kwenda kutoa dawa pale, wale watu wanatumia dawa ya kienyeji, ama uingie for adventure, ama uingie kwenda kusafisha ile kisima nimekuambia iko huko ndani. Unajua msituni naongelea yenye mimi naongelea ni ile yenye behind it kuna Naivasha, Lake Naivasha. Mbele yetu we have Lake Nakuru and Lake Mentaita. So maji yenye tunategemea peke yake ni intake ilikuwa imeundwa huko na wasungu. Kuna kisima huko ndani. Like 30 kilometers huko ndani. Katikati kuna kisima ilikuwa pale. Imeundwa mzuri, alafu sasa pipe ikatoa maji.
Finda.
Sorry? Tu alikuwa na interject ama?
Endelea, nani alikuwa amemute? Endelea.
Sawa, sasa hiyo maji imetolewa na pipe za chuma, zimekuja zika drop hiyo maji kwa tangi iko nje ya msituni as we speak. So iwapo matawi imejaa kwa ile kisima huko juu, a distance yenye unaenda like 2 hours msituni ndani. na si njia yenye unapita, ni njia unaenda ukikanyaga, ukifyeka, ukienda, sio njia imeundwa. Lazima team iende huko kusafisha like 2 days, isafishe hiyo kisima, iblock hiyo mchanga imeingia kwa hiyo mapipe, tukue tukifungua hiyo mapipe, tukiteremka tukifungua, sio pipe inakuwa like 50 meters, ufungue ukisafisha, ufungue ukisafisha, ndio tena maji ianze kufikia watu watumie hii side. I was in form 1, form 2. So wakati hiyo kisima imeblock, kama hakuna watu wa kwenda kusafisha, we had to travel for another like 20 meters kuja Nakuru town kutafuta maji. Naona? Kumaanisha kesho yake siendi shule, ni maji nimeenda kutafuta, narudi usiku kesho yake. Unaona? So hata saa hii wakati hiyo kisima imeblock, lazima tujaze some forms. Kuna askari wa KWS na ASTU wamejenga hapo kwetu nje kwa hiyo bush mali ilifensiwa. Lazima tujaze some forms, na kama watakataa hatutaenda ku unblock hiyo kisima iko kwa ndani ya msituni, watu wapate maji hii side nyingine. Ambao sasa tena inaleta swali lingine. Watu wenye wanaishi kwa msitu ni nini wana benefit kutoka kwa hiyo msitu yao yenye hapo karibu? Kama maji kama hiyo iko kwa ndani, ni process kwenda ku unblock hiyo maji tena ikuje kutusaidia. So watu wanaishi kwa msitu wana benefit nini kwa hiyo msitu yenye tunalinda? Iko na sisi tunaishi hapo kwa msitu, so tuna benefit nini kutoka kwa hiyo msitu? Asa endelea.
Aya, mmesikia mambo. Mala.
Wekesa.
Yes.
Let me tell you. Me personally, I own land in. I used to own land in Mau Forest. I bought 75 acres using a bank loan. I still have the title, which is fake, or I don't know whether it's fake or tukatolewa, tukakubali. But basically what I'm saying is that if people are going to be allowed to go back and but we people are not going to live in the forest the way we are living now, but they will be allocated some piece of land in the forest to do the plan, to plant crops, harvest, and at the same time take care of the trees. And I'm sure this government will have there'll be some mechanism of monitoring this. Like you see that those KWS guys, those guys, they are there. They can be assigned to do that. So it doesn't mean that people will go back and live in the forest. But you just go you plant your beans, maize, harvest, and that is it. So these guys will come up with the policies. The expert will sit down. They'll come up with a strategy of handling this, and I think it's going to work. That is it. You may not agree with me, but
sorry.
That is what I'm saying. You may not agree with me, but that is what has been discussed in UDA. The UDA government or the Kenya government, that's what they're going to implement.
And my question, Mala, I don't know how you guys want to take voters for, because what you discussed in your campaign rally is completely opposite of what you want to lay down as your policies for the new administration. When you look at issues to do with education, you are already departed from what you said. You said CBC, but we will scrap off. Right now you are saying we will retain CBC. You said you will fence Mau. Now, right now you are saying we are allowing the Shamba system. There are so many things you are completely off. I don't know.
That is true.
You are just busy looking for votes, because now
how will that's what I'm telling you.
How will the
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. We're going to involve the public. There's going to be public participation. We are going to have the experts also look at that. And the recommendation which will come out. The recommendation.
Answering completely different question, Mala.
The recommendation which will come out.
Wait first. You are answering
Yes.
completely a different question you have set for yourself. I'm saying when you are on campaign trail, you guys told us that in maybe less than 100 days, unga itakuja 70. Then today in the clip, Kashagwa says, kupeana subsidy is a stupid idea. We have to give mbolea people to farm. So why didn't these issues come out in your campaign? Why have you changed from
my friend, we have not changed.
The agendas you had laid down to the Kenyans? Because that is why you are voted in. You are not voted in for the ideas you are now projecting. You are voted in for the ideas you shared on campaign trail.
Wekesa, we have not changed. And we are going to implement what we said. And we are not going to copy what the other government was doing, because if you look at the 1 month they gave us, there was a subsidy. They spent more than 7 billion. And that went to Asimio for campaign. You can imagine 7 billion in 1 month. If you do an audit, because we are going to do an audit, you guys will be very surprised. What was spent is only about 1.8 billion. So where is the difference? Some of these guys have not been paid. And that's why we are saying the issue of subsidy will not be there. And we're going to use other methods to bring down the cost of unga, the cost of these other things like petrol. And we've said in 3 months, we'll be able to see the impact of what we are doing. So just give us time. 3 months, mtaona.
Which maize cross in 3 months and bring down unga to 70? Because you cannot, if you are going the route of fertilizer. Yes.
It is not about, you see, fertilizer is one of them. Fertilizer is one of them. We're also looking at the, another way. We may import maize from neighboring countries at a cheaper price. And that will when we sell it now to these suppliers at a cheaper price, the price of unga will have to come down in a way. So there are many ways we are looking at, not only fertilizer.
Anyway, let me not push you because you are not Kashagwa, you are not William Ruto. Julie, how are you? Oh, Francis, ilikuwa swali?
It was a question.
Okay, briefly before I bring in Julie.
So the person is saying about the oil and the unga subsidy removal and alternative. And today the president was being interviewed in Al Jazeera, and what he said is that Kenya understands. You should tell us, is understanding the solution.
Yeah, I'm struggling even to ask Mala questions because the answers and the questions are not matching. Because if you tell us you have removed subsidies because there were people who are not giving, the money was spent in subsidy, but the unga didn't reach people. That's not a question of subsidy. That's a question of cartels. And if you can't deal with cartels in subsidy of unga, you will still meet them in the subsidy of fertilizer. Cartels are cartels. You change the business, they adapt. So if you are talking about cartels, face them. If you're talking about subsidy, do it. So you don't tell us that if we give subsidy, people will, the cartels will run away with the money, and you think that in Mbolea, already in Mbolea we are told fertilizer is coming from Russia free, is reaching here at 3,500, 2,700. Cartels will always align to make money. Julie, come in.
Asante Wekesa, good to see you. PH, Francis, Mala, Ibrahim. I don't know, Ekesa, you are really troubling Mala for nothing. He'll not give you the response. I was almost going to ask him whether he's in the cabinet, because he said, we UDA, we are doing this. We UDA, we are doing this. We we are bringing up down the prices in 3 months. So he said, we UDA, asiji kulikuwa na food subsidy. You know, these people talk like they work in treasury. I mean, I think I wouldn't do that, Mala, if I was in your shoes. I would just be suggesting that maybe the government should do this. That is how I would put it. Because even what you are telling us, I don't think unafanya kazi kwa serikali unless you are one of their informants. Now, I listened to the issue of the Mao issue, and I listened to PH. PH was saying that PH is good, you're giving us a good experience, your personal experience, but I'm asking myself why you are the one to protect the trees. It's not your responsibility. As a common man, it's not your responsibility to go and unblock the wells. It's the responsibility of the government. It's not even your responsibility to ensure people don't cut down the trees. It's the responsibility of the government. So I think if you didn't succeed in doing that, you are just in the right place. Now, somebody called Benson gave us a good analysis of what is this Shamba, whatever, I don't know how they call it. I was trying to understand it. I've heard about it in some parts of Mount Kenya. I think Mount Kenya forest, there are people who are living there. And I think now we can talk about the Mau forest. And I think Benson gave us a good analysis that it's not a bad idea if somebody is farming in the forest, but there's need for regulation. That is why I think Francis was bringing up the issue that maybe we should have contractors who have been given a lease to produce food, and they sign a contract that you, at this number of years, you should have planted for us this number of trees. But if we allow the public to go into the forest, we have created a problem for each one of us. All of you understand that many Kenyans are very indisciplined. Mala said here that he owns land in Mau. Mala, I was shocked and flabbergasted when you said hata uko na title deed. Kwa hivyo wewe umenyekua shamba ya serikali, mtakana kufungwa jela. You should be sued. And just like, and you know, if you are sued, Mala, you'll be like Ruto when he was sued for Muteshi farm. He had to give back the farm. However many times he said that ati niliuziwa hii shamba, at people na waragai, at people stole my money, I don't know, illegally. The thing is, it goes in record that William Samoei Ruto illegally acquired land that belonged to somebody called Mutesh, and it's going to be in the books of history that our president today is one of those who acquired land from somebody legally. So you too, Mala, you can be sued that you acquired land illegally. Unajua kuna ile Wekesa, ukiniuzia simu ya mtu, nyang'anya mtu, nishikwe nayo na huyo mtu alikufa, you know I'll be sued for robbery with violence and for murder. Hata nikisema, hata Wekesa akishikwa baadaye, I'll still be sued for handling stolen property. I mean, I'll not get away with it. I'll go to jail. That's what I'm trying to say, Mala. So you people, let us not justify the ills of our past governments by saying that it was right. PH, it was wrong in the first place for you people to be in that forest. It was very wrong, and that those policies should be discouraged, because common man cannot protect the forest unless we have contractors, like the way Benson put it. So you cannot expect someone like PH at here is going after Francis Askate Muti. How will he do that? He's not a law enforcer. He's just another common Kenya trying to make a living in that forest. So it is a wrong idea even to have people into the forest. That being said, I am not surprised with Mr. Ekesa. I will say, like Francis, I am waiting for more drama to unfold in this Kenya Kwanza government, those street side announcements. Nimesikia mtu amesema hapa, picha amesema ati kuna watu wamemwambia wameingia kwa forest tayari. Sasa Wakenya mjitayarishe, hii ndio serikali ile mlichagua, na msishtuke, msishikwe na mshtuko wa moyo. And unfortunately, all of us will suffer, whether we voted for Baba or Ruto, because when we don't have enough water in our country, when our rivers begins drying, all of us are going to suffer, whether you voted for Ruto or Raila. All of us are going to suffer. So this is drama unfolding. Ati Gachagua anasema people can go back to Mau, and people are saying they are already inside there. You will not stop them. They'll go cut down those trees. That is why we have seen people being set free. Those who had corruption cases, they have been set free. I'm not surprised. Mara is trying to tell us that within 3 months they'll control the price of unga. Mara, I feel for you and I feel you. That is hope. What you are having is hope against hope. This people will not control price of unga. Walisema ati wanawapatia service ya fertilizer. Rumors are coming out that this fertilizer was given free in charge, free by Russia. Ni kama ile mahindi tulikuwa tunapewa ya yellow maize from America, and Moi used to sell it. Now that was cow feed in America and it was given to Kenyans. Ile mnajua ile ka serikali. And Moi came and made unga and sold to us. Now fertilizer is being picked from some ports because Russia has nothing to do with it. And then at the subsidy, sasa serikali imetoa pesa. That's the first scandal of Ruto Gachagua government. Wametoa pesa, ati wamepeana subsidy. They have spent government money. Where has that government money gone? If the fertilizer, if it is true, it was donated, they should tell us.
Julie, if you want to know, there are red flags there. Gachagua says that tomorrow he will receive the president first before he flies to Mombasa to make sure hiyo meli ya fertilizer imesongeshwa mbele, imetolewa kwanza. Ideally, what he is saying or what we need to read between the line is that nobody else should be involved in that process. It's him.
Yes, that is what.
Nobody else should be involved in that process. It's Gachagua. Maybe this is his mega project to make money.
Yes, na wametoa pesa ya serikali. First wamesema wamepeana fertilizer subsidy and money for buying that fertilizer, and they have been given that fertilizer for free. And you people, did you watch a scandal of some Kenyans who have been sued in America for using the COVID funds in America and creating fictitious companies in Kenya? Kenyans wamefuata Kenya. Hiyo ndio tabia mbaya wa Kenya wako nayo. Na hii serikali ni serikali ya tabia mbaya. And not just it's a government of suspects. It's a bunch of suspects, corruption suspects, right? Starting from the president, the deputy president, that ran down. Now that brings me to another point. Gachagua anaongea matope ati they will find somebody who can perform more than Matiang. Let me tell you something. We've had Matiang, we've had Michukis. There are few, they can be counted. When Michuki passed away, we kept wishing we could have another 5 Michukis. It has been so hard to have a Michuki in this country. Then we have Matiang. It will be so hard to have a Matiang. I'm telling you, even Uhuru in his cabinet, he couldn't have another Matiang. He tried. He wished Matiang had a twin. So Gachagua anaongea matope that he'll find them. It will be so hard, man. It will be so hard. So Kenya ni kama imewekwa pale kwa mlima. It is roaring down kwa mteremko. And you people, when we talked here, we spoke, you said we were campaigning for Baba. It is true, we were campaigning for Baba. And you said tuna chuki kwa Ruto, hata si chuki. Now I can't call it chuki. I can just say that I am sad because this retro drama you are seeing, Francis has told us something. Gachagua talked about dismantling or Safaricom. And now Safaricom is being discussed in Parliament. All of you have Safaricom. All of you have M-Pesa. All of you transact with M-Pesa. Most of us send our people money home with M-Pesa. M-Pesa is literally running the country. And what is Gachagua contemplating? Messing with M-Pesa and Safaricom. See, fellow Kenyans, this is the government you allow to come in power, either by rigging or hook and truth. And some of you have been here talking. Akina Mala, Akina PH, I feel you. I really feel you. The right thing should be done about the people who left Mala. I mean, who left more the Mau forest. They should be supported. But nothing like that happened. It's not going to happen, PH. But what people are now going is back to Mau. And by the end of 5 years, hatutakuwa na maji. By the end of 5 years, nyinyi watu mtatafuta pesa mtakosa. Hamtapata masomo ya bure, hampati. ECBC mnaongelelea, hiyo sio first priority ya hii serikali. Hata maisha yenu, your afya, it is not the first priority. ask Gachagua and Ruto. I am telling you, all of us are going to pay this. Choices have consequences, and here are the consequences. If you want to know the consequences, listen to Gachagua. Asante Wekesa.
Kuna swali ama comment briefly? PH, and then we bring in Ibrahim. Okay, I will give also Francis a comment, then we bring in Ibrahim.
Asante sana Madam Julia, nimekusikiza. Unajua kuna kitu firstborn anashinda akiniambianga, no, is number 1, I'm number 7, so ni mzee kuniliko. He tells me in 1978 my dad called him, being the firstborn, alikuwa mkubwa, and he asked him about hii mambo ya shamba ya Mau. He was kind of seeking some advice kutoka kwa huyo firstborn wetu ya kwamba amepata shamba mahali na amefanya search kwa serikali huko Naivasha, na ameona title ni ya huyu jamaa mwenye alituhusia shamba. So akamuuliza, unaonaje tukiuza hii plot iko mahali fulani na ile plot yenye iko mahali fulani, tununue hii shamba yenye iko mahali fulani. So wali agree. Shamba ikauzwa Kisii yenye ilikuwako, shamba ikauzwa Molo yenye ilikuwako, na kuingine pesa ikatosha. Hiyo mwaka wakanunua hiyo shamba. Having done a thorough research kwa Ministry of Lands na kuona hiyo title iko. Hivyo ndio walinunua hiyo shamba. Sasa since 1978 to I think it was 2007 ndio hii serikali ilifanya hii maneno ilifanya. Sasa Madam Julia, hata kama wewe ungekuwa kwa kiatu changu, unasema umeiba simu, mtu ameiba simu akakuuzie, ati umeshikwa nayo. Hii search yenye ndugu yangu ananiambia ilifanyika, hata babangu hako na hiyo title mpaka sasa hivi. Namwambia araruange, lakini anaona kuna matumaini siku moja kuna vile atakuwa alifanda ndio shamba yake. In fact, wacha nikwambie kitu fani yenye inaniuma mpaka sasa hivi. When I was almost out of form 4, babangu aliniita akaniambia, now you know you are going to turn 18 years. Na unajua shamba vile serikali imefanya hapa kwangu. The moment you hit 18 years, you have to go look for your president, umwambia kuonesha mahali unastahili kujenga. You know, once you have hit 18 years, wewe ni squatter hapa kwangu. Haiku make sense then, I was young, labda sikuwa nimekoma. Lakini na getigi najiuliza, ikifika mahali mzazi ananiambia na you 18 years hapa kwangu una kitu juu, haveri msukuma ana kitu, ati nienda wa president anipe, yeye ndiye anastahili kunipea mahali pa kuishi mimi kama Mkenya mwenye sasa ndakuwa na ID. Mimi kwake kama msasi ni ID, ni refugee, ni jirani, alikuwa anamaanisha nini? It's so painful. You people amwezi elewa hii kitu, lakini whichever way sai wengine tusha move on, lakini vile nimewaambia kuna vijana already wanasema waya si watakata wengine ndani. Unaona? Hiyo ndio tu nilikuwa naongezea.
Okay, thank you. Francis, briefly.
So the other thing also was to add is that the government can never compensate a land that it owns. You remember the Ruaraka land saga, where Matiang'i compensated a land that was owned by the government. So government can never compensate Mau, because Mau is an enlisted area under the protection of government. So how do you compensate yourself from the land that you own? That is why it becomes a problem, because should somebody go ahead with that plan, he will be accused of corruption. It will be mega, because you cannot compensate from what you own. The other thing also you should also note with concern is the issue of UDA. UDA are using Gachagua to portray that they are not serious. But a matter of fact, Gachagua is saying what they're discussing in boardroom meeting. I have almost 10 instances that I can verify to you that whatever Gachagua said, it is happening right now. So nobody should play our minds. The issue of, I have heard somebody else who was talking about the issue of subsidy. The only way oil prices can go down, there are only two ways which we can be able to use. One, either government itoe hiyo tax 84 shillings yenye wameweka, ama wanunue mafuta kutoka mataifa ya Venezuela, Iran na Russia, mataifa ambayo yamewekewa vikwazo. Na tukijaribu kufanya jambo hilo, tutalete Kenya kuwa ndani ya vita baridi na Marekani. And what will happen, Kenya will become a center for the Cold War. So it is the simple answer is mafuta itashuka Oktoba, lakini itashuka na shilingi 5. So itashuka na ile shilingi mliambiwa mnunue 100, then mtaambiwa mafuta imeshuka. So just brace for yourself for the hard times until when the Russia will raise up hands and say we are out of Ukraine. Then things will be normal, of which I don't know it's when. Let's believe that God will work miracles on that. Thank you.
Rekesa, may I say something? Sijui kama unaona umekwama.
Kidogo tu ngoja.
Maofisa wetu tutakaa chini na hawa tuwapatie kazi ya usalama, kazi ya maendeleo, kazi ya kilimo, na ni watu wazuri, ni vile walitumika vibaya. Na kwa hivyo ningetaka kuambia officers wetu wote, nyinyi ni kutumika, mlitumika, hamuna makosa yote. Sisi tutakaa chini tumpatie kazi ya kusaidia wananchi, ya kufanya kazi ya maana, kazi ambaye iko na mazao. Kwa sababu hiyo kazi mlikuwa mmepewa na sisi tulimwambia haiwezekani. Kwa sababu sisi tulikuwa kwa ground. Nyinyi mnakuja mnaambia raia, wanasema ndio. Mkiondoka nasema tuko pale kwa hasala. Napongeza machifu kama huko kwetu. Machifu wa kwetu ni ajabu. Unajua hii mzee akitendawili hakuwa na agents. Machifu walipatiwa pesa ati watafute agent, wakaweka mfuko, wakakula na mabizao. Kwa sababu hii pesa ya siasa haina deni, haina receipt, hakuna mtu anaweza uliza swali. Sasa kwa hivyo sisi hakuna siku regional commander wa police na wa AP tutakupigia simu kukuambia tuende uangaishe ile mtu anapinga William Ruto. Hiyo hapana kazi yako. Wewe pambana na mambo ya usalama. Hatutatumia polisi na DCI kutusaidia mambo ya siasa. Kwa sababu hata tungetaka watusaidie hawawezi. Si wameambiwa wasaidie kitendawili, si wamekwama. So utawasaidia, watakusaidia na nini? Hiyo hapana kazi yao. Na hiyo kazi hawawezi, hawajui. Kazi ya siasa, governor na MPs wote mpange siasa yenu. Hakuna machief iko available kusaidia nyinyi kwa siasa. Wewe ujue vile utakaa na watu yako, wafanyie kazi, uongee nao mzuri. Chiefs, assistant chiefs, police will not be available to do politics. Even for UDA people and Kenya Kwanza, they will not be available. Hao watakuwa na kazi ya maendeleo. Mambo ya msitu. Unajua hii msitu ni ya raia. Si nyinyi ndio mwenye kuchunga msitu? Si nyinyi mnachunga? Si msitu mmechunga miaka yote. Iko waziri alikuja hapo akafunga. Huwezi chukua hata matawi ya kupika. Matawi inaoza. Sijui watu wengine akili ilienda wapi. Pale msituni kulikuwa na Shamba System. Wananchi wanapewa, wanalima mahindi, wanapalilia miti ikiwa kubwa wanaondoka. Mimi nasema hii serikali ni yenu. Tumetoa order wananchi wapewe nafasi walime msitu. Ndio tuongeze chakula kwa Kenya hii. Sasa iko haja gani kukataza watu kulima mahindi alafu tunaenda kutoa mahindi ng'ambo? Ni ujinga si ujinga? Ni ujinga si ujinga? Kwa hivyo tutatoa ratiba ambaye tutalima kwa msitu bila kuharibu miti, si ndio? Na uzuri ya miti Mwenyezi Mungu alipanga, ikishakuwa kubwa hata hakuna mtu anakuambia uondoke. Kuna mtu anakuambia uondoke? Wewe mwenyewe unaondoka kivyako, kwa sababu ikishafika ile kiwango hakuna mahindi naweza kuwa tena. Kwa hivyo hiyo Shamba System itarudi. So mgoja kidogo tu tuweke waziri wa environment ambaye ako na akili, anajua nini anafanya.
Julie, ulitaka kusema nini? Umesikia tuweke waziri wenye ako na akili?
Yeah, I'm waiting tuone waziri kadhaa wenye wako na akili. I just wanted to say that I feel PH that you people bought land that in a car it was not land. I mean, like, we can accuse you for illegally acquiring land. I think Kenyans got to be careful now. We've had our bad days, and if our days were worse when Moi was president, and then Kibaki came to try and correct a few things, then I think during Uhuru Ruto government we began going back. Now, what is going to happen, we are jumping from the frying pan into the fire. That's what is going to happen. Two wrongs cannot make a right. The fact that somebody illegally acquired land does not mean that was correct. We should correct those things. But now mumesikia Gachagua amesema tuingie kwa msitu. Sasa Wakenya, kama uko karibu na msitu penye unaishi, uwe msitu wa Mau, uwe msitu wa Mount Kenya, uwe msitu wa Aberdare, uwe msitu wa Mount Elgon, naomba ujitayarishe kuingia huko, uende ukalime mahindi, viazi, kadha wa kadha, kwa maana hii serikali hakuna imekupatia ruhusa ufanye hivyo. And then we can look at our country 5 years down the line, if not 10 years, if not 20 years. If Gachagua becomes president, also prepare yourself for that. So I think in this panel, you should be sharing with each other. Vile tutasurvive, tusaidiane.
And when you look at it literally, he's already campaigning indirectly. Unajua the way Ruto alianza mapema kucampaign on Mount Kenya. This is what Gachagua is doing to the Rift Valley. Pole pole. That's why he's doing those enticing promises.
Yeah, I had someone complaining here, Wekesa, that Gachagua should not do that. No, Gachagua, please do that. Because maybe
you do the same, use the same script. You should use the same.
Don't be surprised to see me after 5 years saying Gachagua for president. Ama aje Wekesa. You see?
Yeah, you see, if I told something is not going to happen drastically, then what happens? You support what is there.
Yes. So me and
Kenyans walisema wanataka Gachagua, so wewe ukimsupport hakuna shida. Support.
Hakuna shida. So me and Wekesa will be debating here, deciding do we support Ruto ama Gachagua. Na mimi inawezekana nitaangukia mwena wa Gachagua. Na msinilaumu, don't throw words at me. Don't blame me. Because Gachagua has allowed us to go into Mount Kenya forest. Mimi
ingia Aberdare, I know you are closer to Aberdare forest.
Mimi nitaingia Aberdare. Don't blame me. Gachagua amesema. Asante Wekesa.
Thank you. Ibrahim, how are you? Ibrahim, unmute first.
Hello everyone.
Yeah, we are good.
Okay, mimi yangu ni machache. Lakini ya kwanza ni tutaona mengi sana kwa hii government hii ya UDA, kulingana na kila kitu vile inaendelea. Ya kwanza ni kama waliingia ofisini bila kujua, bila kujua, hawakuwa na mpangilio yote. Juu kufikia sasa ukiangalia chenye wanaongea, chenye walipromise watu, hadi sasa hakuna chenye wanafuatilia. Ni mambo zingine za kando kando ndio wanafuata na kufuata serikali ile iliyopita. Ya pili naweza kujibu Mr. Mala Uda. Hii unga wanaongea mambo yake, unga ya 100. Unga ilikuwa ni vile tu, yani wholesalers walikuwa wakipata unga kwa bei ile ya serikali walikuwa wametangaza, ingaje walikuwa kufika kuuza kwao wanauza vile wanataka. Unga ya 100 zilikuwa kwa wingi sana. Na ya pili tena kwake bado ni wenye wanashughulika na kusiaga unga, makampuni wale wanadili na kusiaga unga, walikuwa natuma government, walikuwa natuma representatives yao, walikuwa nakuja kusimama na kukagua zile unga na mahindi zile zilikuwa stock wakati hiyo, na wengi wenye wanashughulika na hii biashara walilipwa. Sidhani kama kuna mwenye alikosa kulipwa unless kama akufuata ile mpangilio serikali ilikuwa imeweka. Juu kila kampuni kuna yule alikuwa anakuja kutoka kwa government, wanasimamia kila kitu, wanakagua stock ya ile unga walikuwa nayo, mahindi ile walikuwa wamenunua wakati hiyo, stock ya mahindi ile walikuwa nayo, na kila kitu ilikuwa ikitoka, wamefanya dispatch wakiuzia kwa wholesalers, ilikuwa na chukula record na wote walilipwa. Ya pili sasa ya tatu ni mambo hii forest hii wanaongea. Watu walitolewa kwa maforest, ndiyo, na kila kitu imekuwa ikiendelea kama kawaida tangu watoke. Saa hii sasa unasikia vile bwana deputy president anaongea hivyo, inamaanisha kuanzia kesho utasikia watu wameanza kupigana kule, wanarudi kwa forest, wakirudi kwenda kuanza kulima na shughuli za hapa na pale kule. Sasa hatujui tunaelekea wapi, juu kulingana vile government naongea ni kama wana insight wananchi, ile baadaye labda tutatokea na mambo zingine, juu labda kuanzia kesho utasikia kila mmoja anakimbilia kurudi forest kwenda kulima. Ya mwisho nimeona bwana deputy president anasema anaenda Mombasa kesho kwenda kushughulikia mambo ya fertilizer, na nadhani bado yule CS wa agriculture bado yuko ofisini mpaka sahi, naye ndo yule anafaa ashughulikie mambo ya fertilizer na hizi nini anaongea. Hatujui tunaelekea wapi Kenya hii, ingaje tutaendelea tu na kuvumilia tukingojea tuone tunaelekea wapi. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you Ndirangu for your brief and precise to the point. JB, how are you?
Mjamboni.
We are good. So let's have JB make his contribution, Mary, and then James.
Well, sina mengi lakini nilikuwa nataka kuongea kuhusu hiyo mambo ya forest. Kwa wale wenye wamesoma simple geography kwa primary school, they know very well the effect wakati destroy forest. It does not need mtu mwenye ako na hekima zaidi ya kimasomo kujua sababu tunahitaji miti. Ile kwa forest zingine watu huwa wanakubaliwa kuingia ndani kutafuta kuni, lakini wanaingia bila shoka ili wasikate ile iko mbichi, lakini ile imekauka wakiweza kukata watoke nayo. Nimesikia mwingine akisema ati watu watakubaliwa kwenda kulima huko lakini wasiishi huko. But the main thing is, hauwezi lima mahali kuna miti, lazima ukate miti ndio ulime, kwa sababu hiyo kivuli haiwezi kubalia mahindi. Na nikasikia deputy president pia akisema ati mtu atalima alafu miti ikikuwa kubwa itakufukuza we mwenyewe utoke. Wacha nikwambie, mimi nimekuwa mkulima. The moment tumeanza kulima hauwezi wachilia mti hata ifike futi moja. The moment tumeweka mahindi pale, ile kitu utadili nayo kwanza ni hiyo mti. Utaitoa kabisa ndio iwachie nafasi ya mahindi yako. Kwa hivyo it does not matter ati ndio mbaya na kulima ni mzuri. Yote so long as umeingia huko, the thing is miti itakatika. Hata kama unaishi nje kwa nyumba ya kupanga lakini umekubaliwa kulima huko, hiyo itaharibu. Nimesikia ndugu yangu PH hapo akisema venye shamba yake ilikuwa. I feel sorry for you. Anyway, there's nothing we can do. It's very difficult. Nimekuwa na watu wengine, kesi yako ni kama ya wale wa South Africa, wale wazungu. Sahii Malema ana campaign venye wanaweza fukuza wazungu, na unakuta mzungu mwingine yeye hakukuwa wakati apartheid amezaliwa, amepata shamba. Sasa pia wanasema the same thing yenye nimesikia PH akiongea. Kwa hivyo hii kitu inataka government yenyewe ikuwe na hekima, na wenye wako kwa government wakuwa na hekima wa deal na cases kama hizo. I'm very sure kuna options, kwa sababu kuna zile mashamba ziko nje bado za serikali zenye hazina msitu. If government is very serious, people like those ones can be, wanaweza kuwa settled, but kwa sababu ya siasa ndio inaharibu mambo mengi. But forest ikikatwa, hii generation yetu pengine haiwezi umia, but the next generation itakuwa na shida zaidi, kwa sababu nimeona hata mahali tumekuwa hakukuwa na forest kubwa, lakini wenye population iliingia, zile streams zenye width, yani upana ya stream ilikuwa kama tuseme 20 feet. Hiyo ni upana yake, imerudi imekuwa juu miti ilikatwa, ribs ikakatwa. Sasa miti unakuta maji imebakia sehemu ndogo kama 5 feet across, zile zimekauka. Hiyo yote ni kwa sababu ya kukata miti, kwa sababu iko na madhara kubwa sana. Alafu ile kitu ningeambia watu wa UDA na Kenya Kwanza, kila mtu ako na haki yake kusupport penye ana support, lakini hii kukuwa na fixed mind mpaka mtu akifanya makosa uko na fixed mind mpaka wewe unaonaga tu ako right, unajaribu kutafuta kisababu ati tutafanya hii. Mtu akifanya makosa hata kama ulimsupport, just get out of that cocoon, break that shell, kwa sababu wakati uko kwa hiyo cocoon ati sasa ninapenda huyu, hata akikuelekeza huku wewe unaenda tu blindly. Inafaa hata sisi wenye hatuku support UDA, wakati wamefanya kitu mzuri tuna support. Kama saa hii wakitoa CBC, itakuwa mtu wa kwanza kuruka juu, nitafurahi sana, lakini wakati wamefanya kitu mbaya sita support. Kwa hivyo watu wa UDA wenye wanakuja hapa alafu wanajaribu kujustify kitu mbaya, tutafanya hivi, yeye amejuaje hao watu wako na mpango ya kufanya hivyo? Just get out of that cocoon, break that shell, be free kama watu wengine, ufungue macho uone hii ni mbaya. Kama kitu ni mbaya ni mbaya. Otherwise sina mambo mengi, lakini inaonekana kuna mabaya mbele yetu, but tuombe tuone venye itakuwa, kwa sababu ukiangalia venye wanaongea, mtu ako na revenge kwa roho yake si mzuri. Ile kitu ilifanywa na ile government, actually this is the continuation of the other government, because the DP has been in that government for 10 years and is continuing. So it is just a continuation. So they want to put it like it is a totally new thing. They have inherited a working government. When they inherited it, it was not on its knees the way they want to put it. They inherited government, and the DP, who has been the DP for 10 years, is now the president. So the same system, maybe they can change some small things because everybody has got his own style, but they should not take us for a ride. Wajinga walikwisha. Asante Bernard, sina mengi unless kama iko swali.
Asante, thank you for your take. Kuna comment ama question? before we move to, yeah, Misa. Is it Misa Ama LM? Huh? You have a question?
Yeah, Miss LM. I just wanted to make a comment in regards to JB's comments. First of all, Wekesa, how are you?
I'm good. I've missed you. Although you come in the morning, I'm normally dead asleep.
Yeah, I know. And I also want to extend greetings to the rest of the panelists. Mary, JB, PH, James, and Francis. As usual, I say that you're doing a great job because you care about our country. That's why you spare some time to come and have this discussion. I just wanted to reference a few comments that JB has made. I think if I start with the taking back the mashamba kutoka kwa wale watu wako nayo, I think it's a good thing that we need to review the lease lives of hiyo shamba so that we can, because in every title deed there is a lease, there's a life, even if it's a freehold, there's a life of a lifespan of 99 years. So we want to begin to review the kind of agreement that was there when they received that, and if it has expired, we need to reflect whether they used it as per the agreement or the land is just there idle, so that we can put it into use. And I think the deputy president might be looking and making comments that are pointing towards such types of land that we have. So tukisema turudi kwa misitu, let us not just take it ni ile misitu ya serikali hii yenye Julia alisema ameanza kujiposition. Watu kama Julia wakae nyuma, hiyo maneno ya misitu tutaona the right people that will give. The President of the Republic of Kenya is a man who is qualified in the sector, in the agriculture sector, and I'm sure they will make reforms that will influence the way we do agriculture in our country. And also this selective appeal of my brother JB saying that the UDA people should be open to agree to accepting where the mistakes are. We want to see actions first before we criticize. The theatrics, even the deputy president or the government in place, when they say things, we want to see them doing them. If they haven't done them, let us not criticize them. If they say, for example, we see Rigati saying that tukate miti na hiyo miti katwe ya serikali, that's when we start criticizing. But here say hapa na pale, it's neither here nor there. And also, JB, these people beginning even na mkubwa wenyu wa Azimio, hata huyu William Ruto na hao Rigathi Gachagua na watu wote, they have been in the government. During the Kibaki government, William Ruto was there. He served in a certain capacity. Your Mzee, the former Baba the Fifth, also was there. He served as the prime minister. So all these people have been in the government for as long as we can remember, as we were born. They were there. They had the opportunity to make reforms, but they did not initiate those reforms. Whatever they initiated, we believe that the president, the current government, will make some changes, and we hope that the Azimio people allow the UDA some time. They are hardly in the government. Reforms zinaanza kuonekana after 3-4 years. Kwa sasa ni tuko katika matayarisho ya kufanya kazi. Asante sana, lakini pia msikuwe motivational speaker sana, tupe time tufanye kazi. Asante.
Sasa mimi nauliza Nauliza tu swali moja.
Your question is to who? Nata, before the
LM. Nilikuwa nauliza tu amesema wakati imesemekana miti ikatwe ndio wanaweza act, lakini mi nauliza utapanda mahindi namna gani bila kukata miti? Kwa sababu mahindi haiwezi manage ndani ya msitu, lazima ukulia miti ndio upande. Hiyo ndio swali yangu.
Yeah, maybe in the process tutaleta picha ya hizi shamba system ndio watu waone how it operates. You know, sometimes we talk out of theory zingine. As we progress tutaona vile inakaa. Julie, your question is directed to who? I have to bring
Mise, because Mise is, I think Mise ameishi ng'ambo sana. He doesn't understand anything. Wekesa played a clip of the deputy president. The deputy president talked about this Shamba system. Shamba system, Mr. Mise, I want to educate you because you seem not to be understanding. Is the government allowing people to grow crops in government forest land, like the one that in Mount Kenya region, Aberdare region, with a hope that the people growing crops in those lands will maintain the trees or maybe possibly plant more trees. So the deputy, you were talking about private land that has been leased for how many years? He did not refer to, Shamba system does not refer to private land. It refers to government-owned land that is forested. And the aim of allowing people to do farming in those lands is to encourage them to take care of the trees. So don't mix the two things, Mr. Mise. So I think you need to do some research and understand what is Shamba system, so that now you understand why we are discussing that, and we are discussing the pros and the cons.
Thank you. Okay, sir. Ms. I will allow you to respond in your submission. Let me give Mary, just wait, and then you will expand it in your submission.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hamjamboni wa Kenya, kwa majina wote in general, nawasalimia sana. For me, it has been sad for this whole time. And especially, okay, from the beginning of August 9th, it was a little shock. Then we came to August 15th, the saddest day of my life. All right, we are over there and we are moving on, trying to, but we haven't gone far. Mise, I'll say something, just a comment. These people who have already been elected, I think they should reserve campaign materials. It's now to be busy in the office and be a little bit official, because you don't go telling people what you want to give them. Already you have promised them before. So it's time to act. I come to the side of those forest people trying to, I would say it is invasion. Kwa sababu hiyo msitu inasaidia kila living thing, mnyama na binadamu. So for that reason, unaposema ati watu watarudi huko kwa forest, it's like a herdsman who lets the cows bulldoze somebody's land and eat everything that is there. We know Kenyans, once they go somewhere, it's completely damaged. There is no control. Makaa inachomwa, miti yote chini. Kiangazi inaingia, oh hatuna chakula ya kukula, oh hakuna mvua. You invited it. Tena niseme, mimi ni one of the people who have walikuwa tumeadhiriwa kwa shamba. kumaanisha tulikuwa na shamba na tukaambiwa sio yetu. And in fact, we had to run. We had to run for our life. Sasa nikisikia kama mtu anasema ati watu waende kwa forest ama wawe compensated wale walikuwa forest. That's government land preserved for the whole community, whoever lives that side. And when we are looking at things deeper, kuna watu ambao walifukuzwa kwa mashamba yao wako na title. And up to today, they are living in camps. Those are the people who should be compensated. These people who are coming to the forest, for sure, they have somewhere else they live. They have another land somewhere. It's just because the forest, it has not been so much misused, so there is productivity. And if I look at how productivity comes from a forest, it shouldn't be that it should be uprooted. Watu wanaenda huko wanachimbua wanapanda everything or every kind of plants so that they reap quick. That act itself, it's like you are ruining the whole life of people living around, because there will be no, okay, you are getting food to bring to people, but it's not for a long run. Kama utapanda miti, basi uachilie hiyo miti iwe kubwa. Chakula haitatoka tena vile ilikuwa inatoka mbeleni. Why do you give people short-time life? Why can't you give them somewhere that they can settle and continue with their lives? Why do you want people to go there, then somebody else comes and say, this thing is not giving people service? It's really depriving animals what they need. It is depriving human beings what they need. Why do you have to do that? So let's put, let's put politics away and do the formal good thing that can help the country. Sasa sisi tulipofukuzwa kwa hiyo shamba, we were not compensated. We had to struggle so much that we had to go look for a smaller land than what we had, because the title deeds we had, they were called papers. While you know you have really bought that land in a official way. Now, when we come to think about people being taken there because of somebody making his point, you are already in the office. Do the right thing. Don't promise people. Don't tell people to go and bulldoze which was preserved, and you know completely that thing is important for everybody, for all inhabitants, for all living things. So please, we're asking the government to look into details and see what is good for the country, instead of giving people a way of things just to show off because you are able. You are able, yeah, and you can be able to give them somewhere else whereby it is not going to interfere with people's life. So for that point, I don't have much time actually. I'm heading to work. I'm already here at work. I just want to enter to my job. So please, let's think twice and let's think good about our country. That's all I can contribute now. I don't have time actually.
Thank you for sparing your time to talk to Kenyans. We appreciate that. That was good of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome any other time. We are always here from 9 to actually in the morning 7. Depending on your locking time, you can always get us.
Thank you so much. Everybody have a good time. We'll talk again.
You too.
Asanteni.
Let's have James.
Saseni.
Tuko poa.
I'm sure none of you know me. I'm newcomer here. I appreciate what you are doing so far. I just want to make contribution and agree with what JB and Madam Mary has said. The submission she made on the same concerning the Shamba system. I'm a UDA supporter, but I also don't agree with that Shamba system because it's prone to abuse. Sometimes the intention might be good, but along the way things might not work the way they were intended to do or to work. So I just totally disagree with whatever the Deputy President Rigathi Roadside said concerning the Shamba system, because right now as a country we should be focused on how we can conserve our natural resources, our rivers, our forests, and any other natural resources for future generations. Instead of coming up with now policies to protect this natural environment, now you can see the government is trying to allow people encroach the little available land for our forest. We all know how Kenyans behaves and the corrupt nature of our country. Sometimes even these big politicians, they are going to use their proxies to till those lands and grab some of those pieces. So I totally don't agree with that because it's prone to abuse. It's totally prone to abuse. It will be very difficult to control the usage and to protect the trees as they are claiming, because how sure are we that the person who are going to be allocated this land will stick to the guidelines and measures enforced? It's going to be difficult. We are going to lose our trees. We are going to lose our natural environment. We are going to destabilize our ecosystem. And at the end of the day, we are going to suffer. These forests not only provide rains, almost all of us by now are aware of the importance of forest and the effect of affecting the natural areas, habitats surrounding that forest. So this thing is totally not good for our country. Despite being a UDA supporter, I'm pro this government. I have supported this government all the way. But at this point, I don't agree with whatever the Deputy President said. I think the Deputy President just needs somebody to guide him on whatever remarks he makes in the public. He's just loose and he needs to find somebody to control the way he makes remarks in the public. He's excited with power and sometimes the remarks are not good. So he needs somebody to control him on which remarks are good for the public consumption. Because if we move in that direction, we are going to lose our focus. Whatever JB said and Mary said is good. As much as we may support this government, we should not just support everything that the government tries to implement. Some of these things have long-term effects. You see, Rigati is still in that campaign mode. He's still playing populist politics. It is acceptable across the world that sometimes when you campaign, you should look for things that are favorable. They are good for public consumption. Like they are popular to mobilize the public. You come up with the narrative to mobilize your supporters, to mobilize support and get a support base. But now when you have the power, you need to come up with policies that might not be even good for the people, but as long as they have good, for example, the output is good for the country. Now, this is the point where our government should stop playing populism and focus on coming up with measures, however unpopular they might be, but measures that are going to benefit this country, are not taking us back to the ways we were losing our forest, we came up with these measures to protect our natural environment, because most of these forest lands are being grabbed by these big politicians. So they are now looking for ways to grab more land through proxies, coming up with this thing called Shamba System. We should not allow, and we should not allow it or entertain it. It is going to create mess. It's going to encroach our natural environment. It's going to affect our rivers. It's going to affect our ecosystem and even the rainfalls and climate. So the other day we saw our president trying to make points on how we can come up with measures to protect our climate, to conserve our environment when he was addressing the UN. Now, one of the measures, if the president meant well, should be to focus on our natural environment and natural resources. We'll focus on how we are going to increase forest cover, practice afforestation, agroforestations, measures that will improve and enhance our climate. But if we go back and start going against trying to come up with measures and policies and initiatives that will reduce our forest cover, that is totally unacceptable and should not be accepted by anyone. However, it doesn't matter how you are supporting this government, but what is good and what is bad is bad. So I totally disagree. We should come up with measures to protect our natural environment, because these people are going there, most of them, for example, might be illiterate and may not stick to those measures. It will be very difficult to control them. It's going to be very difficult. So that is just unacceptable, and it should not be accepted. And I urge even the parliament and other environmental conservatists activists to come against that and protest the initiative that our government is trying to come up with. So I don't have many other points, but I totally disagree with whatever the president mentioned. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. I don't have anything.
Kama hakuna swali tuende kwa Maisa. Misa, uko na sisi? Okay, seems is busy. Francis ama PH, uko na comment?
Yes. So actually, because it's a new round of submission to me,
Thank you.
I will under. No?
Proceed, Francis.
So to me, I want to be somehow historical and to put bare facts on table so that we all reason together, because it always by my desire to use facts, so that at the end of the day, when you look at the fact, now you see how you use it, you use to judge. If you can recall, during the bus attack on Mandera that claimed life of 28 teachers in, I think, Garissa, the Al-Shabaab used segregation, that is to separate Muslims and Christians, so that they kill those who are non-believers and who are non-believers, meaning those who are not Muslims, and non-locals, the people who are coming from the other side. So this happened with one aim. The aim was to show the Somali community in the side of Kenya that they are much more welcomed in Al-Shabaab and they are part and parcel of them, and they are even being mistreated by their own government. So it was a recruitment strategy so that they can feel safe. That is what we call social identity theory. It is used there to make you feel that you are belonging to this society. Now, when you go back now, I've seen what the memorandum that was signed between Ruto and the evangelical churches of Kenya, and it's really, really sickening. The country is not going in a right direction in terms of religion. we are completely dividing this country into two equal proportion, because there's no way you can exempt Christians from paying taxes, evangelical churches. You can give them money for investment and other things that other religion do not enjoy. How will they feel? They will feel mistreated. They will feel not parcel of it. And because people have always been looking where they feel that there's agitation to take advantage, now the Al-Shabaab will come in, show them that they are together with the community. Then after that, we shall be crying near terrorism, internal terrorism. Why? Because we secluded them. And this is something that most people might not be able to see, but people should be very careful with it. If I can go historically outside the world, when I look at a country called Central African Republic, we had a Christian president called Francis Bozize. He used to value Christianity so much. People loved him. Those who are Christian loved him so much. But he was overturned by the Seleka, the Muslim fraction of it. They got him out of power. That country has never had any peace as we are speaking today. It has no peace. The Central African Republic. We have another one called Myanmar, the former Burma state. We have the Rohingya. The Rohingya are being mistreated because of being Muslims. They're not feeling the pattern government. Today, that country is under what you call military junta. Why? Because it became ungovernable. Look at China, what is happening to the Uyghurs. They are being mistreated because of belonging to a certain religion. They are not even part and parcel of China. What is happening? They are being put in concentration camps. Just wait. China is a ticking bomb. The time will arrive. The things will blow out. Should China today decide to start war with Taiwan, Uyghurs will automatically join Taiwan with no word to go. They will join, regardless of whether they agree or they don't agree. The other thing also you should also note, Nigeria is being subdivided into two equal parts, the southern and the northern of Nigeria, because of religion. Let's not take religion a matter of laughing. It is something that gets into people's now. The way Raila, when Raila is talking about religion, you get agitated. That is how when you are speaking, you are valuing Christianity, the other religion are feeling agitated. And these things I'm talking today, and maybe some of you might think that I hate Christianity. I don't hate. It's a religion that I was born with it. But I feel sorry for my country because this religion, it is supposed to be personal, but now it is making to become a state. So let us be careful when you are dealing with the religion. Religion is a matter that is very sensitive, and it has no remedy when things get out of the bucket. So we should be very careful when you are dealing with that. And whoever is near the president, who can reach the president, or whoever who is near the government, should tell the people that we went there to implement economic policies, to build infrastructure, and not to worship God. We have been worshiping God even before Ruto. We will worship God even after Ruto. Ruto will not elect Ruto to become an evangelist. We elected him to become a president for all of us Kenyans, Muslim, Hindus, Christians, and everyone else to feel at home. So it should be have that inclusivity, all of us, so that we all be proud of this government. But the moment he starts using religion to subdivide, or because he thinks that Christians are many, when he subdivide in 2027, the Christian will vote him in large numbers. He will be cheated because he might choose another pastor, so that they subdivide the pastor and then the Muslim ones the other side. So he should play very carefully because religion is a dangerous thing. The other issue also that I want to summarize with it is the deputy president. Gachagua was chosen there as a strategic factor. And the strategic factor is very simple. Ruto knew that most of the manifesto that he gave were unimplementable. They could not be implemented. Therefore, he did not want anybody who could have posed a challenge to him within. That's why he chose Gachagua. And you remember Gachagua saying, I will be a yes man, yes man, no man. So meaning he will be receiving orders, there is a way he's getting them. So Gachagua being there, Ruto knows very well that even if today Gachagua decide to lead a revolt within the government because of Ruto's underperformance, none of individual will give Gachagua an ear because they are all portray him like a disabled man mentally. So that's something that you should not be very careful, that even Gachagua is there strategically. There's nothing he can do. He has been already been portrayed such a way. It will be used to carry things which are anti-government, which are against the public, but are within the government. It will be used to carry them. So for those of you who are thinking that Gachagua is saying something that maybe he doesn't understand, he understands it very well. And just wait for the Mau forest. It's just 2 or 3 days or 4 days, we'll just see some changes. People starting to look at maybe tinga, people getting into the forest fires. The other thing we are likely to see is the forest fire. They will start burning because once umewasha moto usiku saa 6, asubuhi unapata msitu umeungua karibu nusu. So hiyo unalima juu sasa miti haiko na imekauka. So forest fires are things that now we should be expecting because they are the simplest way to clear forest. So we should also be careful with that one. And those of you maybe who are saying let's give the government time. There is no time you give government. The policies dictate the trajectory of a country that is taking. So if there are no policies that shows us there's a positivity in the near future, there is nothing like time. What are you giving time? What are you waiting for? I hear the president was being interviewed in Al Jazeera. He said Kenyan understood that the subsidies are not there. It's not that he has policies. Kenya understood. Then I'm asking, for how long shall Kenya be understanding that oil is high? For how long that Kenyans will still understand that the price of bunga is high? These are countries with no economic policies or economic guidance, and the only thing they rely is only that people are thinking, they're thinking that because people are quiet, people are certified. Silence doesn't mean an absence of war. Silence does not mean absence of grievances. So they need to be careful with that one. There's not thing like giving them time. If it's time, let them come with economic policies that is promising. We'll give them time. But for now, we are just living in hope, of which I don't think it will ever materialize. Thank you.
Sindio? Number 2. Kuna project mingi sana katika hapa Baringo ambaye za barabara na maji silisimamishwa kwa sababu ya siasa mbaya. Ati ndio sisimame, ati nyinyi mchukie William Ruto ati asaidie watu yake. Na William Ruto Mungu akampatia roho nzuri, akavumilia na akanyamaza. Lakini kikwetu tunasema hakuna mvua haikatiki. Hata ikiwa kali na namna gani itafika pahali itakatika. Si sasa William Ruto ndio rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya? Si ni mtoto alikuwa anauza kuku? Si ndio rais wa Kenya? Si jamani Mungu aitwa Mungu? Si huyu Rigathi Gachagua mtoto ya mama ni naibu wa rais? Sasa hizo project zote za barabara za maji ambaye ilisimamishwa kwa sababu ya siasa mbaya, tumeziweka chini, tunajadiliana hizo project zote tutakuja kumaliza ndio muweze kupata usaidizi na muweze kuendelea. Kwa hivyo mimi sitaki niseme kuzidi hapo. Nataka kuambia watu ya Baringo asanteni sana kwa kutusaidia William Ruto akakuwa rais, na mimi tu hapo nikiwa karibu nikapata kazi. Si unajua mimi nilikuwa mtu ya kufungwa? Si nilikuwa nimepangiwa kwenda jela? Si Mungu amepindua? Wale binadamu walinipangia kwenda Kamiti, Mungu akanipangia niende Karen. Si iko namna hiyo? Na huyu msichana yenu huyu anaitwa Jamatia. Huyu ni dume huyu. Ngoja hapa Jamatia. Unajua huyu mimi nilimwambia yeye, unajua nilikuwa nimepanga kupeana huko Masaini aolewe huko. Si mnajua? Na ningekosea watu ya Baringo kwa sababu walikuwa wanahitaji uongozi wake. Huyu nikamwambia usiogope kushikwa. Ukifungiwa siku 2-3 utachaguliwa asubuhi mapema. Si alilala kwa sel. Sasa ni mjumbe si mjumbe. Hii maneno ya uoga ni kitu ya kiongozi wote ambaye ni muoga. Msitake hata kuwa karibu na yeye. Hata akikupatia mkono akusalimie usikubali kuchukua. kama sisi hatungekuwa watu watuogopi, tulitishwa tumwache William Ruto, tukafanyiwa madhara, tukasimama kidete, tumefika. Na hao wasichana wawili ya kwetu muwapigie makofi. Huyu Susan Keheka simama, na huyu wana wa Igoro hawa ni ndume hawa. Saa ile wanaume waliambiwa wakaingia chini ya meza, hao walisimama kama wanaume. Asanteni. Kwa sababu ile vita ilikuwa pale, haikutaka muoga. And these two daughters of the mountain walifanya kitu ya maana. Kwanza mimi niliona hata wanaume ndio wako na uoga zaidi hata kuliko wamama. So nikimalizia, wewe kamketi karibu kwetu, lakini tutaongea, tuweke usalama bana, si ndio? Si mnataka tukae chini na yeye tumalize hii tabu mingi kwa hapa Baringo, na ni mambo tu ya kuongea. So karibu sana kwetu. Na mimi nilimwambia huyu kamketi, alikuta mimi kwa bunge, nyinyi mtafungwa na Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta akisema Wakikuyu wote watamfuata. Nikamuuliza, wewe ni Mkikuyu? Wewe unajua mambo ya Kikuyu kuliko mimi? Hata kama umeoa Kikuyu, wewe umekuwa Kikuyu? Huyu nikamwambia Wakikuyu ni watoto ya Maumau na warudi nyuma, wakiamua wamefanya nini. Nikamwambia ngojea tarehe 9. Hakuwa ananiamini. Na mimi nilimwambia sisi katika jamii ya pale nyumbani, sisi ni wangwana na ni Wakristo. Tukiahidi tutakupatia kitu, tutakupatia. Tukikuahidi tutatembea pamoja, tutatembea pamoja. Na ndio nimemwambia nyinyi watuge ni mko hapa. Sasa wewe ukipata Mkikuyu anataka kuomba pesa kwako, hakuna haja ya kuandikania, wewe mkopesha tu atakulipa. Zindio? Hata wale wasichana hapa kwa college, ukipatana na Kikuyu kama uste, wewe usikuwe na wasiwasi. Akikwambia atakuoa hata kama ni miaka 10 ataoa yeye. Sisi ni watu tumekubaliana na nyinyi wakaleta fadhali. Sasa si tumekuwa marafiki, tumetimiza maneno hatujatimiza. Sasa tukae vizuri, tufanye biashara na tuoane. Tuoane, kwani iko makosa gani? Si ndio? Sasa tukiona Wakikuyu na Wakale, si tutazaa pure breed, si ndio? Tuishi mzuri na tuweze kuendelea mbele. Leta hiyo risala ya rais.
Nataka mtu aniambie pure breed means what? Tukioana Wakale na Wakikuyu, sasa pure breed. Okay, Mato, how are you?
Vipi Wekesa?
Poa. Pure breed ni gani?
Kwanza acha niingie cause niko na maneno hapa kidogo tu. Nini? I hope uko
Misa ulikuwa umeenda wapi?
Ati?
Sorry for that. Proceed.
Yeah, habari ya Washington MKS.
Sorry, hii nini yangu imechimute. Tuko poa.
Huko bado dada yetu bado ameweka White House on check. Hajatupa.
Tuko sawa huku. Yeah.
Sasa mimi Wekesa, mimi sijui. You know, it's such a sad thing, yeah? Wacha kwanza nianze na ucheshi kidogo. Sasa nashangaa, do we actually know watu wengine that we bring to power, watu wenye tunaletaga to power? Did they ever go to school, or what is happening? What is the definition of a forest? Forest, how do you tell me tukilima miti kigrow ndio sasa tutatoka tuende? Si ilikuwa msitu, kwani msitu ni nini? Si iko na miti already. Ama tunaenda tung'oe kwanza, tutoe miti iache kuwa forest ndio tulime, alafu sasa tukuje alafu ikiimea ndio tutoke. Yani, I don't understand this thing. It is ridiculous. Yani, it doesn't make any sense. And then I don't understand Ikitu Wekesa. Maybe you can make me understand very well. Wekesa, how do you seem not to understand that you're the vice president of a republic called Kenya with how many tribes? Hii kitu yenye unatuambia Mau Mau, by the way, when was the last time Mau Mau had a fight? And was they the only ones that fought for the country? Kulikuwa nani Mekatilini, everybody was fighting. So this thing of Mau Mau, why do you keep on repeating it, especially now you've already been chosen to that high seat? It's supposed to be for everyone. You're supposed to forget your Kijiji, your Agege village.
So let me put it this way. It is possible that you can be a son of a poor man, but you're not poor. The same way Ruto's father and himself, they are two worlds apart. So it's also possible for you to be a son or a descendant of a Mau Mau, but never have even the DNA of Mau Mau, how they fought and whatever. It's also possible for you to be a son of a preacher, but never have no God or spiritual content in you. So whatever he's telling us doesn't make sense. It's hogwash. He cannot just be using the name Mau Mau, but when he opens his mouth, we don't see the Mau Mau in him. Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you so much. And then me, I also don't understand. Are we still in campaign periods? Muganga, sijui nini? What are we doing? Are we still in campaign periods? Don't these guys understand they've already been chosen?
It's a copy-paste strategy. Gachagua saw what Ruto did worked for him. That is exactly what Gachagua is doing to Rift Valley. The same way Ruto courted Mount Kenya and slowly endeared himself to them, Gachagua is now going there with enticing words so that Rift Valley can... You have seen where he has finished. He said now to ishi pamoja tuone to that. What he actually saying is that baada ya Ruto ni yangu 10, lakini he doesn't have the courage to say that. So he's using different strategy to say the same thing. So umeona amesema sisi hata hakuna mahali ya kuandikiana mahali. So if you look at it, Gachagua knows very well that in issues of policy and implementation, it will be the work of the president. He is preparing for how he will get space and endear himself to Kenyans and have him being considered as the next president of Kenya. Here it out very clearly. In fact, someone said that if you look at the people who received Gachagua in Rift Valley, they are not Ruto's power men. They kept distance because he's already carving out his own image. He's already coming out as someone who, in fact, if you look at the end of that clip, after talking for 21 minutes, it's when he said, now, nipatie ile message ya president nisome. Like it was, by the way, that should have been the main thing he would have done. Aanze na kusoma message ya president, then aongeze maneno yake. But ameongea, amemaliza, then asema lete hiyo kitu ya president nisome. So if they sit down and analyze very well, they will see that this is already another problem we have caught it.
And then it comes way too quick. After Wajaka cabinet, now you're here running up and down doing those things. I feel it very stupid. And I think as a Kenyan, I'm ashamed. Now, kuna kitu amesema that na alisema because I was listening to it very well. He said, unajua hata mimi, unajua tulikuwa wengine tulikuwa tuende kamiti. Do you celebrate something like that? So do we celebrate being led by criminals? Until now, if you get to power, what are you telling us? So whatever I get into issues, I need now to go get power so that nitoke. So you already know you are a criminal. Walikuwa wananingoja committee. You already know that. And you're going on public saying that. And then you talk about you and you ulikuwa unauliza ati Wakale na Wakikuyu. Kenya ni ya Wakale na Wakikuyu. By the way, I was in a forum somewhere I was playing today. And I told them, unajua, we might go back to those maps of secession. Because now, when you talk about those countries, those two, and that's the vice president of Kenya, what happens to the Kambas? What happens to the Kisis? What happens to the Wajaluo? What happens to the Nubis? What happens to the Mandera? And everything. That's also that brings me back to hata ile story of fertilizer. Sorry to bring it back. But when you talk about hata fertilizer hiyo wenye wanaleta, though nasikia ni free, I know that. Lakini ukipelekea Mpokot, the pastoralist, wanaenda kupatia nini ng'ombe nini fertilizer. Ama ukipelekea mtu wa coast mwenye ni fisherman, anaenda. So ask yourself, where is this fertilizer going?
Let me stop you to think, because it's in the same tangent that we are saying this. Remember, 2022 election was almost like a referendum of the mountain, Kenya. Everything was about Mount Kenya. Even including BBI, we gave priority to Mount Kenya. And that means even when we are talking about policy implementation, it's about Mount Kenya. So to Gachagua, as long as he has done Mbolea, in fact, we are discussing right now because it is the planting season for Mount Kenya, not any other regions. Western, as is our harvest season. So you have to understand exactly what is going on.
Yeah, it's I think this is a time that honestly, if this is just about less than a month or a month and plus, I think we are in for a huge shock of what is going to happen. And let me tell you, Wekesa and the panelists and the people that are listening, my only fear, and which I think I'm already dealing with, and it made me really go down, is because I've always been a Pan-Africanist. And I've always believed that we are not supposed to be called a third world country in our lives again. I think we are past that. We have everything that we need. And I think we were there. But the way I'm seeing it coming back, I don't know if people, well, first of all, I know they did not win because we have the numbers. We know the numbers. We know everything, including even I hear the judgment is coming on Monday, but it's going to be on email. I hope they have the email for every Kenyan because that's our judgment. So they shouldn't, I don't know who they are going to email. But what I'm trying to say is that we have lived this place of being called a third world country for a long time. And the moment we keep on doing these things of backwardness, we were almost there. I know, I was in Kenya, and I've said it here, and I could not differentiate a little bit at some areas between why I live in a first world country and what this is. We were going there. Now we're moving from infrastructure and development to fertilizers and water and water catchment areas, and we want to let people, something that has been fought for so long. We remember when we were in high school, when Raila was fighting for that thing, paka kata kacha kiti yake and everything, and many people fought for that. Water catchment areas. Remember, we don't live so far away from Kalahari Desert. The moment you start messing with that forest, thank God, Congo did not mess with them, and so they give us River Nile. The moment we start messing with that forest, I'm telling you, hata hiyo fertilizer mtaenda kulima nyi wenyewe. Because even the rains, when I was growing up, kila mtu hapa anaweza sema, kwao kulikuwa ka spring fulani, ka spring kalipotea. Why? Because we started the logging, we started, people don't understand. We went to Shule, and we learned these things, agriculture and geography, where you know what the trees do. And if you have a forest, let it be. Let me tell you where I live, Wekesa, I can show you. Mimi, backyard yangu hapa hivi, kwenda kukata mti hivi, kukata tu, lazima nipate permit kutoka kwa city. Take care of it, don't cut it. And this is, when you're flying over, you will sometimes not even see the houses, but they are uko. But then you find, even though winter times it has shed all the trees, I mean the leaves, but you find it's fresh air, the rain is good, everything is good. Guys, the moment you keep on doing that, remember Kalahari is out there. And I wish people can stop that. The activists needs to come back and stop that, because actually who are going there is the interest of those two tribes that he said, Wakikuyu na Wakale. Ndio shinda ndio inakuaga wao kuingia Mau. And is the reason wamekuwa kitolewa hapo hivyo na wakina Murkomen wanakuja kupigana. Guys, let's stop mediocre politics and actually think about our country. Wacha niachie hapo Wekesa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Maisa, you can respond and make your submission also.
Thank you very much, Martindeto. Good to see you. I just want to start with what you just said in terms of us being labeled as countries of the South. I think you would rather that than third world countries. I think we have to go back and understand what defines countries to be not to be called third world or not to be perceived as third world. You're right, we have been tremendously improved in terms of infrastructure, housing, food security, service delivery. So those, among other things, are the ones that define a country to be either the first world or third world. Now, there are many things that I agree with you, but in terms of infrastructure, you will see that mega cities like Nairobi, Kisumu, Nakuru, Mombasa, that's where you can see significant improvement in terms of infrastructure, housing, and so on. But equally, alongside that infrastructure, you will realize that there is poor housing that you will see in these mega cities. So still, we do have a challenge in terms of improving, and our leaders are not negotiating for very many things. And as long as we have mega corruption in our countries, the funds that are supposed to be redirected to projects that are supposed to improve our country are misappropriated, still we remain in that third world status. And also, in terms of trees, I totally want to agree with you of very many things that you said, that fresh air, but also there are things that Julia talked about, the Shamba system. This Shamba system, we have to go back and look at the study that was conducted right from 2001 to 2003. The acts thereafter by the Ministry of Environment, and the enactment in 2005 and 2008 thereafter, you realize that the rationale was good. If you look at, you talked about the springs in the villages that are disappearing. You must also appreciate, like the president was cognizant of the same, the effects of climate change. This is not only in Kenya or Africa, even North America. If you remember, and I know you've been in North America for some time, Martin Indeto. If you remember, in 2005, 2006, and 7, 8, and about 2011, around there, if you remember, the amount of snow that we used to receive was significantly huge as compared to what we are having now. So climate change is not only affecting Kenya, whereas we have to take make sure that we are controlling our environment. Climate change is a global challenge, and we are having it all over. Now, going back to the Shamba system, we need to remember that the introduction of Shamba system was to make sure that there was employment, food, and income. So by addressing this was the rationale to have this. But also, Martin Ndeto, you will realize that even here in North America, where there is huge farming systems, you will realize that within the farming, there is a location, there are forests around the farms. So there is nothing wrong to farm if we are all organized. For example, here in every season, they plant trees, something that we don't do in our country. And that is one of the recommendations that was made in the acts of 2003 and 2004, that the fact that we wanted to introduce the Shamba system, where those people who are being allocated some portions in the forest were supposed to plant trees, we found that it was not effective until it had to be returned to the government, to the forest, to take charge of that, because there was mismanagement and abuse, either from or laxity, either from the government or the people. So to finish, there was involvement of the public in order to give their views. So 97% said that they wanted to be involved. In 2003, remember, we did not have development system. So they said they wanted to be involved in making decision and management of the forests, so that when the decisions are made, they will be partly involved, as opposed to the decisions made up there. Also, 80% also were willing to pay for the allocation of the spaces that are within the forests as a way of generating revenue. But because of lack of transparency and accountability by the government, we found that was becoming a challenge. So for me, I want to agree with you, in all honesty, and when we are patriotic, that the government has more important things to focus on than going back to the forest. There are acts, there are studies that were conducted, and there were regulations that were put in place, actually seem to be more promising if they are implemented. So I want to think that the people are
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what happened to Miss. I think his internet is misbehaving. But Wekesa also, I think pia amevamiwa. We can move on. PH, tuambie, unaonaje? I wanted to answer something to Mise, but that's gone. I think you'll come back. Watu wa backstage, tuambie ni kunaenda vipi, lakini PH, stage is yours.
Hey, thanks Martin. Ni aje bana. Hey, hii mambo ya Gachagua hii, wacha nikuambie. Unajua tu hii rali ya mwisho yenye UDA tulikuwa nayo huko Narok, eh? Unajua Ichungwa aliambia wajamaa wa Narok kwamba tukishika serikali hivi, kuna ranji huko, si mbona nimesahau jina lake. Tukishika serikali hivyo, kila mtu aingia afyeke ndani. Sio kama unakumbuka, hiyo shamba itakuwa yao. Unakumbuka Martin? Sasa Mato nataka uweke nini yako
PH, unataka kugawanya Kenya bwana, kila mtu aingia.
Wewe kwani umesahau bwana? Si tulikuwa na hiyo nini? Sasa unajua maombi yangu nataka sitaki mtu akufe Narok nani aende huko, our deputy president. God forbid. Lakini wapo jamaa atapita tu hata njia Narok, mimi nakwambia. Hey. hiyo hadi wacha nikwambie lazima atatimiza. Huyu jamaa ataambia watu sasa vile tuliongea, si mnakumbuka? Ingieni. Kama sijui kama wameingia by the way. Hiyo ndio kitu sichafuatilia. Secondly, unajua mimi ni mwadhiriwa nimekuwa hapa nikielezea story yangu ya hii mambo ya Mau Forest. Ipoteza almost 250 hectares. Ngenya tulikuwa tushakaa huko like miaka karibu 40. Na title ilikuwa Martin. Sasa like 300 meters kutoka nyumbani ni shamba ya Daramea. Hii iko Naivasha hapa. Nyuma ni msituni wa Mau Forest. Kando yake ni shamba ya kijana ya Moi. Sasa Rigiji, our deputy president, naomba tu kitu, yani sijui atafikaje Nakuru yetu. Huyu jamaa afike tu hii shamba ya Daramea vile tunaiangalia hivi, hiyo mdomo wake ateresa aseme sasa.
Wewe naona kule unaenda PH wewe. Sasa mnataka nini? Mnataka kuingia kwa ya Daramea kule yote. Nimekuonea 18. Unataka aseme nini?
Unajua niko na aunti yangu Narok. Hata nikikosa hii ya Daramea na waliahidiwa ya Narok wataingia. Atikiingia unajua atanishikia kwa kitu. Ile tu kitu ifanyike ni deputy president atembee Narok amalizane na hii ahadi aliwaambia tukishachukua uongozi wanaingia ndani. Pati mzuri akitembea Nakuru afike kwa Daramea na mimi nitakuwa standby. Vile tu anaongea na passion hivi tena aseme kila mtu aingie ndani ya Daramea. Unajua ni kubwa hata watu kutoka the other side ya Kinangop. Kinungi watakuja hivi na watu elmendeza tupatane katikati. Wekeza. Sasa huyu jamaa wetu huyu. Ile maombi nafanya akuja Nakuru huwezi jua mtu wangu. Yaani wacha wengine wachangie kwanza.
Wekesa, thank you for coming back. Huyu jamaa alikuwa karibu kuniua hapa. Ananiambia anataka Rigati afike Nakuru huko Naivasha hapo afungue mdomo kidogo ndio wacheze kama wao huko kwa Daramea. Anyway, take over. Sorry for what happened to you, your internet.
Okay, yeah, so let me reshare one clip. I think
took him to Narok County, where issues of the Mau Forest Complex took center stage, with the DP assuring the Narok residents that he supports the conservation efforts while dismissing those he said have used the Mau Forest as political fodder.
The deputy president made his way into Narok town after attending a Thanksgiving ceremony for Nairobi-nominated MCA Leanti Mama at Olopito in Narok County. His speech focusing on the thorny issue of the Mau Forest conservation. Here, the DP declaring that the days of the water tower to be used as a political tool are over.
Kuna wengi wametumia jambo la Mau kutugawanya, eti jamii hii against jamii hii ingine. Mimi nataka nisimame hapa mbele yenu niwaambie jambo la Mau ni jambo ambalo tumelitatua. Wale wote walikuwa ndani ya msitu wameshatolewa, na hakuna mtu kwa vyovyote eti atarudi tena pale msituni.
Ruto hitting out at critics who have accused him of being against conservation efforts at the Mau.
Wale watu wametolewa Mau, wametolewa mimi nikiwa Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Kwani kama singetaka watoke kwa msitu si ningetumia uwezo niko nayo? lakini nilisema for the sake of the environment, wale watu wote ambao walihitajika na serikali waondoke kwa msitu wa Mau wamekwisha ondoka.
The DP giving an assurance that the complex would be fenced to keep away invaders.
Pale msituni, na mimi nataka niwahakikishie jambo ambalo tutafanya ni kuweka ua ama fence katika Mau Forest so that milele hakuna mtu tena atarudi pale, na tutakaa sisi kama mandugu wa watu wa Narok hapa as brothers and sisters.
The DP says the development record under the Jubilee government gave him an upper hand against his opponents, even as his hosts assured him that the county was locked in favor of the UDA party.
Mimi nataka kusema imedhihirika leo wazi ya kwamba Narok wameamua the fifth president of Republic of Kenya is none other than William Samoei Ruto.
Face to face with the Rift Valley members of parliament who have accused him of engineering a move to flush out those believed to have grabbed forest land. But Raila accused the members of parliament of misleading the public on who will be compensated.
And I want to repeat, the government is keen to compensate those who have title deeds to the land they own in Mau. At the same time, those small settlers who are very poor and have no means of making a living will not be left unassisted.
Raila found himself in hot waters when he accused the section of Rift Valley members of parliament vocal on the Mau issues playing politics with a serious national matter.
The same members of parliament would go to a public rally to begin to call the Prime Minister words. That's why I said that, Mr. Speaker, these members of parliament were engaged in populist, cheap populist politics.
Mr. Speaker, we don't want the Prime Minister to impute improper motives on our part. We are elected to represent our constituents. And we are going to do just that, Mr. Speaker.
Whether your point is made.
Yes.
The war of words raged on when the Premier asserted that most of the Rift Valley members of parliament did not have their facts right over the Mau forest.
Some people do not have the knowledge to understand the consequences of what they're doing. They will be logging. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, they need to be taught.
I think the Prime Minister, it is important for you to respect the members of Parliament of Rift Valley, because we were elected to discuss issues that are affecting our people. And if there is anything that is burning, I think we have an obligation to air it out.
And as the debate heated on, the question of Raila's political future came up.
If your life politically is going to be hard, it is not going to be because of Mao, it will be because of something else.
I will not be intimidated. Speaker, I will not be blackmailed, Mr. Speaker. Because what I'm doing, I know I'm doing it in the interest and the best interest of this nation, Mr. Speaker. And I say that I'm prepared to pay the political price, Mr. Speaker.
Baba, I was willing to go and sell mandazi in Kipra as long as Mau forest is conserved. I'm willing to pay the price. That is the price he paid. Akina Gachagua don't want to pay the price. They want to cajole the people and make them feel good while our water towers are being destroyed. PH, sorry for that. I heard your story. Mliambiwa mtapewa ranches. Those are politicians. They have already, nowadays they don't discuss Mama Mboka. Have you ever heard about Mama Mboka, Mtuanduthi, and then Mtuachini? They have forgotten. They are now discussing big issues, my friend. They are discussing how God has helped our president to go and greet U.S. president in New York. Those are the big vision they have right now. Gachagua is now discussing how he's living in Karen. Akasema unajua nilikuwa nifungwa, sasa hizi naishi Karen. But ask yourself now, ule mtu alimvotia, has it changed from where he was? Alikuwa anasukuma wheelbarrow, sasa anasukuma nini? That should be the conversation. It was not about, wakatuambia it was not about vyeo. But recently when you hear the conversation that was going on, is who is the third in command? Is it Moses Wetangula, the speaker? Is it Musalia Mudavadi, the prime cabinet secretary? Is it the proposed people, Kina Kindiki, Kithure, to be interior CS, to be the third most powerful person? You see, story ya vyeo imekuja now. You are told to head dynasty. You are told to head dynasty because watu ni wanatafuta vyeo tu. But right now you have realized that watu, they had already created their own dynasty. And that is where the focus is. Francis, you had something to comment on the clip?
Yes, you know, you have talked about it, and I've just remembered the current MP for Ruiru is on record right now complaining that the constituency is too large to be led by one individual. Anne Waiguru has also complained that 14% budget is very low. He needs at 5%. The reports that I'm having, because I'm a friend to a certain governor who is on UDA, and actually he's telling me the reason as to why there's a delay in naming of cabinet is, one, there's an argument to introduce the post of chief prime minister, or what we call chief minister or the prime minister, and 2 deputies. That's the reason as why they are trying as much as possible to introduce it. So those are things that are delaying. The other issue that is also delaying is the question of, should 50% of government go to central Kenya? What will happen to the other part of the country? That's what is holding the country in hostage right now. It's not that they don't have the government, they have it, but they are fearing backlash from the people from Mount Kenya. And he told me also the statement that was made, Ruto does not want opposition leader, any opposition member to be in government. It did not mean MPs. He meant nobody else apart from the 2 regions that supported president should not be in the government. That's what he meant. And people thought that it was about Raila. Raila does not need any government. He's a billionaire. He's already man. I respect that man so much. What he has done in the record of history will be written in South Africa to the Alexander in Egypt. He'll be remembered as a great man. So people need to get it very clear that the government got in with a populist statement, Mama Mboga, Boda Boda. The truth is, poor people will never be used to generate any wealth anywhere. And I can explain it just in a few minutes for those of you who can hear me. The reason as to why we'll never use a poor person to develop economy is very simple. Most of the poor people do not afford the basic need. So you have to satisfy them the basic need before giving them money to invest. So you have to start by the basic need, the clothing, food, and shelter. Then you go to investment. Then the question is, that the government have to do all this? Does the government have the capability to give them basic need and investment money? The answer is no. So the only people who can improve economy are the rich people that people have been abusing them and calling them dynasty. People like Peter Munga and so forth and other individuals can as well build dams, can develop area of agricultural land. The reason that we are suffering as a Kenya in terms of food is because we are depending on much on rainfall. If you build dams in Kenya, food will be cultivated enough. But because of our people that are using the populist statement, these the rich people, our matajiri mabwenyenye, now he has nowhere to go. He cannot go to them. These are the people who can improve economy. Kwani, let me ask a very simple question. Equity, is it publicly owned or privately owned? Is Diamond Trust Bank privately or publicly owned? Is Safaricom publicly or privately owned? You know, some things you need to get them very clear. that this individual today, you're abusing them with the highest mouth. These are the people who can salvage our economy today. Show me any public institution that is employing people. Most of public institutions are there to ensure delivery of services, vital services to the citizen, and they are not profit-making organization. That is why you will find that most of government organizations have very little or no appropriation in aid. This is the amount of money that is raised internally. Pick an example of KU. KU is being bailed out, in, out, every day, every minute. They are demanding money from government because they are there to provide education and not to make profit. But when you are telling people such way, they feel that you are glorifying the rich. The day you will understand that in society, each person has a position to play, and we respect that without jealousy or envious, we shall become a better country. Kwani niulize swali, leo hii Brookside ya Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye inatupea ajira, tunafanya kazi huku Ruiru, kwani akituajiri kazi kuna makosa gani? Where is the mistake kufanya kazi kwa kampuni ya Uhuru Kenyatta ya Brookside na unapata pesa? Should we feel envious because mimi si shareholder pale? Should I feel bad because I'm not one of the owners? The day we will understand that country cannot be built on jealousy, on envious. While Kenyatta was struggling building wealth for his children, when Oginga was struggling building wealth for his children, maybe my grandfather was moving from one village to another, impregnating women. Did I ever complain? I cannot complain. It's not my liability. It's the liability of that old man who never did anything. So we should respect that. We should respect those who have, and those who don't have, they should be willing to be given whatever it is there and to be helped. Because the moment we take a trajectory of punishing people because of hard work, the country will be destroyed and it will not be in a good condition at all. This nation, ask people will tell you very well, Zimbabwe in 1980 was a good country. Nowadays, nobody desires it. Somalia was a good country in 1991. Today, nobody desires it. Eritrea was a good country before, when it was part of the Eritrea region, was a good country when it was part of Ethiopia in 1993. Once it seceded, it became useless. People will tell you very well. The Southern Sudan, they used to complain saying that the Omar al-Bashir regime was a problem, led by the John Garang. After they were given independence, the war shifted from Northern Sudan to Southern Sudan. So a nation will never be built on envious and jealousy. We need to build a nation on facts, and that is what will help us. That's what will cure us. Not eti huyu ako na pesa so ni mtu mbaya zi. So should today feel bad because Wekesa owns a television? When Wekesa akitafuta hiyo pesa, mimi nilikuwa wapi? Hata maybe nilikuwa primary. When Wekesa was looking for something to do, should I feel envious? Maybe I was even young, I could not even have earned a single shilling. So we must live at that one. But here the problem with Kenyans is what? I will ask you a very simple question to summarize up. Have you ever seen an accident happening in Kenya? Gari imekuja imegonga maybe a pedestrian. The boda guys run and burn the vehicle. My question is very simple. How is knocking a pedestrian down connected with burning the vehicle? Does burning the vehicle make the pedestrian to be treated? Does burning the vehicle a compensation to the pedestrian being treated? It is all jealous and envious, nothing else. Because how do you burn a vehicle because it has knocked somebody down? It's a simple answer is take the person to the hospital, take the other to the police station, so that you'll get justice. But why are you burning? You are feeling as if this person has a car, is a bad person or anajiona ama anajifanya. We cannot progress as a country if that is the mentality we are having. We must sit down and think and say, I think, therefore I am. And to take that trajectory, it means to open our mind. Mentality is the problem in Kenya. Hata leo hii, let me tell you, Wekesa, I can assure you, today ukisemekana uko na 500 million, and somebody else, you stand something, you propose something good, you will hear them saying Wekesa wants to benefit himself or herself, simply because you are a rich person. We cannot build a country on jealousy. We cannot build a country on propaganda. We need to stand with facts, no matter how hard they might be. But those facts is what will help us. The lies, the truth hurts, but lies hurts more at long last. That's what I know. Thank you.
Okay, sorry for that. Talenda, how are you?
Oh, okay, so I'm doing great. How are you guys today?
We are fine, huh?
Yeah. How is Mr. Ndeto? Habari gani jamaa Islam?
Geto ako sawa.
Na Francis.
Ako tu na machungu ati amefukuzwa forest.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to get the gist of the story today. You know, Mzalendo, I've not seen you guys online for a while. It means that there's been nothing happening in government that warrants us to come back to the studio. So for the last 2 days, I've not seen Wekesa, I've not seen Deto. I don't know why mulipotea wapi. Until Rigathi opens his mouth. Then we have something to talk about. But anyway, mambo ya Mau.
You have studied my coming to the Nina. I normally come on Saturdays.
Oh, I didn't know that. I actually didn't know that come on Saturday.
These other days are working days, and sometimes I find it difficult.
Oh, okay. Welcome back. I had Rigathi's announcements that people will now move to Mau. I think that is very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Oh, my! Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're clear. Proceed. You are loud and clear.
Yeah, but I'm seeing I'm hanging up on this other end. Rigathi's pronouncement is very, very unfortunate in this century. I remember Trump said something like that climate change was actually an hoax, and there's nothing like climate change. God controls the weather and things like that. So for it to come from Rigathi that people should move back to the forest, and the whole world is trying to fight the climate change, it's unfortunate. And I think he will apologize, maybe the next day, maybe in a week's time, after realizing his mistake. The Mau forest is
Haya, Mzalendo ameponyoka. Okay, leo network inasumbua watu wengi, but we shall overcome. So, PH.
Yes, naona Martin yako na kaki.
Nataka kuwauliza hapa swali, ngoja kidogo. Just on the opening remarks ya hii nini.
Uko na through pass. Hata ukitaka kesho hii, kwa sababu tuko na ibada ya shukrani ya makasisi wetu wa Nairobi, tutakuwa pale na rais wetu tukiwa na ibada ndani ya ikulu ya makasisi wetu wote hapo. Ukipata nafasi na mke wako Kwa niaba ya Rais William Ruto nimekukaribisha Ikulu kesho ukuje tukue pamoja. Ya pili, mimi ningetaka kuhakikishia wewe Bishop, hakuna njia Mwenyezi Mungu angekubali watu ya Azimio washinde sisi. Haingewezekana, kwa sababu walisema ati wakichukua watafunga kanisa dogo. Sasa Mwenyezi Mungu angekubali watu ya kufunga kanisa lake waingie? Wakarudi wakasema ya kwamba ati kanisa la Kristo imepandishwa juu sana, ati wakichukua wataikata miguu na kutoa kasuba. Na saa hiyo ni kanisa la Mwenyezi Mungu anaongea juu yake. Sasa Mungu na ile nguvu yake yote angepatia hii watu nafasi? Ndio sisi uliona hatukuwa na wasiwasi.
So why do people do politics in the name of God? Because at some point you want to condemn people who look like the biggest question is always like, why do church exist, or why do religion exist? Someone said that church is the only organization that exists because of the non-members. When Christ launched the church, he said, go into the world. And the world was to look for followers, people who don't believe in him, so that they can believe in him. But today's church is like the other way around. It exists because of a chosen few. So the way Gachagua is talking is like God operates a certain club somewhere that has some consecrated guys who only have the privilege, and the rest are unwelcomed. It doesn't make sense for me. So you have heard that tomorrow there will be, which is already today, welcoming of a certain class of religious guys to the State House as Thanksgiving. And it's as if, why? Okay, let me even ask it this way. Why is the victory of Gachagua and Ruto so important to Kenya? I'm sure, Martin, in the last few days, maybe you have prayed to God and something has happened to you. And part of your daily life is full of victories and breakthroughs that you associate with God, whether you are in Azimio or you are in UDA. Why should the presidency be so important? Such that if I didn't get that, I was telling someone today that all of us, if we're given time, the way the good book says that whoever has a son has a testimony, all of us have a testimony. Winning presidency is not the only testimony we can keep on sharing to the country. All of us have a testimony. Martin has a testimony maybe in career life or in work life. Francis has a testimony maybe in family, God has done something. So why is this thing becoming so a big issue, such that all of you now, all your testimonies don't matter because you voted for Azimio? I think it's high time we interrogate our view of religion in this country. And I have maintained my criticism on my page, and some people always who are short-sighted about issues of religion always come even to curse me. And by the way, they think they have power to curse me. Just because I'm criticizing maybe the way what will look like, because what's happening In Kenya, we cannot call it the church. Church is beyond Kenyan paradigms. It's global. And we can miss it in Kenya, but somewhere else it's happening in the right way. We can miss it in Uganda, but somewhere it's happening in the right way. So we do not need to narrow spectrum the church and even reduce it to a political contest that is happening in Kenya. Guys, I've opened the floor. You have a conversation on that. What is Rigathi telling us, Francis, on issues of religion?
You know, my father is a bishop under the Anglican Church of Kenya. Yeye alikuwa almost karibu na the former chairman alikuwa anaitwa Jeremiah Taama. And actually there's a time I disagreed with my father to a point that aliongea tu inappropriately. And I asked my father a very simple question. Why is it that when the church members have a problem, hivi mtu anataka kwenda CT scanning ya cancer ama anataka kwenda dialysis machine, you call him and pray for him. But when you want to buy vehicle, mnaita committee ya harambee. Does it mean that God hears more members than you, that you are praying for those members, or what is happening? I also ask him a very simple question. Why is it that in church, somebody comes and talks something, you know, it is out of topic, something does not make sense at all, but you allow the person to proceed in the name that don't question God? Does God consume everything that people say? Do you have to consume everything that people said in the name of God? You know, those are some of the things that are being used. Then look at even the church of nowadays. Then some things makes me wonder. Like kanisa leo hii unapata ukienda, have you ever looked at the dress code of those people, especially the praise and worship team? My friend, if you go there and you are not saved well, you might come out of church and go to hell directly, because their wearing is very suggestive. Then you ask yourself, why is it that even in character, which church is supposed to uphold, we are not upheld in it? Why is it that you think that this win of presidential win imetokana na Mungu, but kuvaa mavazi mabaya? Ni pasta wangapi wameshukua kama kina Kanyari wakifanya uovu? Mbona hizo vitu aziongelelewi? The other thing I will also ask a very simple question. Kwani hata huyu shetani si alikuwa malaika wa Mungu, alikuwa anaitwa Lucifer? Judas si alikuwa pia mwanafunzi wa Yesu? What is so big being close to God? You can be close to God but in the side of Judas. You can be so close to God by the side of Lucifer. Why do they have to think that they own God? Some things are just not making sense to me, and that's the moment Christians will understand that religion is about personal belief. It's not about we, but it's supposed to be I. The other thing they need to understand is that not everybody who interprets the Bible the way it's supposed to be, but according to what they want to say to make a following. Ruto has never quoted whereby we say that those who have stolen should return it 4 times, the way Zakaria said, when niliwaibia nitarudisha mara 4. Nobody has ever quoted that politician, because they are selective. They want to pick what they feel that they will be able to dump and use the voters. And I can tell you free of charge, I've done economics up to degree level. I have never seen a theory that says economy can be improved by prayers. For example, let me ask you, if truly they believe that religion is what gave them the win, why can't they just, tomorrow we meet in the Uhuru Park and pray so that the Al-Shabaab and other terrorist organizations will cease to exist. We can do that. Because if we can grant win presidential, why not to finish these people who are terrorists? People, Kenyans need to open your eyes. You are being not used in the right direction. Thank you.
Okay. So, sir, I think Mzalendo is back. You dropped off when you are making your submission.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think there's something tripping in my computer. What I was saying is that the issue of climate change is a serious issue around the world. And there's a lot of money that has been put in climate mitigation. And I think last year, the government of Biden, they approved a lot of money. A lot of money is coming to organizations back at home trying to fight climate change. Some of these organizations are community-based, and I don't know whether Rigathi know that there's a lot of money that have been channeled to banks through the World Bank to fight climate change. So it runs into billions and trillions. So I urge youth and community-based organizations to continue planting trees and having those nurseries back at home. The issue of Mao has really been politicized in the past, and it's unfortunate that Rigathi had to say that they're going to start farming and planting maize in the Mao. This is not a government position. I believe the government has got a different position on the issue of Mao, and he should apologize, especially when the president was really talking highly of climate change in New York. Francis, you mentioned about prayer. It is sad. It is sad that we are turning the country into a sort of religious kind of, religious economy. I think the church really thrives in that, meaning that every Sunday unatoa sadaka and makanisa yanajengwa and things like that. That does not build the economy. Things that matters that are spiritual, let them be spiritual. Those are divine matters. Those are matters that deal with your connection with your maker. And you will see that Kenya, we have got so many religions. We have Muslims, we have Indians, and some of them will feel left out when we really, each and every time, we are posing there as Christians. Kenya is a Christian nation. We all know that. So your connection with God should be a personal matter. It's not up there for broadcast. It's a personal matter. It's between you na Mungu wako. Kuna watu wengi sana, hata watu wa zamani bado huko Central, they still maybe pray facing the mountain and things like that. Some of those beliefs that they have, not everybody share the common belief. If God is the one who indeed gave leadership to the government, then that's a plus. But those are some of the things that we can't really know, and we can't really, say that hey, ni Mungu ndiye alifanya tukafanya hii. Sisi wote tunaomba. It's like going for in a football match, and everybody and both of the teams have really prepared in prayer na wakaomba kila mtu ameomba, but at the end of the day kuna team inashindwa na wote waliomba. So mambo ya siasa tafadhali itengane kidogo na mambo ya Biblia. So in that way, I think we are going to move in the right direction. I'm saying this from a point of knowledge because we we have had these prayer meetings at Safari Park. I think all of you are aware of the prayer meetings. They've been happening for the longest time in Uhuru's government and Kibaki's government. I can't really say how much it has added to fight corruption, how much it has added to the GDP of the country, the prayers that they were having at Safari Park. So some of these things, we need just to leave them out and concentrate that on the work that Wananchi has given us. I think that is that is my opinion for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mzalendo, and the issues you have raised. And I think it's high time. You know, the problem with there's the religion and there's the truth that comes out of the Word of God. If we maintained the truth and separated ourselves from the cultural and religious practices, then we could go far. First of all, it's not true to say that Kenya is a Christian nation. It's not. Even the percentages floated are based on who is called John, James, Janet. So when we get those statistics and we say that 80% are Christians. But when we go into who are actually practicing Christianity, the percentages go lower and lower and lower. And that's why it's even also, in the other hand, you also see when you meet someone called Muhammad, and you just now, these are Islams. But how many of them are practicing that Islamic faith? So that's where the problem is. And so people who just come up and tell us that Kenya is a Christian country, Kenya, according to our constitution, is a secular state. So there is no state religion, but there are people who want to push this to look like their favorite religious practices in this country. We have to respect people who are not of our faith. And for me, I say the sole purpose why the church exists is to reach out. So how else will Islam know that Christianity is superior than any other religion? If not by our works and demonstration of the things we do. It's not by what we profess, but it's what we demonstrate. People who live within us understand and appreciate that. I think I need to look at Francis and say, I think there's something unique about Francis. He might be serving a superior God that I am doing. Instead of I myself drumming it up. I also say, and I'm a good Christian who understands the truths in the Bible. And one of the things I understand about faith and miracles is that miracles are for non-believers. In other words, when God does something for Eric, it's not I, Eric, to shout loud. It's actually people to see and say that Eric, I think there's something something unique about God of Eric. But if I keep shouting about my God and people are not even agreeing, when I tell them it's a miracle and they're not even agreeing with my miracle, then there's something wrong about that miracle. When God did it for Daniel, it was not Daniel who came out of the lion is dead and start shouting how God has done. It was Nebuchadnezzar. Not Nebuchadnezzar, King Darius. It was the one it was him who came out and said, let people worship the God of Daniel, because he had done beyond what a non-believer like him, Darius, had seen. So when non-believers question the kind of God you are serving, don't think that, don't even call them Antichrist. It's your God that has not convinced them. Look at the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. It was the non-believers who are in awe of what God has done. But in Kenya, it's the other way around. If somebody is not convinced about your God, you start even labeling Antichrist, non-believers, or Ganga, and all sorts of names. No, I, Eric, believe in a faith that needs to be superior. If God has done for me something, I don't have to shout about it. Let people around me appreciate that there's a God in me and is doing something great. But this kind of politicking religion doesn't convert people to Christianity. And that's why you realize that even after you have confessed that something has happened through you by God, no, people are not convinced. Because let me tell you, naturally, all of us have a way of connecting to supreme happenings. And there is a way something happens and you say, this is God. So you don't have someone to share loudly, tell you that this is God and force you to believe that whatever happened was by God. No, we all have that connection of understanding supernatural happenings. And that's where we have been asking our friends from UDA, kindly, we all serve a supreme being, and we all have a way of detecting, discerning when it's God doing and when it's man trying to make things happen. We saw some some few years ago, we saw someone doing these supernatural happenings in South Africa, Lukaku, even trying to raise someone from death. And it came out. Some of us disagreed with that, and people said, no, don't shout about men of God. But it came out. He was not. It was a manipulation story. And the guy after that died. Now he wanted the death. Now the death came and he died. So you don't just manipulate people in the name of God and you want us to believe. We have to attest to it that indeed is God operating in your life. Martin, you had something before I invite Ashley?
No, I was reading the Constitution of Kenya here, and I'm still on it. I was reading on a couple of things, but also, did you know the Constitution? The Constitution stipulates there shall be no state religion, and prohibits religious discrimination. The Constitution provides for freedom of religion and belief individually in all or in the communities, including the freedom to manifest any religion through worship, practice, teaching, or observance. Basically, what I'm trying to say on this, because I try to really study the Constitution a lot, especially diversely in many things. Like I was also trying to go back to look at my Forestry Act of 2008, the Forestry and what is it called? Preservation Act. Let me ask you, you asked a very good, prominent question. This thing of being told about God. Do we have Muslims in Kenya? Do we have atheists? Do we have Hindus? Do we have all those people? You know, Wekesa, at one point, I was talking the other day with someone and I was saying, you know, The next time I want to see a president from Kenya, actually, I would want to see a Muslim president. Nitagongwa. But are they Kenyan? Yes, they are Kenyan. We don't have to be talking about God, 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 God 24/7. Even the Bible says your God is your God. Where I go to pray my God, that is where I go to pray my God. My wife does not necessarily have to be a Catholic like me. And I can also intermarry, I can also marry a Muslim. If we do both agree, have your freedom to go where you want to go. When we come home, we are together. Yes, we can pray however you want to pray. And there's somebody that asked a question the other day. So, like when the power of, the instruments of power are being passed, why did we all just pass a Bible? Why can't we pass the Quran? Because we have Muslims and they are our brothers, they are Kenyans, just like us. So when you become a president and when you have to understand you're a president of every religion, be it whoever, Hindu, whatever, or atheist in that country. So don't come trying to play like God put you there. First of all, God had nothing to do with your votes. Anyway, tunajua uliiba. So God helped you still? God doesn't work like that. People vote you there. And the ones that vote you there is a mixture of atheist, Muslim, hata waganga au nasema. They go. Kwani kipande yako imeandikwa unaenda church gani? You're just going to vote. When you go to vote, are you a Christian or whatever? So I think it's a backward way of thinking. And I wish for the day where we have a president that really, because now we've been taken back years of what we had done. I think I cannot wait, and I hope I'm here still to see it. And I hope my daughter sees a country where you have a real president who's not historia, Mungu, sijui nini, putting religion in it, now talking about, you don't even go back to your constitution to read it before you even open your mouth. There's the Forest Act of 2008 is right there. Google is your best friend. I don't even have the constitution, but I go to the Google and I always watch, read what I can find. Go read the constitution. Most of the things that they're doing, Wekesa, before you brought the religion thing, I had chapter 6, 2, A and B, which also says what they're doing to Kikuyu and Kalenjin is actually against the constitution. It says favorism. In fact, let's go to somebody else and then I'll read it so that you understand what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Thank you for that. Ashley, are you around?
Yes, I am. Thank you for the opportunity.
It's long since we met. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you for the opportunity. I came in when I don't know who was speaking about Ruto saying that the people understand. And I wonder why he cannot tell those people in Wetangula who went to parliament and passed the benefits remunerations to understand that Kenya is broke and they already overpaid, that they should not, actually, them working for the hustler should have reduced how much they are making so that we can have more money to put in the pockets of people. I am very disappointed in them because the first course of action, it was filling their pockets and they're not done. Now they want CDF. And I keep asking myself, they want all this money to themselves so that they can be the midwife, so that they can be the undertaker, so that they can be the sponsor for school. So what they are trying to do is to be small gods. And I think the money should come more from Akiri in the county if they really want to serve the people, because I don't see how many people see these politicians or these legislators, so that like when you have a funeral, they always come, they always give a certain amount. But if they are serious about serving the people, the cut should start with the legislators taking a pay cut and the benefits and tax not being there until they are able to bring back the economy from the ICU and the country, and there's a profit that is coming in way of revenue. Because I don't understand at all why they want to accumulate so much money on the top while people are going to bed hungry. I was talking to a parent yesterday who said their kids just closed school for a week, and next week they have to go back and they have to provide for their kids for another budget. And this government is not sensitive that they have returned these children back to school. I have not seen either Raila or Ruto or any other political leader having a fundraising, a rally, like they have in other Western countries, a back to school rally to help alleviate some of this suffering. What the leaders that we elected are currently doing is trying to accumulate as much money for themselves as they can by giving themselves parks, by giving themselves sitting. Now, if you think about the sittings that they want or they got, one sitting is enough to sponsor these children or women that are being killed in Saudi to come back to the country and get a job where the country pays them that 15,000, and that's per sitting. How can you be paid for sitting fees while you're on the clock, meaning you're already earning a salary? And then the same representative will misappropriate funds. So these are the same people who are making us broke, because even the money they are given, they are stealing it. And they are also making this money. So if Ruto is serious, before he tells the people to understand, how do I explain to my children when they go to bed hungry, when they go to school with torn clothes, when they are chased away from school because you cannot afford, like the person I was talking to, their kids, they don't pay the school, but because they don't have enough teachers, their school has hired private teachers. So they have to pay money for the private teacher. They have to pay money for the watchman. They have to pay all these extra fees. How does that kid, how does mother understand when they don't have money to feed their child? These leaders are already making money. They hear the economy is in crisis, and the first week, because before they even start work, which company, can you imagine a new employee coming to ask for a pay raise? I would tell them to leave, because when they were applying for that job, they already knew how much the money was. So how do you come before you even start before you have even started work, you are insisting you need benefits, you need a pack, and you need an increase? How? So we as the people, I believe we need to refuse, if we have to go to court and say no, they cannot increase their money when we are dying hungry. This is our taxpayer money. If they are taking the money saying that they are going to come and help us, we need a different policy where you actually put money in people's pockets. In the US, what they did during COVID, they actually cut checks and put money in people's pockets 3 times, 1,200. On top of that, everybody who was out of work was given a check of $600. That's a lot, a week. So Kenya can do that. It won't maybe be that much, but all this money they're adding to the representative, even just paying an extra $200 to everybody in the countries who earns a certain pay or who lives below the poverty margin, would make a big difference between having one meal on the table or a kid going to school and not staying home because they cannot afford, instead of giving a representative saying that they are going to come and give you the money. I don't even know what to say. I know they are very smart people in the country, but there was not even one MP who stood and said, this is wrong. This is wrong. We can't do this at this time. Why can't we use this money and send to the people directly? Because if they increase the price and say they want these subsidies are going to the cartels, then why don't you take that money? Why did you take that money and divert it to the registrator? Why didn't you take that money and give it directly to the people? Why didn't you send them to their phones? Why didn't you give it to the chiefs? If you want to help people in barrio, why don't you say for every poor person who has a barrio, to see their chief, and the chief is going to give the money for the burial. That's a better way than giving an MP and making the MP a small god who we have to worship in order to get money that belongs to us. So I hope Ruto becomes serious. That's why I got in here, because that is not serious. And if they say they are Christians, that they are, I'm very disappointed in Gachagua continuing to call Raila mzee wa kitandawili, being that Raila is older than him, just for that fact only. And then if they want to rule a country, they have to respect him because he has people under him. How would you feel if your neighbor disrespects your dad? So unless they're wanting to sow seeds of discord, if they want unity, if they want inclusivity, they have to respect Raila, not because they respect him, but because they respect the people who see him as their leader. So I believe if they keep saying that they are Christians, they should start by taming their tongues. The Bible says that the tongue that you cannot worship, the same tongue that you're worshiping in cannot be also the same tongue that you're using to abuse. So you have to choose which side you belong to. Are you on the devil's side or are you on the God side? You cannot be a Christian and you're abusing people, especially the elderly. Last but not least, I want to tell Miguna, I saw on his Facebook that he's saying when he comes, he will retire Raila and he will redeem or free the Nyanza people. And I tell him, we have so many things. I can give him so many ideas on how we can do something. He can use his energy productively. The Queen just died at the age of 96 in her capacity as the Queen. Raila should be given the same democratic right that each of us have as a Kenyan. If he feels that he is still able to continue in politics, I don't feel that we need to harass him. We need to respect our elderly. And if Miguna wants to be in politics, he can be, but he shouldn't do it by trying to tell Raila to retire. Raila will retire when he wants to, or he will not retire and he will let God retire him. And I think if he's a serious leader, he needs to stop, or anybody needs to say he's too old. Who decides what old is? Each of us has a right as a Kenyan to practice within the law. If Raila, and to Raila, it is his democratic right to stay there. And it is the democratic right of those who want that old man as their leader. So let us not be petty. Let us try and be serious, because we have children dying in Saudi. People are going to Saudi and coming back in coffins because we don't have money in the country. Let us fight for things that are worth fighting for, so that even when you suffer for something that is worth fighting for, not nonsense. Anyway, I think I've forgotten anything else I wanted to say, but I pray that we are going to raise leaders who really care about the people who can actually do something to change the life of our children. If we had the right people in office, our children would not be going back to school, because in America, the system is just the same it was, because each child has a computer, a laptop with internet, that they were able to still be in school even though the schools were closed. That is possible in Kenya if our tax shillings are used in the right way and not mismanaged. When our leaders go to the abroad, like here, when they went to America, they don't have to stay at a 5-star hotel. Nobody will kill them if they stay at a 3-star hotel and save the money. And second, when they meet these big leaders, they are so excited, they forget to focus, they forget to make deals. Because when they come here, I don't see them coming back and doing anything or carrying any best practices that they bring to the country. We just see them coming here, smiling and coming back, and the things be staying the same. So I hope that God will raise us leaders who are serious of helping the common person, and it can be actually actualized. Because why did Wetangula not tell those leaders in parliament to give them 6 weeks, to give them time? That right now we need to be working on lowering the cost of living for the ordinary man. That's my question.
Thank you, Ashley, for that passionate appeal, and we appreciate your recent contribution on this topic. You asked something very key on why are they continuing to with propaganda of campaigns when it's time to deliver, and then they need to focus on serious issues. In my view, Gachagua wants to exploit that. Most of the elected leaders know the script that worked for them. And most of these guys who are propelling this duo thing, they know that for them to continually be elected, they have to continue hating Raila, even if he's not there. They want to bring him back and try to show that he's not the guy and we are the guy. As much as we're trying to change the narrative, they don't want. And that's why he was very strategic when he was speaking those words. He was in the Rift Valley, and he has to show that now these are the right guys and this is the wrong guy. But we need to deliberately break from that so that we can focus on service delivery right now and give credit to devolution. Most people are moving away from this central government thing. Someone may say, why is it that this year, Nyanza, there was no violence? I think people are seriously thinking like, okay, if the central government doesn't work, let's focus on devolution. And so you will not even attribute violence to because someone missed this seat or that. And my view is that we are becoming more objective and we need to question our leaders. And when it comes to money, hautaona MP wa Azimio ama wa KAA. All of them will unite and ensure that their allowances are ratified in Parliament so that they can get what they want. So all of us as Kenyans also need to unite when it comes to our interests. We must push for what we believe is right. We have had enough campaign rhetoric to meskia who is near to God and who is not near to God, but that has not given us bread. We need to focus on how do these guys deliver the agenda that they promised us. So let me bring in...
can I do one thing I forgot to do? I needed to read a verse for those claiming to be Christians. If you let me add that to my submission.
Okay.
It's called Taming the Tongue. Not many of you should become teachers, my fellow believers, because you know that we should teach, we who teach are judged more strictly. So when you say you're a Christian, you'll be judged more strictly. We all stumble in many ways. Anyone who is never at fault in what they say is perfect, able to keep the whole body in check. When we put bits into our mouth of a horse to make them obey us, we can turn the whole animal. Or take sheep and as an example. Although they are so large and driven by strong winds, they are steered by a very small rudder whenever the pilot wants to go. Likewise, the tongue is a small part of the body. It makes great boasts. Consider what a great forest is set on fire by a small spark. The tongue is also a fire, a world of evil among the parts of the body. It corrupts the whole body, sets the whole course of one's life on fire, and is itself set on fire by hell. All kinds of animals, birds, reptiles, and sea creatures are being tamed and have been tamed by mankind, but no human being can tame the tongue. It is restless, evil, and full of deadly poison. With the tongue we praise our Lord and Father, and with the tongue we curse human beings who have been made in God's likeness. Out of the mouth comes praise and cursing. My brothers and sisters, this should not be so. Can both fresh water and salt water flow from the same spring? My brothers and sisters, can a fig tree bear olives or grapevine bear figs? Neither can salt spring produce fresh water. So if you claim to be a Christian, act like a Christian. Thank you.
Wow, those are deep words we need to reflect on. I want to bring in Martin. Is it a question to Ashley or what? Martin.
Ashley.
Yeah.
Ashley, there's someone, one of the moderators asking for your number to take it. Could you put it kindly on the comment section if you don't mind? Is one of the moderators. Not on the comment section, on the private chat.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can be added on some groups that we do on the side for the channel.
Oh, no, I used to be on the group, but I'm no longer there.
Okay, it was Richie that was asking. So if you can, if you want, you can.
But I'm not active there anymore. Thank you, though.
Okay. Yeah, and so actually read that scripture. I remembered also a scripture that says that I think it's Acts 7:48 says that God, the maker of heaven and earth, cannot dwell in houses or temples built by human hands. What was being brought out here there was that you can't limit God. No. In this dispensation, we have limited God. There's a day I wrote a piece and said that God is not a Christian, and people almost cursed me. But I was just trying to open up their mind because I'm a Christian. But I told them God is not a Christian. And I told them, if you don't agree with what I'm saying, go and ask Job of the Bible. Go and ask Abraham. Go and ask. You see, those are people who lived in different dispensations where there was no Christianity, but they were men of God. So in other words, don't limit us to your dispensation and how you do things. This is a God of the universe, and he has seen generations come and go. And he has interacted with different generations in a different way. So appreciate that the God we serve is bigger than what your generation has framed him to be. Thank you. Let me bring in Saved Car.
Come now, Niaje, come now.
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me? It's a little noisy here. It's getting dark.
Yeah, you said you are rushing somewhere, so I have to.
Yeah, perfect. So I wanted to say that we are paying the price for our consequences. So President Ruto, we respect him. I loved Baba. I still love Baba. Baba is my person, is my president. But I respect President Ruto and Gachagua. It's going to be President Ruto's responsibility to tame his deputy. It's not going to be our responsibility, because anything that Gachagua says, there's a consequences to it. You cannot come to United States and say, oh, you're big time in climate, and your deputy back in Kenya is saying something different. Everything a leader says, there's consequences. So it's going to be up to the president to go back to Kenya and talk to his deputy and say, hey, sir, you are messing up. Because very soon, the conservatives in Britain are going to start talking. The conservatives down in Naivasha, on those areas, are going to start talking. Guess what is going to happen? The money is going to start running away. The money that comes through tourism is going to start going away. So it's going to be president's responsibility to talk to his deputy, because his deputy mouth is running all over the place. What about other tribe? What about the Maasai? The Maasai believes the Mau forest protects them. It's very, very important. So right now it's going to be the responsibility of every individual to curtail the people who supported the president and the vice president. Is their responsibility to talk to them. It's everybody's responsibility. If Baba was the president today, it could be my responsibility to talk to him. So everybody has to pay the price. And the price is that there's confusion in the government right now. So what is their policy? First of all, they have to form government. The government is not formed yet. Everything is done in the street. So that's the consequences of having this leadership. So the president has to take responsibility and control the vice president, the deputy president, because there are going to be consequences. The world is watching. The moment you start talking about taking people back to the forest, that's old school. And a lot of people don't like that. A lot of Wazungus don't like that. The conservatives don't like that. The people who believe in climate change doesn't like that. So there's a price to pay. The people who voted this government in, they're paying the price. Guess what? They promised 70 shillings of Wunga is not there. They promised the gas to come down is not there. So there's consequences on what we do. And my advice is, people should accept it. And then another thing, I've gotten in trouble because I call myself saved come now on issue of the church. On the part of the leadership, it's President Ruto's responsibility. On part of the governorship of what's going on in the country is part of the UDA supporters to hold their government responsibility. And I'm praying for Baba to take time away from politics and to relax. And also ask people who are taking photos around him to stop taking photos because they're taking shady photos. And Baba deserves respect. On part of religion, it's a Muslim responsibility and the Buddhist responsibilities to hold the government responsible. They have to ask for their space. If the Christians who are saved and evangelical are taking the space by going to State House, it's going to be the Buddhist and the Muslim responsibility to start asking for their space. If they're quiet, then their spaces are taken away. Because I've seen the people who claim to be Muslim also supporting UDA. So those who are supporting UDA from Northeastern and those who believe are Muslim, they have to step in and say, hey, what about us Muslim? So it's going to be everybody's responsibility. It's not going to be Baba's responsibility to continue crying for us Kenyans. We have to take that responsibility and say, hey, I'm a Muslim. I need my space. Tomorrow, Sunday, when you're meeting all these preachers, I want to be in the State House. When all these Buddhists come around and say, I want to be part of it. So it's going to be all of us responsibility to claim our space. It's going to be the Mao people, the Narok people, the people who believe in the forest to claim their space, because Baba is not there to claim a space for us. About I heard you saying about the leadership going back to the governor. Devolution is really good. And I believe in Jewish community. It came a time when the Hitler destroyed the Jewish community. They came to their senses and said, hey, these people are destroying us. What can we do? So they came together and they put their money together. They went to school. They became genius. They are controlling the world. They have money. In Chicago here, they have their own security center whereby they look at different synagogues, what's going on in their community. So it's going to be upon different governorship. Man, the governors are so corrupt. They steal money. We may be saying the central government is corrupt, but I've seen like in Siaya the other day when the governor was walking around the hospital, like the old school hospital. I'm like, come on, these governors need to start thinking on helping their community. So the reason I'm mentioning Jews, these other tribes who say, oh, the Kikuyu and Kalenjin are ruling the country. So it's high time they go back to their homes and say, hey, how can we be better? Kisumu has to start doing fishing. The Narok community has to do a lot of mambo ya ng'ombe, skin and all that. So they have to be like Jewish. Go back to your community and say, hey, we cannot be in the central government, but how can we help ourselves? It's a shame to see some of the hospitals like in Siaya are still messed up. Some of the roads are still messed up. And then the governors had a lot of money. In Narok, the Governor Narok, what did he do with the money? Some of them got trillions and billions. So in Kiambu, what did they do with that money? So it's going to be upon other tribes, as I conclude, under the leadership of devolution, with the governors to go back to the basic and start taking care of their needs. And I'm praying that those in diaspora like us should start talking to our communities and start investing. There's a big bank in India that the guy, I think, if I remember, he started small banking to help his community, and it's one of the biggest banks. So we have to go back to the community and forget about the central government. So we have to take responsibility. Otherwise, we cannot depend on Gachagua as a deputy. We cannot depend on Ruto because they're already taking their part. And above all, it's going to be UDA responsibility. UDA members, those who supported this government, check your government. The Azimio team should forget about even opposition. Let them be in their mess. In 5 years, as I conclude, I hope Kalonzo will step up. Otherwise, thank you for this opportunity. Go back to your village. Go back to your village. Yes.
Thank you, Served. Come now.
Yes.
And, just one question before you leave. I think UDA always share to us scriptures. They tell us bottom up is in the Bible. Let me ask you, because you have not touched
Can I say that? Can I say
you have
something
not
about
touched on issues to do with the forest, which is part of the topic today. So is there a scripture that talks about God and conservation of the environment? Maybe we need to read to our current regime.
No. On my thinking about the forest part of it, I don't think going back to the, I don't want to be spiritual on that. Going back to the old way of going to start farming is not going to help the country. I think the forest should be left alone so the water can continue coming. The moment people start going to the forest, people are going to start cutting trees for charcoal and all that. So that's a wrong move. So there's no, I don't think there's a scripture, unless you know, because I think you're a minister, as I know in the forum. I don't think there's a verse saying about conservative. It's lack of education and knowledge. If you don't have knowledge about life, I think that's what is missing with him. He needs to, I don't know. There's something that is amiss. And you know, forest is good. Like here in I don't want to say in diaspora, I don't want to say where I am. You can't cut trees. The trees are everywhere. If the government get all of you cutting trees, you're gonna go to jail. So that's a no-go zone. And that's the reason why there's a beauty in Britain. The trees are beautiful. If you go to the United States, the trees are beautiful. So when people start talking about cutting trees, not even cutting trees, allowing people to go and start farming. And there's an individual that talks about that, oh, people are gonna just go. No, let me add one more thing. Sorry for taking long. Timboroa Forest. I have a land in Timboroa, and that around it, the forest that are around the Timboroa is gone. Me and my family had a land in Kipkabus. If anybody knows Kipkabus, Kaptagat, before the 1992 clashes, we used to be over there. The forest in Kipkabus and Kaptagat is almost gone. You know why? Because of farming. And that place used to be beautiful. There used to be birds in there. And because of that is deforestation. The deforestation that was done in Kaptagat and Kipkabus is enormous. It is messing up the country. And Timboroa right now, if there's a VOK, like I think there's a tower right there, I have a small land there. The forest is going away. So that's a dilemma. And Christian, man, hypocrisy, man. To watch my hypocrisy, I've gone, because I'm a Christian and I support Baba. A lot of people are on my case in Facebook. You should go to my Facebook. People are insulting me that I'm not a Christian, I'm backslidden, I'm saved, I'm a preacher, I love the Lord. But I love Baba because Baba is real. But Baba is not fake. So I'll conclude that. I love Baba. We love you, Baba. Baba is a true Christian and he's not fake. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you. Thank you for that contribution. So we allow you to.
Anybody with a question?
Okay. Kama kuna swali ama hakuna, tumwalao aendelee na kile alikuwa anafanya. As I bring in Rhoda, how are you?
Hi, everybody. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see even Ashley's. I see God is opening people's eyes to.
For the first time you are talking in somewhere we can't see you. What's happening?
Today I'm hiding. I'm sorry. But anyway, I will talk. Nice to see you, brother Stone, PK, D Shower Kiss. I thought it was amazing. Martin, Zalenda. Oh, hi, Zalenda. I salute you, Aslis. I'm very happy God is opening people's eyes, even people who are supporting UDA. Wow. I used to make videos in Facebook to tell people about Kenya Kwisha. Let me tell you, I was very, 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 very disappointed the first time when they bring fertilizer. I was expecting that fertilizer. I was thinking that they would think about food security to feed people because people have hunger. Watu wako na njaa. Unaona kaunti ile inaitwa Kirinyaga, wamama wanalia na njaa. Wanafanya hii kazi ya kupiga mawe. People are very hungry. We see a places, very dry places. Like Kirinyaga is a place where people, they used to have a hunger. Me, I went to study school there in high school, and I know that area, they don't get raining so much. I mean, it's very, very dry, so they will need help with the food. So I was expecting that I call him the Deputy Gachagua to respect him because he's a deputy for now. I was expecting him that God will give him wisdom to understand how to spread the food. I was expecting them, they go door to door. The way they were calling them hustler. I was expecting him, they go door to door to feed the family food. People have hunger. That's the way I was expecting. But I was very disappointed. And then they don't care about the climate crisis. In Kenya, we are in under climate crisis. When the government, you see, they don't focus with the climate crisis, the Kenya can't come much poverty. And that's why you always ask us, why in the country they don't have poverty for food? Because they always focus with the climate crisis. They don't want to lose their nature, But in our country, I saw like that lorry have a fertilizer. Instead of they goes, and those things, they bring problem in our country, So we are in right now in Kenya is going very bad when it comes about food. People, they have a hunger, and the government, they have an opportunity to feed everybody in Kenya food security. Everybody eat good food, and every country to have a security for the ambulance. When people get sick, they can call ambulance. Like, I don't know, it's called 99. They take them in the acute. I don't know. If they don't do that kind of thing, then they're not doing nothing. That is the work of the government, to feed people, not people to feed you, to feed people, and to everybody in Kenya citizen, they have a insurance. It's called insurance. When you get sick, the government will cover you. When you die, the government, they will help you. Because some people, even they don't have afford money to take the funeral. I know some people, they don't afford. So there's a many things the Kenya government to do, but they don't. They think about their own stomach. I was expecting the Speaker of Parliament, he would think about what can we feed the people, family for the food. That's the way I was expecting him to address when he was telling the member of Parliament, that they need to have a house. Instead of they focus with the people who vote for them, who wake up in the morning. The way they say people, they vote for them. They call them hustler. If they're hustler, why can't they go, they feed people? Like country like Madera, people are dying for food. Animal, Wajir, Kirinyaga, Kiabu, Kakamega, all country, they need food. People, they hunger in Kenya. People, they have a problem in Kenya. They need help. So I'm really worried about Kenya. It seemed, and I was very, 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 very surprised when I see like somebody like Ruto, he's going with a private jet in US, in New York, and they were sleeping Jack Hotel. And those people, they were going there, they were just carrying these bags, kina Ababu na Mambo, and people like Ababu na Mambo, he has been the government of Kenya. He was a minister of fair, something like that. And he was there. And he was getting a lot of money, and he was there. He was working with private, they pretend that they are business people, And everybody know in Africa we are problem. Who know? People they know in Africa we are the people who have a puberties. So you cannot go there with a document showing people that you come from Africa. And everybody know that. You know, a country like in America, they used to feed whole world with the food security. They used to send, even the country I'm living right now, we send money in Africa. Red Cross, where the people are starving, Somalia and Ethiopia and Kenya as well. You know, so it's shameful. What is the Kenya is represented? I'm worried about this government. I don't have a hope of this government. One thing, when the Ruto he came in the office, he did mistake. He didn't do the right. He started to bring the judge. The judge, they were they were outside of the government. Instead of he focused, what can I feed people for the food security? That was because he said that he was hustler. That was I was expecting. And to go to school, to feed the children with lunch, free lunch, how people they can have money, social security. That was I was expecting him. It's a real disappointment with this government, and I don't have hope. At least when we go back to 2017, when in NASA and Jubilee, they were, we remember, when Jubilee and NASA, when NASA didn't win, and then the court, they didn't nullify, the NASA, they were still, they didn't have, they were just living good life. I think everybody NASA have a house in Karen. Those guys, they always live good life because they get allowance from the government. Kina Mudavadi, they were NASA, Kina Waitagura, they were living, they have houses in Karen. Like they have even house in Trazoya, very beautiful house. Those guys, they were getting money for the government. And nobody, hakuna mtu alikuwa na watesa. Unaona? Na walikuwa navaa vizuri, wanakula vizuri, they have everything. Watoto wao wanapeleka shule mzuri kwa sababu Uhuru aliwapatia, ndio maana anaitwa Uhuru, freedom. Yeye akuanga anakuanga na discriminations ati nini yeye akuanga, lakini naona hii government wako little bit discrimination for Azimio, wawapati nini allowance zao. The things I'm worried to, he's going to allow the Azimio la Umoja to join the government to be coalition, one coalitions, like he can achukue government ministers was aseme kama for example I see somebody like Sabina Chege, she can give her like a chair, like to be the I'm not saying I don't think she wants, but I think they need to work, they need to give them a please chance, like they work together like the way it was a Jubilee and NASA. Yeah, and they nobody, hakuna mtu anateseka kama mtu. Raila ni mtu amepigania nini government yetu, ni mtu amekuja you know, he somebody whole world wanajua Odinga, you know, kila mtu anajua Uhuru, you know, those people they need to be respected, to be valued, because even God can bless our country, even God can give us rain, because tukiwetupa kama watu kama wao, kama tukisoma kama mtu Matiba alipigania nchi yetu. By the way, we are coming back to Matiba days. We are going to bring that for DRC again in the house. We want people like Matiba who will win our government, who will fight for our democracy. We will not allow our country ruled by blackmail, manipulation, and they do what they want. We will not allow. We have to fight, and it costs. We have to pay the price, and price is. Yeah, we have to wake up. We cannot allow this kind of thing they are doing. Yeah.
Thank you, Rhoda.
Thank you.
Rhoda, I have a problem with you. You see the way you're fighting for them? Not one of them stood when Wetangula says for their remunerations to be added. I want us to fight for us, because if they fight for themselves and then you go there and fight for them, who is going to fight for you? Who is going to fight for the ordinary man? You're fighting for their position. There is not even one who stood against Wetangula, even just for the record, knowing that they were not going to win, to say no. Before we take care of our stomachs, let us take care of the people who brought us here. Those numbers that we are talking about, let us use our numbers to pass a stimulus for the people. So I have a problem when you fight for them and they don't fight for you.
Yeah, and I also think this is not the right time for handshake. They will give excuses and say that it's handshake that has not made us to perform. So let's be in opposition and let's be active to put the government on checks. Let them deliver. They are the ones who are elected, and they are the ones who have the mandate. So let's give them time. Let them deliver what they are supposed to deliver. If they don't, then tutachua wow. They used an excuse in the last 4 years that in handshake ilifanya hawakudeliver. So around here, let it be a pure government from the KA team, and let's see what they can deliver. Stone PK, are you around? Okay, kama hajakuja, I can allow. Stone PK, how are you?
I'm around, Wekesa. How are you?
I'm fine, bwana. Your man from Karatina is vomiting everything.
The right word is an idiot. I'm worried about people saying I respect Gachagua. I think Kenyans, we don't know English. Kenyans, we've gone to school, but hatujui Kizungu. Wekesa, who do you respect? How is respect hand? Do you respect a murderer? Do you respect a thief? I have a problem with my fellow Kenyans. Anyway, that's a story for another day. For me, I don't respect Ruto. I don't respect Gachagua because I respect people of integrity. That's me, Stone PK. I respect Wekesa. When I'm told you're a man of God, I listen to what you say, how you preach, you walk the talk, then you command my respect. As of now, I don't have a president. I don't have a deputy because I have wrongs, I have tags. Anyway, let me say what I had come to say here. I had taken a sabbatical leave after I saw what happened in my country. I've been mourning. It's the saddest day in my life. Sad because it dawned on me 60 years of struggle as a country to achieve the so-called democracy as per the Muzungu, because that democracy is not African. It's Muzungu who have brought these things to us. And they are happy to see when we are behaving like monkeys, we are behaving like clowns. That is what they want to achieve from our disorganization. And we are really dancing into their arena. What Kenya has done, bringing me to my contribution and also to touch on Rigathi or whoever, is that Kenya is a country that sets records. It sets mediocre records. It sets great records. We've set records in terms of M-Pesa, wonderful, but unfortunately we never embraced it. It is a baby that is celebrated by other people, just to show how mediocre we are. Those two boys that discovered M-Pesa, why didn't the country own it? Why could it do it? I just want to give a journey down the memory lane to show how mediocre we are. We also set records in running, athletics. We've remained top for quite some time. Now we lost it. We are no longer there. Why? Because we got lured into drugs, endorsement. Our athletics started behaving like the other people. You want to enhance yourself. You don't want to run naturally. And so we are no longer there. Then, of course, when we talk of things like peace building, I think we are good. Baba did one of the things that has never been seen before, where you are beaten unfairly, your election is stolen seriously, and then you extend a hand to whoever has stolen your election, and you call it handshake. So we did it. We set a record, and it's being studied elsewhere. We also set a record with the Maraga, following the constitution that we really died for. Went through an election, we saw that illegalities, he nullified. It was the song of the world. Then we've come to set another one to destroy that record we set. That elections now, you don't need elections in any country. What you need is numbers. Doesn't matter where you get those numbers from. Just bring them to the polling station, and those numbers will be announced at IBC. And they are there. Process haijalishi. Mother Koome has told us that. So Kenyans are just being told, don't bother ever to go for elections. For the candidates watabeba ma votes na kikapu, waweke pale kwa polling station zihesabiwe. That is basically what our highest court has told us. Same thing, we have set a record here. The president, so-called president, is out there talking about global warming. And then the deputies on the other side directly contradicting him. That's another record where the head does not know what the neck is doing. I mean, really? This country called Kenya? Nimekwama. I really am so ashamed of even being calling myself a Kenyan. For those of you, I know Kenyans are the most ignorant communities in the world, as much as we are educated. Ask a Kenyan what Masai Mara does to that country. Hawajui, hiyo unajua ni tourism, Ask a Kenyan to spend 10,000 to go to Masai Mara to see what Mau has done when it was destroyed. Mara River dying, crocodiles dying for lack of water. Until Tanzania threatened Kenya. They said, mukifanya hivi mutatuona. Then your deputy president, so-called, anaitwa Aibu, whatever president, says that watu warudi kwa Mau Forest. Sincerely speaking, I'm told he's a graduate of Nairobi University. What does Nairobi University teach? What happened? This is a graduate, a university degree holder, talking even worse than my shosho in the village. Really? Kenyans, we are there. I'm happy Kenyans are going to reap what they sow. I'm happy that Kenyans will really get it. And I'm happy they are getting it even before 20 days of Ruto's government. That tells you what it will happen. My happiest thing is that mtoto amelilia wembe atapata. Kenyans will see what mediocrity is truly is. Kenyans will see what it means to have a president that does not have any values. This I'm talking with my authority, my personality. That is who I am. I call a spade a spade. Kenyans will have the worst time. The first time we goofed was 2017 when we put Uhuru in place. Uhuru is the result of what we are having today. Rubbish, mediocrity, shida zote. It is Uhuru, Ruto. And Ruto is very clever. He's a crook. He knows. He put this man who does not even think, the man who is ever, he has no authority. He knew he would topple him. No wonder he was saying he wanted to slap him. Because anybody to say ningemchapa kofi. Mwanaume kuambiwa na mwanaume mwingine ningekuchapa kofi. Mimi ukiniambia hivyo natoa suruali kwanza. Because umenionaje uniambie utanichapa kofi. From where I come, and I like talking about my tribe. For you to tell a man, I'll slap you, honestly, I don't want to pretend. Hiyo tutaenda mbali sana. Nitatoa nguo zote, ndio unislap, na unifanye hivyo umeona mimi ni ng'ombe. I'll do exactly that. So for Ruto to say, and it's true, he really wanted to slap this man, because he thought he was an idiot. And we have seen it. This country is headed for doom. This country is headed for doom. You may call it whatever you want. I know we are being told, now we are being told Christianity. The greatest nations don't talk about Christianity, my friend. That is private business. The heaviest crooks on earth talk about Christianity. They even put crosses like the one I'm putting on here. Kumbe they are murderers. So let nobody come and tell us Kenya is a Christian. What is being Christian? Christianity ni nini? Really? Tuombe, sijui prayers, sijui at the State House. That is all nonsense. It's garbage. It's rubbish. Christianity is always invoked to impoverish people. Whenever anybody comes talking about your faith, oh, unajua lazima uombe, lazima ukue hivi, anataka kukugandamiza. Mwambie nenda zako, mimi nitamuomba Mungu wangu wakati wangu. I don't want to pray when you want me to pray. And that's why when you visit me in my house, you tell me let's pray. I tell you no, but brother, we don't pray at this time. Sisi tu huwa tunaomba wakati wetu. Because it's a lie. It's a lie that has been done over time. Since Christianity came, there are people who brought it and took advantage of it and killed people and destroyed people totally. Okay? So basically, we are saying that let Kenyans not be lied to. Oh, sijui fulani is not a Christian. Who has Christianometer? That Christianometer that measures how Christian I am, how you are less of a Christian. Garbage. Okay? And it is the church that has destroyed this country. That I'll say again with all the emphasis. They have come through the church. Kumbe that church is fake, is the devil, is evil. Then they have isolated the true believers, those who are, because you are told, faith is individual, you can't do this, because tuondoe hiyo kando, the nonsense of somebody saying Raila is not a Christian, that is garbage. We even don't want to be ruled by a Christian anymore, because they are all thieves. We want to be ruled by other people, whether they are Christians, atheists, or devil worshippers, but so long as they give justice to the people, that is what we want. We don't want Bwana Asifiwe za ujinga. This is akina Ruto. All right? And then when we talk of the forest, Kenyans, you are supposed to prepare. You can only be geared towards making sure that this doesn't happen. If you don't stop it, no one will stop it. Ruto and his people are eating. They are chopping. In Nigeria, we say, I chop my money. They are chopping. They are enjoying. They are in New York. Wewe Mkenya wa kawaida uliambiliwa wheelbarrow, unakufa maskini. Those of us who are here on this panel are not poor. We are just here passing time and debating and discussing. But we are not poor. Wewe uliambiliwa wheelbarrow. Wewe boda boda. Sahi petrol ni 180 shillings, my friend. I want to see for how long you ride that boda boda, ubebe watu na upate ile shilingi yako 300 per day. I give you another 20 days. You will go begging, your boda boda itasimama. You are the people who are shouting and talking about Ruto. You are supposed now to change and start reorganizing for a revolution. Change Supreme Court away, change Ruto away, change Chebukati away. That is the only solution you have. Stand up, rise, and revolt. Thank you very much. Back to Ekesa. Ekesa ameenda.
Tuende Rehab. Mr. Stone, kwa nini umekasirika?
Mimi sijakasirika. I'm not annoyed. I'm just telling you the truth.
Lakini kukasirika ni vizuri. Unajua mwanaume lazima ukasirike ndio mambo ikuwe sawa sawa. Sasa unajua usipokasirika sikasirikaji. Sasa
when Ruto said that angepiga huyo mwanaume kofi, that is something that people should have read beyond that coffee alone. It means that this guy has been the president ever since. So Uhuru alikuwa tu nikafiga hapo, lakini the guy who was calling the shots ni actually Ruto. Ruto was the president. So threatening your sitting president that utampiga coffee, it means that uko na powers zingine zile hata president mwenyewe ana. And we saw that, and that is why Azimio lost elections, because Ruto had the deep state and had the powers to control almost everything. Coming to matters religion, I think those are spiritual matters. It still depends on individuals. over Christianity or over being too religious in a society. This is what brings conflicts. Most conflicts we see in the world between Islam and the Christians, between Hindus and Islam, is because of religion. So we need to separate religion from societies, because these are matters that we can't really know even the existence of some of the gods that our people normally pray to, because hakuna mtu ameenda huko akatuambia ati mkiomba mvua itakuja, mkifanya hii, mkiomba uchumi ya Kenya itaimarika, mkiomba corruption itaisha. There is nothing like that. So we need to move to secular society where we live by the rule of law. The rule of law says that lazima tufuate sheria, we follow the law of the country, and that should be our guiding principles. If you want to develop the economy, if you want to improve the environment, we need to plant trees. Those are not matters of religion. Those are matters that depend on the individuals to take responsibility. So these are issues that I think in the near future you'll see a lot of conflict between religion in Kenya, especially when we still have this government that is really emphasizing on religion and prayer as an answer to societal problems. Just as PK had put it, Kenya, the problem has been the religious economy. The religious economy whereby the church is making a lot of money, which is not even taxed. The other time, I think the government, it's called the governor of central bank wanted to, I don't know, is it the governor or the KRA boss wanted to tax churches because of the revenue they collect every Saturday and Sunday. And no meaningful development, because this is not money that comes back to develop our roads. This is not money that comes back to build schools. This is not money that comes back to help the poor. This money ends up in a few individual pockets. So the church in Kenya is very, very corrupt to date. Not the previous years where we had Kina Ndingi Mwanawanzeki. That church was better because it was dealing with societal problem. At least they could run away from religion a bit and come to politics, to the secular one, and say, you know, the lives of Kenyans need to be improved by good governance. So I think we need to be very, very careful, very, very careful. As much as Rigathi has done his mistakes, we hope that the president will correct them when he comes back from his trip. So I still emphasize that we give this government some time and see. We have already seen it doing a few mistakes. Let's give them 100 days and see what they can achieve. Thank you.
Mzalendo ulikuwa unacheza music nyuma, tulikuwa na music ndio ilikuwa kwa wingi, lakini you just gave us a nice music. Yeah, kulikuwa na music kali hapo nyuma, but it disrupted. You had a very good content, but your music was a little bit loud.
Okay, who is next? PM?
Repeat what I've just said, because I think I started by saying that PK had a very, very good point when he said that indeed in his society, I believe he comes from somewhere in Meru, that ukiambiwa mwanamume akikwambia atakupiga kofi, you really need to act. So Ruto was the president. I still believe that Ruto alikuwa rais, yeye ndiye alikuwa mbele ya Uhuru kabisa in the previous government that ilikuwa pale, and that is why Azimio lost. They didn't have the deep state, they didn't have anything. So that was a very, very big problem. Ruto was the one calling the shots in government. So, and coming to matters of religion, I was trying to say that religion plays a role in your faith, your connection between your God and your maker, and it talks about eternity, not the world that we live in. Secularism deals with the society that you live in on a daily basis, the road, the employment that you will get, the good governance that you will get, vis-a-vis religion that deals with the matters of faith, how you live, and how if you die you are going to go to heaven. And there are so many religions in Kenya. So what I said is that in future we are going to see a conflict in religion being involved in church, because that's what we have seen in most countries where Christians are fighting Muslims and Hindus are fighting Islam and things like that, because our religious societies tend to move towards that direction. So it will start in a small way in places like Mombasa and the northeastern province, where the Christians will feel marginalized because the Muslims are taking over. Muslims also will feel marginalized by this Christian nation that cannot allow one of their own to ascend to power. So we must be very, very careful when we talk matters Christianity. As much as we are a Christian, as much as we are Christian, we should also understand that there are other religions amongst us, and politics should not be mixed with the religion. I said, and time and again, I said the church in Kenya has failed, and has failed, because I was just having a discussion with one of my friends, and we said, which church do you think is the right church to follow? Then I told him, the church is you and me, our connection between me and our God. Because even if you go to yesteryears, our grandfathers and our great grandfathers, they never used to have this Muzungu religion that we really practice. So we need to really differentiate between religion and government. Yeah, religion and government. So the root of government should not be really emphasizing on prayer as a way of fighting corruption, or as a way of, or the security sector. Let's say Matiangi holding prayers with the security forces to catch thieves. I mean, it doesn't work like that. We have got laws, we have got acts within these forces that govern them, and they are very, very far away from religion. So when you practice religion, let it end in the church, or maybe show us by your deeds that you're practicing religion. But when it comes to matters of government, let it be matters of governance, let it be run by the constitution of the country. Otherwise, that is what I had today. I hope, Leo, you've heard me. Leo? Or there was still some music.
No, you are, Mr. Rando, you are very clear. You are absolutely very clear. And, the reason I wanted you to just bring the statement back, I wanted to make it more strong, because what Stone PK was saying, actually, it's very important that we Kenyans, we are taking things for granted. And it's time now that we should call a spade a spade. We are going actually out of the lane. And if you see a driver swerving here and there, and you are just a passenger, if you don't just excuse yourself and just say, I want to pee, then terribly, the next thing is that the accident is going to happen, and you'll blame yourself. Either you blame yourself in the coffin, or you blame yourself in the hospital. This is what is going to happen now. I hope I'll wait my time. Let me allow Stone PK to guide us.
Lee, you could proceed. You are on the right note, so that from you we go to PH, and then Rhoda or Ashley, one of the two. Mzalendo, you had done your contribution, so that's okay. Lee, go ahead.
Thank you. Let me say hi to Stone, Mzalendo, Ashley. Lord, I think is maybe sleeping now. PH. I thank you guys for your contribution. You know, you widen our knowledge, you wake up us, you make us alert. And the only thing that captured my mind is I was, you know, at the moment we try to just lay down, at least we wait for these guys to be able to evolve and do something. But what captured my mind is what Mr. RG, whatever you can call him, I don't know whether you call him RG or something, is going with the highest speed of destroying instead of thinking. I don't know whether these guys, they were given a playbook, because, you know, when you take a government, it's just less than a month. They are supposed to be working on a playbook, what was there and how they are supposed to implement, because you cannot destroy what has already been put there. No matter how bad the government, the government that you are taking over was, you cannot destroy things within a day. If you are destroying, the effects of destroying will be so devastating, because or it just thinks that it's not a second in command in the country. Whatever it's doing is theoretically very bad, unless and otherwise somebody whispers to his ears. This guy is gonna be worse than what Ruto used to be to Huru. We don't expect this one to continue, because we had 5 years of turmoil whereby we didn't have two leaders working together. And that is why you could see when the debt we have, it's because we didn't have leaders. We had just some people, some enjoying their whiskey, some enjoying their stealing over there. So they plundered the country. However, they have taken power. It's a mistake that already we did a second mistake. You know, you can do a mistake once and you're forgiven. But once you repeat a mistake, it's called a mistake, and nobody can allow you. If it's in school, it's not even called a suspension. You are just completely expelled. So we Kenyans, we are there to be expelled. We are expelled to be able to even to play on any league, because we do not even just realize that we have done a mistake. And perhaps since things have already gone astray, and it will be too late for us to be able to recover, because you know, if we have a good, you know, the only hope we have, if this gentleman can be able to put in ministers who can be able to think like human being. Otherwise, if we are going to get a terrorist in an interior ministry, you get maybe a grand grabber in the Ministry of Lands. You get the worst person in the sector of maybe transport. Man, we are finished. We will be finished totally, because those three key areas, I leave our own finance, because finance, it depends on what comes from the exchequer. These three departments, if we get the worst of them, then we are done. We are done completely, because the government, the country depends on these three key ministries. So if they're gonna be plundered, we don't know who is gonna be there. I hear there is wrangles in between. That is why they don't want to release the list. But either way, we don't have any hope. I saw the gentleman traveling with his own clansmen. I didn't see anyone from other community, because, you know, when you are a president, you just forget you're coming from one community. Bring everyone together. Bring one person from coast, bring one from the mountain, bring one from the lake, so that when you are traveling, there is a cocktail. So there is a cocktail. Yeah, that works well, because at the end of the day, we just it's like we are being marooned. Somebody is just working against the theory, because Kenya was placed already in a very nice trajectory, but as we are heading, it's not going well. It's not going well. Right now, Kenyans are dying of hunger. We have drought almost everywhere. When a gentleman wakes up just one morning and says he's gonna destroy, what do you know? We have gone almost 15 years since we started struggling for the Mount Forest. We've gone 15 years, and the country has spent a lot of money. There is people who have lost a lot, and then when you just remind them that you can just undo these things within a single day, It's perturbing. It's quite crazy. I don't know where we're gonna phantom this, or we just go straight to deal with this issue. But I think we need to have some brains on the ground, and we are not gonna have Raila again on the street unless Kenyans themselves rescue themselves. Things are not good for them. Things are not good. Otherwise, they act earlier, they save themselves. If they wait a little bit longer, one day this guy is going to declare. He's going to declare even the Nairobi, it's his, and he will say, whoever is there, either you pay me directly. You know, it's like a gang. We're just dealing with like a gang saying this one it belongs to here. We no longer have, we should not even actually have a roadside declaration. Who is this guy just anyhow? We have a government, we have a registrator, whereby these things should be discussed. When somebody goes on the roadside, says this one should be done, this one should be done, we are long gone from this kind of road declaration. It was long gone. Even a kid did, even who never did this. How can a deputy president just come and just do things like this? It's perturbing, but I hope Kenyans will cap. Those who are going to be going to the judges, which is PK is gonna put an X for demolition, or I don't know whether we'll change them to be institution of mental, because I don't think we have judges anymore. I was speaking with my friend somewhere, whereby I witnessed a friend, just a close friend, who was criticizing the judge because of this election. And how they were thinking is that they were seeing this guy more satanic than them. But he asked them a question. If you guys, you don't see exactly what I'm explaining to you, then you are not religious. Then you are on the other side, because a religious person is supposed to reason first. What is bedeviling us? And what is the solution? Because Christianity is about listening, finding the solution. But now the guys we have, they are attacking. And if they hear you talk, they will even eliminate you within a second. That is not Christianity. Then we don't have that Christianity which is supposed to be. So on my own side is that we do have places for worship, but the people inside, they are not real. Maybe unless and otherwise we start training. We need to have people having theology. We need to take actually people to start running theology, so at least we have credible people in charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you so much. I'll bring in PH.
Oh, Stone niaje bwana.
Poa bro.
Thank you so much. You know, before you came, nilikuwa na issue hapa kwa hii mambo ya Mau Forest. Najua mimi ni victim Nilikuwa naambia hapa mapanelist ya kwamba you know, it's so painful. Nimekumbuka hiyo kitu. Jamaa Rigathi amenikumbusha kitu uchungu sana. You know, 1978 my dad bought a land in mahali hapo Rift Valley, mahali Mau Forest iko. Lakini basically ukienda huko, hata wewe ukienda kununua shamba mahali na unless uone msituni ndio utajua kuna msituni. Ilikuwa place imekuwa developed tu. Mtu alimuuzia shamba na akaenda akauza maploti zingine mahali alikuwa nazo, akachanga pesa akanunua 250 hectares. After consulting na family members, tuuze tuende tununue mahali fulani, tuuze we go we buy somewhere else. So after purchasing that land, wakati walikuwa wanaweka perimeter fence, hii live wire hiyo wire, electric wire ilikata hiyo shamba yote kabakisha 1/8 of an acre. So after nimekuwa mtu mzima, nimekuwa nikiuliza baba, ilikuwaje ukanunua shamba na ikakunywa maji? You didn't even consult, you never even went to do land searches, ujue shamba kama ilikuwa na title genuine ama ni aje. Akaniambia he made several channels to Nairobi and Naivasha kuangalia mambo hiyo shamba. Na aliconfirm, hata alifanya land search akaona shamba iko na title and inaoniwa na Stony PK, the seller now. I'm using you as an example. So that's when now he went to the family, wakakuwa na meeting. I was young by then. So shamba ikanunuliwa. Shamba imewekwa waya, imekunywa maji. Kukakuwa na issue, kutakuwa na settlement itafanyika. Hao watu watakuwa compensated. Before hata mwezi isha, wakaambiwa sasa mkue in groups, mupande miche, seedlings. Gava itakuja wape pesa, muende mupande hizo seedling kwa hiyo msituni, mkingoja kuwa compensated. Mpaka saa hii bado. My dad still owns the title deed. Quite often anaiangalianga. Hawezi maliza mwezi kama hajaidraw kutoka kwa draw aangalie. Iko and it's used to be genuine, lakini baadaye tuliambiwa hiyo ni makaratasi tu. Now our deputy president has come out, amesema watu sasa, this is an executive order. Ingia ndani. Na unajua hiyo electric fence iko tu mahali nyumba yangu iko, naweza ishika nikiwa nimelala kwa nyumba kama nimepitisha mkono kwa dirisha. Na nikaambiwa hiyo nyumba itabomolewa hapo juu. Sasa distance ya hiyo perimeter electric fence inastahili kuwe 50 meters ndio uanze kujenga. Hiyo itakuwa uache hiyo space. After nilimaliza high school, dad aliniambia, now you know you are 18 years. Wewe sasa ni squat hapa kwangu. Usiniombe shamba na unaona shamba hamna. So sikuelewa by then. Akaniambia, ukiitingi 18 years, what you do, Uhuru is the one who should tell you all Kibaki. But hiyo wakati ni Uhuru alikuwa 2013. Uhuru anastahili kuenda kuonesha mahali unastahili kujenga. Akupee shamba. Yeye ndio rais wa Kenya. Mimi sasa hapa kwangu wewe ni squat. Hiyo maneno najaribu kuimagine, sasa ndio nimeshika sense. So najiuliza, if the deputy president anaweza enda aseme watu tuingie Mau saa hii. Mtu kama mimi, unajua ningekuwa huko saa hii ningekuwa nimeanza kufyeka. Unaona? Ile rally ya mwisho walifanya wakiwa Narok huko, waliambia Wamasai the moment wana capture power hivi, kuna ranch iko huko. Hiyo ranch ni yao, wataingia ndani waanze kufanya kenye wanataka kufanya na hiyo ranch. Hiyo ranch si kama ni ya nani, lakini kuna shamba ya mtu huko, aliwaambia wakichukua kiti hivi, watu waingie ndani waanze kufyeka. Sasa nyumbani niko 300 meters from the Daramea farm yenye iko Naivasha. Huyu jamaa akikuja Nakuru, God forbid, si mtu akufa ama akuje kutembea, apanue mdomo yake aseme sasa tena watu hapa mnahangaika na kuna launch hapa ya Daramea msituni tu imelala hapa, ingieni ndani fyeka mulime. Tunaelekea wapi Stone PK? It's quite unfortunate. Unajua siamini nilisikiza speech ya president akiwa ng'ambo na speech sahihi ya deputy president akiwa Baringo. Ninachanganyikiwa. Halafu kitu kingine ya nyuma, you know we elected leaders. Tukawatuma parliament. But I'm very much shocked. Hakuna hata mbunge mmoja mwenye angesimama aseme hii mambo ya CDF ama hii mambo ya kuongeza mishahara hatutaki. Quite unfortunate. You can imagine we have like 100 MPs plus kwa parliament who are newly elected. Guys who had nothing. Au kwa hata na kakitu. Take for example an MP from Mumias East mwenye alikija parliament siku ya kwanza, he only had 500 shillings in his pocket. Hata wacha earn the first month salary. You want to tell me huyu mtu ni lini alipata first month salary of $1 million, akafanya akatoa total earning and expenditure, akatoa rent, akatoa maji, akatoa stima, akatoa mambo ya gari kunywa mafuta nini, akatoa pesa ya kusiaga. Ni lini alijua hiyo 1 million haitoshi? Sasa wanataka kujiongezea mshahara. Honestly speaking, hata wajapata pesa ya mwezi wa kwanza. Ni sangapi wameanza kujua, hii position nilikuwa napewa. And wengi wao ni youngsters. Guys hata wenye hawana experience kwa bunge. Wenye hata wakishika 100 wanastahili kuwa wasimu kwa akili. Now they are going to earn almost 1 million. So ni nini ya muhimu sana wamekumbuka kuna mahitaji inahitajika mahali, wanastahili kuongezewa mshahara. If they are genuine enough. Kama hii CDF si ati walikuwa nakula chips. Unajua kuna wakati niliapply loan nikiwa campus hii ya bursary. Nilikuwa nadaiwa 65,000 kwa shule. Nika-apply bursary ikakuja ya 1,500. And my MP alinipea hiyo bursary 1,500 shillings na nilikuwa na loan na school fees balance ya 65,000. Sasa hii CDF kweli kama wako na clear motive kwa hii CDF wanang'ang'ania. You want to tell me tukichukua hii CDF tuiweke mahali, tusiwape? Iko hiyo build CDF iko, tuiweke mahali. Iko ukihitaji shule kitaka kujengwa huko Shago, shule ina apply hiyo CDF inatoka mahali. CMP sasa naguza inatoka mahali. Mimi nikitaka pasali ya kwenda shule nina apply mahali inatoka hapo. Hiyo MP asi access hiyo CDF. Watakubali? Hawatakubali. Wanataka hiyo CDF kuna vile wanaitumia, and I believe ni ile tu do wanakulanga, nothing else, because sikuamini I can apply a bursary of 65,000 ikuje 1,500. Honestly speaking, kama hiyo kiongozi anataka kusaidia watoto hao wenye wanafunzwa huko mashinani wenye wajiwezi, you want to tell me aliona out of 65,000 and pay 1,500? Stone PK. Thank you so much.
That is Kenya for you. Those are our leaders. Alafu tunaambiwa you respect them. You know, that's what I'm saying. We really need to rethink the use of our language, and I think tumepotea njia tu. So you respect such leaders. You've just posted very well. Hujawahi ku-earn mshahara, hujawahi kujua cost ya kurun office ya member of parliament. What are the impacts, ama the negatives, ama the positives? How would you be able to even claim for adjustment of whatever there is? So umeingia tu jana. I mean, truly speaking, the answer to all this is just sending everybody home. Hata hiyo katiba tuweke kwa rubbish, we start afresh. Honestly, I may sound militant. I said this before election. I'll still stay by that, and I stand by it. We have to go militant now, because nobody will save us. Not even the jeshi. Jeshi yetu ni wanakula. Kenya is every man for himself. Wa Kenya bora anapata kitu. Siku hizi tunaita kakitu. 30 billion unaita kakitu. 200 million kakitu. Yaani wa Kenya sisi ni wezi wa namba moja duniani. How do you call those kind of deals kakitu? Ati unajua lazima mtu atafute kakitu. Kakitu. Mwizi inakuwa bora tu. Unaulizwa wewe unasema Stone PK ni mwizi. Nani si mwizi Kenya? That is the kind of language we are using. That is what we are using. So because Stone PK ni mwizi, hata wewe iba. That is what we are saying. So now we have said, hata ukiambiwa judge ni mwizi, unaulizwa prove at the court of law. Sasa haya unasema kuna shida kwa election, unaambiwa kwenda kotini. Umeshika mtu anachinja mbuzi yako hapo kwako nje, your neighbor, this is your goat, anakuambia bro waenda kotini bwana, na anachinja, anatoa ngozi, anatoa matumbo, wanaanza kusherehekea, lakini amekwambia enda kotini. Really? Kenyans, this is gonna be bad, and it's bad. These guys have no clue of how to run a government, because their aim was to grab, and then the abracadabra ile walikuwa wanafanya ikakuja ikaingiana. Uhuru alikuwa amelala, analewa, alikuwa amelewa kabisa, ana celebrate huko. Baba na yeye akatrust Uhuru. Baba trust everybody, ana trust mpaka hata things that don't need trust. Instead of Baba being Baba, manake Baba angekuwa Baba, pale bombers would have invaded and stopped that garbage. That is what we should have done if Raila was Raila. Tungestorm hapo, but we were overtaken by Ruto. Ruto stormed in. I had the previous night, 2 nights, I had said, Let Baba mobilize the boys from wherever. Watu wanasema oh, he has an image. Sasa watakula image. Wakenya watakula hiyo image. UN and international community don't care any shit whether you are dying as Kenyans or not. They have no business with you. Theirs will just come to give aid, to give relief. Mkianza kupigana kuwaletea bunduki, that is what they will enjoy. Mkianza kuwa wagonjwa kuuza madawa, they don't give a damn. Okay? It is every man for himself. We should have stopped Ruto from forcing himself to be announced. The boys should have stormed there. That ingekuwa kesi sasa. When you become rogue, I should become rogue. Raila alikaa constitution. Constitution imempeleka wapi? Nobody. Ruto will not even follow that constitution. Number one, he doesn't believe in it. He never supported it. He does not even recognize it at all. So how do you expect? Even if you give him 1,000 years, nothing. Ruto atafanya vitu haphazardly. He will be even worse than Uhuru. Ngoja arudi uone. Those pronouncements umesikia za Rigathi is what you are going to hear. We are here. We are here. Okay, bwana Mzalendo, come in.
PK, unajua unaguza mali watu wengi wataki kuongea juu yake sana. Hatutaki kuongea juu ukweli sana. When they were supposed to storm Bomas, they didn't storm Bomas. Kura zikaibiwa. Kura zilikuwa zinaibiwa mashinani, si Bomas. Kura zilikuwa zinaibiwa mashinani. Ndio tungekuwa na kesi baadaye. Kura yote ilikuwa inaisha kwa polling center. Hapo ndio unaiba kura, unamaliza kesi. Bomas ni kuenda kuangalia Chebukati amereceive hiyo kura ulipata, ndio muende Supreme Court na Ruto. But all that said, you know, we started promising seats that we don't even have, cabinet positions that we don't even have, and we are wewe utapatiwa hii, wewe utachukua hii. I mean, who does that? So hizi vitu zote ilikuwa ni makosa. Anyway, mambo ya MPs. You know, there is a lady who is in charge of it's called the parliamentary something. It's called what? The lady who is in charge of
Parliamentary Salaries and Remuneration Committee.
Yeah, SRC or something, huh?
Yeah.
So that lady, I mean, that is somebody, that office is what we need to give a lot of backing, because what these MPs are really asking for are outrageous. They're asking for an increment in the number of kids that they are supposed to put in their insurance. They are also, sorry, let me, give me a second. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, just give me a second.
We can hear you. You are loud and clear. You are loud and clear.
Yeah, just give me a second. I'll be back. Oh, yeah. They are saying that they need so many kids in their insurance. Then the current insurance policy, I think, provides for not more than 5 or not more than 3 or something. Is it 3 or 5? Something like that. So they want that cap open, that they can put the number of kids they want in the insurance policy. What else do they want? They want the vehicle capacity, the cap that they had been put for by the CRC to be removed. They had been told that they only have to purchase vehicles that are below 3,000 cc, not anything above 3,000 cc. So wanataka hayo magari makubwa, and they are in their seating allowances reinstated. The 5,000 Kenya shillings that was removed from their sitting allowance be brought back to add on the 1 million shillings that they earn. So you realize that being a member of parliament in Kenya is very, very lucrative. very, very lucrative. I think it's the highest paying job. And to add on top of that, that they have the CDF. They used to have the CDF that was scrapped by the Supreme Court of 150 million, about 200 million annually. So you can imagine when people like Baraza, they take the gun to shoot somebody, it's like a matter of life and death. So we should actually really support that lady. She's called Lynn Cherop. We should really support her. Let her just stand by the taxpayers who are me and you who are paying these members of parliament. Let us not budge, because everything stops with her. If she accepts that she's going to increase their pay, mishahara yao itaongezeka. So let us shout a lot about this issue of MPs adding their pay packs. Otherwise, it's not a good thing for the economy of the country.
Thank you, Mzalendo. You know, what is really amusing me is, like, you know, we are discussing as if we are dealing with sober human beings. We have forgotten that we are dealing with the majambas. They are not going to look at any law. They are not going to look at any regulations. They are not. Even that lady, she will have no say. And we are here. Mutakuja kuniambia. Nobody will at your CGI regulation and all. There is no regulation. These things are planned. Just like the fertilizer issue. Wameambua endeni huko. The motto is reinstate anything that you can have to loot money on. Rudisha yote. That is what they were told. And Ruto is doing buy-in. So Ruto has given him leeway so that now when he also starts looting big, these are the people who will pass the legislative usiku. Within 10 minutes, it will pass because you have already been bribed. That is how Ruto did it. He bribed everybody mapema for 2022. So the MPs will have all their way. They will have their all that money, and then they will be captured. Toto. The game is to capture. Yeah. Kenya ni Kenya kwanza, Kenya kwisha kabisa. KK mara tatu. Kenya kwisha kabisa. The country was sick on the 9th of August. Ndio ilishikwa na hii ugonjwa. Ikakufa tarehe 5 mwezi wa September. Ndio iliwawa na Supreme Court. That is when our country was killed. Got sick on the 9th during the election day. Elections were stolen. That is when they got that disease. As you are saying, Zalendo, everything was stolen. Kila kitu, the country was finished. Ikabaki hoe. Tarehe 5 mwezi wa 9, Supreme Court wakaua. Poof! Kenya imekufa kabisa and is a buried country, unfortunately. So the only way to resurrect is get to the streets and chase away the Supreme Court, chase away the IBC, chase away Ruto from State House. That is the only way. And I'll stay here. I'll be here. It will come to pass. Anything short of that, vumilia Ruto mpaka afe kwa ofisi. There will be no 10 years. There will be no 20 years. Ruto will be there like himself. Ruto is not going there anywhere unless you remove him by force. Thank you very much. Anybody else who wants to contribute?
I don't think PK that's a good thing to say.
They are not good to say, but they are true.
Well, we have a constitution. You know the beauty about this constitution of ours. There's some things you can't change. Do you know that there's some things you can't change? Like that one you're
What will the constitution do?
The constitution, we are protected by the constitution of Kenya. You know,
what?
The country, half of the country does not support Ruto. Half of it supports the other side. That is the beauty about our constitution. There are some things that you cannot just wake up and say, "I'll be the president for life." Then we have also I don't know how he's going to do it, PK, but we also have the Supreme Court. I know you'll say the Supreme Court is Ruto's, but we have the judiciary. Sorry, we have the judiciary. So there are some laws you can change, but I think Gachagua will not allow him to rule forever. That will be a very, very big problem in the country. So the issue of him, maybe 10 years he will get. 10 years now, hiyo atapata clean. The only problem I have is Gachagua. Gachagua, I don't think he'll get his 10 years. Hapo ndio kutakuwa na shida kidogo.
Asante bwana mzalendo. I'm not surprised wewe ni Mkenya mzalendo. That's how Kenyans are thinking. Kenyans would never have imagined the drama that was at Bomas would ever happen. And I laugh when Kenyans talk about the Constitution. Who runs the Constitution? It's like somebody telling me has a degree in, I'm looking for a staff, naandika na kazi, wewe unaingia kwa ofisi unaanza kuniambia vile uko na degree fulani. You are not telling me your experience in the job I'm offering. Is it the certificate that is coming to do the job? Or you are supposed to tell me the experience you have? Then I'll look at your background. So the 2010 constitution, itasimamia mwananchi wapi? If the judiciary is all corrupt, these MPs who are doing this, they can pass any law any time. Call them tomorrow. They'll pass. There are many ways of skinning a cat. We've seen how dictators run. This constitution will be ignored. Then what do you do, Bwana Mzalendo? You will do what I'm saying. Mwananchi, you have to go to the street. You should go to reference to the bread revolution in Russia 2017. You see how things are done. Yeah? The constitution has never helped people in Africa. It cannot and it will never save a country. Constitution is just a document to please the Western. Yeah, all this rigging and all that. The constitution, go to the court. The constitution. You follow the constitution. As you follow the constitution, you are being told, you didn't guard your vote. Yes, the constitution says you don't even have to have an agent because there is an independent body that is supposed to do the right thing. Then you sit there laying eggs, ukisema constitution itakusimamia, unatiwa maji na Ruto. So wananchi wa Kenya, hiyo constitution tutupe kwa takataka, tuchukue serikali yetu, we can decide how we want to run, how we want to manage. There is nothing constitutional in Kenya. Kabisa. And I'm sure we are alive. Mungu atupe tu neema tuone the way Ruto is going to run this country. People will be surprised. Right now we are lamenting that Rigati make roadside. Are we not lamenting? Is that not an executive order? What is the constitution going to do about it? What is the constitution going to do? Will it stop him? Nothing. People will go to the forest. Rigati doesn't care. He's Hitler. He doesn't care about the people downstream. Ako kwake, he's a deputy sahi, ana mahelikopta. Takuwa tu ni kupika uji na kunywa chai na wanawake kwa nyumba vile alisema. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Wananchi wa Kenya, nimewaambia serikali ilikuwa gonjwa tarehe 9 na ikakufa tarehe 5. Sasa mjue vile mtapanga. Kama ni mbaya, ni mbaya. Let's accept it. There is no law that will be followed by anybody.
So there is no law that will be followed by anybody. Mr. Stone, you're saying in your own wisdom, do you think that Ruto and the Gachagua, they're just doing these things purposely to ignite fear or anger to the public so that they can revolt against this thing? Because what I can see is like also they are saying that what they expected is not what is there. So they see like it's better for them to make the public so angry so that they can revolt, kill the constitution and rule by by force.
Thank you, Leo. One thing, in my own opinion, is that if you ask Gachagua, what he's doing is doing the right thing. To him, he believes he's doing the right thing. To him, he believes he was elected by people, and to him is they won elections, and therefore they have a following that they are trying to please. Unfortunately, when you listen to Ruto, when he was asked what he will do with the so-called 6-point-something million, or 50, for slightly lower than 50% of Kenyans, the answer that Ruto gave should be able to give you and make you understand their perception and their intelligence, what is in their brain. Ruto said it is the high time that population realize that he is the president. What they do with that is up to them. Is that a president? Is that an answer from a president that would want to lead a united country? Ruto doesn't care whether you are there saying you don't like nini na nini na nini. Ruto has never won election. Not 2017, not 2013, not 2022. So for him, what he's doing is upende usipende. That is how it's gonna be. Whether you are annoyed or you are not annoyed, that's how it will be. And then they are now a pair. Okay, they are a pair. Rigathi is like that since when he was DO and all that kind of a thing. Yeah. So for us to even think at soberly, to think of them looking at the country as this, nothing. They are on the stage. It's like comedians. Ako kwa stage, kila anaangalia ni audience yake, wale watu walikata kuingia pale. Ajali wale wako nje what they think, which is the most unfortunate thing that has happened to this country called Kenya. I didn't know Kenya would collapse after 60 years of struggle, independence, that we would be in the space we are in, that we would retrogress all the gains we have made. Although we started retrogressing from 2007, the moment we decided that we can never have straight elections, Mwananchi can't elect the person he really thinks. He wakes up at 2 o'clock in the night, goes to vote, but that does not matter. That is when the country got, dead. Okay, and then that, as I say, the Supreme has confirmed. It doesn't matter. You don't have to vote in Kenya. It's so sad. This country was going to be the pearl. I mean, everybody was admiring it. Now, the others are laughing at us. And this is what Kenyans don't know. Kenyans are just busy saying, oh, we have the biggest economy. You have the biggest economy when Uganda is selling fuel half of your price, and yet inapitia Kenya ikienda Uganda. Can't we really see at this ridiculous thing? What answer can you give? That fuel in Kenya fuel in Uganda is far much cheaper. Watu Busia huwa wana cross kujaza gari Busia ya Kenya ya Uganda wanarudi. That simple thing. And you are here proud at Kenya economies. Ugandans don't starve. They've never starved. Na tunajidai hapa ati we have a bigger economy. You have a bigger economy of bandits. Mali iko na akina Ruto. Ugandans are happy. Those people who are mad with Museveni, they are the politicians who want to have their time to steal. And ordinary Uganda ako sawa because security iko sawa, amelindwa, analima matoke yake. But sasa hawa akina nani politicians ndio wanasema Museveni azirudi for law.
Stone. Perhaps that you are suggesting, assuming that the Kenyans they will be the same, the same Kenyans might not even resolve to go straight because Christianity overrules them. What advice can you give, especially, for example, or what we call it, which wisdom can you give Kenyans to do better, to just avoid they don't have a government, and then do something that can help them and help their generation?
That's what I'm saying. A price. Remove the government, we start afresh. Disband everything. Totally, kabisa. Totally. By the way, it sounds funny, but that is the way.
PK, I know what you're suggesting is maybe anarchy. anarchy where we don't have people following the rule of law. You have your set of laws. You know, it is sad that most countries are moving away to do business with Kenya. Just the other day, the Sudanese government is building a port in Djibouti. They will no longer rely on the port of Mombasa. So these are serious things that are happening because of corruption and because of people like me and you in power. So not necessarily that the Ruto government has escalated it, but previously these governments that we've been electing have been corrupt. So Tanzania ran away, Uganda is gone, Djibouti, no, now Southern Sudan, the youngest nation in Africa, is also moving away from our port, and they have moved to Djibouti because of the cost of, of importing their goods. So some of these things we need to be very, very careful. But my suggestion, PK, we have a generation that is between 18 years and 35 years. This generation, we need, there should be somebody who is selling an agenda that resonates well with them. You saw Jacoya coming up with his own kind of agenda, and the youths really following that agenda. Just because they don't see our regular politicians have got nothing to offer this generation that is between 18 and 35. The issue that Leo and yourself talk about, like Raila alifungwa, ametesekea hii nchi, amefanya hii nini. If I talk to my daughter who is 24, they don't really care much about that. You understand? So these issues are no longer becoming very important in society. So we need to look at things that are tangible to our youths. You need to give them jobs, and that kind of leader, if this government fails to provide those kinds of solutions, then you will see a new electoral college of youths who are ganging above behind people like Babu Namwa, Babu Owino. The other guy is called Lou. This other Masai guy. You'll see that kind of group drifting towards this kind of thinking. So that's a very, very big electoral college. They need just to get their act together and they can take over the country.
Seen at the dining area, comma.
Thank you, Mzalendo.
Thank you, Mzalendo.
1 minute, please, mute. Yeah, you know, I agree with you, but we are missing a point. And nafikiria Kenya tumerogwa. There are those debates about youth taking over and all that. We are so doomed. That's why I say even the professors have stopped thinking in Kenya. Because you've just quoted, you have a 24-year-old child. Huyo mtoto, who has guided that child to who he or she is now? It is you. He or she needs a bridge. Even this generation, we keep on talking, oh, young people. They cannot get this thing in the bedroom of their mothers and fathers. They have to come and understudy. That's how we learn, even at universities. My friend, just because you are young, you think that's a qualification of being a leader. They are most mediocre. These young people, give them leadership. It's mediocre, even in a company or wherever you want. A graduate comes, he's given he's attached to a senior staff or one of the staff that knows the job, and then he's there working under that one. Even when you're working as user ID and all that, you always have, like when you go to a country, you are given a national there who comes and always with you to see what you have come to show them, the expertise you have brought. How do you transfer it to the people? It is by that person working and understanding you. So if the youth don't want to, number one, vote. Number two, listen to this rubbish that is coming from the so-called old people. Because once you listen to people is when you can sieve out nonsense and sense. You can't say, tuendi hizo mikutano ni za wazee. Tutaki kusikia Raila alifungwa. My friend, that is where the Kenyan youth have lost it and they will never get this leadership. The Nyoros, hawataki kusikia wazee. Well, you can't listen to Nyoro for 15 minutes because it's garbage. There's no substance. How do you get substance if you don't listen to people who have substance? Tom Mboya was so eloquent, and not only eloquent in English, but with the substance, because he was listening to the older people. You listen to the Shukukus. You listen to hata nyumbani, even traditionally. You sit with your uncles, with your dads, then from there you progress. Same thing in school. So what I'm saying is, as much as really we would want to transit, because there has to be a bridge, who do we hand over to? For example, even by 2027, what parameters will they and indicators will they be looking at? For example, we have talked they need a job. You don't just get a job from the bedroom of your mom. You understand? You have to elect a leader that will be able to create opportunities that you can seize. You can seize as a whatever. Now they've been told bottoms up. Let them wait. They have been told wheelbarrows. Let them wait to get the wheelbarrows. Yeah? They've been promised everything. Let them wait. They were told that pesa mfukoni itatoka juu kwa mawingu inakuja inaingia kwa mfuko. Now they are crying. Okay? But until they get actively involved, by listening to that nonsense they call nonsense, by listening to these old people, wazee wanaita wazee, they dismiss. That is when they will know hiyo siasa ya ujinga hatutaki, hii ndio siasa mzuri. This is because you don't build a strategy from the sky. Okay, so basically for now, because we have missed the boat, we have missed it by allowing Ruto to be the president, because we allowed it when he installed himself. Okay, so we have missed an opportunity to shape this country, to make it a land of plenty, because now we have given it to grabbers, to thieves, to everything. So the youth will wait for a long time before they get it. Yes, Bwana Leo.
Leo kabla umalize, najua you have got kabla umalize na what I wanted just to add is that this issue of the youth, yes, there are youths in leadership, but it ends in leadership there at that table, whether they're elected MPs and all that. They are not given opportunity by the leadership, the political leadership hierarchies that we have in the country. So they are asking for the pie. They are asking, yes, I'm elected by the people, but now give me also an opportunity to represent my people in parliament and in other positions. Yeah. So the leadership should actually, what did I want to say? I wanted to say that the youth leadership should be given an opportunity by the older generation at some point. Like right now, we have so many youthful leaders in parliament under the previous parliament, but we don't see them like being given an opportunity when it comes to now the national cake. Even in the previous government of Uhuru, I hope the Ruto government will give them an opportunity and let us mix leadership. We are not saying that Kenya will be led by the youth. No. Let the older generation, when it comes to time to step aside, also step aside for the youth. You understand? So that we have that kind of transition, so that we don't have these old people in power for the longest time. I want to give you an example. If you worked in the civil service, you would find a mzee ameweka koti yake pale kwa ofisi. Sometimes they don't want even to go for lunch, thinking that hiyo ofisi yake itachukuliwa saa zile hayuko by a younger person. They don't want even to retire. They even go up to an extent ya kubadilisha birth certificate yao. It has happened in this country called Kenya. Anaenda anabadilisha birth certificate, anarudi mpaka kwa HR, anabadilisha age yake ndio azidi kufanya kazi. So it is not different in the political arena. The young people should be given an opportunity to lead. Yeah, to lead. I am impressed by what UDA did. For example, this young girl called Toto, from nowhere, with no money, he came, is now a leader. Let us see what they will do with that kind of opportunity. Baba gave Babu Owino from nowhere, came, became an MP. Let us see an opportunity from his being an MP now to something else. So let us give them responsibility. If they mess up, we'll be there to guide them. I think that is what the youth in Kenya are crying for.
Thank you, Mzalendo. They will
Thank you,
really cry for a long time.
Mzalendo. They will really cry for a long time.
Leo?
Me?
Leo?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I don't know now whether I go back to Mzalendo or I come back to Stony, because both of you were having very brilliant ideas. Based on the youth, let's talk on the youth now. Actually, if you remember very well, Ruto did not win. Let's start from there. Ruto grabbed power. Him being a young president now, he grabbed power. Now the youth should take that, they should take that habit of grabbing. They should go for those positions. If anyone is referring to Babu Owino or whatever is trying to battle in parliament, let him go for it. If he can win it, yes, and good. On the other side, remember, there is a half of the country who never voted. And when you calculate very well, you realize the majority are the group that you are saying below 35. These are the people who plundered the country. So how can you plunder and then you expect somebody to help you? It is time for the youth to stand up, do the right thing, not just only to involve on back rally and other things which don't matter. It is time for the youth to stand up, do the right thing if they want to be counted. You cannot just expect manna from heaven. This is not the time to expect manna from heaven. It is time for them to go for what they want. Because if they failed, if they wanted to, maybe they didn't like what Raila wanted to give, or they didn't like the party for Ruto, why they didn't join maybe Wajakoya or the Christian man who stood, so that they say, we don't like these two other guys, but we're going to support this one. That the two of them could have won, because the votes of the people who didn't participate, there were more than the votes which were casted. So what I'm just trying to say here, let's put doubt aside. The country plundered a lot, because if the sitting president is governing a half of the country, where is the other half of the country? If we are saying, for example, let the people revolt, who is going to revolt? The people who voted or the people who didn't vote? So here it's half-half. There is decided, undecided. So what we should say is, let's come up with the ideology that will be able to help both of us, because at the end of the day, whether you say yes or no, we have the Christianity analogy that you go praise the Lord, but in your heart, it's satanic. So the best thing we can do is, let's have an idea which will be able to help the country. Mr. you said about people changing this birth certificate. Our friend, just our neighbor, Museveni, he has done it several times. Why? Because he doesn't want to leave power. Stony PK, you said our president current might stay there forever, which I doubt he will not, because I don't think even Gachagua is going to allow him for the next 1 year, because the Gachagua is going to reform himself. So Gachagua is gonna be a tinker in this government. So what I would suggest, let's be reasonable. Let's we talk advice, because either way, we need to be the epitome. We need to be the umbrella for the peace, because justice was taken by the Supreme Court, and I don't think whether we have just a Supreme Court anymore. So what we should be thinking or looking at is who is the youth going to look at. If we are not going to be representative, we are going to be destroyers then. To be very precise, I don't like what Gachagua is talking. I don't like how is the quietness of the president. Maybe they are cahooting both of them, but apparently we are on the losing side. We need people who are going to give us leadership. Once they give us leadership, we'll be able to prevail. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Leo. Let me bring in Sospita, and then Bwana Wekesa, you can take over that now that you are back. Bwana Sospita.
Oh yeah, thank you so much. So Sospita Otieno, as my name shows. Stone PK, thank you for bringing me on board. I've been coming to this show on and off. For those of you who don't know, I run a YouTube channel called Perspective 2022. With the election over, a rebranding is going to be on the way. The name definitely will have to change. And it was built with the expectation that Raila is going to win. Things went the other way. So the first thing I wish to talk about is the issue of Rigathi, bringing in the aspect of the Shamba System, which to me is rather retrogressive, considering that we are supposed to move forwards, but Rigathi is moving us backwards. However, that's not surprising because Rigathi and Ruto belong to the old school. They were mentored within the corridors of State House when Moi was in power, but they have chosen to get back to their roots, which is to revive those old things instead of focusing on instilling a sense of integrity in the nation in terms of embracing progressive ethos that can move the nation to the next level. The speech by Ruto was underwhelming, considering that he even went over 35 minutes, which is usually the allocated time. Biden spoke for 28 minutes. So we have Biden representing a nation of 15 trillion, a 20 to 30 trillion dollar economy, and Ruto representing an economy that is not even close to Dallas metropolis, for example. Kenya is 100 billion. Dallas is not even close. A company like Amazon is 130 billion annual revenue. So Ruto speaking for 38 minutes, that was kind of, and then as he is chairing the climate change summit at the United Nations General Assembly, Rigathi is on this other side trying to articulate the very policies that are supposed to destroy the ozone layer, you know, the Shamba System and stuff like that. So to me, that was very hypocritical. Again, about Ruto's speech, he talked about words like Jua Kali, which if you're talking to an international audience, you've got to qualify. The way he qualified, he did not even qualify it. He just said Jua Kali. He expects that Mzungu from New York or Madrid to know the word Jua Kali, which is rather unfortunate. He also brought in the word asal, you know, without properly qualifying it. The unfortunate thing about the 2022 election is that the signs were all over. There's something called threats-based prediction model, in which you look at somebody and you try to understand what are their fears. And so with Ruto facing a revival of ICC case because of his interference with with witnesses and stuff like that. He stood a lot to lose if he did not win the election. Over the last 10 years, he's been used to a life of comfort, a life of unlimited access to the consolidated fund. People are used to seeing him in a motorcade with helicopters at his disposal. He didn't look like a person who was willing to give up or to agree to a loss. And then, of course, add to that, that he's a very narcissistic fella. So I doubt he was going to let power go just like that. And you remember the video that recently came out at the height of the campaigns, where he was talking about ati sisi ndio tutoke hapa, and then he laughs, ha 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 ha, ati sisi ndio tutoke hapa, I mean, so it shows you that that's a guy who is as early as 2017. In that video, he was talking about clinging to power. And so the signs were all over the place that based on him facing something close to annihilation in case of a loss, it should have been very obvious, that we should have focused on how he is planning to rig, and not even whether he was going to attempt to rig. Those factors suggest somebody who was definitely, with 80 to 90% accuracy, that he was going to attempt to rig the election. And so I think the focus should have been on preventing the rigging. That's water under the bridge now. Ruto faced a lot of humiliation after Kanu lost. He was dragged through the courts. We saw him being dragged to the dock. And so, I mean, it was like I think he said to himself, if I ever get close to power, I will never let it go. And that explains the issue of 2013, 2017, and eventually in a larger scale in 2022, which is very unfortunate. What I can say is that our nation will not progress unless we focus on instilling integrity. Whether Ruto and Rigathi are the right people to take us to the next level is definitely premised on whether they can embrace the ethos of integrity. Can they? No. Because how systems work is that if you're scratching my back, I'm obligated to scratch your back. If you know where I'm hiding the dead bodies, I'm obligated if you know where I'm hiding the dead bodies, I'm obligated to also protect you. So there's people who know a lot of secrets about even what happened about the recent elections. And those people, what they are likely to do is to dip their hands in the national coffers. And if they do that, I don't think there's going to be the moral will or the political will to stop them from continuing to pilfer the national resources. And so we will end up with this cycle of either theft or electoral lack of integrity. And that's going to be so sad. What we are waiting for is things like free internet, 70 shilling unga. We are waiting for 100 shilling flour. We are waiting for free phone calls. We are hoping that that will happen. My message to you, as your Azimionated folks, if you are, is that do not despair. You'll be surprised about how God works. A spirit of confusion may end up engulfing them, and they may end up doing more things to you than actually those that supported them. I already see a scenario where Ruto, already the Naivasha port has been taken back to Mombasa. Those are the people in Mombasa are Azimio folks. They are the ones who stand to benefit. The people who are crying on the other side are Kenya Kwanza people. So things like that. And then what happens is, I think Ruto struggled to maintain Kenya Kwanza coalition, especially in central Kenya, must have been very protracted. And I think he doubts whether he will maintain the Kikuyu vote heading towards 2022. And if he does, it's going to be at a very heavy cost. So I think right from the day he was declared that he won the case at the Supreme Court, he got into high gear to try and reclaim the 2007 ODM voting bloc. And so I see him pursuing that voting bloc, which again translates into, unfortunately, it's what has been called 41 against 1. It's unfortunate, but that's how it's been called by political analysts. So he may want to galvanize that, especially considering that there's also a transition within the opposition, assuming that Raila decides not to run again. And what that means is that whatever carrots he has, he's going to dangle them to that 41 tribe, region, to the detriment of the very coalition, or rather the very ethnic voting bloc that gave him 47% of his voting basket. So if 2027 he's planning to go by the 41 tribe coalition, inherit the Raila voting bloc, then we are looking to him looking away from central Kenya. So I don't know how Rigati is going to respond to that. Most likely he's going to embrace Kalonzo because of ethnic cousins. Kikuyus are cousins of Kambas. I'm not saying it's not going to be Kalonzo deciding to be embraced by Rigathi, but it's going to be the dynamics, forcing them to come together, because Kikuyus, being orphans at that time, will be looking for a new home, and the Wiper axis may end up being their natural allies. And then I think Ruto will pursue this other side that Raila has always controlled. And with that, I beg to step out unless somebody has questions for me.
I would like to add something to what you said about the elections. I personally believe that both Azimio and Kenya Kwanza messed with the elections, but Kenya Kwanza won. That's my belief, founded on nothing but just thinking. But this is what I want to challenge us. Let us not, like when Obama was running against McCain in 2008, I remember somebody went to McCain's campaign, and because he wanted to please McCain and the people, the late McCain, Senator McCain, and he wanted to please the late senator, and he wanted to please the supporters, he went there and started saying Barack Hussein Obama is a terrorist, and McCain stopped him and said no. Obama is a citizen, a law-abiding citizen. We only differ on policy and ideology. And that is the integrity you talked about. He said our nation will not get progress until we focus on integrity. Not only on the opposing side that we require integrity, but even on the side that we support. In this election, I was looking at Venezuela, and I wondered, why did Chebukati choose to go to Venezuela? Venezuela's election in 2021 was predetermined a day before election, which is a claim that they have here, that Kenya, if you look at what happened in Venezuela in 2021, is a replica of exactly what happened in Kenya. And the EU reported that a report by the European Union mission that monitored Venezuela's November 2021 election underscores that Venezuelans face serious obstacles to voting and running for office. Human Rights Watch said today, February 2022, that there needs to be reform for a freer and fair election. Okay, we talk about Kenya Kwanza, but if we are really honest, if we want a better Kenya, we have to look at home in where you're supporting. Were they fair? Were they honest? Can we be honest on our side? Can we have integrity on our side so that we can be able to point on the other side? Because even when they went to court, they said that they have these claims. I don't know whether they are claims and I don't know whether they are true, but we watched what happened in Bomas. So we either have to decide, are we going to do it violently or are we going to do it civilly? Because you can't even win civilly without fighting with somebody. One time I came here and quoted, is pen mightier than the sword, or is the sword mightier than the pen? What I mean is, do you win by fighting with the sword, or do you win by sitting down and using your pen to argue your points to where you win? So you can't do both. You have to do one. You are either lawless or you are lawful. If you're lawful, then you can go to court. But you cannot be lawless and then go to court, because what you come to court, you come with unclean hands. And when you come with unclean hands, even though the election was stolen and you also did mistake, the court can refuse to hear your case because already your hands are dirty. But if you come with clean hands, they will listen to your case. So let us have an honest discussion. Let us choose people who will do integrity and then require integrity too. Like, I'm going to read the 3 things that the Venezuelan election had. It had, they say the 3 things that they didn't have, and I won't name what side, but we all saw the election in Kenya. And then you think, if your party was participant in unfair election in one way or another, there was arbitrary disqualification of candidates. We all know that the blind man, pastor, I don't know what his name is, he was just disqualified for no reason. He was not given a reason to date why he was disqualified. There was also some other guy, Wairia, the governor. He said he was also disqualified. He was not even given a meeting. Yet none of those running for president went and stood and said, no, I have been qualified, but I want the other person to have the same rights I have and also get qualified. Let's meet on the floor, unless they have a good reason why they are disqualifying him. That is what we call integrity. Not only when someone else is being discriminated against and then you're quiet and you only make noise when you are feeling the pain. That is not integrity. So that is one of them. Arbitrary disqualification, unequal access to media. I won't even go to that. We all know what happened about media. That's also an irregularity in election. Lack of judicial independence. So you see, it's both sides. Let us be honest if we want a better Kenya. When you talk about youth, we shouldn't talk about youth leaders. We should talk about what a genuine leader is. A genuine leader is not a searcher, but he's a molder of consensus. Martin Luther King is telling us that if we want to be a leader, we need to lead. That is, we need to develop ideas and convince others of their merit. A leader doesn't figure out where everyone is going. Like what Guru said, that she went in her county and figured out everyone was UDA, so she doing UDA. So that tells us, if you're a thinking person, that this is a chameleon. They will change colors, but that is not what they believe. So they say a leader doesn't figure out where everyone is going, then jump to the front of the line. A leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. That was John C. Maxwell. And another one says, the leaders always practice 3 R's: respect for self, respect for others, and responsibility for all their actions. Leadership is action, not position. Yes, we are talking about Babu Wino did not get a position. You think he wants the position so that he can help you? These leaders are fighting for filling their pockets. And that is what, I don't see a leader in all these people. Let me tell you, there is a very big vacuum. Ask the people we need that is not being filled by our leaders. There is a vacuum, but they all are running to where they will get their pockets filled. That's why there is a vacuum. Our children are dying in the Gulf. You know, I forgot to say when I talked before, when people go to the UN, or I've seen when they go to the UN and the US has a problem, they always pull aside the head of state of that government and talk to them. Did we see, or did they attempt to pull aside Saudi Arabia and talk to them about the situation that is happening to the workforce belonging to Kenya that is going there and being mistreated and coming back in coffins? Although are they busy taking out selfies? When they go to those meetings, their work is not to take pictures and send us. We want to see pictures with them, so talking with Saudi Arabia. We want them to come and tell us what Saudi Arabia said they would do, or whether they are going to compensate the families that have lost their children, and what other measures they have taken to make sure that this does not continue. That's what we want. We don't want to see a PR photo op with Biden. When they went to meet with Biden, what did they discuss? Did they call Saudi Arabia and talk to them about giving us oil, petrol at a cheaper price? That's what America does when they go to such meetings. They make trips, they go and sort out these leaders, world leaders, and they hold meetings with them to see how can we help in this situation. So I think our leaders go out for vacation, or I don't know what they think they are going for, but I've never heard that they went there and they met leaders and they came up with this proposal that is going to help our country. I challenge them, please, work for us. And let us look for leaders who will work for us. Last and not least, I wanted to talk about a youth. It says that a leader says, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. There is a lot of opportunity for leadership. We need leadership. We need to know who killed Daniel Musyoka. One of the leaders can take up that upon themselves, create that opportunity for themselves, raise a group. We raise funds. We employ an investigator, a private investigator, until we get the killer of Musyoka. That's an opportunity for any leader to take up. Not one has done. They don't want to work. I don't know why we don't get it. We keep sitting here to discuss how the next one is going to get a position. I keep asking, while we keep talking about them and what they can get, who is talking about us and what we can get? Next week, next year, are they going to kill you? Are they going to kill your uncle? Are they going to kill your brother or your child? So that you can also now decide that now it is the time to do something about it. We need leaders who care about us. That when one person died, one is too many. One is too many. Which leader has come forward and says, I am going to give 1 million or 50,000 to anyone with information on how Daniel Musyoka was killed. I am going to give $1 million shillings to anyone with information on how Musado was killed. This money can be raised, but none of them wants to do the heavy lifting. Yet we sit here day in, day night, talking about trying to sweat for them to get positions. What are they doing with these positions? Let me tell you something, and I know most of you are ODM or Azimio. To me, it doesn't matter whether it was Azimio or Kenya Kwanza. Everything would have been the same. For Kenya to change, we need a fresh, need kufagia water and put new crop and have them sign an MOU that they will not increase we reduce that salary to 50% of what they are getting, so that we can get people who actually want to work for the people, and it will not be a jackpot. That coming to work there will be actual public service, and it will not, those people who want to make money can actually go to the business field to work there and leave public servants to come into the leadership positions to work for the people. Let us make it less recruitable, where they can come and just make money. And then I think we'll be able to have something done for the people. Thank you.
Wow, interesting ideas. Naona mikono 1, 2. Okay, PK I want to in kidogo, and then Leo pia.
Yeah, mine is a very small and quick comment. I've heard Ashley's contribution and concern. I like when she says it should be about us. But my question is, at what point do we really, turn it to ourselves? I would equate this to the discussion and the debate that people have always floated about youth taking, youth being given opportunity, youth leading, youth doing this, youth doing that. So it's the same rhetoric about us. Somebody to talk about us talking about ourselves. Fagilia Water, a good one, but where will you stand as you fagia? Because you have to stand somewhere to begin to sweep for these people.
Good. Can I answer?
Let me finish. Most of these they just sound academic because they're out there. Whichever, whether you say you don't support either side, they are there doing the things they are doing. And Kenyans again, not actually alone, but again Kenyans are so ignorant that like exactly what has happened, somebody wants to cover that with another activity. That Ruto stormed bombers. What else did Azmio not do? That because so and so stole my cow, somebody else also must have stolen somewhere else. I don't know where we got this culture from. It's only in Kenya. Mahali unaambua huyu ni mwizi, unasema hata fulani ni mwizi. Huyu ni corrupt, hata fulani ni corrupt. So Pikai anavuta bangi, ndani ya vuti bangi. Where is it our universities that taught us to think that way? I don't know, because I find it with most Kenyans. Like now people say Ruto. Nobody else is better than Ruto. They are all the same. Really? I tend to think this is tiring. That we cannot talk about changing, a leader because we say Kenya wote ni wezi, Kenya wote ni XYZ. Then sasa tulete Waganda basi, ndio we start afresh, ama tulete wa Tanzania ama wanaitwa nani huko kwa Kamago wa Venezuela basi waje wanini, because we have to deal with what we have, the rotten eggs that we have, because we have to make omelette. Lazima tukivunja ile tunaona ijaoza sana, if you have no alternative, that's what you use for the omelette for the day. Alafu tukumbuke tuendelee kutafuta mayai yale mazuri, yale yasiyooza zaidi. We have to make use of what we have first. But the objective would be to fagia the rot. But you cannot fagia the rot, yet out of 12 leaders you have, 8 of them are so bad and 2 are fair. So I tend to think we should go for fair as we move towards that integrity. Kenya cannot achieve integrity until after 250 years to come. I can promise you that. Because right now you have Ruto's government. It will go for as long as it will. Will integrity be really nurtured there? Thank you. Thank you, Ekesa.
Yeah, thank you. Leo, briefly.
Yeah, I think my internet is going away. My internet is not okay. Because you can go ahead. My internet is not good.
Okay. Yeah, I think kindly mute because inaona kuna echo na hiyo nini yako. So I also wanted to ask maybe if we do objective approach, we can get to the solution, because most of the time we like generalizing and lose the focus. So that issue to do with if we have a problem with election, where was it messed? Who messed it up? We remain there. Then if we have a problem with our leaders, we focus on that. And for me, there is no them and us, because when we were campaigning, we were all of us there. And we also believe that leaders are, not believe, actually that is their role. They are representative of the people. Most of the time, even they reflect their voters. If we have more corrupt leaders, then chances are the voters are corrupt because they didn't have a problem with the people they elected. So there is no them versus us. It's actually he's just one among the equals, and they are given that opportunity to be ahead of. And the reason also, let me mute Dominic kindly when you come in studio, you mute to avoid the feedback. So if we also going to do that separation, why is it that the Constitution gave us an opportunity to have an office of the president, an office of speaker? So we need to hold them accountable. We cannot start saying that it's about positions. We are the ones who created those positions, and we wanted people to occupy those positions, and they are not just occupied for nothing, but for a purpose. We know that president is a national symbol, a symbol of national unity, and we want him, when he occupies that office, he's bringing the unity that we require as a nation. When he's going contrary to that, we need to hold them accountable. These are constitutional offices, and we highly pay in terms of our tax to maintain those people in office. So we cannot then run away and start saying that we need people who will come up and do ABC, as if we need alternative leaders outside the framework of our constitution. Then why are we paying highly to have members of parliament? Why are we paying highly to have members of the Senate? We used, for your information, we used 300 billion on an election. So why did we have to waste 300 billion on an election, only to come here and start saying we don't even need to focus on those people and positions? There's a reason why Parliament created an office called PAC. There's a reason why we have the majority leader. Those roles needs to be functional, and it's us to put them on check so that they are functioning. I think for me, that is what I had. Actually, you have good points, but for me, I also think that we need to marry and see that we are not, it's just like a UDA who came up with the campaign agenda. After they won election, they kept the campaign agenda somewhere and then come up with something else. We cannot run and elect leaders, and then after we have elected them, we want to separate ourselves from them and think of something else about us. No, we have to synchronize.
So, sometimes, like in this case, when you realize, let's say that it's a mistake and you can't remove them, then like you're saying, you carve another way, because you can attack an enemy or somebody in more than one ways. So if you're not being given an opportunity, or opportunities are few, don't think that if you don't get that, that's what I meant. I didn't mean those positions are not enough. But if 2 or 3 or 4 people are fighting for them, one person will get it. So the other 3 are still going to be there. What I'm saying, there is a vacuum. Some of these positions don't have pay now, but if you do them well, those people who you want to see, people will see you. Look at Sonko. Sonko is known that he can help anybody, any tribe, because he's carved that vacuum in that area for himself. That's what I was talking. I wasn't talking that these positions are not important, but if we choose somebody or they choose themselves, they fake, whichever the way, and they are in power, and then we need to create that space, or we need to look for another way to get in or to help the people. That's what I was talking about when I say that. So I didn't say they are not important. I just say people can look for other ways to also contribute and even be able to get those supporters, actually even maybe get a better following that way, and you're helping people than even having that position. So all is not lost if you don't get that position. That's what I meant. Let me say what I wanted to reply to. I don't know who talked. I think it was Stone PK. That's what I wanted to tell him about as the youth. he asked, how can we, okay, we've already elected these leaders. He asked, how can we put good people? Like now, assuming we get a group, like this Mutembei group, of like-minded people who don't care about tribe, they are really looking for genuine leaders who will serve the people. And then there are many positions coming open. Right now, Wetangula's position is open. That's an opportunity to put up someone who will fight for the people. Other people are going to be chosen in cabinet. That's an opportunity to put people in power. There are people with money. We can fund and we can have somebody to go to each home and talk to each parent, and I'm telling you, even if you start with one person, with time, that people who represent the people are going to increase, but you have to start somewhere. Just like Kenya Kwanza or Azimio is looking for more members so that they can have more say. The people who want leaders who serve the people, who don't care about money, can also form a group and identify a person and push them and hope that one or two and start increasing that number. That is how we introduce people who care for the people, who will serve the people, slowly but sure.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to bring in Kusel and Domi. So Kusel, how are you? Is it Kusel or KU Sel? The first two letters are capital.
Good evening, Wekesa. You are asking, you should have asked the question too earlier. It's too late to be asking that question.
No.
Domi, how are you? Stone? Zalendo.
Yeah, we are all fine.
Huyu ndio mzalendo wa wapi sasa? Analenda. So Peter, Ashley, how are you?
We are fine, thank you, Kuseo.
Thank you. Wekesa, I leave the answer to that question to yourself because you know the answer.
Okay, so you can proceed and
you know what happened to us in the early days.
I'm really confused whether you are a brother to Opio and I or Peter Kaluma. You look the same.
Well, maybe, just maybe. Just maybe. Why is Stone looking like that? Stone PK. You are tongue-tied. You are still tongue-tied.
You know, I still don't believe.
Well,
okay, let me ask you guys, do you all guys watch the video for Kashako, or you need to be refreshed?
Well,
the newcomers especially.
Refresh it. Some of us don't watch anything about
the one about
Kenya.
Let me refresh you, and then I take the new. I start from Kuseo, Dominic, Benson, like that.
Hata ukitaka kesho hii, kwa sababu tuko na ibada ya shukurani ya makasisi wetu wa Nairobi, tutakuwa pale na rais wetu tukiwa na ibada ndani ya ikulu ya makasisi wetu wote hapo. Ukipata nafasi na mke wako, kwa niaba ya Rais William Ruto, nimekukaribisha ikulu kesho, ukuje tukue pamoja. Ya pili, mimi ningetaka kuhakikishia wewe Bishop, hakuna njia Mwenyezi Mungu angekubali watu ya Azimio washinde sisi. Haingewezekana, kwa sababu walisema ati wakichukua watafunga kanisa dogo. Sasa Mwenyezi Mungu angekubali watu ya kufunga kanisa lake waingie? Wakarudi wakasema ya kwamba ati kanisa la Kristo imepandishwa juu sana, ati wakichukua wataikata miguu na kutoa kasuba. Na saa hiyo ni kanisa la Mwenyezi Mungu anaongea juu yake. Sasa Mungu na ile nguvu yake yote angepatia hiyo watu nafasi. Ndio sisi uliona hatukuwa na wasiwasi. Hatukuwa, tulijua kwa sababu hao kwanza waliingia kupigana na kanisa. Wakapinga matoleo kanisani. Wakasema sadaka haitakikani. Wakasema harambee ya kanisa isimamishwe. Sasa hao watu tulikuwa tunapigana nao, na pia wanapigana na Mwenyezi Mungu, wanapigana na kanisa. Kazi yao, kibarua yao ilikuwa ngumu. Ilikuwa ngumu sana. Kwa hivyo mimi niseme ya kwamba watu ya Baringo, nimesikia hapa mkisema ati mko na shukurani na mimi na watu ya mlima vile tulisukuma hii maneno. Ni sawa. Lakini wenye shukurani ni sisi watu ya mlima. Kwa sababu William Ruto ni mtoto wetu watu ya mlima. Sisi tulimpenda bure. Na tukumpenda yeye ati kwa sababu alisaidia Uhuru Kenyatta akakuwa rais. Hiyo tulishukuru na ni sawa. Lakini tulipenda yeye kwa sababu ako na maono na mpango wa kubadilisha Kenya. Tulimpenda kwa sababu alituelezea na tukamwamini ya kwamba ako na mpango ya kuweka pesa mfukoni. Na unajua sisi pale tunapenda pesa kiasi. Sasa hiyo mapenzi yetu kwa William Ruto mnaona bali imetoka. Kwa hivyo sisi candidate wetu uchaguzi uliopita, candidate wa mountain wa mlima Kenya kutoka Nyeri, Murang'a, Nyandarua, Kiambu, Kirinyaga, Embu, Tharaka Nithi, Meru, Laikipia, Nakuru na Nairobi alikuwa William Samoei Ruto. Kwa hivyo kwa niaba ya watu yetu ya mlima, watu ya Baringo, mlitupatia kura yote 100%, mkachagua kiongozi wetu William Samoei Ruto. Kwa niaba ya sisi zote na kutoka kwa roho yetu yangu ndani, asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Sisi mmemaliza kazi yenu. Si mmetupigia kura? Sasa na sisi tufanye kazi. Na hii kazi tutafanya. Najua sisi si walevi. Hatuna. Mimi na William Ruto tumemaliza kusomesha watoto. Hatukunywi pombe, hatuendi golf. Yetu ni kazi kuanzia asubuhi mpaka usiku. Tumekubaliana. Na nimwambie kazi itafanyika. Na tuseme hii maneno ya bolea, kuna ingine meli 2 imekwama Mombasa. Mimi nikilaki rais naenda huko kukwamua ikuje. Najua meli za vitu vingine ndio iko mbele, ya bolea iko nyuma. Nitaenda nipitishe ile ya bolea kwanza ikuwe pale mbele. Kwa sababu tukisaidia mkulima, bei ya unga itateremuka. Na ndio tulisema sisi hatutaki kuwa watu wajinga. Ati tufanye ati kupunguza bei ya mafuta. Tupunguze ati bei ya unga. Hiyo utapunguza tu 500 inchi na kuwa broke. Dawa ya kutengeneza Kenya ni kusaidia mkulima. Tukipata mazao mazuri ya mahindi, bei ya unga itateremuka automatically. Na kwa hivyo serikali yetu itaunga mkono wakulima kwa hali na mali. Na nyinyi muweke bidii. Nilikuwa hapa mkutano, tumemwachia kazi ya uchumi, ya kutafuta pesa, ya kurudisha Kenya pahali Mwai Kibaki alituachia. Tumemwachia kazi ya kuenda ng'ambo na kutafuta wawekezaji walete pesa Kenya. Hii kazi dogo ya wizi ya ng'ombe na nini, hiyo ni kazi ya Rigathi Gachagua. Hiyo hapana kazi ya rais. Si ndio? Ati rais anapigiwa simu ati ng'ombe imeibiwa. Hiyo ni kutumia rais vibaya. Mimi mwenyewe nitaweka mkutano ya viongozi katika Kerio Valley, kutoka Pokot, Marakwet, Watugen, kila mtu na officers wote ya usalama ambaye mimi nitakuwa chairman. Tuongee mpaka tukubaliane. Pahali tunatakiwa tuweke police reserve tuweke. mambo ya maji ndio, kwa sababu ndio inalete vita, mambo ya ukulima, mambo ya shule. Tutafute suluhisho la kudumu ya shida ya ukosechaji wa usalama katika Kerio Valley. Na mimi niseme hawa maofisa yetu, regional commissioner, county commissioner, deputy county commissioner, chiefs, assistant chiefs, msikuwe na wasiwasi. Msikuwe na wasiwasi. Kama mlitumiwa kutulima, msijali. Nyinyi ni watu wazuri mkitumiwa vizuri, si ndio? Hawa officers walitumiwa kazi na jia vibaya, atakuuza mzee ya kitendawili. Hizi ni kazi gumu. Kama kuna watu wameumia ni regional commissioner na machief. Kuuza hiyo mzee kama huko kwetu ilikuwa ni kitu haiwezekani. What we are going to do is to deploy the national government administration appropriately and positively for the benefit of the people of Kenya. Hawa maofisas wetu tutakaa chini na hawa tuwapatie kazi ya usalama, kazi ya maendeleo, kazi ya kilimo, na ni watu wazuri, ni vile walitumika vibaya. Na kwa hivyo ningetaka kuambia officers wetu wote, nyinyi ni kutumika, mlitumika, hamuna makosa yote. Sisi tutakaa chini tumpatie kazi ya kusaidia wananchi, ya kufanya kazi ya maana, kazi ambaye iko na mazao. Kwa sababu hiyo kazi mlikuwa mmepewa na sisi tulimwambia haiwezekani, kwa sababu sisi tulikuwa kwa ground. Nyinyi mnakuja mnaambia raia, wanasema ndio. Mkiondoka nasema tuko pale kwa hasala. Napongeze machifu kama huko kwetu. Machifu wa kwetu ni ajabu. Unajua hii mzee akitendawili hakuwa na agents. Machifu walipatiwa pesa ati watafute agent, wakaweka mfuko, wakakula na mabizao. Kwa sababu hii pesa ya siasa haina deni, haina receipt, hakuna mtu anaweza uliza swali. Sasa kwa hivyo sisi hakuna siku regional commander wa police na wa AP tutakupigia simu kukuambia tuende uhangaishe ile mtu anapinga William Ruto. Hiyo hapana kazi yako. Wewe pambana na mambo ya usalama. Hatutatumia polisi na DCI kutusaidia mambo ya siasa, kwa sababu hata tungetaka watusaidie hawawezi. Si wameambiwa wasaidie kitendawili, si wamekwama? So utawasaidia, watakusaidia na nini? Hiyo hapana kazi yao, na hiyo kazi hawawezi, hawajui. Kazi ya siasa, governor na MPs wote mpange siasa yenu. Hakuna machief iko available kusaidia nyinyi kwa siasa. Wewe ujue vile utakaa na watu yako, wafanyie kazi, uongee nao mzuri. Chiefs, assistant chiefs, police will not be available to do politics. Even for UDA people and Kenya Kwanza, they will not be available. Hao watakuwa na kazi ya maendeleo. Mambo ya msitu. Unajua hii msitu ni ya raia. Si nyinyi ndio mwenye kuchunga msitu? Si nyinyi mnachunga? Si msitu mmechunga miaka yote? Iko waziri alikuja hapo akafunga. Huwezi chukua hata matawi ya kupika. Matawi inaoza. Sijui watu wengine akili ilienda wapi. Pale msituni kulikuwa na Shamba System. Wananchi wanapewa, wanalima mahindi, wanapalilia miti ikiwa kubwa wanaondoka. Mimi nasema hii serikali ni yenu. Tumetoa order wananchi wapewe nafasi walime msitu, ndio tuongeze chakula kwa Kenya hii. Sasa iko haja gani kukataza watu kulima mahindi alafu tunaenda kutoa mahindi ng'ambo? Ni ujinga si ujinga? Ni ujinga si ujinga? Kwa hivyo tutatoa ratiba ambaye tutalima kwa msitu bila kuharibu miti, si ndio? Na uzuri ya miti na Mwenyezi Mungu alipanga, ikishakuwa kubwa hata hakuna mtu anakuambia uondoke. Kuna mtu anakuambia uondoke? Wewe mwenyewe unaondoka kivyako, kwa sababu ikishafika ile kiwango hakuna mahindi inaweza kuwa tena. Kwa hivyo hiyo Shamba System itarudi.
Sorry, I'm on mute. And nimewapatia part 1, hiyo part ingine baadaye. So I wanted to fika hapo kwa mambo ya Shamba System, which is our topic today. Whether we need to allow encroachment of our forests again, now that we are still grappling with the environment, climatic changes. So Kuseo, you can start off.
Yes, I'll start there. It's just that now there is so much to talk about. I don't know where to start exactly.
Pick what you think is juicy. The rest, the others
should not have played that because
juicy.
there is so much to talk about. One of them, I'm even now tempted to tell you why things have gotten where they are now. You see, the reason why we are where we are is because it all started with the Chapter 6, the mismanagement of the Chapter 6 under the Constitution. That is why we are where we are. Because if truth be told, if Chapter 6 was to be followed the way the constitutional makers had intended, a number of the people you see being elected today, they'll not be there. That's the truth of the matter. Now, Stone PK, I want to remind you, nasikia ati mnataka kumatch 1 million. Until you do something about that Chapter 6, so that the law would take its course. As I've said, there are so many people who are already in elective positions who should not be there. It all started with that, and it ushered in the Jubilee government. Now, things were not made any better by the fact that you had this 50-50 idea. The 50-50 idea is what has brought you to where you are. You see, for rigging of elections to take place, there is normally a margin within which it is easily done by whoever has the means to do so. Now, most of you here, you remember for a long time, especially even to the time where the DP was revealing that he wanted to beat the president. It was all about the 50-50 idea. Some people were wondering what was happening. It is because it was like a co-presidency kind of thing. And he felt so much in place, more or less like him. That's why for some of us, some people were surprised that, hey, you mean you want to beat the president? No. To him, that was his equal. That was his equal. And that is how things started going the other way around. Now, what does 50-50 tell you? It tells you the government is divided. And again, I'm sure Stone PK is aware. When the government is divided, you have the other side, have this other side. And you realize that the way this 50-50 was working, if you have the minister, I have the PS. I have the PS, you have the minister. All the way. And some people used to think it was only in ministerial appointments. No, it was all over the place, including the police force, including the parastatals, including the IBCs. IBC was worse because that one was state captured by the other side of the 50. Now, it came in handy when the elections were fought very closely. Wekesa, you'll forgive me because you are the one who has played the tape. How has Emil lost? So it means the other 50, call it the group A, believed they had the numbers. There was no need for any monkey business. Now the other 50, they knew they didn't have the numbers. They needed the monkey business. to do this thing. It worked for them. You must credit them. They used the monkey business all the way. And I kept saying here, that is why you find that even during the polling, you find that ballot boxes which were being brought in were being escorted by the police. Anyway, I don't want to go that far. But I just want to say that at one point on this platform, I did talk about the agents. I'm sure Wekesa was there. I talked about the agents. And I said that your agents are very pricey. And that was the case. And you have seen the DP now has actually told you as much. The people you are relying on, no. The Tumbo mattered much. Tumbocrat, they call them Tumbocrat. In other words, money was there. This side of Wekesa, they were not so generous. They were not so philanthropic when it comes to money matters. Now you can see. You have 50%, then you have money. You are home and dry. Anyway, I don't want to go that route. I just want to comment on the video that you have played. I would like to say that it is a bit unfortunate that the attitude or the narrative you get when you listen to the DP is such that it's like we are still in competition. Unfortunately, the competition they seem to be involved in is around outdoing outdoing the previous government, which I think is completely offside. You brought in subsidy, we remove subsidy. You fenced Mao, we unfenced Mao. You brought in this CBC, we are outdoing CBC. You brought in something for fertilizer, we are doing it the other way around. You have this Mombasa port, we are doing it there. You see, it is very strange. Then there is this issue about the debt. You brought in the debt, which debt they seriously contributed towards. We all know how we have ended up with a 10 trillion debt for the country. And I don't need to go back. You're aware of the Euro 1, Eurobond 1, Eurobond 2, SGR. Those funny transformers, you know them. You know about the Narok, Kimoret dams, all these dams. You will know about the Gulalu Kolana projects. Now, that 10 trillion debt we are talking about, it is all there, and it is all in the 2013, 2017, 2022 government. Now, that government, the current president was part and parcel of it. Now, if the truth be told, now you start now trying to reverse these things. It was done by the same government where they were all sitting. Now, you can hear the DP asking people, Sinao ni wajinga. Why should we import Nini when we can grow it? You see, now, not forgetting that in the recent UN conference, the statement, the Kenyan statement was very, very informative. Now look at what is now hitting us back about the same now, the same climate and climate and environmental conservation. Contradictory. But never, it is like, if you are not careful this time around, you see, for those some of us who can see far, these people are already on an election mode, campaign mode for 2027. The writing is on the wall. If you want to see, you can see it. If you choose not to, you can choose not to. Now, to talk about now the one which I find very, very interesting is the Mombasa one. They want to reverse what happened in Mombasa. A creation of their own. Remember? A creation of their own. Now, something else I think a good number of the people on this panel, they understand a lot, is that the Mombasa port was not just in, out, or now in. It's not like you toss a coin. We take it to Naivasha or we take it to Mombasa. No. This thing started way back in the early 2000s or even 90s. And how did it come about? It came about because of first of all, there were a lot of regional complaints. Mombasa contributes, I think, almost in the past, it was almost like 30% of the country's GDP. The regional trade, which involved the likes of Congo, Uganda, Rwanda, Sudan, Burundi, there was a lot of complaints. For those who bothered to check, you realize that that regional trade was dwindling and going down. What was happening? These countries were actually going to pull out of Mombasa. Now, that is now how the idea of even the SGR was conceived. What do? There was a lot of pressure to modernize the operations at the Mombasa port. Now, I remember during that time, there was this, I think now he's in Kisii, a Kisii MP, Manduku. I think he was the MD at that place. And I think he had a very nice paper. They planned and strategized how to modernize the port, which they started by doing. Now, maybe a good number of you are aware, but the Mombasa Harbor is now one of the deepest actually in Africa. And you have just heard the DP there talking about a chain of ships waiting to dock. It is possible because of the modernization that took place. That modernization was brought around when our regional partners or trade was crippling, and there was the issue of challenges in handling the freight and the cargo haulage, the handling of cargo around the same port. Now, these things were in deep government plans, and that is why I'm telling you that I feel sad that somebody just said that now we are returning the port to Mombasa. Now, if you know what it took to modernize that port, you realize that it is not impossible to revert it to the old days. It is not possible. Because right now, and then it was integrated with the SGR, the coming of the SGR. Right now, the fellows who lost their jobs were basically the manual laborers, the ones who are handling cargo, container offloading and reloading into what they were calling container freight services, the warehouses. And basically, they were the dockers. The one I think they are commonly referred to as dockers at the port. Now, these fellows are the ones, they're basically manual laborers, but they are like on permanent basis. They are the people who got so much affected when the port operations were moved to Naivasha. So now, where are we? Right now, the port operations have been mechanized, and you may find that for certain imports and exports, they are loaded direct using cranes, special cranes, direct onto the SGR. So in other words, the dockers and the manual laborers are literally like cut off in terms of the haulage that they were doing around the port. And these container freight services, the ones who are loading and arranging the warehouses and what have you, in the past, they used to have like, if you import, let's say, a car, for example, into Kenya, they'll come in those containers, and normally you would have 5 days to clear it without incurring further additional charges. 5 days. Now, it so happened that the container freight services were being contracted by, and to that end, I hope you read pending bills by private suppliers, service providers. Now, what were they doing? To make sure that they make some money, they were making sure that they used the logistics of the operations to make sure that you don't clear your goods within 4 days. Because if you clear your goods within 4 days, there'll be like no charges. And these people were working in cohorts with KRA officials. What were they doing? They make sure that when you are clearing your items from the port, you take at least 5 days and beyond. That way you pay demurrages and then you pay storage charges. Now that is what was the booming business, which I think the region, Mombasa as a region, has been complaining about. That is what has been happening. But because of the modernization of the port, those things can no longer go back. You remember, for example, now the flowers from Naivasha, they go straight with the SGR, straight to loading. This warehousing and then loading later using manual labor is no more. The same thing happens with certain containers direct from the ships. They are mechanized straight from the ship to the SGR and there to Mombasa and to Nairobi depots. So when now the Gachagua has come around and said that port operations are back in Mombasa, if you listen to what I've just said, it is almost next to impossible to reverse the way things have changed in Mombasa. The best that can happen are for the goods which are headed for the Mombasa and in immediate neighborhood. Those ones, you can still use the warehouses there for storage and that kind of thing. But you know what? I am not so sure. I understand that even the goods meant for Mombasa, they are cleared in Nairobi. So what do they do? They come to Nairobi, then they are back with the same SGR. So if you are an importer and you are based in Mombasa, your goods will come to Nairobi, cleared, and then ferried back to Mombasa for you. Somebody told me that is one way of creating jobs. That is one of the ways they were trying to do to ensure that people do not totally lose out of jobs. These people are called the manual laborers, the dockers. They still have something to do, though on a limited scale. So that is what has been happening. So now that is my comments today. I was trying to imply that the current government seems to be just to undo whatever the previous government had done, irrespective of the consequences. Talk about the Mao, irrespective of the consequences. You come in with some sweet political, call it propaganda or call it news, you spread it, and look at the effect. I think the Kenyan journalists are also very interesting. After announcing the return of the port to Mombasa, the journalists the following day were saying that booming business in Mombasa. If you listen the way I've said how the port operations are now mechanized and modernized, there is no way there would be any booming anything there. Those was for political reasons. And that's why I was telling you that if you watch it clear, these people are busy campaigning again for 2027. And given that most of the people who talk about this are the middle class, remember, the people who are voting for these people are the masses at the lower side, or the lower side of the pyramid. They will buy the idea that the port has come back. Although if you look into details, there is nothing like that. Even the Mao may just be a gimmick for public consumption. You may well find out the steps you are taken to fence the Mao and to evacuate the farmers from there may not be reversible. As much as you have had the deputy president himself saying that they are going to reverse. They are going to go into the Shamba system. So, well, Stone, I do not know, but if I had an opportunity, I would talk to the Azimio strategists if they are interested. Campaigns are on. Thank you. They are called populist ideas. And they'll carry the day, believe me. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuseo. One just wonders, yes, campaigns are on, but now, will there be any more campaigns in this country? Who will oversee? The Supreme Court told us that the voting doesn't matter anymore, so we don't need to campaign, I think. Ruto will just install his people as he wants, because now, even Kenyans, we should tell them never to ever again participate in anything called election. Domini, was it Domini who came earlier?
Just a second, Domi.
Benson.
You see, Stony, I've talked about, I didn't talk about the church deliberately because I didn't want to take too much time. But remember, I did say something like, these messages are very, very targeted. Now, what happened in the Supreme Court? For their target group, it is exactly the opposite. I don't know why. You shouldn't take people here too long to see that. You see, me and you would see what is this, there is no this. We can even say we will not vote. Stony, maybe you will not vote. But those people who are cheering, believe me, they will vote. Especially if the token, one of the strength of this team is the tokenism approach to issues. And believe me, a good percentage of the voting bloc, call it 60% plus, they still buy the tokenism and the tumbocrat idea. And that is why you see these pending bills of 600 billion to be paid. They are still there. It is through the pending bills that the governors enrich themselves. It is through the CDF that the MPs enrich themselves. If you remember the last parting shot from the president when they were in Naivasha, he told the MPs that if you want to be elected, know that you know how to use the CDF. And that is very true. Don't forget about the fact that it is illegal. So long as it is still hovering around there, it is the CDF. If you are a very far-reaching MP, CDF should be is what they have been using. And they were reminded that if you want to be elected, CDF is the route. And that was official during their retreat in Naivasha. I don't know whether you do remember it. Now, that tokenism group population, it is still a lot, Storm. It's still a lot. The people on this platform may all have decided the Supreme Court did the Supreme Court. Remember, because of this tumbocrat idea, half of the judiciary are on their side. Everybody can see that. So, well, I don't want to discourage. Thank you.
Okay, Benson. Benson, it's your chance.
Hello, everyone. Sorry for that. I was on another call. But Mr. Stone, Zalento, Ashley, long time. I've not seen you. I've not heard from you for a long time. And Domi. I will not say a lot, and I will just say something about our DP, our beloved DP, as somebody who is a true Kenyan. And I tend to respect our leaders when they're elected, whether I did not support them or I supported them. But for now, they are our leaders who are leading the country. So we will always support them. But like one thing that I want to remind our beloved DP, campaign is over. Let us have a tunnel that you should unite the country. We've been in campaign period whereby people were having emotions, and now this thing is over. It happens in most of the countries immediately after election is over. You should now have that reconciliatory tone. You don't beat your opponent. You don't say bad things about your opponent. You bring people together, and that bring about peaceful environment in the country, and say your policies. So I think like if our DP has advisors, I think like this is the time that they should try and advise him on what to do and to bring the country together. There's no issue of those kind of like campaign periods, words. Secondly, about the religion. Religion is very sensitive thing. It's something that is very sensitive, and it is something that should also be handled with a lot of sensitivity. Remember, in Kenya, we have even the Muslim, how are you going to navigate about the religious? Because like, I might be wrong, but the way the DP puts it, it's like it was only through the Christianity, through the Christian, that made them to go to win the election, and when it comes to religion, again, we cannot judge. We don't have the capacity to judge, because there's something that I usually call the spiritual being. And the spiritual being is what somebody believes in. Because there is somebody, for example, like me, I usually say that there's some force behind me, or some force that is taking care of my life. Maybe if I do something and like I see extraordinary things that happens to me, and the challenges that I overcome, I tend to believe like that spiritual being, there's something behind this, and like I cannot for some reason say maybe the stone God is not a genuine God, or Mzalendo's God is not a genuine God. You cannot say that. So I think the DP or the administration, they should be very sensitive in terms of religion, on how they're going to handle religion in the country, because we are so many religions that we have. So there, you also should, when he's inviting Makasisi, Masheke, the She also should be invited, because they are also part of us in the country. And another thing about undoing what President Uhuru did, I think something that is going to happen is here. This is like, it's not punishing the administration of Uhuru Kenyatta. Maybe it's punishing Kenyans. Because like, we are the people. If everything is being undone, even though maybe some of the policies that the former president might have put in place were not good, but like, you should do them in a way that does not show that you are punishing him, but like you're doing it in a way that is going to kind of like assist Kenyans, So I think the undoing of things in terms of like showing that the administration did not do a good job, the previous administration did not do a good job, that too is not good for the country, because like what we want now as a country is that peaceful environment. That is what kind of we want. We might have political differences, but like the politics is over, everything is over. Bring Kenyans together and bring all these policies that may assist the country. And something also about the forest, I had DP talked about it, and it's sometimes it's very sad. It's very sad, like some of the things that are being uttered by our leaders. And this still goes to the advisors of the DP. Maybe is still overwhelmed, is still very happy about the position. Sometimes it comes with a lot of happiness, and it becomes so hyper on you. You've not settled down and you've not faced challenges. It can happen, because like at that position, you should be very wise on what you say and what you don't say. So I think also there, advisors might do work on them. And about something about like, I was in the back, and I think Ashley mentioned something about the salary of the MPs and the leadership. I will not blame the leaders that are elected now. I will not blame them even at one point, because they did not elect themselves. The country, the people voted for them, because there is no way for me in which you can plant beans and like in the harvest season, you want to harvest maize. It cannot happen. You harvest what you planted, you know. So even if like we might say that we want to call our leaders to maybe not to do the allowances that they wanted to do, it cannot happen, because that's the only place that they unite. It all starts with us. If we want to elect leaders, we elect leaders of integrity without looking at the political affiliation where they have. You know, we look at the leaders, their personality, and the kind of people they are. But most of the time, what we vote politics, we vote political parties, we don't vote individuals, and we vote to punish some other people. And that is what I can say. So to me, I'll be sitting watching pretty how the country will be in the next 5 years. And that's where we will learn. We will learn the kind of leaders that we should elect. If the 5 year ends, if the administration is going to do good, well and good. If the administration is not going to do good, then the people will decide. That's what I can say.
Okay, I think probably Stone PK stepped out. I don't know. Now, I think I was the next person to was supposed to submit. I'll say, okay. First of all, I'm Jamboni wote na Kenya. Mr. Stone PK, Zalendo, Ashley Seo, and Bro Benson. I greet you all. Okay, Stone PK, you are at least out a bit out, so I just took over. I don't know if I'm okay. Okay. Now, I'll start off by saying.
Yes, Domi, power is taken, not given.
Okay. Okay, I'll say we have the president in place and the deputy in place, and we say the Bible says appreciate, thank God for every situation. I say we thank God because He knows what happened and He allowed it. I'll not say whether it is God's choice or whatever. If anything, let me be clear to all Christians. We are not always given the leaders in the heart of God. We are given the leaders according to what we deserve. Because in leadership, we have had people like Hitler who did mass killing, of which God was aware that it was going to happen, but still allowed that person in power. So not necessarily that it's God's as we think. Because I remember last election, people cheering that Uhuru is a David, God given is a David. I think I remember that being sung everywhere, and also everything about the Maombi Sio Uchawi. And I can vividly remember very recently when the same guys were saying did not want even to hear about Uhuru. And they were saying that Uhuru, there is some understanding of the pastor who was saying we don't want a red-eyed pastor, a red-eyed president, of which it is he himself who laid hand on them in Nakuru, which is very unfortunate. So, and I end up wondering, is it God is confused or God made mistakes. You know, there are some things that we should not peg on God, because we end up blaming God for what we have made mistakes of our mistakes. So I think for Christians, let's not be very quick to drag the name of God into our own mistakes, because in the end, we end up making God look like he made a mistake when it's we who make mistakes. Okay, see, Gachagua is telling us that he wants to return people into the forest. Probably, whatever. Sarah said probably it may not, it may happen or it may not. Well and good, it may or may not. But you know, getting people out of the forest, we all understand how difficult it was. We all understand how difficult it was, and how many people suffered in the rain. I mean, in the cold of the night. About 2,000 people were removed from the forest, and we know, okay, whatever politics that happened. And remember to come to that decision. Rivers were dry. It was not. Wangari Maathai said, nature is unforgiving. When you destroy nature, it will destroy you. The last thing this government should have done is to play with the forest. In whichever way, whether doing politics or not, that is something that they should even not touch. Because at one point, you know, you may start it at, well, okay, these guys will take care of the forest for the first year. Ye mwenyewe tena amesema kuwa they will need firewood. Where are they going to cut firewood? Are you telling me that taking care of 2,000 people, you're going to depend on the dried wood? No, these guys will cut wet wood and let it dry. My friend, we are dealing with Kenyans. I think that is the saddest statement I've ever heard from a leader in Kenya. That's very sad. And I pray and I hope that something just happens, that they don't go that direction. Because I think it's retrogressive. Okay, Azimio fought the church, and God stopped them. Well, that's their conclusion. What we need to see is how they are going to handle. At this point, we are whether it was God that stopped him or how he fought the church does not really carry much of any help. Because if anything, I want to let me go back to the statement that these guys are using. That Raila saying that he was going to trim the church to say, okay. And I remember the statement was about when he said Kasumba, and that is the statement they keep holding on. For those who are the supporters and those who are churchgoers, let me remind you of the statement as it was. Raila said, and he was telling the Muslim women, he said, I personally am a Christian. This issue of favoring Christian community over other religious communities was being done by the Queens, by the Europeans, I mean the British. And it was done even in those days, in the past days. And it was not about religion, it was about favoring, like things like registration. A Christian goes to register, is registered at the state. But when a Muslim goes with his child to register in a government office, it's taken a very long distance, a long, protocol until, it is unfair. A true Christian, this is the way you should believe. A true Christian should believe in fairness for all people. That is a true Christian. That is Bible. That is Bible fact. You should take care of everybody. Whether he's a Christian or not a Christian, his rights should be taken care of. And we should champion for that. And when we are saying that favorism Nikasumba, it is true Nikasumba. That is a fact. We are not, this is a secular nation. And we should take it as such. Everybody has the same rights, equal rights. Yeah? And that is it. It is not about fighting the church, it is a fact. And let the church work on its own, fight their own battles, pray to their God, and that is it. Trust upon God to help them in whichever way. But let them not cheer up when Muslims are being looked down upon by the government. That's the state. That's the thing. Okay, leave that. Whether it was God who fought Azimio or whatever, that one is water under the bridge. What they should do right now is to do what is right to us because they are in power. Let them make things happen. The worst thing you can ever do when you get opportunity is to start looking at those people who your predecessor and say, trying to outdo. Because in the end, what these guys are doing, they are taking us back. As Kusel has said, some progress. For example, we used to say, we used to have a debate in primary, whereby they say Europeans did good more than harm more than good in Africa when they came. Okay, whether pro or against, it doesn't matter. What matters here is this. Look at what good did they do, and fight to improve that good. What they did bad, we just don't follow it. What I mean, this government should not look at, it should not focus on what these guys did and try to outdo. Check in and find what is good. Make sure that you push it to the end. Like now, talking of the port services, what we are going to do here is clearing and forwarding. Probably that is what will be taken to Mombasa. But the infrastructure, it's not. There's some things that will be increasing cost unnecessarily, because one of those things that made the government to decide to reduce services from the port of Mombasa was congestion. Things were getting stuck. 5, 10 days, something that is supposed to be done in one day. And why should we reduce part of the services to somewhere else so that we can reduce congestion? So are you telling us that Ruto government is going to start again to stack everything there and create again congestion? Is that a plus? I think that is total noise. Okay, Mzalendo talked something about the youth, the way the youth should be given space. I want to remind you, okay, not just Mzalendo, but people who have that thought. You see, if you can look behind, this guy is Kina Raila, this guy is Kina Orengo. We can remember how they came to this position at this point. Nobody was given. They fought for it. They fought for things. They made things happen. It's like going to help a chick come out of an egg. You will kill it. The problem with the youths today, wanataka kila kitu wapewe on a silver platter. it makes you not even have value in what you're having. That is why you find somebody like Jaguar came into power, into office. Kwa hiyo hype ya youth vijana. What did they do? Going to fight in the parliament with the Babowino. Is it a plus to the electorate? Nothing. Until the youth know what is more important than what. I will not. In fact, I will say it is preferable we have all the people to rule, because the problem with the youth is they don't know what is important and what is not important. They don't know what is urgent and what is not urgent. And when you fight through, you will come to understand the importance of why these old men are saying this and why they are not saying this. And you will be able to understand before you get to understand the system. That is where you can change it. And actually, let me tell you the truth. And these are very big deception. Trying to think that you are going to get new people in power just like that and expect them to work better. Let me tell you, you will get that person. First of all, you don't know that person. Those new people you are saying. How many people knew that Jago was going to behave the way he behaved? Nobody, because they had not seen them. Let the people come up. Those people who are ready to fight. You see, it is not that easy. You are saying that to do a water, to Fadilia water, remove all of them, get new people there. Right? They don't know how cartels work. They don't understand anything how cartels work. I can tell you, you can easily see those guys being assassinated very easily by the same cartels because they don't know. They're handling what they don't know. You think that it's integrity? Yeah, they may have integrity. But dealing with those guys, it is not an easy thing. It needs somebody who has been there and know how they handle, how they are doing their things. It is easy. It is good for the youths to come up. People end up starting blaming Raila. Oh, Raila has not groomed the youth. Let me tell you, Ruto was sharpened by Raila. Uhuru was sharpened by Raila. Yeah, that is a fact. Uhuru was brought in by more years, but they were sharpened by Raila. Raila is the one who was grooming Ababu Namwamba. See what happened. Ababu Namwamba is bribed and leaves the flock. Yeah. Now, are we going to blame it on Raila? No. The problem is the youth with themselves. They are not genuine. Get a genuine youth. And I can appreciate this guy, Joho. Joho stuck with Raila. And you can see how many strides he made to get to the top. You can see how it come there. Those people who are being brought up, if somebody is consistent, will get there. But you cannot get there by fighting those people who are there. You can't move that way. You cannot get to the top by fighting those who are at the top. You can get at the top by just working with them. Observe. Some guys may not be right. That your boss may not be right. But you see what is doing right and you see what is doing wrong. Then you say, I will do this, I will not do this. You will be in fact there is a point where in let okay, let me finish by saying there is a point where it gets where in leadership they say leading the leader, whereby you can see an opportunity, you can see something wrong, and tell the leader what I'm seeing here is wrong in this way and this way. Or there are times when, like when Kibaki was not in, okay, it was a wrong way, yes, but when Kibaki got to a point whereby he said, now, I will not go on, okay, in like 207. I will not proceed. Was feeling like he was going to withdraw. They took him. Kina Martha Karua, they took him there and made him stand up and take the oath. You know, it was the wrong way anyway. That is, I'm not supporting it. But you see, we need such a kind of leaders, youths, who can come in and say, Raila, I think we should not give these people a chance. Let us push this way. Let us do this. You know, such a kind of idea. That will help us. But youths being given on a silver platter, Mzalendo, I don't agree with you. Okay, let me stop there.
Okay, thank you for your remarks and input. Being given leadership is like someone marrying a wife for you, paying dowry and akupatia ndio huyo sasa saa watoto. It doesn't happen that way. You have to go in the field and look for someone who looks like you, who connects with you emotionally, and you say, this is, I think this can be my wife. This is the flesh of my flesh. So people who say that transferring of the mantle comes naturally. People see the opportunity and start grabbing. You see when transition happens. And one good thing, one great quality of leadership is the power of judgment and discernment. When you see that there is an opportunity for transition, and you start preparing yourself for that. But you waiting that someone will start exiting, then give you a chance, you will wait until it will never happen. So I know there are people already who are seeing those opportunities and trying to align themselves. By the way, Ruto was not given Rift Valley by Moi. He grabbed it. He was not even given Central by Uhuru. He grabbed it. Kashagwa, you have seen him on the court of Uhuru. Everything is Uhuru. Because he knew Uhuru will not give him the leadership. He has to grab it. And that should happen everywhere else. People see that this, in fact, when you see a need, like us in Western, we have a need for a great lead, actually. When you see a need, you rise to fill the vacuum. That is leadership. When you see the need and the cost, you rise to fill the vacuum. That's leadership. But saying, oh, me, I'm young, now I need the mantle to be passed, or I have what it takes. Everybody is trying. Right now in Nyanza, everybody is trying to be the next Raila. But it's only those who have the strategy, who know how to do the timing, the ones who will fill his shoes. But the rest who are waiting for him to pass the mantle, they will wait and wait and wait. Raila did not even wait to get it from his father. He overlapped it. He just knew this Mzee amefika at the sunset. So he started his journey. He came and started his journey in Nairobi. That is how it happens. Discern the times and begin preparing for it. Sasa, even now, if we talk about that, this lady called Toto was young, yes, had no money, yes, but she believed she can be a leader. And she started her journey. In fact, I was told, as much as KAA are praising UDA for raising young leaders and hustlers, that lady, for the first time she went to hustler centers, she was not given attention. The chief hustler never even gave her the audience. She went back to Bomet without having talked to him. It's only when things became serious and she was winning nomination is when they took her seriously. So when you begin your journey of leadership, nobody will take you seriously. But you have to believe in yourself and go for it. Otherwise, nobody will give you that chance. Welcome, Makiadi. I've been steering this wheel. Today I've had a very bad internet. I've been dropping off, come back, drop off. So going forward, you will take charge. I just want to mention one thing, then I leave you to continue. One of the greatest thing I've seen in Kenya, and the poorest thing we're doing in Kenya is religion. And Ruto knew that. That's why they are taking advantage. They know all of us, majority of us, not all of us, majority of us. Yes, we are churchgoers, yes, but we are not deep into the word. Because if we are, we will discover some of these fake tricks they are using in the name of God, just to confuse the masses. We all know that in the Bible, the testimonies that were happening in the Bibles, the miracles that were happening in the Bibles, were meant to persuade non-believers to believe. They were not meant for only believers to comfort each other and clap for themselves that they are doing well in the name of God. They were meant to convince those who never believed in God to come to their faith. So my argument will be, if these so-called miracles that have happened in the UDA camp are miracles, it's not for them to clap for themselves. It is us to see and say there is something good happening beyond the borders. Can we cross? So it's not meant for them to victimize us, that they are now on the righteous path and we are on the wrong path. No, it has to be that we are persuaded that where they are is the right side, and we need to join it. But if you find people doing that, it's because they want to manipulate you. They are using manipulative tactics to convince you that they are the right guys and you guys are on the wrong side. And I repeat this. All of us are pursuing different things and experience God in the things we do. Maybe yours is about election. Maybe mine is about career. Maybe yours is about job. And if you are given a chance, Alex will testify what God has done to him. Makiadi will testify. Kuseo will testify in different measures. So nobody will lump us together and say that those who won the presidency have God and those who lost presidents are outside God's perimeters. No. In fact, me, I normally say the greatest testimony that is in the Bible, because I'm a serious Bible reader, happened on the day of crucifixion, when there was darkness on the cross. Now, when all the centurions and everybody had thought, now huyu jamaa alikuwa anajifanya mtoto wa Mungu, is done, away with. And then the Bible talks that there was darkness. Then then people were observing the events that were happening. Do you know, people who were standing there were amazed and said this, that surely this guy was the Son of God. And that was a defeat moment. That was a defeat moment according to the eyes, the natural eyes. So sometimes it's not, and those who killed him and maybe they had even taken his clothes and shared, had had their own victories. But I'm sure God was never in their camp. He was still with this person that was hanging on the cross. I look at someone like Martin Luther the King Jr. I remember his parting shots when he was speaking about I have a dream that one day. He said, my eyes have seen the glory of God. I've seen the coming of the King. And I'm surely you guys will reach at the promised land, but I myself will not reach there. As a human being, these are the words he used. As a human being, I would have desired to live a long life, but I just want to do God's will. And that's where he stopped. Sometimes God's will is not always in the victories and the flamboyance of life that people want to show. It is the same Bible that says that it's better to go in the house of mourning than the house of merrymaking. So I suspect that you may look at this come and say, these one have no God. Kumbe Mungu akona wao who are thinking that they have lost. And those who are merrymaking don't have him. So don't, this was my just encouragement to Azimio guys. Don't allow 2022 politics to judge your faith, whether you are standing with God or not. That's none of the issues. We were electing a president and we chose somebody that looks like us. If we are evil, we chose someone evil like us. If we are righteous, we chose someone righteous like us, but not like this was the highway God had designed for us. That is not the truth. Amakiadi, I want to leave you to drive the...
Well, Kesa, why can't you let me add something on your statement? Yeah.
Yes.
One thing that I want to say, even in the losing, you can still lose and you have God. And as a symbol of that is that you see most of the time, you will see most of the time people go down on their knees and lift their hand up. That is a sign of surrender. Like you're saying, like this war, the point where I've reached God, I cannot make it by myself. That's why I'm surrendering it to you. It is a point of whereby like now the energy is not there, but you are asking God, can you please come in and help me to overcome this challenge? So having won something does not mean you are so much close to God. That is not it. Maybe they might think that way, but God is always there. Even at the losing point of your life, he will always be there with you. And that is the point whereby God will lift you up. And that is the point whereby you will say the testimony. The testimony will be like during the time of when I was losing it, God came in and I won. So I think that's what I wanted.
Yeah, thank you. That's powerful. And out of the 12 disciples of Christ, hakuna mmoja alifanyia miracle, by the way. Do you know miracle only happened to the followers who ate bread in the wilderness? So it's miracles are not the measure how close you are to God. So let me leave it there. Makiadi, take touch.
Wekesa, sijui kama unanisikia.
Yes.
Kwanza wacha niseme asante. I know it's been a long day for you. I've seen you drop and come on again. Thank you for the consistency and the determination. Good to see you after a while. Watu walifikiria kioski imefungwa lakini tunafunguaga siku moja tukipata stock, which is good. Alex, good to see you. Stone PK, good to see you. Stone PK is our hardliner. It's good to see Stone PK back. Mzalendo kama kawaida. Ashley, I can't see you, but I know you are there. Kuseo, I know when I see your face almost out of the camera, I know you're almost dropping. But I hope you'll be here for a while. What did I do here? Okay, I don't know what I did. I don't know if I was Bro Benson and Disha. Good to see you all.
Richie have become a bit unpredictable.
No, I can tell when you're almost dropping because the camera will always go up high in the sky, and then you can drop unnoticed. But before I do a few remarks and then I give the others an opportunity, I don't know if Wekesa, you can connect us back to Facebook. I think we lost that line. We are only on YouTube.
What I'll do, I will create another one, then I give you the link. You transfer.
I have seen James normally comes in and connects us back. Wacha tu atakuja. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a way he comes in and then connects us back to the same link, but it's okay. Let's
Okay.
deal with what we have right now. I just want to make very few remarks hapa, alafu sasa niachie wenzangu pia nafasi waongee. I am very happy that finally the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has stopped talking about the government being broke, and now he's eating life with a big spoon. Ona juzi amevaa miwani na akabeba warembo kwa ndege ya jeshi na some idlers called the likes of Jaguar akawapeleka Kisumu on a free trip, which is good. At least right now, after the CS for Treasury came out and told Rigathi Gachagua that they are talking things out of ignorance, he slapped some sense into them. So now they have failed in that line of the propaganda that they used since they got sworn in, and they have discovered where money is. The declaration by Rigathi Gachagua that people should go back to Mau Forest and start cultivating maize. I want to read what Wangari Maathai said here. Wangari Maathai, the late Nobel laureate winner, said that the Shamba system has been abused as farmers have been allowed to turn large sections of indigenous forest into farmlands, destroying local biodiversity and greatly reducing the capacity of forests to be effective water reservoirs. Now, unless Rigathi Gachagua and William Ruto have a new plan, then I think we are going back to where we were when Wangari Maathai used to fight these guys who were invading forest land, unless they have something new. But if they continue doing roadside declaration and roadside remarks like this, then we are going to have people invading forests even without the permission of the government. Because I was talking to Black in the comment section and I told him here, some things are not said just like that because the government should have a cabinet. These are policies. These are policies that are supposed to come from a cabinet level. You do not have somebody amekula ameshiba nyama huko kwa ndege akienda matanga anasimama mbele ya watu na kusema turudi kwa misitu. People will take that literally na watarudi kwa misitu. So I just want this government to hit the road. They have to set a cabinet up and start working. We are too tired of this drama and all this roadside declaration that don't make sense. Where is the cabinet? When I see the president in the US, meeting investors like Cosmos Choi, selling the Kenyan agenda, I ask myself, where is the cabinet? Where is the cabinet? Who is supposed to sell the foreign policy abroad for William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua? These people should know that we should have had nominations for cabinet right now. When parliament opens up, these people should be forwarded to the parliament for vetting, and then we have a government that is rolling. We are so tired of people telling us, you gave us mandate to lishinda watu wa kitendawili. That is not something that is helping anybody right now. The election is over. People accepted that you won, even if you are given by the Supreme Court or IBC. That is water under the bridge right now. People should start working. Now, I'm looking at a situation whereby we will have conflict, not just people destroying forests, because this is something that I said has been tried before and it failed. We are looking at human wildlife conflict. How are they going to address this? Now, if you want, again, KWS and KFS to go look at Kuseo kama atakata miti ama atashika swara, then you'll be wasting people's time. come up with a policy. If at all you want people to cultivate maize and other crops in the forest, then you should tell us how you're going to prevent these people from destroying forests. You should tell us how you're going to prevent these people also from interfering with the wildlife. Unless you have something different from that, then Kenyans should not agree with this policy. Now, I ask myself, it's something that has been in the light for a while. The issue of fertilizer subsidies. We said here that although it does not affect anybody right now, it's good that farmers are getting fertilizer at subsidized rate. But then the question is, who is the owner of this fertilizer? If the government was not able to subsidize maize, something that everybody uses, and that would be a policy that would affect mwananchi at this very time, immediately. If they subsidized mahindi, mwananchi angeweza kwenda kwa duka na kununua kwa unga kwa bei nafuu, lakini serikali saw it fit not to subsidize mahindi but to subsidize fertilizer. Now the deputy president has come out clearly to show us that hii fertilizer yenye tulikuwa tunaongea hapa, it looks like they know the owner. And this is what I was saying here. These people are rewarding the cartels. Either they are repaying themselves the money they spend during the campaigns, or they know the owners of this fertilizer and they have a share in that. Why is the deputy president telling us anaenda coast kupitisha meli ya fertilizer? Kama nani? Why is he doing that? Does he know the protocol that is followed at the coast? You know, the protocol that is followed in the process of clearing and forwarding. Why is he so interested at this moment to make sure that the fertilizer comes in as soon as possible? Nobody is crying about fertilizer huko nje. They already have lorries flagged all over the country zikiuza fertilizer. Hii yenye imekwama huko ni ya nani ambayo ni lazima ingie? And we said here,
in any case, Richie, the docking schedules rules there cannot be interfered with just like that.
But the deputy president said he is going there personally to make sure hiyo meli imepitishwa line.
That's why I said earlier, these people are basically campaigning. It cannot work.
So this is not about campaign. These people know hii fertilizer ni ya nani. What they are trying to do ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba hiyo fertilizer imekuwa hapa ndani, imeingia na imeuziwa watu kwa 3,500 before it expires. Ndio sasa warudishe pesa yao. These are cartels. What we did in this country is replace cartels with other cartels. There's nothing new. There's nothing new with this government. Rigathi Gachagua na William Ruto ni cartels wengine wapya. What they are trying to show us here is we got rid of Uhuru Kenyatta's cartels, but right now we will enforce our cartels unto the people. You see, the deputy president, the president said when he was talking to Al Jazeera that they refused to subsidize fuel, and Kenyans understood. What do you mean Kenyans understood? People are suffering. Everybody is crying right now, shukisha bei ya mafuta, shukisha bei ya mafuta. And what you're telling the international media is that you cannot subsidize what do we call consumption. And people are calling out on you, kuja nyumbani tusaidie kushukisha bei ya chakula because we are suffering. But right now it's not about mwananchi ile kawaida, mama mboga, mtu wa bodaboda. Did you see mtu wa bodaboda kwa ile ndege juzi wakienda Kisumu? So these guys right now wanaonyesha picha yao kamili. We told Kenyans here, some of us here have been labeled bitter losers. It's okay, you can label us what you want, but we are telling you the truth. This government was a scam. They did not prepare for these elections. They thought they are not going to win. And finally, as the Supreme Court gave them this presidency and lost its credibility, what the Supreme Court right now is doing is trying to fight to regain its credibility. You can see what the Chief Justice is doing right now. Nobody wants to see the Chief Justice anywhere. She wants to address parliamentarians. They tell her, tutaki hata ukuje hapa. Ukikuja tunatoka. She wants to go to the Senate to address the Senate. Wanamwambia the same thing. So what is the Chief Justice saying? She's going on social media kusema Kenya is a young democracy. We should nurture it. The Chief Justice knew very well that the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya was well respected. She is the one who brought this to the Supreme Court. And I want to advise those people. I said this and I repeat again. Kama uko na rafiki ambaye alipoteza kiti ya MP, ya governor, ya senator na anataka kuappeal, anataka kupeleka petition kotini, mwambie asipoteze masaa yake na pesa yake. Osia, sijui kama uliona vile governor Nakuru, they are very cozy with the chief justice, and then you want to tell me Lee Kinyanjui will get justice when he goes to the Supreme Court or Court of Appeal to try and or the High Court to try and kupeleka petition huko. There's nothing like that.
Yeah, there is something they know which we don't.
And it looks like they are so comfortable all of a sudden with this government. I'll leave it there. But brothers and sisters who are watching us, we are in for a rude shock. We are in for the long ride. Let me stop it there. I don't know. Disha when ulikuwa next, alafu I think Alex.
Can I say a quick comment to what you just said, the last statement?
Yes, please.
I wanted to say, as we reflect, I think the best thing is to take notes and see what can we do to improve. One thing I've noticed that we can do to improve is when we are doing a referendum or something like that, to make where the decision about who gives money to the judiciary, to the police, doesn't become the work of the president and is given to a different organization. Because what Ruto did can be construed as bribery, because now he's given them so much money so they are happy. So it is human nature to favor those people who favor you. So when the other day I saw a case being brought where this person was, who was this? Chichil. He had a case and he wanted a postponement and he got what he wanted. And by listening to the case where they say justice was denied, someone was told to come and testify and they say they are not ready. And everybody there could see that they need to testify. But the judge allowed that person to take more time. They say the person is anxious. Since when have you ever had someone being given time because they are anxious? So those are things we need to note down where the law or the policies need to be changed so that such decisions are made by another organization so that the president doesn't have that power to kind of bribe the judiciary and the police, because that's dangerous. And also the person who is doing the remunerations in parliament, I read somewhere that they first did not want to increase. I think they got their perks and benefits back. And remember, when the perks and benefits were taken, they got an increase in salary. So they've got their perks and benefits back, but their salary has not been receded because Wetangula said they work in incremental, not reduction. And someone said that lady, I don't know what her name is and what her position is, but if she refused, she ran the risk of them removing her and saying she's incompetent or for any other reason. So again, we should look at how her position does not directly come, that the people that she's like, the MPs are not the ones who employ her or can sack her, because then that is manipulation gets into place, because it's like you either do this or we are going to fire you. So she had to do it to keep her job. Those are the things we should be noting down and see how can we change this for a better Kenya.
Yeah, there's somebody called Tom Chirchir anasema hata tukiongea wataenda kulima. Hata usingoje, ungekuwa uko kwa forest sahi na ukitaka tukuje kusaidia kukata miti uitishe msaada, we will help you. Ukate miti yote kabisa. Let me give PK dakika moja niende kwa Disha alafu Alex. Just a minute.
I just want to kind of give one point regarding what Ashley say. Sounds very good, but from her notes, I think then we need a total overhaul for the notes to work, and that's why we are saying we disband everything. Yeah, disband kila kitu. This is cartels. What? Disband them, put them in the garbage, then start afresh. Why are we scared of that? Now you're saying, like, for example, that office view, we attach it to whoever, but the entire system is rotten. All the people are rotten. they are corrupt. Especially now that KK has taken over. You've seen the clip of Rigathi talking and all that. Is that somebody you can trust to really implement the law and ensure that people are served with justice? Sincerely speaking, Kenyans, we are just debating for the sake. Thank you.
Aya, Disha. Something wrong with your audio, Disha.
Hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
Okay. I hope you guys are well. It's been a while since I've been here. Let me start by saying I think we have a problem with Kenyans elect members of parliament every 5 years, and we have a terrible parliament that is bootlicking the executive. We elect them to represent us, and the problem is like we are electing them to go bootlick the president or the executive. Why are we at the moment? Our debt is about 10 trillion, something that when Uhuru took over the government, we are told it was at 1.3, but we are 10 trillion, almost 10 times. They say out of 100 shillings that the Kenya revenue collects, 73 shillings goes towards the repayment of the debt. Did we all need all those infrastructure at the same time? Like we have the railway, we have all roads. Do you know how many thousands kilometers in Kenya, and Kenyans are going hungry? No, hizo vitu zilikuwa zinafaa kufanywa incrementally, pole pole. There's no need of having all those infrastructure now. You don't have food on the table. And one of the problems that we still have is like 85% of the budget remains with the national government. So what people are just celebrating at the devolved governments wamepatiwa 15% na hizo devolved units za government zinafanya nini? Zinaenda kujipatia mshahara na allowances na kuendesha magari sijui zinakaa aje. So I don't know what solution we can do is there, because indeed hakuna pesa. Hakuna pesa kwa hiyo serikali. Tulijiweka kwa shimo. We shot ourselves, tukapitisha bloated government, everything, tukapitisha constitution yenye sijui tuko na members of parliament wangapi yenye I think hardly a quarter of that parliament wanaweza ongea. Look at the people we elect waende parliament. Hata as much as we celebrate watu sijui ati Toto ameingia parliament, watch this space uone kama ataongea kitu kwa hiyo parliament. Tuna elect watu the likes of Kinasudi, the guy who's never spoken in parliament. At the measure of a member of parliament ni how he uses CDF. In fact, hizo vitu za CDF zinafaa kuskrabiwa kabisa, kwa sababu a member of parliament anafaa kwenda kutengeneza sheria na kuoversight the executive, lakini tuna elect watu hawawezi fanya chochote. Mtu hawezi ongea for 5 years na tunafikiria tutaenda mbele. Hakuna kitu tunaenda. No one is taking that executive. In matters of nimesikia leo Gachagua ameongea mambo. I think the president anafaa kutema his deputy. I think whatever is anaenda akiongea huko is really a shame, na anafaa kutemiwa what he has to say, kwa sababu we telling Kenyans sahi ati warudi kwa forest. Kitambo when I was young, I remember the Shamba System was good, but ilifika mahali watu wakaanza kuinvade sasa forest, wakaanza kujenga manyumba ndani. Mtu anajifanya analima, lakini because when it started huko anaruhusiwa kulima. Ilikuwa unaenda when the government zikiclear forest kama cypress trees na pine trees, ulikuwa unaruhusiwa kulima ukipanda, but you're not supposed to live inside there. But what happened? Kenyans wali invade huko ndani, waka destroy forest, When Kibaki came in 2013, when he wanted to be re-elected, alifanya nini? He issued the titles. And what people wana celebrate, I happen to have come close to Mao, by the way, and watu wana celebrating wanafikiriaga Mao ati iko kitu. There is nothing in Mao. It's watu wamekula hiyo forest, like Kibaki gave almost a half of Maui na watu wanaishi huko na genuine title deeds. Watu walifukuzwa tu juzi ni wale walikuwa wameingia forest without legal documents. But Maui in itself is imeenda. If you go to Aberdare forest, the same thing. If you go to Meru forest, the same thing. So I think the deputy president anafaa kuwatch what Kenya anaambia wa Kenya saizi. Let me say something last about hii mambo ya kanisa. Hii mambo ya kanisa yenye watu wanafanya ni kama Mungu ndio alisaidia kuwin elections. I think is something wrong. I don't think Mungu alisaidia mahali kuwin elections. Election is just like a match. You're going to watch a match. Kila mtu anaombanga ashinde, hakuna ati Mungu atasaidia mwingine. It depends on your preparedness and how you play the match. So mambo ya kusema sijui naomba, na hii mambo ya kutana everything sijui kesho tunaombea nini, tuna celebrate, tuko na mabishop, that is nonsense. Kenya sio ati wanaishi kunini wa Kristo peke yake, wako tuko na Waislamu, tuko na Wahindi. I think they need to detach mambo ya running the government na mambo ya kanisa. Kanisa ifanye kazi yao ya kuombea watu na kufanya, lakini mambo ya kusema unaombea government, if you don't do anything, you don't expect God akuja kufanyia. Thank you. Let me rest my case there.
Thank you, Disha. Let's move on to Alex.
Good evening, those who are out of the country. Good morning, those who are in Kenya. I came in because of two things that Wekesa said. The church has been used badly in politics. And if you look at and I'm not attacking anybody, if you look at the history of Catholic Church and the way it handled some people about 1600 BC, you realize the danger of allowing politics to be mingled with the church. And I believe that whatever we are doing is very, very dangerous. Because once we allow that to happen, you are going to empower pastors in a way that it's very dangerous. If you look at Britain had a problem with St. Faith. Was it St. Faith or what? There was a problem with Catholic and Protestants, Anglicans, for a very long time, which could not have been resolved for a very long time. Even the Queen and their presidents was not able to resolve. And they fought for a very long time. I would like the KAA, because now they are the government and we are looking at them, I would like them to stop that, to mixing politics with religion, because then again you will look like and the narrative they are running is sisi hatuna Mungu, wao wako na Mungu, and such kind of narrative is not true. And some people have started believing such kind of narrative, because once you start believing that, something called hate start coming in your heart, and we will find ourselves fighting. That is the first thing I would like to tell Ruto. Kama ni campaign, tumemaliza campaign. Sahi, let's let him govern as the president for all. Whether he believes that we are not religious or not, he is the president of the Republic of Kenya. Now, the next thing is what Disha said. Disha, when you say the debt is wrong, if you knew in America how much the debt is, you will wonder. The only problem that we did is in the debt that we took, let's say even if it's, you said it's 1.3 now, Amanda, like almost 10 trillion. Had we used all that money on projects without stealing it, it is not wrong. What only happened was more than 60% of that money did not get to the projects. So we have a debt that we didn't use very well. But otherwise, if a president takes a loan and uses the loan in building infrastructures, in 1960, America was very down because after the Great Depression, they did not have very good highways. And they took very big debts and built their road system, which until today they are using. Roads are very important to the economy. You can't grow an economy without roads. That one, take it to the bank. The problem is that Uhuru took loans, Eurobond did not even get in our country. So I hope Kenya Kwanza is not going to do that because wamesema hao ni hustler nation. They are going to take care of us. But the amount of money that was used by Uhuru to build those infrastructures was so little and the loan was so large. Lastly, Rigathi Gachagua, I think he is speaking too much. It's been just a week since they were sworn in, not so long, but those kind of statements anasema are very dangerous. Ruto ameenda kwa UN, ametuambia kuwa he wants money for climate change. And then you start saying that we are going to cut forests. And you know, climate change affects, if you cut your forests, it affects the water catchment areas. We had made so many strides trying to remove people from Mau. Now that you are declaring that now people can go there, you are going to affect Kericho, Kisii, Kisumu, Embu, and even the water catchment areas are going to dry up. So I hope he understands that don't play politics with essential things. There are things we don't play politics with, especially water. You can't play politics with water. Water is the source of life. So I hope Rigathi Gachagua awache hiyo maneno yake ya kuongea sana, but I don't think atawacha because he's a man who loves to speak. But I think now Ruto must find a way of taming him. Otherwise, I think those are the only comments I had for now. Thank you, Magadi.
Thank you so much, Alex. I don't believe Ruto should tame Rigathi Gachagua. I think Rigathi Gachagua is the mouthpiece of this government. Whatever Rigathi Gachagua speaks, I don't think it comes from himself, or he's just speaking out of his own, thinking. I think he speaks for this government. This is something that has been in the pipeline for a very long time, and I think the only reason that William Ruto had not instructed people to go back to the forest is because he had no power to do that. There was somebody above him. But right now, because he's the top man, I don't think anybody can stop them from doing that. And I expect them to do that. Yes, Tom PK.
Richie, you've just said it. What we are hearing from Nani Rigade, it's nothing new. That is what they believe in. Remember, even when people are being evacuated when Raila was there and Mao became an issue, Ruto sold the narrative that the Kalenjins were being hit by whatever, and it down very badly, dealt Raila a big blow when he was prime minister. So what we are seeing, only that as Kenyans, I think we are so myopic from whatever levels, from the elite all the way to the bottom. We tend verbally to eat ngiri, tunasahau kama ngiri. Our memories are too short. What we are seeing of of Ruto, Rigathi, there is nothing strange. It is just an elaboration of who they are. It is exactly what their manifesto was talking about. It is who Ruto is right from 2013, and you are going to see more. Those kind of, damning anything that has been done, okay? Budgeting for what to steal, it is their style. Alex has just said, for example, the debt, 60 to 70% was intended just money to steal. And that is it. Those of you who do project management, you know, when you give thugs to go, they start from the budgeting. And that is how our Kenyan economy has been. Tunaanza kuiba pale tukibudget. Yeah? Remember kuna mahali chai ilikuwa inauzwa 150, chai ya saa 4 kwa ofisi ya serikali. It would cost chai na mandazi 150,000 shillings. And that lady is now what? A senator. I mean, really, tunakuwa ni kama tuko utopia. Now you will see the worst when Ruto is the captain. It will be terrible. And I'm giving this government, if no revolution that will come, then I'm giving it to last not more than a year. Because wataiba mpaka wajibe wenyewe. Back to you, Makiadi.
Makiadi.
Yes, Mzalendo.
Habari gani? I think a friend of mine wrote that there are 10 symptoms of a failed state. Too many private schools, too many churches, too many unemployed graduates, too many street families, too many pastors and churches as opposed to teachers, and too many matatus and not trains, and too many garbages in town, and too many prisoners in custody, and too many traffic policemen on the road. Our country is basically like that. So when you hear pronouncements like the one for Gachagua, you expect them from both political divides. So some people don't take ownership of what they actually say. Those are political statements. They're political statements, just like somebody had said that people are already on the mood of campaign, just to ignite that particular base. I am not sure. I am very, very certain that you would not have said that in Narok. So they will choose what to say in a particular area. So I don't think Ruto reads on the same page on this statement with Gachagua, being that just the other day he was borrowing money. He wanted money for the environment from the UN, and his deputy is talking something different on this other end. Just like Alex has said, at one point Ruto will have to tame Gashagua's mouth. But for Makiadi, when he listens to that, that is a meal for the day. He will chew it na ikule kabisa. So when politicians make such mistakes, I remember Donald Trump. Donald Trump built the wall to prevent, the Mexican from coming to the US. Immediately after Biden came in, he stopped that. He didn't see the need of that wall. But soon they had a problem with so many people coming into the country. So they can't go back to whatever decisions they had made to stop the wall because it was a political statement then. So some statements politicians make are just populist statements that, Matthew 5:5, God causes the sun to rise. All right, whoever has posted this, mumerudi kwa injili. Makiadi, can you hear me?
I don't know who posted that. I have no idea.
Yes, you see now everybody has turned into evangelism. Hata ukikuja kwa hii forum, people are we are talking politics and things that will help the country. Mtu anakuwekea verse kubwa sana ya Bible hapo, ni kama itatusaidia kujenga barabara. This kind of nonsense should stop. Somebody can spend a whole hour reading the verse of the Bible, telling you, oh, this is what we should have done. And I mean, This is the kind of stupidity that is in Africa. And you will see it not only on in our leaders, even amongst ourselves. Utaona hiyo ujinga kama hiyo tu. So mambo spiritual, wacheni ikuwe spiritual. Yeah, you know, at one point, Makiadi, you heard Donald Trump saying that the weather is controlled by God. Mambo ya climate change, hiyo ni yako. Hiyo ni yenyu. The weather is controlled by God. The snow comes, God is the one who brings the snow. The rain is brought by God. God, you know, things to do with the storm, those are things are brought by God. And God knows why it is happening. There's a very funny story when he saw the tornado, the hurricane. Then he suggested that the Air Force should go and shoot down, you know, the with a missile, so that it doesn't destroy so many things. So we have got funny leaders with very funny pronouncements. Some of these things we should not take them seriously, like Gachagwa's statement. We'll take it like that is another silly statement from a politician. So since we elect very silly leaders, stupid rather, they will make such kind of pronouncement. But I'm glad, on the other hand, he's also educating Azimio on how they won the election, telling them you gave money to the chiefs, wakakula hiyo pesa, na mkukuwa na agents wenyu walikuwa chiefs, so msitete sana. Let us do the work and show you how we are going to do our thing. And I think that's it.
Okay, Ashley.
Hi, hi, Brother Benson. Good to see you, and everybody else on the show. I can't really see the name of the person who spoke, but let's be careful when we talk about religion, because we better just say, let's separate, like in America, they say to separate church and politics without going extra, because I'll quote the Bible in 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 18. It says, "For the word of the cross is to them that perish foolishness, but unto us who are called, who are saved, is the power of God." So we don't want to go there, because I don't want you to say that I called you foolish. But let's just say, let's separate state, politics, and church, and leave it at that, so that we can respect each other and their beliefs. Now, regarding about the leaders we've chosen, I can already see problems in the leaders in Wetangula. And all the leaders, because when he brought, I'm going to go back to this thing about increasing their pay as the first course of action, even before they began anything else. While everybody is complaining the high cost of living, not even one MP rose. So whether it was Azimio or Kenya Kwanza who are in leadership, I think they are more of the same. What it really boils down to is whose turn is it. So personally, what I think we need to do, or a lot of people who have power can do, is strategically identify leaders, and as positions become open, to try and put senators who work for the people, or senators. They don't have to be perfect, because this is not church. I like what someone like Simba Arati is doing. I just want him to continue and have those people prosecuted and have those monies returned. If not prosecuted, he needs to be asking them to go bring the money back. He needs to ask the drivers who have worked without being paid to refund the money. So I need that part I haven't seen. I've seen where he's exposed it, and I hope it will go back to collection of that income so that it can be used in the right place. That is what I want to see. Now, what I'm going to present, it says, and there's a Nigerian idiom. It says, cut your cloth according to your, cut your coat according to your cloth, not according to your size. And what that practically means is, use only the money that you have and no more. If you don't have money for something, don't do it, unless it's an emergency now. But some of the things, like now, if there's no money in treasury, why are these leaders adding benefits to themselves? And there's no money. So what they are really adding is money that is borrowed. So how can you pay payroll with borrowed money? Then we need to reduce. How do we reduce the government expenditure? I believe that what I'm doing right now is just giving suggestions. So bear with me. I may bore some people, but I'm just giving suggestions. If just in case somebody is here listening who can pass this suggestion over, if they can take one or two, that would be good. So I wrote, how does this translate to our country? So what can help reduce the government payroll is to reduce the benefits, the salaries, and the tax, and then remove deputy governor positions and nominated senators, MPs, and MCAs, remove the CDF, require legislators' insurance to only cover medical services within the country only. That will force those legislators to improve our hospitals, or medical treatment outside the country to be out of pocket unless incurred while on a working trip. Any pre-existing treatment like cancer will be treated as out of pocket even if done on a working trip. Family will be consisted of one wife, one husband, and 3 children. Any other family member outside that would be covered as an individual on their own policy. In turn, the money saved from these cuts will go to programs to educate and train our youth. Let's say the youth between the age of 18 to 24 who are out of school. They will get money for tuition that covers their supplies and books, and then they can get paid work experience once they are done with the study. Work experience, like some states, Florida. I'm saying because there is money. So I'm just saying how this money that they excessively used by our legislators can be transformed to help our youth. Once they are given training, then jobs like Kerochi, instead of Kerochi getting tax giving time, if she can hire some youth, then she can get some tax breaks. And then what some states in the US do, the state will pay an employer who allows a youth who has no experience to work for them maybe up to a year. But the state pays maybe 50% or all of the money, or the employer pays half and the state pays half. How does the state pay? It's with this money that if we take out the governor position, the deputy governor position, which comes with its own office, we have that money saved. You know, most people, just 10,000 on a paid work internship is enough for people. Can you imagine how much these people are getting paid? If you look like at IABC, they almost paid $1 million or 700,000 a month, and they keep messing up the election. And then you see they have so much car allowance, they have so much house allowance. If they could remove all those allowances and just pay them the money, or give them allowance and reduce the income, then the money can be enough for us all. So the thing is, the benefit, like MCAs who can hardly even swear, they can hardly even read, and they are paid 140,000. I have people I know who went to college and they have degrees in mathematics. They don't even make 140. And these are MPs who have not even gone to college, or even they have no experience. They can't even communicate. They can't even stand in parliament to give a bill, and they are making so much. I don't think an MCA should be making that much. I think they should be making 50,000 at most. And if they want to make more, they can go and become private business owners. That is what I think. And then let me read the rest one. It says, in turn, money saved from these cuts will go to programs to educate and train, and then employ, beginning with a program that will bring back our girls from Saudi Arabia, train them, and then have them employed. And then, like, if they're employed as housemaids or house managers, when someone hires from the government can offer to pay half. So if that person was getting 20,000 in Saudi, they can come back home and get an employer to, you know, like, I know it seems impossible, but we have money and these are actual possibilities. Because right now, if you have time, go and look at the sitting allowance these legislators make per sitting. It's in the amount of 15,000, 10 to 15,000, one sitting. That is one person saved from the Gulf. That's an income salary of one person with no benefits whatsoever. So we can do it if we have the will and power. Last but not least, our leaders are a reflection of the desires of the population. I'm done. I think I'm tired of reading. I had a lot of things to read. And the last thing is, a long time ago, they used to have high university. They never used to pay. They used to have money. I think it was called boom. They used to be given money. They used to go to school for free and they used to be given money. And I wonder, that was a long time when Kenya, the revenue was not this high. How comes now we are asking university students to pay and we are not giving them anything? Where did that money go that they used to be given? So it is possible that we can give this money, and it should not be alone. It should be an investment towards the future of our youth. And once our youth are educated, I think the rest will fall into place.
All right, thank you. I want to add on what you said about the Speaker of the National Assembly. I think Wetangula basically looks like a person who does not understand what he's supposed to be doing. I watched Wetangula address the governors in Mombasa and told them that he has been sent by the president to read a speech. A few days ago, I also saw Wetangula, doing some meeting with the investors from China and trying to assure them that the William Ruto government will give them space to do their business and it's not going to discriminate against them. So I'm not surprised when I see Wetangula, fighting for CDF, which the Supreme Court has ruled is illegal. And even Ukuru Yatani said that he will not disperse the CDF because the Supreme Court, and Martha Koome, as much as we disagree with her, has made a position and said that the CDF is illegal. But Wetangula still insists that he is going to make sure that the CDF disbursement of CDF is still going to prevail. I think Wetangula does not understand that he's a lawyer. I'm surprised that he still does not understand that he is heading one arm of government, because the executive is supposed to work independently and the legislature is supposed to check the executive. Then we have the judiciary. But right now, you look at things and it looks like Wetangula thinks he's a speaker for the UDA wing of government. I'm still wondering how he's going to, make the members of parliament to perform their oversight role. Looks like people are trying to push that narrative that it is only the function of ODM members of parliament to oversight William Ruto's government. So somebody should also speak to Wetangula. Brother Benson, kama uko na namba yake mpigie, mwambie he's not a speaker wa UDA. He's not William Ruto's speaker. He's the Speaker of the National Assembly. The National Assembly is independent. It is, if he continues to, be sent everywhere to deliver the speech ya president, then ni kama huyu jamaa hajui kazi yake. But we are yet to see. Wakati wataamua ile vita nasikia wanapigana na Musalia Mudavadi sahi about who is going to be the the third person in command, then at least we can see a government that is flowing. Right now, they have a beef to chew with him. Karibu, Brother Benson, again.
Okay, thank you. You know, what is happening with Wetangula, I can see. It's a place whereby the majority of the leaders who are elected, it's like they have made allegiance to the president. Like their position are held like you have to be very submissive, even if what you're doing is very wrong. But like you have just to do it, because if you don't do it as per what the president wants, you might kind of like lose your position. Maybe that is what is happening, you know, because like if you're a leader who knows what he's doing, why then should you each and every time mention like, oh, he said we should do this, we should do this? You know, I think like the leaders that we have right now, this is I'm calling upon even like the Azimio and the UDA, everybody who is a leader. It is time to think Kenya. Let us not think about party politics. Let us think about what is going to help the common man. You know, that is what I think the leader should do. And there's some actually made some good things, good points. Like somebody like me, I see them, and like if what Ashley is saying and some of these things our leaders could do, Kenya could be somewhere. But actually what you forget is about in Kenya, it's about reward. If all those things that you are saying are implemented, they're not going to get that money. And they're there to make money. And like, if you bring all these policies, you're saying, even if you bring them into parliament so that they can be discussed, they will shoot them down because they know very well that the point whereby they get the money is going to be blocked. Yeah. And that is what we have. Yeah. Even like, not even with the UDA, even when you look at even like there's a Azimio, the ODM, there's some of the things that are happening that should not happen. You know, I know it's out of topic. Like when you go for places like, I was just speaking to somebody about places like Kisumu when they are electing the county speaker. When you go to Migori, the person that they've given like the house speaker is an old guy. It's called Owino Likor. Owino Likor was there before even when I was not even born. You know, and like if you look at the person, the leadership of that, because the leadership matters. What kind of leadership is it going to be? Because if you bring a good leader, the results are going to be good. But if you bring a bad leader, the results are not going to be good. So it's all about the leadership, and it is kind of like something that is rotten to the core. Both the parties, not even like even the ODM or Azimio, like the system. Yeah, and that was Stone was saying, wrap them, put them in the garbage. Let people start afresh. If that can work. Yeah. So actually your points are very good. They're very good. And like if they can be implemented, yeah, it can really save Kenyans. Even like forget that, think about the Saudi Arabia. What do happens in Saudi Arabia? I've never heard, or there is no any other member of parliament who has brought a motion in parliament about the girls who are dying in Saudi Arabia. None. The only time they come on board if something happens, and what happens is that when Kenyans now go on social media and raise these issues, that's when they come in. But none of them has ever since our sisters have been dying in Saudi Arabia, none of the sitting MPs or like even has brought a motion on how to check on this. None in the record. So I don't know. Sometimes it's
the United Nations, just the other day, this week, when they were in the United Nations, did they not see Saudi Arabians there? Why didn't they put the heads of state of Saudi Arabia on the side and discuss this issue? And now, when they're coming back home, before they tell us what loans they went to get and tell us how they talk to the people of Saudi Arabia and what they have said about our girls and what they have said about giving us oil at a cheaper price.
And that's what I'm telling you. It should not be like right now. I was as a Azimio supporter, but like what now I'm looking for a better Kenya, because Kenya is our home. Yeah. And if the leaders cannot do what is right, and like I'm beseeching even like our brothers who in the comment who talks about Azimio do this, at the end of the day, Kenya is bigger than Azimio. Kenya is bigger than UDA. And if we can agree on issues that help the country rather than insulting each other, that could be good. Yeah, that could be good. If they make a mistake, let's call them out, whether they are in UDA or Azimio, and make a better country.
Aya, let me give Alex a minute, then I go to Julia, then John.
Thank you, Makiari, for giving me another opportunity. I spoke to a friend of mine who I connected him to invest in Kenya. He's from Minnesota. He told me that he's going to switch his company from Kenya to South Africa. I asked him why. He told me that the corporate tax is going to be added. Originally, the corporate tax in Kenya, it was high, about 35%. Now they want to push it to 40%. South Africa corporate tax is about 18%. So there is a hemorrhage of companies now want to shift from Kenya to other areas because of this hiking of taxes that Ruto is eyeing. And I have heard a lot of things about how the state and the standard of living has affected many people. Fuel alone, once it went up, sahi hakuna fare ya 50 bob anymore. Fare yote iko more than 100. Hakuna fare ya 50 bob hata within Nairobi. Sahi nasikia fare yote iko above 100. The other thing is food prices have really gone up. One of the example is sugar. Sugar was 5,000 gunia mzima. Sahi it is 8,000 to 9,000. That's almost hiking it, almost half of that. The problem of Kenya Kwanza is they promised us too much that they are going to be there for the hustler nation. But now I'm seeing the opposite of it. Those people that they were supposed to help are the ones who are suffering most. I'm not in Kenya, and I'm not feeling it. I felt when Trump came in, there are a few things that he did made life very difficult. Makiadi, you know, gas hiked from $1.80 to almost $5 when Biden came, and I think he's going to face the music when it's midterm election that is coming on November. So Kenyans, when your leaders do something, don't reward them again. Punish them, because once you mnawazoesha not to punish them, when they go to the parliament, they continue to mess up the cost of living. I wish Ruto could have seen how parents are suffering in terms of school fees. Nowadays, mnafungua tu hivi, daka kidogo tena mmefunga, mnafungua daka moja tena mmefunga. So like this year, I've been paying fees for some kids that are my relatives. I can't even catch up the cost of living. So I don't even know people in Kenya how they are making it. If me over here, I'm feeling this pain. So I think this government must understand that the fertilizer sio kitu tunataka kwanza. We need food, we need the cost of living to go down. You can't hike fuel, hike taxes, and it all goes to everything. Once you add fuel, everything goes up. Lastly, energy became very expensive when Qatar came to office. That is another thing we need to see about. They need to stop what they are doing. Because I'm not back in Kenya, but I get a bill every month from Kenya, energy in my house of about 7,000. Na si washangi taa, ni security itawaka jioni, alafu asubuhi fanya nini? Izime. So we need to come up and allow life to be a little bit cheaper. Otherwise, if these people continue to do what they are doing and they make life difficult for Kenyans, I think Kenyans are going to say enough is enough, like Ruto said, and you will see for the first time a revolution in Kenya, because if you're earning 30 to 50,000, I don't think in Kenya right now you can make it. After you have paid your rent, unatumia transport kila siku, you can't make it with 50 to 30,000. Thank you, Magiadi.
Right. Thank you, Alex. Let me go to Julia, and before Julia comes in, I just wanted to notify all those people that were waiting for the Supreme Court judgment that it will be delivered on Monday through an email. So Martha Koome amesema mngoje email yake Monday saa 8:30 atawatumia judgment yake. Julia, Stone PK, a second and then tuingia kwa Julia.
A second, Makiadi. We were somewhere with you. What did we say? About that judgment.
Yeah, I remember that statement. Julia, karibu.
So, Makiadi, have you given her your email address?
No, she actually said she's going to send to the petitioners, lawyers, interested parties, and what else? Yeah, so the petitioners, interested parties, and there's another group amewapatia jina ingine funny hapa, but just to make it clear, itakuwa saa 8:30 na itatumwa through email.
Okay.
Yeah, petitioners, respondents, and interested parties, and also the media through an email to Monday at 2:30 p.m.
So those of us will have to wait for the media to read the email. Okay. Anyway, I'm not interested with that judgment. I'm also wondering why you are whining and whining. Why are people whining? Why are you trying to? What is surprising me? I'm thinking, PK, ulitutukana mchana. Makedi, did you hear what PK called us? PK, I have not forgiven you. You called us monkeys. PK said that Kenya is a country of people like, I don't know that people like monkeys or they think like, Mister, you need to represent me here. I want to take this man to court for calling us monkeys. But thinking about PK, I don't know. I think I'm trying to understand where he's coming from. And you people, you are whining and whining and whining. What were you expecting? I mean, is anybody surprised here at Gachagua saying that we should go to the forest? And Misa was mad with me earlier when I said, Misa Gachagua for presidency, we are all going to the forest. Me, my nearest forest is Aberdare Forest. Sasa uko tunavamia. Sote tunavamia. Wewe kama ni Mkenya na wewe uko karibu na msitu wa serikali na kuomba uchukue nafasi hii haraka iwezekanavyo, ujinyakulie kashamba. Unaweza kalima mahindi, maharagwe, ama unaweza kafunga ng'ombe huko ama mbuzi, because that is what Gachagua said. Me, I really appreciate Ashley's comment. Those are the things that we need to do in Kenya. I mean, those are the proposals that we need to hear in our dear country. But actually, I'm also surprised. You told us the other day you are Kenya Kwanza. So I'm wondering what you were expecting from your dear Kenya Kwanza government.
I wasn't Kenya Kwanza. I was leaning towards that.
So if you are leaning in Kenya Kwanza, that means you agreed with their character, with their moral standards, with their values, with what they said. I mean, so I don't know why you are surprised and you are making suggestions for them to change, because I don't know what you are expecting. Mimi niliwaita team majambazi na nyinyi watu mkaona kama niko na matusi. Wacha hapa Stone PK said we are behaving like monkeys. Lakini mimi PK, I used to call them team majambazi because that is team majambazi. And I'm not surprised at their behavior. Makiadi, I'm not surprised at all. In fact, I'm expecting worse things to happen in this country. Hiyo maneno ya kuvamia hata mashamba ya watu itavamiwa. We around those forests. Now, you had when, I think when the president was sworn in, some people in Nyeri invaded some private property and the police had to intervene. Now, you're gonna hear that. You also hear people taking people's property. Hata utasikia mtu akinyang'anywa gari hadharani. Ati wewe ni dynasty. That is what you hear. Huh? those are the things you expect from this team Majambazi. You don't expect any law and order. You expect chaos. You expect a chaotic economy. And you're not expecting any planning. I was trying to tell someone earlier, I was trying to ask someone earlier, do you think Ruto could be in agreement with Gachagua with these pronouncements of what that Shamba system can come back? And someone was telling me, that is Gachagua is Ruto's spokesman. Even when you hear him insulting the former president, retired President Uhuru, usifikirie Ruto is not part and parcel of that. He's part and parcel of that. He knows why Gachagua is saying that. He knows that they have to please the so-called hustlers by allowing them to go back to the forest and drain our forest and destroy our trees. Now, Shamba system could have been a good idea if it is well organized, and maybe someone was trying to explain to us earlier here, someone called Benson, that maybe if it's we give contractors, maybe contractors who can do the farming in those forests and grow our trees at the same time. That is, somebody can sign a contract, can lease and pay the government, and then be productive in those forests. But now you allow akina Julia, akina PK, akina Ujiji man, anasema anapenda kulaumu Uhuru, akina Robert Mali, au wote naona hapa kwa comment section, tukipewa hiyo shamba hiyo mlima Kenya ama Aberdare ama Mau Forest, the first thing the greedy Kenyans are going to do is cut down the trees. That's what they're going to do. Wachome makaa na wauze. So I don't know what Gachagua is planning to do. And somebody was called PH here. He was telling us that even as we were talking here during the day, that some people are calling him and telling him tayari wameanza safari ya kwenda kuvamia Mau Forest. He comes from around there. And he was saying his friends are telling him now they are already getting organized on how they are going to the forest because the government has already said so, because Gachagua is a government. So I'm asking myself how we are going to control that and what's going to happen to Kenyan climatic conditions in our water base in Kenya. So you can see where we are heading to. Now, I had good suggestions from Ashiri about parliament. Now, again, you cannot plant beans and expect to harvest maize. These are the leaders we are having. They are greedy, ni majambazi. And when we talked about this during the campaign, and we were making proposals here, people said that tuko na chuki. Hata kuna watu sahi wanaamini tuko na chuki dhidi ya Ruto. It is not exactly chuki. It's just that we are describing the characters that were going to be taking over Kenya. And whether we accept, these are suspects. These are a bunch of suspects, either for corruption or land grabbing or both, or even 3 more crimes. And whether we try to balance, watu wengine wanapenda kuja hapa kubalance ati Uhuru alifanya, you show me one land Uhuru has grabbed. Talk about his father is dead. Wacheni, stop this balancing nonsense you people bring here. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. And now that Uhuru did this, me, I have the bone I have to chew with Uhuru, and really this one, I blame him, is that he sat and watched as corruption took over and he did nothing about it. And all he said is that pesa inaibiwa kila siku, and then he said, anarusha mikono akasema nifanye nini. That one, I was very disappointed with my former president because he should have done something. He also sat and watched the so-called KEMSA billionaires and did nothing about it. So I hold him squarely responsible for having done nothing with those corruption scandals. But when I talk about our current president, William Samoei Ruto, we can mention scandal after scandal. Hata museme nini, I will never stop mentioning this, whether you get mad with me. We can mention scandal after scandal after scandal. Talk of Gachagua. When Gachagua was sworn in, his money that had been held because he could not explain the source was released to him. Now, you people, you are expecting Parliament to behave differently and stop campaigning to have back the CDF money and to stop asking for more money. Why are you people being, why are you not being realistic? If the two bosses are suspects over so many things, how do you expect the people junior to them to behave differently? I'm telling you, Ashley, I know you have good intentions for a good country, and you really hope things would work better. But I think now you should begin to see that you don't expect a different parliament working under William Ruto and Gachagua. That is why Gachagua can go ahead and talk about Shamba System and allow people to go back to the Shamba. So me, Makiadi and the others, I'm not expecting anything different. I'm expecting worse things to happen. And I don't think they will put down structures even to fight corruption unless they want to jail themselves first or send themselves to jail first. And I don't expect that they're going to deal with the inflation that is there, because they have no intentions of doing so. Because already we have a scandal concerning the fertilizer. There are claims that, there are allegations that this fertilizer was donated by the Russian government. And now they are saying they are giving subsidies for that fertilizer. Meanwhile, they will do the fertilizer for food subsidies, especially for maize flour, and Kenyans are really struggling. I don't expect them to do anything about the education sector. Mr. Alex, I feel you. I know relatives who are taking children to school. Now, someone I think is just to ask, how come that that there were days that people were given free education in the university, even free food? Yeah, I think the last A-level group, the last group of students that did A-level and went to the university, I think they managed to find free food and free education. But there was, Moi came up with a claim that they were misusing that food. And for sure, at one point they were misusing those resources, because I understand students could go on strike because they were given goat meat instead of chicken. But still the government could afford to do that. Now, the current education system is kind of expensive to our college students, but still, if I compare with a place like the US, I almost think that we have more Kenyans accessing college education than American students, because in Kenya, if you have a C+, you get what we call government funding, and it's like some percentage of your fee is paid, though those students still struggle with basics like accommodation and boarding and all that. They struggle with that, but somehow those students still manage to go to school. The challenge we have is what Alex was saying about our secondary school education, where most kids are in the boarding schools and the parents have to pay fee every time they go to school. So my question is, you people, are you really expecting this government to do anything? They're not gonna do nothing. Just kaa ngumu sasa. Sasa kama mwambie mwende msituni, muingie kwa msitu mlime mahindi na maharagwe, because they are not going to do, they are literally going to finish this country. By the time 5 years are over, you'll be poorer 10 times. We'll have worse facilities for health. We'll have worse facilities for education. Everything will have we are going downhill. Ni kama ile lori imebeba mzigo iko pale kwa mlima inaelekea pale chini. That is what is happening to this country, because these people will have no plans to do anything. That I'm sorry, I'm so pessimistic if I sound so, but that is the truth. And so when we told you here that Akina Charles Agwaru and Geoffrey Ruto that you are supporting criminals, that is what you get for voting for criminals. And these criminals went ahead and stole election. And then they claim God helped them. I don't know whether God helps people to steal. So because you are celebrating that they even stole election, it's okay. When people are suffering in Kenya, Geoffrey Ruto, I want to name them, these people who are celebrating here, Geoffrey Ruto, Charles Agwaru, and the others, all of us will be suffering. Nawaambia. Haitakuwa ati unga iko 70 Nyeri na iko 200 Kisumu. Itakuwa iko 200 Nyeri na Kisumu. Na haitakuwa ati msitu wa Mau umemalizwa na Mount Kenya umeokolewa. Kwanza wale wa Mount Kenya ndio wanaingia saa hii usiku wa leo, najua wameingia. All of us are going to suffer the same fate, whether we voted for Baba or for Ruto. So prepare yourself for hard times. This government, and the irony is, as I want to conclude by saying this, the irony is, as Gachagua was speaking the nonsense of bringing back the Shamba System, our president is arriving back from a UN summit whose focus was environment. That is the irony. fellow Kenyans, naomba msamahe kama nimewavunja moyo, lakini hivyo ndivyo hali ya maisha ilivyo kwetu nchini Kenya. Asante Makiadi.
All right. Thank you, Julia. I don't know why you had probably you paid so much attention to what Ruto was speaking when it comes to climate change and climate issues at the UNGA. If you follow his track record about conservation of the environment, you'll remember very well that he's the same person that said miti haileti mvua, mvua inatoka binguni. So in that same line, you should not even be surprised Gachagua telling people to go back to the forest and do maize farming. But I'll leave it there. I'll leave that there and welcome John Nyakeruri.
Good morning. I hope mnanisikia vizuri.
Uko sawa kabisa.
I want to appreciate each and everybody in this panel this morning. Nimepata mjadala kama umefika katikati, lakini nitaendelea kutoka hapo.
Amepotea ama mimi ndio nimepotea?
Amepotea.
Yeah, it looks okay. Mise, shikilia kwanza, atarudi tumpatie nafasi.
Asante sana. Stone PK and Julia and Makiadi, and of course let me start saying hi first and pass my pole zangu sana kwa wingi. I know you guys are healing from the loss, but it is what it is. We want to say hi to Mzalendo, and I want to say also hi to the fence sitter, Ashley. And I'd like to start with Ashley, that Ashley, in a democracy, democracy and people who are patriotic are not, they do not entertain fence sitters. You know, when you are sitting on the fence, you do not solve problems. Patriotic people who are patriotic, they take a position just like the Azimio government took position, and they were very clear with a simple message that our pangui. And so I think you will agree with me that if indeed you lean towards the UDA government, then your ideas should be towards supporting them and making sure that they adapt and give suggestions. Because one thing I hear from Rig is that they are open to discussion. They are saying that even though they are expecting reforms and forming the task forces, they are open to discussions. And Julia, I also take keen and concern of your misrepresentation of the character of the government of the day. Your character assassination of the government of the day is not good, especially when they have given you an opportunity to go back to the Shamba system, you know. And like you said, you have taken position, so you should embrace it. But let me talk about the Shamba system, Julia. Earlier on, you dismissed me that I do not understand what the Shamba system. Perhaps I've gone and done a little bit of research, and I wanted to point you towards the reform of the Act of 2003 and 2005, and the Act of 2008 of the Shamba system. And I also wanted to tell you that the studies that were conducted for the Shamba system, it's not as bad as you're painting it. And this is very important that our people understand. The rationale for Shamba system, number one, was to address the food security, make sure that we have enough food. And number two, income. Number three, employment. Those were the key reasons behind the introduction of the Shamba system. So I want to say that the Shamba system is not bad. There were advantages of it, but there were also disadvantages of it. I think if the president or the deputy president is talking about the Shamba system, they should refer to Act 2003 and see that there were challenges that were identified. Number one, there was mismanagement by the government, lack of transparency and accountability, lack of involvement of the people at the ground. But now we have devolution government. By 2003, we didn't have a devolution government. And so now that we have devolution government, the Shamba system is not bad. The only challenge that we are having everywhere is corruption, misappropriation, mismanagement. If we address these issues, this Shamba system that we are talking about is not bad. Matter of fact, if you look at the way, for example, trees I planted, if you plant trees, if you have that you're cutting this section trees and then you are planting trees, there are crops that can grow within the trees before the trees grow to a certain level. So the Shamba system is not that bad as is being represented. But I want to agree with you. If indeed we are just going to not to make the reforms and follow the recommendations that were given in the Act of 2005, then we shouldn't go there. But if we are going to follow strictly the recommendations that were given, then I think we can embrace that. And I agree, Mato, that our country, we have challenges and we have enough water to even go to Ukambani and make sure that if we have water, enough water for irrigation, or enough water that has been redirected to Ukambani and the other areas that we can harness in terms of agriculture, I think we can leave the forests alone. These are some of the things that we need to take into consideration. Now, Julia, you mentioned that the Asla nation, or the dynasty narrative, and you talked about that very soon someone's car will be burnt in the name of dynasty versus hustler. I think we have to appreciate the judicial system and our security system in Kenya, that Kenya is not a failed state. Within East Africa, when you look at our security system, you look at enforcement, Kenya is not a failed state. Protection of property, you will realize that we have tried and we have greatly improved. So I think we need to fight corruption, and we are not going to fight corruption selectively. Corruption is a disease that is all over Kenya. You talked about scandals. Every scandal is a way of living in Kenya. Every Kenyan is scandalous in one way or the other. They might not be scandaling from the government. They will be doing something from somewhere. It is a culture that has been inculcated in most of our children. And that is why it is a challenge for us to fight. But wale wataharibu mali watakamatwa, watapelekwa vile mtu vile nani Kibaki alituambia, na watastakiwa because our court system they are function and they work. And then Akiad, you said that people call you and other Azimio sympathizers as bitter losers. How about you try, accepting and moving on and focusing on the recommendations that we can give to to the current government? A lot of people are very pessimistic, like Julia agrees that she is very, she has no hope. She has lost, she has lost hope that we cannot, nothing good can ever come from Kenya. Julia, we have a government that is connected to the people, the government that has given hope to the people. This crisis of prices hiking is not only in Kenya. When sometimes it's good to be honest. I gave an example here last time, and people were quick throwing stones. And Makiadi, you remember when I said that a liter is about $2, and you said a gallon is about 3 point something dollars. And then I looked at it, and these countries that you are, we produce oil, large scale, yet the oil is expensive. So this issue of prices going up, they are global. They only affect people because the available opportunities in our country for everyone to be able to afford to buy something. But the truth is, prices have gone up everywhere. It's not the government of UDA that has made prices to go up, but this is a reality that we should accept and move on and start giving. And Alex, as you come in, you mentioned about the electricity that you pay about 7,000 a month. I used to have that challenge, and I went back to the tokens, and it works better. It's cheaper. So I think let us those of us who are criticizing, criticism is good, but let us also have constructive criticism and give suggestions. And we hope that our government will pick those suggestions and implement. The policies that you're talking about, they take time. Of course, what they inherit from the previous government, the projects that were underway must be completed before they initiate their own projects. Thank you very much.
Yeah, before Julia, just a minute. I just want to comment here one thing. I think, Mise, we are not obligated in any way to support the UDA government. That's one thing we should make clear to you. Even in democracies such as where you are, it doesn't mean that the government of the day has to have the massive support that you think people in Azimio should actually, give to the Kenya Kwanza government. I want to say here clearly that sometimes when you talk about issues of land, of forest, I would want you also to go and do your study and tell us what percentage of Kenyan land is covered by forest, and how much food are we able to increase if we decide that people should invade forests and start their farming there. I would have wished you to discuss the issue of irrigation, because that's a good solution, and I believe majority of the land in Kenya is actually with good irrigation. Then we can do a lot of farming. You saw what happened with the Galana Kulalu. You saw what people are doing in Turkana right now. So irrigation is a good option, but I would still want you to do your research and come here maybe tomorrow or another day and tell us how much cover of forest do we still have left in Kenya, and then we can now start discussing about what the dangers are of encouraging people to encroach into these water towers, which are our forest. Julia, karibu.
Asante. First and foremost, I would like Mise to desist from that polythene. I don't know whether anybody died or anybody knows somebody who died. So I think he should desist. Secondly, I'm not regretful for having supported Azimio. Even if elections were held today, I would still do the same. And it's not just Azimio. It's because me say I believe in two people. One of them is Raila and the other one is Mother. Those two people have no scandals. And me, I believe they were the only people that would have rescued Kenya. As long as, I mean, looking at the people who are vying for presidency then. So you don't need to keep saying you're poor. It sounds silly when you do that. So don't do it. You're behaving like Gachagua, who kept today calling Kitendawili. And I was wondering, what is wrong with him? We are past the campaign, so why is he keeps calling, insulting Raila? It is too late for him to do that. So Mise, I'm sorry. I still believe that Raila was the best man Kenya had, and it's going to take us a long, long time before we find such a person. It's going to take us a long time. Secondly, you said Ashley is on the fence. I think Ashley is better because she's giving us solutions. So whether she was in Kenya Kwanza, she's giving us a way forward, which I personally, I really appreciate. And with a good government, that is the way we should take the suggestions she's taking. You are the fence sitter. Shortly before we went for election, you defected and you said you are in Azimio. So I don't know when you came back, you went back to Kenya Kwanza. So Ashley, let me say not bully you here. He is a fence sitter, hananga msimamo. Shortly before the elections, he confessed here and he said he had joined us. So he never knows when he's in Azimio or when he's in Kenya Kwanza and why he's here or there. Lastly, you talked about corruption and you said that without corruption, this Shamba system can go places. Yes, Missy. But you mentioned that by passing. You didn't want to lay emphasis on that. But you know that corruption is our biggest disease in Kenya. That is why we cannot even venture in that Shamba system, because Kenyans do not do the right thing with those forests. So I think you should not even go there when you know that people are going to destroy those things. They're not going to do the right thing and they're going to get away with it because of corruption. You talked about our courts. We just watched what the Supreme Court did. And me, Mr. Mise, I will grow old knowing that Mother Kome and the Supreme Court upheld impunity with the declaration they made about the election. So that one will not change my mind. So if I don't trust the Supreme Court, I don't think you are saying that if somebody does this atapelekwa kotini na nani. You've seen people being released. Somebody killed somebody in Kakamega. He's now in parliament. What courts are you talking about? Right now, I think Kenyans should pay attention to Stone PK, because it's neither the court, nor the parliament, nor the Senate can help Kenya. That's a fact. So, Mise, talk about corruption and tell us how your dear president is going to address that corruption. Then we shall listen to you. Asante Makiadi.
Yeah, Stone PK.
Kudos, Julia. Kudos, Julia. You should hammer this brother of mine called Mr. Papa.
Something with your Bluetooth device.
Can you hear me now?
You're good. You're good.
Good. Julia, thank you very much. This man, Mr. is my brother. I think we need to murder him completely, in quotes. And I would want to ask Mr. when did he last ever go to Kenya? You know, let's not pretend here on this platform. These are all of us here. Tuna enjoy huku nje. Hamuna shida. In fact, you should not be talking about Kenya. If you are talking like Mize, wa Kenya huyu Mize akiland huko mshike mweke kwa dustbin. These are people enjoying what countries have been managed well. They are yani tuko kwa Mize, you are annoying. I think you must have gone to Kenya like 40 years ago, if you are the name. Because Mize, the Shamba thing is nonsense. It's garbage. It's rubbish. Giving Ruto government forests, you know what that means. And then you are lecturing us here, oh, the government. The Ruto government is garbage. Ni wezi tupu, ni majambazi. By Gachagua telling people to go to the mashamba, it is them. Hao ndio wanaenda kunyakua hizo mashamba zote. Oh, boosting agriculture, boosting food security. How much? Makiadi, you've just challenged him. He can't give you that statistic. Which forest can feed Kenyans here? Sincerely speaking. You know, it's so annoying. Watu watatoroka kwa hizi station if we are coming to discuss obvious corrupt mentality. We are supporting rotten things. There is no way unaweza ambia Mkenya atilima hapa na uchunge mti. You know, wewe Mize ulikuwa unafanya kazi pale Sheria House na ulituambia ulikuwa corrupt. So every Kenyans are corrupt. Wewe mmoja wao. And I always say our first name is corruption. A Kenyan cannot manage anything without supervision. Saa hii ukijenga nyumba huko wherever in which country you are, kule nyumbani unaibiwa left, right and center. Now your own brothers and sisters. Everybody, it's happening. We know how corrupt we are. Then we come here saying, oh, you know, the government is going to be... I really admire us giving advice to Ruto. And you can hear Rigathi, the speech in Baringo, 100% speech. Ni wizi tupu. Anakuambia ataenda port Mombasa. Ati kufanya ship zi overtake. Look at how this guy is an idiot, honestly. Hata sijui ndio nina doubt degrees in Nairobi University after a certain year. I doubt all of them. If Gachagua sat in a university classroom to reason the way he's reasoning, ati anaenda Mombasa kuovertakisha maship zile zinaleta fertilizer. What is this obsession with that fertilizer? You panelists here who are elite. Na kwa Kenya wale wanatusikiza. That if there is emergency ya fertilizer, and Makiadi, I wish you play that clip nimekutumia, that there is emergency in Kenya about fertilizer which is going to save lives. How idiotic can we be? That fertilizer need to pay free. Let's assume it's not rotten as we've been told. It's good quality. Then give it to every Kenyan by the month of September. A Kenyan ule analala njaa atakula hiyo, atachemsha hiyo fertilizer ama atafanya nini? And this is where I side with Ashley. Why shouldn't we have had an emergency of food relief? Hiyo pesa Gachagua amerudishiwa yote. Hiyo na Ruto na kila kitu. That money they are trying to recover. Why don't they do an emergency receive to their hustler nation? Mize, please, you are a lawyer, I understand. Advise your man. If you are so good, why don't you do food relief, emergency food relief to Kenyans? I know some of you have people that you are supporting back home. Right now we have people, we have children we are supporting. Wanalala njaa. You send $10. Mtu anaanza kuomba Mungu uongezewe mingi. Because hawezi kuafford unga. And unga, ugali, by the way, the revolution that is coming is ugali revolution. Like it or leave it. Ugali revolution is coming. Whether somebody says it is ujinga ama nini, that is what will remove Ruto. Ruto will be the shortest serving president in that country. Guys, you can take that to the bank. Mize, you may laugh. You are in Canada, wherever you are, enjoy. Uko sawa wewe. Your family unawatumia $50, they are happy. Mize, today I'm telling you, Ruto will not last. The hustler people he has, whom he is so fond about, wale wa boda boda, mahasla, maboda boda. Right now, akuna, the load has reduced. The 300 shillings they were making per day, hakuna tena, because 1 liter of fuel is at 180 and above. Boda inakunywa lita moja analipisha mtu 100 bob. Mali ulikuwa unalipa 50, you better walk. You know, transportation, sometimes you use it as luxury. Unapanda boda utaki ku walk because you can afford the 50 bob. Now when you are told it's 150, unasema tu acha tu nitembee mdogo mdogo. So what does that happen? The boda guy packs it. Anaenda nyumbani bila. I can assure you today, it's only that Baba is holding us. Ngoja hiyo ujinga Martha amesema sasa anatuma hizo vitu. Revolution is coming. And we are telling Baba, even if you don't go with us, people have decided. It's not Baba. It's not about Baba. Okay? We were respecting him because he said we are waiting for this. But I can assure you guys, it might sound like it's whatever it is. Some of you claim that you have a connection on the ground. Hamuna connection yoyote ndugu zangu. If you had connection, you would not be talking the way Mise you are talking here. If you knew exactly what is happening. Mise, I don't think umeshawahi kulala njaa. Na unalala njaa ujui kesho utapata wapi. That is where Kenyans are now. The guy who is earning 400 shillings pale kukoroga hiyo simiti na nini. He goes, hata unga haipati, ndiye anunue. Ananunua vikombe mbili ya wali, ya mchele. Ndiye anaenda kuchemsha. It is bad. The fees that people are expecting. And you see the problem is because Baba had an alternative. This is where people are so bitter. Because by now, there are guys who would be celebrating that they are not going to look for fees if Azimio government had gotten in. And then the bitterness also comes in because Azimio government was not defeated. It is the coup, the stealing that you guys did, Azimio. Tutawanyonga ile mbaya mbo. What goes around always comes around. Take it or leave it. Makiadi, over back to you.
Can I intervene?
Hold on, Ashley. I was trying to educate Misa in terms of the percentage cover. I think, Misa, if you go to the global economy website about the forest area percentage of Kenya, let me tell you how bad we are doing in terms of forest cover. We are at 163 in position. And the only percentage we have right now left in Kenya is 6.3% of the whole of Kenya. And the countries that are ahead of us in terms of forest cover we are just one position behind Israel. And you know, Israel is a desert. We are two positions down next to Iran. And you know the condition of Iran. And then a few countries that are on top of that. Even Somalia is at 9.5%. Sudan is at 9.9%. Kenya is doing 6.3%. So when somebody comes to tell us here that we should allow people to go back because they'll take care of the trees, I still wonder. Because this thing failed, and if we try again, then I'm looking at a percentage of forest cover going down probably to 2% or something. We are basically turning our country into a desert. Ashley, I'll give you 30 seconds and then I go to the next person.
Makiadi, just to mention what you've mentioned, you have to look at statistics. In 2014 and 2016, and partly between 2013 to 2017, you must look at the percentage to inform your, in order to be informed of the argument that you're trying to make. And if you look at 2020, you will see the percentage that you mentioned is basically, there is a growth between the 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2020. So there are dynamics and there are things that affect that you need to look more into, more than just making a blanket conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, I knew you had to come back with something, but I want to tell you this. If I was the current president or I was in government right now as a CS, I would not advocate anybody to go close to a forest because we can see the danger. And if we allow ourselves, because you're telling us about dynamics here, then as I said, these are the same people that failed to uphold the Shamba system before it was done away with. So we want us again to give them another opportunity, because I heard you say that there's devolved government. We have governance. We have governors. So we should allow these people to go to the forest because they are governors right now. Anyway, that's another argument we'll have another day. Let me welcome Ndemba, and then we can go to Benson.
I think it was Ashley before I interrupted.
Oh, sorry, Ashley, 30 seconds.
Can I have 2 minutes, and then that will be my submission? But it is in response to mission.
2 minutes is a lot. I'll give you 1.5 minutes.
That's enough. Okay. This system, the Shamba system we are talking about, I'm wondering whether we have explored all other options and found that that is the only option we have left. I remember there is a day I came and talked about what Biden proposed on the 11th of May, 2022, how to address the hike in the food prices and make it more affordable and lower the cost for farmers. What I said is that, in Rift Valley, they have very large pieces of land. So when you hear them talking about fertilizer, Ruto is actually taking care of his own, because that is where they have large pieces of land where that fertilizer will be put into use. But like in Central and most other places, people have very little land. Even though they farm, it will be for themselves. So what I'm wondering is, have they explored other, I'm going to mention 3 that they could explore. And when they were here in US, they should have talked to Biden to give them ideas on what they can do to have a higher production yield, because he's the one who came up with this. And then they wouldn't go to the Shamba system, because I believe if they utilize the land they have well, they won't need to abuse our forests. So one of them was to increase the number of counties eligible for double cropping insurance. That's double cropping allows farmers to plant a second crop in the same land in the same season, and so you plant twice. And then there was also to cut the cost of farmers by technical assistance for technical-driven precise agriculture. And precise agriculture was management system that allows farmers to use technology to target application of inputs to the soil and plant needs, resulting in less fertilizer usage without reducing the yield. So even the fertilizer they are having, they can put it to good use where it is useless and for the same amount of yield. And the last one is double funding for domestic fertilizer, so like giving the farmers more fertilizer so that they can plant for a higher crop. So once they have tried that and other means like irrigation and all, then if at that time when they have done all that and they are still not able to produce enough food, they can explore other options, which may include the Shamba system. But until they do that, I don't think they need to go to the Shamba system. And even if they did go to the Shamba system, someone said here that they are open to ideas, but they're already giving us ideas. They don't even have cabinet. So they are paying lip service to saying they are open to ideas, but they are not showing us they're open to ideas. When they came in, I was concerned when Ruto chose Gachagua. I liked Raila, I liked Martha, but I did not want Uhuru. Anytime I thought about Uhuru, I just canceled. I did not even think about Azimio again. That stopped me. And that is why I was leaning Kenya Kwanza, because they talked about hustler. I saw Ruto has integrity issues, and then he's chosen a person with even more integrity issues. That was kind of a survival tactic, because you can't do away with him for Gachagua. You see, so that there is no way you can do away with him, because Gachagua is like, can he even be anybody's president? So I think for him to choose Gachagua was what Sonko did by refusing to get a deputy governor for his own survival. So what we need to do, we should call Ruto out for his bluff. He said that we need to put money in the pockets of the hustler. What I thought they are going to do in the first term, I thought they were going to try hard to prove people wrong and bring out their colors like Uhuru did in the second term. I didn't think they would be so bold or embodied to come inside, and then the first course of action is to increase their own salaries, benefits, and perks, and not even talk or even attempt to talk about people lowering the price of food or the cost of living and telling people to give them time. I'm wondering, when he called these leaders to talk to them, why didn't he ask them to give him time before they increase their pay? Because they are already being paid well. Why can't he talk to them to give him time so that he can use the money that they want to put money into the pockets of the hustler, actually put money and cushion the people by way of giving them a stimulus? I expected them to at least do that. Even when a man is trying to seduce a girl and he just wants to use her, he pretends. Them, they're not pretending. They're just coming and say, hey, can I get some? And that is what really disappoints me, that they have so much. So the first course of action when Ruto got into government, he forgot about putting money in the pockets of hustlers. And now the first thing he did was give judiciary money. Second, he appointed the judges. So they are very happy with him right now. And then he went to the police, and now he's under MPs. To me, he's giving meat to the dogs so that they will not bark. And then he will be very comfortable doing what he wants. And he's figuring out for the next 5 years, he's going to be able to govern with those people satisfied. So I see him trying to please people who would ordinarily make his work hard, and forgetting the hustler, I guess, until the next election or when it's near, so that he can come and cheat us again and give us stories. So I hope that we are better off and we'll be smarter then, and we'll have people who can actually become president and do something, not just have an option. Lastly, I asked somebody why they didn't vote. At first they said I didn't have time, but when I pushed them, they said they didn't, between the two people, they didn't have an option. None was better to them than the other. That's 8 million people. So you see, we have a vacuum, 8 million people. If another third person stood and was able to convince the 8 million people, that person would be president today. So there is work to be done, but do we have somebody who is willing to do the heavy lifting? The last thing is about CDF. I know someone said Wetangula is just speaking without asking Ruto. On the 7th of September, it is said that Ruto called a parliamentary group meeting of Kenya Kwanza, and he told them that CDF is going nowhere. It will not be abolished. So these people are just speaking what their master has told them.
Okay, Ndemba.
Good evening, and I greet you all. I don't know what changed. Why are we having Ashley speaking behind the curtains? People who are speaking behind the curtains should not even be responded to.
Demba, I already talked to Motembei and he gave me permission for reasons known to him and me.
Now that one, everybody will have a reason. Even Stone PK will have a reason, and we will all be having a reason, and we'll be under the curtain. So unaona sasa ile tunalaumu viongozi na sisi tunakuja hapa kuweka. These are the things we talk about. We speak, we drink what? We speak what? What Stone PK does it say?
You speak water and you drink wine.
We are expecting leaders to be honest, to be treated equally. But as when we can, we bend the rules. We said we have to come on camera, especially when you are coming to speak, and you want to be right. We want to see the people we are speaking to. We want people to own their statements. We want, when it is seen, we see who is talking. We see whom are we talking to. Those are the rules we made. And those people who don't want to be seen on camera, wanaenda kwa comment section huko ndio wana comment. But when we come and then we are speaking, people are listening to you, but you don't want to be seen. You want to see people. that one is yeah, even Mr. K. Anybody coming on, kindly come with your camera on. And if you come without camera on, we will not be responding to you. You move on. Anyway, moving on to moving on to the topic of the day. Nice to see you all after a long time. This government, I like what Stone PK has said. What different things did we expect? What was something so different that we expected, especially from the combination of the people who came in? You know, these are people who had already given us characteristics of what they are. When you remember what Martha Karua said, she said she looked at both sides and she discovered that this other side, when in the balance of corruption, this other side had fewer. That other side was not even ashamed of the one that took the power, was not even ashamed when they talked about it. Actually, in one of the, I think, interviews or one of the comments, he said that corruption is not an issue in Kenya. In fact, it is not something that should make a leader not be elected. That was in this comment. According to them, they say in Kenya Kwanza, it is not a factor. Yeah, because they say Kenyans are generally corrupt. So if you're talking about issues of corruption and who not to elect, corruption is not a consideration. So that tells you of what you need to expect when that side comes to power. It is like we want something different. We want something that is so out of the norm. When someone has shown you who they are, you believe them the first time. These people have already shown what they are. So I'm surprised as Kenyans. We are also, when a river has to flow downstream, it flows downstream. Why would you be surprised when it flows downstream? When it is, yeah, that's who Gachagua, first of all, did business with the government when the brother was a governor. He did business with the county government. That was already a small state in itself, and he did business in it, supplied things to the county government of Nyeri. You know, when he was still, that was already conflict of interest. So you can imagine the same person who had numerous accounts, his money seized, the monies have been, returned. And you expect this person to come up with solutions that are not going to benefit their interest. And they have come time without a number, even before they came in, showing where their interests are. So when you see like what Julia was saying, and I think someone else alluded, that when they talk about going to forests and all, it's the same people who are trying now to expand their interest. The only thing that has happened now, there's a sense in which most Kenyans have become tired. They are not excited about politics anymore. Apart from the elite, those who are fairly elitist in thinking, they are the ones who are now coming in and saying, they're expecting some miracles from the current government. They are imagining that something unique is going to happen. And they're imagining there will be some change that is going to be taking us to a good trajectory. I want to submit that if that happens, then that will be probably a miracle. But if it does happen, then it will mean that a lot will have been stolen for even that little to happen. Because the people we are having, I see the people that are coming there that have now come onto power. Someone like Malala, who was working with 2 million, 2 million, and during an election day on a plastic bag, and he was making noise that the 2 million was it 2 million that had been 200,000 had been stolen. Son PK in Kakamega by-election. that someone has stolen some, is it 200,000 or 2 million from some bag? You know, he was working with money during an election. These are the kind of people that we are having, and yet we are trying to imagine that something good will come from them. It doesn't just happen. There has to be some sense of introspection. And if you don't see this in the leaders that you are seeing, then I am not surprised the trajectory. If they give us something good, I know we are bashing Mrs. so much, but Mrs. being polite with the government of the day, I think is trying to give them a benefit of the doubt and hoping that you can squeeze at least something good from them. The same people have squeezed Kenya dry. He's just trying to be the diplomat that he is and hoping that they behave. I unfortunately don't have as much faith as Mr. does. I share the extreme frustration that Stone PK is expressing, but I'm sitting there and I'm hoping to be surprised that something good might happen. But I don't have as much hope as Mr. does. And I keep looking at the trajectory of the Kenyan politics, and I don't know what is going to come out of it. You know, someone has written it there pretty well. I said that the judiciary has been compromised. Parliament has been captured. This is one of the, like someone put it in another place, civil coup, you know, where you do a bloodless coup. You don't kill nobody. You just make it easy, and you do the coup. The state capture in its sense has now happened. They have captured parliament. They have captured the executive. They have captured, you know. So there's little way of wiggling out. Now on the other side, the perceived opposition is hemorrhaging. You know, they are constantly having squabbles. So the part that you'd have expected that will give some form of, you know, some form of what checks is, you know, ODM, the other side is having its own issues. You know, Mbadi was nominated wanting to be the chairman of the Azimio in parliament. So there's little hope from the other side. But we like they say, politics is not static. It's very dynamic, and we wait and see what's gonna happen. Back to you, Makiadi.
Thank you, Ndemba, for your contribution. I'll move to Mbudia.
Thank you, Makiadi, and good evening, good morning, team. We can only build hope where there's when things are like this. But like Mise, I join Mise in you know, in that hope that there will be a better Kenya. It's 10 years of another 10 years of Kenya Kwanza government. The way things look, so it will be, we have to grace to that, and I will appease PK, Stone, and Julia, and Demba to be more hopeful that there will be surprises. And you know, there are miracles. Miracles happen, Demba. So don't worry. The things happens. You'll be surprised. And I know my government, which I
They're very prayerful. I know.
Which I prayed. I only pray for government to do better for my people, because this is a government that we have. And by the way, Demba, we only need like 20 MPs to hit the threshold, 2/3, so that we can organize things better. But having said that, we all know that building better from bottom up is a mid theory. It's actually not a proven ideology or economic theory. It is what I would call a mid theory. You know, everyone is grappling with it, including here in US. People are grappling with what is this building better from bottom. So, and I hope that the legislative agenda that is being set on Thursday next week will be able to set out some of the issues that we are grappling here. You know, how do we address the cost of living from a legislative agenda? Because all the things that we have heard from the politicians the last 2 weeks, even from Kenya Kwanza, I would call them, they are still in celebratory moods. So they are not solid ideas to address the issues affecting Kenya. And I would imagine that some of the things we are talking about can only be addressed from a legislative agenda. Having said that, let me go to the forest, this forest thing. Gachagua is a product of a forest. He comes from Herega village, which is some few meters from, you know, the forest up there in Sagana State Road. So basically, he was brought up. There's this boy who used to take cows and bulls to the forest and farming in the forest and harvesting honey in the forest and firewood. And so he's a forest guy. So let's start from there. He's a product of a forest, you know, what we'd call forest people. I had an opportunity in 2003. I used to work for Save the Children Canada to work with the forest people. You remember the first time people were evicted from the forest, it was Governor Professor, the former governor for Makueni, Kibudha Kibwana, who was the Minister for Environment, and an assistant minister, our late Nobel Wangari Maathai. They are the one who threw people out of the forest. And I remember working with thousands of children from Madeira, Kieni, Abadeas, you know, this area around Sokomjinga, worked with people from the Abadea side of Nyandarua. I worked with some children in the Mau side and also the other side in Mount Elgon. And basically, the whole idea was, while the Shamba system is a very innovative idea being used globally in Argentina, in Congo, in Brazil, to create a symbiotic relationship between the communities and the forest, Kenyan, we don't have the discipline. And I think that's what people are struggling with. We don't have requisite discipline to embrace a Shamba forest system, because the idea is, instead of hiring people to look after the trees, you can actually grow beans and maize and some potatoes as you tether the trees. But what used to happen is our people would cut the seedlings so that they continue prowling the Shamba for over time. But the whole idea is, you are here for 3 seasons, you move to the next block, they harvest this time, you come there, and that was the system. So what happened after Wangari Maathai moved people is that the government came up with a policy, and I think that's what Misa was trying to explain, where communities were asked to form the forest associations, the forest users association. So within the boundaries of the forest, there were small community-based organization called Forest Users Association, which were supposed now to be registered and to be given guidelines on how they are supposed to work within the forest. And I think there was some trials, I think 2010 and 2008, and as late as last year, the Forest Users Association had an agreement where people were supposed to go back with the minister, the outgoing minister, Keriako Tobiko. So actually, Gachagua is not far from what is in the policy in terms of going back to the forest. But the question is, do we trust Kenyans to deal with the forest issues? And I remember when Ruse Kibaki resettled 4,000 people in Solio Ranch, because actually all those people from Gachagua side, Kieni Forest, Madeira, Eho, around the Karatina University, they were all settled in that Solio Ranch, the ranch between Chaka and Narumoro town. There's 4,000 acres that were bought by government, and 17,000 people were resettled in that Solio Ranch settlement scheme. So the whole idea is Kenyans are not to be trusted with forest. So what came out of all these policies is that you are either a member of a forest association, or you are a big time contractor, somebody who can take a whole block, and a block is maybe 1,000 acres, and you do commercial farming, so that you get Richi who can be able to do 1,000 acre, produce food for the country, but also tender for the tree. All you are member of the forest association. So basically, I would imagine that Gachagua would have waited to allow the new Minister of the Environment to come in and expound on the new policy. Because as we talk, there's a policy that as late as last year that was to take people back to the forest. And I think that is the official standard. But because we are politicians and our handsome Rick G is excited about taking power and declarations and all that. That's why they are making all this mess. And I hope once the cabinet comes in board and they are called into order, we should now move in and work. But basically, there is a correlation between forest cover, increasing forest cover, and Shamba System. Actually, the Shamba System is supposed to improve forest cover. You tender the tree, they grow faster, and you increase your rating in terms of forest cover. But it requires more brains than we have in our current political arena. Thank you, Rich.
Yeah, Benson, you have very good ideas, but I still want to hear how you guys, KK supporters or UDA supporters, are going to ensure that the people you take back to the forest can actually live to their word and take care of those forests. Because if this system was tried and failed, then you're telling us we should give the same people a second chance. Now, with the confidence that because we have some policy somewhere that we've formulated as a government, that now they're going to adhere to this policy and tender for the forests. And also, I would like also to know how they are going to avoid wildlife, human conflict, because that is another issue that we are not talking about here. Forests are not just forests, because we ukienda ukipanda mahindi Mount Kenya forest na kuna ndovu. I know Mount Kenya forest is very famous for that. So how are you going also to avoid interfering with the habitats for the wild animals? There are some very pertinent issues that we should be asking ourselves, because if we do this thing Gachagua is doing right now, and you said very well here, I would have also expected them to have a cabinet sitting, have a cabinet in place that would discuss these issues. Because from where I sit, I understand that government policies are not, passed in funerals, like we saw the other day with Gachagua. I would expect at least the government to sit down in a cabinet and, draw a policy and say, this is what we are going to follow. But as of now, I still stand at 6.3% forest cover. We are in a bad shape in terms of forest cover. And I would want this government to understand the risks that we are looking at if we allow the 6.3% cover to go lower than that. Missy, you want to say something?
Let me say something before Missy. Richie. In Kenya, we've been having communities that live in the forest. And I don't know why this is eluding you people, like the Ogiek community. These are communities that have lived in the forest for so many, many years. So we have communities that have really conserved the forest for a very long time. And you realize the Kenyan government, in most cases, they've been fighting these communities to come out of the forest. But vis-a-vis, these people have been conserving the forest. So I remember the Ogieks, for example, and some communities living in the Mau. Some people call that place their home. They have lived there for maybe over 50 years, 50, 60 years, and they've been conserving the forest. So it was a way of the government to come up with a policy that will safeguard the families living in Mau such that they protect the forest at the same time their livelihood is not destroyed. Living in the forest is not a new thing in the world. The Amazon has communities living there and preserving the forest. In Uganda, the forests are being preserved by the communities there. Sometimes it's not the work of the government, but it's the work of the people who understand the forest and they have lived with the animals there. It is not a new thing, but it is a global thing that has come to Africa that the Europeans want people living in the forest to be moved out, and they're giving governments a lot of money to take these people out. But in reality, there are people who have literally lived in the forest, they have schooled in the forest, they have graduated in the forest, they have married in the forest, and that is their way of life. So Mao is not an exception of these communities. Although there's an encroachment in the forest, but look at the indigenous people who have been living in the forest as a good example of preserving the forest. Lakini mtu akitoka huko Karatina ama atoke Nyeri and then anaji encroach kwa forest, ametoka kwa shamba yake anakata miti ndio aishi pale. I think that is what the government and the Maasai community are fighting against. So I believe the government has got a very good policy. It will work. And there are people also who depend on the forest as a livelihood, other than me and you. Wale hatujawahi ishi msuti, hata ukipatiwa dakika mbili ukae huko huwezi kaa huko. Kuna mtu anajua huko ndio kwao. They know the rivers, they know when to plant, they know when to cut down the trees. So that has been happening in Kenya, and it's not a new thing.
Mzalendo, I don't know. I know there are communities that have been living in forests, but I don't know the last time you looked at what the condition of the Mau forest is, and vis-a-vis allowing people to live in the forest, like you said. I don't know if you have seen any video of aerial pictures of what happened in the Mau forest. It's easy to say that people are encroaching in the forest, but you should look at the kind of damage that the Mau forest went through. And this is all because people trusted other people to take care of, the same thing you're saying here, take care of the trees. It is a disaster. The Kenya forest cover is a disaster, my friend. It's not about trusting people or having people who have been living in the forest for the for the longest time possible. We are in a bad shape, and that is one thing that you should understand. At 6.3%, we are in a bad shape. And I think Stony PK, you explained why we have this migration of wildebeests. I think you should explain to Mzalendo in a clearer language in the ile kitu tunaongea. But this is not about politics or what. As rivers dry, people are going even without water downstream, then we should be very, very cautious if this is something that we are looking at, implementing in the next few. The military has done a good job. trying to improve the forest cover. I don't know if you know that the military plants, there's a target for the military, probably over 1 million seedlings every year. And they do that because everybody understands the nature at which, our forest cover is at. But what do we know? We have Rigati and his big brother who believes that rain comes from the sky. So let us leave it to you guys. Karibu Julia.
Well, I wanted to say something before Julia came in. I think Mzalendo said that he would say something.
Okay.
Really quick. I just wanted to ask you guys, have you asked Kalonzo Musyoka, who happens to be in Azimio, perhaps he should be very sufficient in speaking authoritatively into this subject of the Shamba system. And I really appreciate Benson for putting it explicitly that this works. And I think it is Kalonzo Musyoka who was the Minister of Environment in 2003, between 2003 to 2005. And that's when the act was passed, and he, with his approval and blessings. So perhaps he should speak authoritatively and tell us that he did not approve of this, and he has no blessings for it, because the study that was conducted, 70, I think 80% of the people were approved or wanted to pay for the use of the space within the forest, and 97% wanted to be involved. And so this is something that was well choreographed, but I want to agree with Benson. What we don't have is the discipline to conduct or to roll out to fulfill the policy requirement. Remember, under the policy cycle, there are 5 stages. So what I think we don't have right now is the execution and then evaluation part of the policy cycle. That's what I wanted to add. But otherwise, we should also ask Kalonzo why he approved something now he's quiet about.
Julia.
I've been trying to replay a shower speech, and he said serikali itatoa amri watu wapewe msitu walime. Sasa serikali itatoa amri watu wapewe msitu walime. So what will be the reaction after that? Those near Mau forests will invade it. Those near Mount Kenya will invade it. Those near Aberdare, wherever we have a government forest, they are going to do that. So what follows that? Now, fellow Kenyans and the fellow panelists, if we have challenges managing our resources, even from the government coffers, how well shall we manage our forests? We got to be realistic here. Puthia, you are saying we are expecting a miracle. I don't know which miracles you are expecting, or how you are praying for these miracles. Maybe you should teach us how you are praying for these miracles. But we got to be realistic. And here is nothing about Azimio. It's not even about, which side you are. Now, Misa is talking about Kalonzo Musyoka. I don't know how Kalonzo Musyoka is coming in here. If he ever sat and maybe commissioned something, probably he was reasoning like you people that probably it could work. But now it is evident it didn't work, that we have a challenge of Kenya's discipline. That is a challenge we have. So do we go ahead politicking ati juu Gachagua amesema hivi, sasa muunge mkono juu Gachagua amesema? Do we just go ahead doing that, Mr. Mise, LM, and Mzalendo? Do we go ahead doing that? Because we are feeling you are in Kenya Kwanza and we are in Azimio, so you are saying ati Gachagua amesema. I think we got to look at this thing objectively and ask ourselves, is it going to work? Is it going to damage our forest? What is it going to do to our dear country? That's what I want us to ask ourselves now. We tuweke siasa kando, tujiulize tuelekea wapi. Asante Makiadi.
Yes, Ndemba.
Okay, I'm reading. This is the standard. The standard on 3rd June says that he is the chief conservator of Forest, Julius Kamau. Says that Kenya has surpassed the 2022 minimum target of 10% tree cover to achieve 12.13%. Has also achieved an 8.83% forest cover. If you go back, according to the UN Food for Agriculture Organization, 6.1% of about Kenya has 6.1% of 3 million hectares of Kenya, which is forested. That's what they say. That is far below what maybe other countries like India has. And also, if you read further, it says it has been estimated that since Kenya's independence in 1963, the forest cover has dropped from 10% of the nation to 6%, losing approximately 12,000 hectares annually. Now, what I wanted to add to maybe those figures just to lay ground for what I'm trying to say in this comment, that what Mzalendo, Ms. Elem, and Benson are saying is true. However, is it workable in Kenya considering other factors? The human behavior, other intervening interests that come in with the implementation of that. So when we remove the concept that we say, yes, there are people who have stayed in the forest and they haven't. In fact, there are other places, not only Kenya, where people still stay in the forest, they coexist with the forest in other places. And they haven't cut down the trees, they haven't interfered with the ecosystem. So there are other places that thrive, and human thrive too. But now, what happens when you bring it in the Kenyan case, where we have heard evidence of, look at Karura Forest. I give an example of Karura Forest, where Wangari Maathai was being beaten and her hair being cut off because of there was the same policy of people getting into the forest. But now what happened, the other private interests came in, grabbed the land, and started bringing up their own buildings within the forest. So there's land grabbing. Now, the intended user, is it going to be the person that is intended to do that that's going to do it? So our behavior, the general behavior of the Kenyan top leadership has not been one to go where you are proposing. So with that in mind, then we need to have a critique of this conversation. Is it going to end up to that person that we are saying that we are intending, that this person is going to be farming? And what is Gachagua talking about? He's talking about large-scale farming. He's talking about large-scale farming. He's talking about farming to feed the nation. How do you go and get into the forest? When you're going into the forest, those are just subsistent farming. You're just going to be farming a little to coexist with the forest, but get something for your subsistence farming, not to sell, to plant maize that you're going to sell to the government to feed the nation. You still will not end up having the forest. If you're going to go with what he's saying, that you want people to farm the forest so that you can feed other people. It is just subsistence farming, and subsistence farming is it cannot feed the nation. So if you're going to have something like Galana Kulalu, then you'll clear the forest I mean, that's what I'm thinking. And if you are going by what you're saying, even the trees that you're trying to increase the forest cover, you might not really get there. So, and then in the long run, there was a time when they wanted to conserve the Mau, and people made noise that mvua haitoki kwa trees. I remember that time when they were making noise when Raila was pushing the idea of conserving the Mau. They were saying mvua haitoki kwa miti, mvua inatoka juu. Then what happened later is we had some, a stretch of lack of rains. Then, of course, now they discovered that actually the ecosystem is circular. You need the trees to get the mvua. So I think hoping that those are the political statements that politicians make, but now they'll have their policy experts, because I believe that Kenya Kwanza will not be operating with roadside declarations. I'm hoping that that is not going to be the direction and the trajectory that we are going to have. We are not going to have policy issues that are not first of all cooked before they are pronounced, because when you have those kind of pronouncements before they are touched up, you might end up with creating avenue for other people who have ill motives to take advantage of those pronouncements and enrich themselves in the process, and the mwananchi is not going to get. So there might be, yes, some sense in which the coexistence of human and the forest can benefit all of them. But our case in Kenya has proved different. I think the policy makers in Kenya Kwanza, we don't claim to be one, and I'm hoping that also they have a very good team that has everything set out that is going to consider all those issues that are being brought out, so that we still maintain our forest cover and increase it as time goes by. Back to you, Makian.
I would like to
Benson, hold on, Ashley. Ashley, you know I can't see even your hand, so siwezi jua kama unataka kuongea saa ingine. Let me give Benson a minute first, then I come to you.
I agree with them, but forest does not operate in isolation. And when you look at the policy, and I like this debate because we are now moving slowly. We are moving out of the politics, and we are discussing real issues. When you look at the policy, the 8 years of investment, huge investment from the World Bank and from KFS on trying to build the forest associations. And I have a lot of hope that if we don't politicize the whole idea of the forest association, because the forest does not exist in isolation. And let me give you an example of the symbiotic relationship. It goes beyond just farming, because farming is just an entry point, allowing people to farm as they tender the trees. But there is ecotourism, people who are the forest associations being around to set, camps, tourism camps, cultural camps. There is the whole idea about conservation, wildlife conservation, and forest association being stakeholders in wildlife conservation within the forest. So it is a bigger picture. But bureaucrats within the ministry, and Richie have mentioned something about military. Actually, if you read the politics around the 1 million trees, it is actually the bureaucrats taking money from the Forest Users Association and giving to the department. And that have happened a lot in the past regime, where departments take money that belongs to others so that they can benefit. There was money that was given to Akolino instead of Forest Association. So if we actually follow the system as it were, and the way it was set by Wangari Maathai that time, and you know, all the way to 20, and the beautiful work that have been done by Kamau and the minister, the outgoing minister, Keriako. If we follow that, we will actually going to leap big. And we forget this G nonsense. Let me give you an example of a forest association that have done very well. Those who have interacted with the Kemende ziplining, it's called the forest. Those who know the forest. It is a beautiful artwork, a beautiful hotel, a beautiful forest activities done by a forest association. And those young people, Kuria and the young people, started in mid year 2000, and they have formed a very strong association where they have now built, an investment worth almost 60 million, and they are playing around the forest. And the whole idea of the association is while some are farming, others are doing ziplining, others are doing an ecotourism, others are doing a camp, others are doing this beehive thing is called what? The whole beehive sector. So it was a whole well-weaved web of activities. While we are increasing forest cover, the communities around the forest are benefiting. And there were beautiful examples of forest associations in Baringo who are producing that nice honey. There were very nice ecotourism in east of the Mount Elgon, and there are many examples. Let's also remember that there is a lot of water catchment areas within the forest, and the local communities were benefiting with those low intakes of water from the forest. So I'm only beaten when politics comes in. But if you look at the policy level, there are beautiful things that we can be encouraged to help our very people who live around the forest. Yeah, lakini as Julia says, sometimes in maombi, that the beautiful things will come to actualize.
Yeah, let me give it to Ndemba, and then you can go on from there. But I'm still here.
Okay, Ashley, you wanted to say something before.
Yeah, I think the last person said a lot that I really liked until my point became, is it void or mute? But what I wanted to say is, what Mzelando was saying is that there are people already living there. But I think Gachagua wasn't talking about the people already living there. He was inviting more people to come. And I think he's setting the stage for some people those large-scale farmers that he may have already got deals with, who he wants to come and do large scale. And that is why they're saying they're inviting people, so that when people go to the forests that they already have deals with, you will not say that they are grabbing the land. I think that is this. I think from listening, that's what I'm decoding. And I hope that is not the case. That was my input.
Okay, thank you. Stone Piquet.
Thank you, Themba. I just want to remind the panelists of, I'm sure most of them here must have been there during Nyayo era. We used to have things called Nyayo T-zone. Very good policy. I just want to remind it, Bwana Benson Budia. Policies we write policies. Nobody writes garbage policies. If you write a stupid policy, then you are useless. It's like when writing proposals, project proposals, we do it as experts. So when you read it, it's fantastic. But the biggest issue is implementation and the goodwill. In Kenya, partnership in terms of forest is a dead. Tuache hiyo maneno. Let's not, sugarcoat, coloring, looking like it can come back. In Kikuyu, we say mulimo wa mushoka nigure ya mungu. The disease which you had before, ukabahatika kidogo ukaitreat, lakini ikakurudia, hiyo ndio inakumalizaga. Somebody talked about, I think it's Makeri who talked about aerial view of Mount. Guys, just Google now, even during this talk. Google aerial view of Mount Kenya, you cry. You utalia. Before I came to where I am, I had made a tour to my family friends in Kavaru. Where Kavaru 15 years ago, you would have, there were streams all over, water flowing. When you were taking soda or whatever drink you had, hauweki kwa fridge, unaweka kwa hiyo maji inateremka kutoka kule juu mlimani. There is nothing like that because Mount Kenya forest is gone. The only intact forest as of now, originally, is Kakamega forest. Now it's because it's under very strict kind of, I think it's an organization or an NGO that is in partnership with some people. That is the one that is where you can find what you can call a forest as of now. Mau is a skeleton of what it used to be. So for me, because that has been tried and it has not worked, it's a no-go zone. But because we have this government that has come in, they has taken over, and their work is to destroy. That's why they want to. They are looking. And for those of you who are there during Nyayo era ilikuwa unaambiwa wewe zunguka mahali wewe tabata shamba, mahali tabata hiyo kitu hiyo oven hiyo shamba lete unakuwa allocated. It's where we have gone back to. So with the Ruto and Gachagua is they are looking at any other easy coming money. Forest, hakuna mtu ataenda kotini, so they want to go into all of them. More is coming. So for me, forest policy, whether you sugarcoat it in whatever language you want to sugarcoat, it's a total failure in Kenya. Why don't they do it in the US here? Why are they not doing it in Liberia, where I was for quite some time? They have indigenous forests, but they have invoked very strict measures because you don't trust a human being to be there ati anaona mti iko hapa mti kubwa and he can make up to around $6,000-7,000. Usiku utasikia power so ikifanya kazi ikitembea, right? So basically, if you just want to see an example, but unfortunately most of us panelists here we live outside. Mlikuwa nyumbani zamani. Charcoal burning has killed that country. Any single tree standing is burned. There's only one time Mamangilu who had, really waged a war on it, and people started crying. So if every other tree that is standing, a stump of a tree, kionekana hivi ni maua, ni makaa, then you tell that communities are going to tender trees and do that. That is gone. Hiyo ilikwisha kitambo. Even those Gwek and them whatever, hakuna, they are the ones who are being corrupted. They are being bought off. Anapewa pesa, miti inakatwa. Because they also want money. Ongieks and the rest. They stopped being who they were. Yeah? It's the Gachaguas who come there, they park the lorries, the Ongiek chief is given money. Miti, the indigenous trees that fell down. You guys go back home, man. Take holidays when the morning what is happening. Thank you.
Thank you for that. There's a report that was released that probably also, as we make this discussion, might be helpful. There's the one that I was making reference to, probably for some of us that might help. The Kenya forest cover now stands at 8.83% from 5.99% in 2018, according to the newly released National Forest Resources Assessment Report 2021. The Kenya Forest Chief Julius Kamau said in the report that counties that recorded the highest percentage of forest cover are Nyeri, Lamu, and Kilifi, which are semi-arid. Samburu showed the most improvement as an arid county, coming at the 7th place with 23.29% cover. The interesting bit of the report is that The increase comes as a surprise after Environment CS Keriako Tobiko lifted the moratorium on logging in 2020 to allow for harvesting and disposal of mature forests not exceeding 5,000 acres. Of course, there's something that also you probably might help the discussion. The increase is a result of the National Strategy for Achievement and Maintenance of 10% national tree cover as mandated by the Forest Conservation and Management Act. And some of the initiatives include national tree planting campaigns, reclamation and restoration of encroached forest areas, and adopt of forest partnerships in the public and private sector. So there was also one where they're saying they allowed communities that live among the communities who realize if they remained in the forest, it would be a tragedy. It will lead to dying of grazing lands and drying up of rivers. So they were allowed those who are living within the forest on how to take care of them, and even planting of trees. So there's a concerted effort from the previous regime to try and increase the forest cover through the partnerships that they have had. Like there have been over 100 contributors, Eliud Kipchoge, Kenya Defense Forces, Media Council, who adopt forests to increase the cover. They have reclaimed 30,000 acres of forest across board. But of course, FAOs has helped them. You can read that and appreciate that there's some effort that has been made in terms of trying to increase the forest cover, and also appreciate the people, even those who are living within the. There's also something that President Kenyatta was sitting. President Kenyatta is currently the co-chair of the Stockholm +50 environment meeting in Sweden. So that is about increasing the forest cover in different areas. Now, when I had President Ruto speak, he talked about climate change and things that are pertinent to reversing the issues that are climate friendly. Now, Biden is also very key on issues of climate change. Equally, the current king of England is very key on issues of climate change. So if Kenya is going to be hoping to benefit from even consideration in some of the partnership and global partners to come in to help them, especially financially, they may need to have their policy coming up with things that are going to be very enabling to the issues that affect climate change. For example, they have issues of tree planting, the ozone layer and stuff like that. They need to come up with a very robust policies that is going to respond to issues of climate change. I don't think destruction of forests is responding positively to issues of climate change. So I still believe that maybe that was a thought, but the policy makers are going to sit down, because even as you put up policy, you put into consideration its ramification to the international partners. What are areas that international partners can come in and can help you without feeling like this is not what we want to do? And I heard the speech when the president spoke. He was trying to bring out issues of climate change and the policies they're going to create. So this issue of forest, I think, is still going to be debated for a while, and they are going to try and find a way to work it out so that it doesn't affect. They don't reverse the gains that have been made so far by the previous regime and the KFS and all in trying to improve the forest cover. Probably at this point in time, I want us to start taking our closing remarks so that we can start winding down. And as normal, we normally do our 2 minutes closing and winding down before we we call it a day, and then we can meet again tomorrow. Kama kawaida, we really appreciate everybody for joining in. And to which president? Kenya has a president called Dr. William Samoei Ruto. So it's important for you to appreciate that. Yeah. So before we start, we want to appreciate everybody who joined in and gave us, as you keep on coming in, you keep on bringing your views, you keep on talking to us. It helps us to open our minds. You open our minds, you talk to Kenyans, you talk to the world, you give them ideas. They say no one knows everything. And in sharing and in talking, we increase what you have. And even sharing, you share more what you have. And as you share, you also learn a lot more. That's what we need. That's the Kenya we want. And that's how we want to continue interacting, because it's important. They say when you stop talking, you start fighting. You don't want to fight. So let's keep talking. Everybody is welcome to join as long as you have something to share and a willingness to learn. And of course, as Danny Daria said, a working brain. So when you have those, at least those ones, you can come in and you can share with us. I want to allow the panelists, therefore, to 2 minutes at least, everyone, to give your closing remarks. You don't have to open the debate again, just give your final thoughts. And then now we go to the finish line. Julia, we'll start with you, then Stone PK, Mise, Benson, Mzalendo, Ashley, and then Makiadi. So, Julia, karibu.
Can I ask something? I have a question. If you can start with me, mine will be just a question, if you don't mind. So that if someone has an answer when they are talking, their two closing remarks, the 2 minutes, they can answer my question. Is that okay?
Ashley, just hold on. Julia.
Asante Themba. Mine, I don't know whether it's Benson. I'm trying to remember. It's not politics, Benson. It's Kenyan's character and the level of discipline. It's because it's not even Ruto's government that has brought the Shamba system. The thing has been there and was tried, and people are not disciplined, and they destroy the trees. So it's not even the politics. It's not even that anybody is fighting any government. It's just that from experience, we can say once bitten, twice shy. And I want to agree with Ashley, because when Stone PK was talking about Kabaru, I think is in Mount Kenya region, and part of that forest is in Kirinyaga County. Stone PK, I have seen tea plantations inside that forest. So you can't grow tea and have trees growing in the tea plantation. That's the point. So I think then Ashley is saying something which I want to buy, that probably that this government is trying to reward some people with those lands. So this is a very serious problem that we're having. And I think we should not go that way now that we cannot trust each other. If I can't trust you, Benson, with something, if you give me any reason to mistrust you, I might never change my heart for the rest of the time. However much, I'm trying to give an example, however much you're trying to tell me that I'm a changed person. That is what has happened with Kenya. So we must prevent all situations that might render our country helpless, especially in the area of agriculture and climate. And my final remark is that this is not the best thing that we can do to increase to improve food security. I think we should approach this food security issue using irrigation. For instance, what has happened in the Mwea irrigation scheme, that has really helped. So all the dams that we were supposed to have had, like Kimorel, Aurora Dam, and the others, if they were successful, I think we could have been talking about a different scenario when it comes to food security in Kenya. So that's my take. Asante Themba.
Stone PK.
Thank you, Themba. Let me pick it from where Julia has left. There are proven systems and proven formulas as to deal with food security in Kenya. We have a lot of arable land. we've not even exhausted a third of our land in terms of, making it, productive. Talk of Ukambani, for example, talk of lower Eastern, where we have big chunks of land, people with 50, 100 acres, but there's no water to really turn it. And for your information, the entire of Eastern province, you don't use fertilizer. Those who come from that side, you can bear me witness. There, you don't need fertilizer. You only need water. They have very rare, very pathetic pattern system. And yet, whenever it rains, they are harvest. That's where you get Ndengu from. That's where you get the so-called Soroko from. That's where you get Njugu zile za Kiafrika from. If only we could empower them with water. And that was good, because Kibaki's target was to ensure that those areas, and World Bank had followed that. So once we do that, we will feed the Kiambus and the Nyeris. They have turned their land into what we call flats, like Kiambu now, they just turn their land into building flats and all that because money passed. Yeah, so they will need people to feed them. Otherwise, the forest, that is just an avenue for some other manenos, which is not good. We should learn from the Nyayo T-zones. We should learn from, what do we call them? There's the Shamba System, because it never worked. And once you've tried something and it doesn't work, I don't see why you should go for it again. Yeah. Let's not just support things just because we feel, we are supporting the government in place, whatever they say. I found that habit of people trying to bring theories and all that. Shamba System can't work. Let's make sure we utilize all the water that goes down the Tana River. It's a lot of water that after Kiambere Dam, the rest water now goes all the way to the Indian Ocean. And during floods, it goes sweeping up the Tana people. Yeah, Ruto government should be thinking of those kind of things. But what are they thinking about? Where they can be able to create avenue to steal. Lastly, let me say, this government, you should not start talking of hope. Hope will never take you anywhere. Hope is another way of telling you where ngoja tukumalize. Hope is just like saying we pray that the Ruto government will do that. Prayer and hope in Ruto government will not help Kenyans. Kenyans, you should be working on how you make sure you remove Ruto out of office. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you very much. I think Julia ran away, but I'm sure she's listening somewhere. I know she did educate me on a few issues, and I really appreciate that. But I wanted to return a favor in terms of a few things she mentioned about the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya and the Supreme Court as a whole. And she said that the court allowed adjournment of a case on the basis of anxiety. I just wanted to tell him that in law, there's something called right of fair trial. The trial must be within a reasonable time, and underline reasonable time. And so at any time, the client feels that there are certain things that might influence the outcome or the judgment to the negative. They have a right to bring that to the Council of Record, and the Council of Record will expressly do so to the judge, and the judge will consider that under the provisions of fair trial. So it is within the preserve of the court, unless and otherwise the court believes beyond reasonable doubt that that is a bad precedence and a waste of the precious time of the honorable court. And so Julia should know that is not a bad practice. It is within the right of anyone who has committed an offense who deserves a fair trial. And also, I wanted also to mention, if you have been in a minister or in civil service and you have approved of a policy, that policy does not become null and void when you're on the other side of the political, when you're on a different political inclination. So it is only pretentious of others in Azimio to criticize the baby steps of the UDA government. And I also wanted to mention that cutting trees is not the only way of spoiling, or rather damaging the forests. There are many other ways. There are many other ways of damaging the forests. One of it is that trees have a lifespan. If those trees at a time they get old and they fall and there is no replacement of them, then that is not preservation of the forests. That will also bring the consequences and challenges that you have brought. And to you, Ashley, I also wanted to mention to you that like this gentleman Benson said, the deals that you were talking about, I think there's nothing wrong with having the deals or being a beneficiary of a government of the day. It is actually a provision in the policy making, and the gentleman by the name Benson mentioned it rightfully, and I always say it here, that it's called symbiotic relationship. And lastly, Julia, the problem you have highlighted, you have said it's impossible, that once we have failed, we should not go back there. We should leave that and move on to other things. Let me remind you that the matatu industry failed, and Michuki came in and streamlined it because there was goodwill. The education system failed and there was cheating of exams and so on. Matiang came in and streamlined it. The registration of persons also had challenges. We had systems in place, and then that has been streamlined, and we can see tremendous, or the changes are remarkable. And lastly, I want you to know that the key word here is the willingness of the government to be able to roll out the policies, monitor it, evaluate it, and execute it to the letter without and monitoring it. If the policy is not working, that's why we have the policy review or policy or critiquing the policy. And if you have better solutions, you can critique the policy and the policy can be reviewed. Thank you very much. So everything is possible. Yote yanawezekana. Kazi ni kazi. Wacha tushike tufanye kazi na tuache serikali ifanye kazi. Asante.
Thank you. Benson. It is in the interest of the Kenya we want, the future of our children and the country that we aspire to be, that we become positive. We have a government to be there for the next 5 years, given mandate by majority. And while we come here, this is our conversation desk. This is where we bring ideas. This is where we shape issues. This is where we canvass issues. And I'm happy that we are moving from the propaganda and the political bile, and people are now referencing documents, policies, and all that. I think Themba and Makiandi and Stone PK, those who have opportunity to guide the discussion, if we continue enriching ourselves from an informed perspective, because we did campaign for 3 months here in this forum. The campaign is over. So if we can now, look at issues in depth, with information, with knowledge, with reference to the reference to document, without necessarily dismissing things, I think it will be to the best interest of the country we want to be. And finally, as we continue, we can only play well. We can only pray that the government surprise all of us even us who religiously voted and defended this government, we hope that they will be able to perform and surprise all of us. So let's be positive. Let's not. It is not anarchy. There's still a lot of hope. There are 52 million, all of 52 million of us who expect all these people who we have given mandate to work for us. Finally, remember, as we continue, while we are picking the topics, I think it will be also important to, have, to exercise caution in terms of what topic, and ask people to research a bit and contextualize issues, so that also we discuss from point of knowledge. Many thanks, guys. Enjoy your day, your night.
Thank you. Zalendo.
Thank you, Ndemba. I think we've been here for over 3 hours. What I want to say is that let us not really politicize the Mao issue so much. The Mao issue is coming with a lot of blessing because of the climate, the UNEP agreement with governments in issues of fighting climate change. I think this is an opportunity to so many youths out there who can start some small CBOs. Let us look beyond Mao. You can start planting trees within your environment. That's a way of conserving the environment. And a lot of money is also out there in the United Nations. I think they are going to channel it through banks and all that. You can tap into this money and get some money out of it. You can also do business. So an environment is a very, very big issue. And the issues of food security, I think Kenyans, we need to diversify. If I go back in my village, I mean, the crops that they started planting in the 60s are the same things that they are doing to date. So they really need to diversify. And the issue of GMO should be revisited, because out here, whether you are in Europe or you are in America, you are consuming GMOs. So this is something that was really politicized. It is a way of ensuring that we have food security. It is an issue that this current government should revisit, and more so when Ruto comes back. I hope he has come back with the goodies from the United Nations. Otherwise, thank you very much, and have a good morning, and those who are going to sleep, a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley?
Thank you. My question was, does anyone know what we can do to help our people, mostly who live in the rural countries and they use firewood as a source of energy to cook? What other options they can have? Because I think that would help preserve our forests, because most of them cut the trees for firewood. So that was my question that I had wanted to go around. But if there is no time today, maybe someone can answer that another day. So I have about 3 quotes I'm going to read, and that will be my submission, my closing submission. The first one is from Barack Obama. He said, "In the face of impossible odds, people who love Kenya can change it." So I've paraphrased to make it work for us. So in the face of impossible odds, the people who love Kenya can change it. And what we are doing here is discussing how we can change that. And the second one is, our responsibility as citizens is to address the inequalities and injustices that linger. We must secure our birthright freedoms for all the people. And the last is, so let us ask ourselves, not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiadi.
Dani Darius anauliza kama nimelala. Sijalala. tuko hapa, hata ukisema tuende mpaka asubuhi we'll still be here. Sisi ndio tuko, Father Danny Darius, sisi ndio tuko, hakuna wengine. My closing remarks. What I expect to see from the Kenya Kwanza government is please nominate your candidates for CS positions. Next week, forward the names to parliament so that at least we see you guys are ready to work. Hii kelele mnatupigia kila siku, kuna roadside declaration hazisaidii mtu yote. We want to see what your foreign policy is. Your foreign policy will only be pushed by a cabinet secretary accompanying the president. So these things zenye tunaona mnakutana na akina Cosmos Choi na kupiga picha ati mnaongea na investors America, you are wasting taxpayers money. Please mise, if you have a phone number ya mtu yoyote Gachagua, mwambie chukua mtu ambaye unataka kuchagua CS, peleka jina yake huko mbele afanyiwe vetting, ndio at least uone you guys are ready to work. Otherwise you guys are still in a campaign mode, ndio bado mnaita watu wa vitendawili. I heard somebody being interviewed by Al Jazeera. He's telling the Al Jazeera guy that I am the president of the Republic of Kenya. I mean, why did he have you there in the first place? You don't have to prove to anybody. You are the president. We know that. What we want is to see what policy you guys have for Kenyans. I always try to tiptoe around the issue of religion and government, because I also believe in religion. And maombi si mbaya, maombi ni mzuri. But I don't think we are going to pray ourselves out of a bad economy. We have to do something. It is good to gather together and pray. Hata nimeona Sakaja amepelekewa maombi mingi sana na Dorcas Rigathi today. It is good, pray for Sakaja. But then as you pray for the nation and our leaders, please encourage those leaders to work. 5 days is enough for us as wananchi to see some change. The same way you came in and scrapped the subsidies is the same way we should have seen some change in our lives as Kenyans now that you are in office. I want to read one thing that Khalwale said, and this goes a long way in talking about psychophancy, political psychophancy. Khalwale here said, his tweet in a few minutes, he said, I'm the senator of Kakamega, home of Kakamega Forest, the only remaining indigenous tropical rainforest outside the Congo of DRC and the Amazon of Brazil. I would find it extremely difficult to disagree with Professor Wangari Maathai. And this is what Wangari Maathai said, and I'll repeat again here. The Shamba system has been abused as farmers have been allowed to turn large section of indigenous forest into farmlands, destroying local biodiversity and greatly reducing the capacity of the forest to be effective water reservoirs. So I repeat here again, I would not risk Kenyans being allowed back into the forest with a forest cover of roughly 6.3 to roughly 8%. Please let Kenyans have a policy, let the government have a policy that will address the issue of people living close to our water catchment areas. Otherwise, we are heading nowhere with these roadside declarations. Finally, we failed in Galana Kulalu. We failed. It was a good project. It swallowed a lot of billions. A lot of money was swallowed. If this is something that we could have persisted in doing, then we could have addressed the issue of food shortage in our country permanently. Rigathi Gachagua was on record today saying that they are going to sit down as a government and review the projects that failed. And I believe he also might have wanted to include the failed dams in that statement. So as they want to revive the dams, the Arora and Kimwarer, I would want also them to address the issue of where did the money that Kenyans paid to have their dams built go to? And why are we having witnesses being coerced and intimidated in this case of Aror and Kimwarera. Is this the kind of policy that we are going to see in the next few years, where people who are close to the government also being intimidated as they used to be in the previous administration? So let's keep an eye. We hope that as we continue to come here and talk about issues, we'll also be allowed to criticize the same government like they have always told us to do. Thank you, Ndemba.
Thank you, Makiadi. And with all those useful words from all of you, I have nothing useful to add. I want to say that, hey, Mutembe TV welcomes all of us. We are trying to make it accommodative for everyone. Now, if you, as I said, you have something to share, just come on in. And for those who are coming on to speak, kindly make sure that your camera is on and we can see you. And there's no staying behind the curtain, kindly. Because the only way that you're allowed to speak is by raising your hand. It brings us decorum. It also helps the moderators to notice you. No unmuting before you have been given a chance to speak. So kindly, let's observe that, and it makes it easier for everybody. Asanteni sana. Now we want to, najua hapa ndio mahali akina Mise na Mzalendo watasikia vibaya. Watu wa Yellow muende mkachukue maombi yenu kule State House. Kuna kesha huko inaendelea leo. Watu wa blue tafadhali pigeni blue hapo tuwasalimie, sinyi tutawasalimia hapa. Mzalendo na Mise tafadhali muende salamu zenyu na maombi pale State House. Wino Rapemo tumekuona. Kindly piga blue na tuambie.
Actually, there's something I forgot to mention.
Why are you unmuting, bana? We said no unmuting kama hujainua mkono. That's what we say. So, aya, nasema nini, Miss?
I actually forgot to mention also that Mombasa to Kisumu is 1,550 kilometers. The Great Man-Made River is 1,600 kilometers. So we can connect our country through irrigation with the water that is available in our country, and we can revamp this food security. Thank you.
Tulishamaliza mambo ya debate tukafunga. Sasa mimi nafikiri unasema kitu kingine ya kando. Once you have given your final submission, tumeacha mambo ya siasa. Tunaanza sasa salamu na vitu zingine. Mambo ya kwanza sasa kurudi tunaanza kufungua debate. Mise
wachana na Misi anataka kuhamisha bahari.
Sophia Omar, tuambie unatusikiza tukiwa wapi. We are giving you just about a few minutes, like 10 minutes or so or less, 5 minutes kidogo. Tupige salamu, tuambie uko wapi. We Mato Makandets, nice to see you bro. Sophia Omar, asante sana kwa kuona Wino Rapemo. Uko country gani? Uko sehemu gani ya nchi ukitusikiza? Cyprian Kambuni, nice to see you. Watu wa Azimio, Sophia Omar ako Lamu, asante sana kutusikiza ukiwa Lamu. Saizi ni wakati wa umbea. Minnesota, Minneapolis, watu 10 pale wali defraud the American government. 11 the American government. Nichima Kiadi.
Jamaa walikuwa wa Massachusetts ama ni wa Minnesota?
Minnesota, Minneapolis.
Okay.
Wamejenga vinyumba pale Kenya.
Nasikia waliendewa na mkono.
Walienda kuchotwa huko. Brand Richard, Bedfordshire kama kawaida, asante sana. Sarah naambia Mise is lost. Jose tuko Budapest, Hungary. Danny Darius, San Antonio, Texas. Early morning. Asante sana Buda. Tumekuona. Danny Darius haulali kama sisi leo. Dante Dikim. Uko wapi? Kuwait. Nasema nini? John Joki, tumekuona, salamu mingi sana. Maimuna Kadi yuko Nairobi, tumekuona, salamu mingi sana. Maimuna Kadi hujaenda kazi. Sara tunakuona. Sara tumekuona. Black, endea salamu zako pale State House, kuna maombi leo. Tuliyasema masaa haya. Sema uko wapi? Tukipatia kama blue 10 hivi alafu tuanze kufunga.
Ashley, ukuje nikupatie lessons za kucamouflage kama utaki kuonekana. Tuko na lessons za camouflage, Missy anazijua. Tunaweza kuweka tint ama namna gani Missy?
Join Nairobi County. Makandet Massachusetts. Massachusetts. Hiyo ukiambia watu wengine waseme wataumia. Massachusetts. Sema jina, useme uko wapi. Tunashukuru sana. Sisi hapa sisi ndio tuko hapa.
Stone PK alikuja na gitaa Ndemba, umemuuliza?
Stone PK wapi gitaa bana? Unajua Wambea hapa wamengoja sana uje na gitaa bana. Wambea hapa wamekungoja sana. Kina Mise hapa wanakaa hivi kila siku wanakuja na kungoja. Sema Glocast. Makiadi, hebu sema hiyo jina. Brian amesema.
Gloucester.
Sasa mimi Brian, mbona nataka kunisumbua bwana? Bisa, sema hiyo jina.
Gloucester.
Wamepata? Mimi sitaki uzushi. Hiyo ni maswali ya kizushi hawe. Tupe blue, tunaendelea tukifunga. Kuna watu 171 wanangoja umbea tu. Yani,
hata yellow acha kuitisha blue peke yake. Hata yellow
bana, sisi yellow bana waende maombi bana, hao wako na maombi kesha huko State House bana. Inaitwa Gloucester. Mise ulianguka. Makiadu ulianguka. Ulianguka. Niambie ni swali ya kizushi. Swali ya kizushi Brian hapa na
Gloucester. Okay. Gloucester. Hiyo iko wapi hiyo?
Sijui iko wapi, iko huko Budapest, sijui wapi anasema.
Na Wakenya wametamba bana.
Still wonders. Ile program yetu ya diaspora focus inakuja, naona kuna Wakenya. Ibni Yusuf bana, mbona waweka yellow bana, unatuharibia nyinyi toa jam. Say silent hata Darius alikuwa anajua Okay.
Gloucester.
Okay. So hiyo ingine, mbona kizungu anakuwa na vitu nyingi silent? Mbona mna waste words? Mbona mna waste letters? Si mzitoe tu hapo mara moja, muandike wengine. Ati sijui my knee alafu K ni silent. I know you alafu K ni silent. Sasa hii bana, eti Budapest. Alisema iko Budapest ama alisema iko wapi?
Budapest.
Stone PK, umekuja na gitaa, kuna Wambea wanangoja uimbe. Sasa wamebaki hapa ni Wambea tu.
Bado sijapona kabisa.
Stone PK ataimba wimbo gani?
Julia, umesikia umbea ukarudi?
Nataka kuambia inaitwa Gloucestershire. I've been to Gloucestershire. It is in somewhere, I think, southwest of London. 3 hours south, it is Gloucestershire.
Sasa si kuna mtu hapa ametuambia ni Gloucester.
Hapana, it's Gloucestershire.
Sasa nyinyi wa London mnafaa kusikizana mjue ni inaitwaje.
It is Gloucestershire. The sense is not pronounced. The sense is not pronounced. It's silent.
Oh, really?
But I checked the pronunciation with Google. I think it's Gloucester.
It is Gloucestershire because it's a share, but the sense is not pronounced. If you
listen to this.
Yeah, where's the share?
Gloucester.
Unajua labda hiyo Gloucester na ile Julia anasema ni tofauti na hii ya Brian.
Yeah,
Hii ya
yes.
Brian iko wapi?
Brian, kama ya Brian, if Brian US is in southwest of London, is Gloucestershire. But I think the one Misa is saying could be a different one. So I don't know Brian asema gani.
Brian amesema there's a county called Gloucestershire and Gloucester is a town there.
Yes,
South.
there's a town called Gloucester and there's Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire is like a county. It's a big county southwest of London. I don't know whether it's southwest. I stand to be corrected.
Sawa, ushaenda London hapo mwalimu. Watu wamesafiri hapa. Unajua kama huku kuna Dallas Texas, kuna Dallas Atlanta.
Oh yeah, got you. Yeah,
so you can always get it everywhere. Gloucester iko Boston. Kuna ingine Gloucester iko Boston hapa, Gitash ndiye anasema. So you never know. Majina hapa.
Hii gitaa ya Stone PK iwezi kuja. Stone PK is hard.
Stone PK kuna wambea wanangoja. Watu, by the way, for record, wale ambao mmebaki hapa, hii ni time ya umbea. That thing serious is going on. You can go if you want to.
Bakedi, you remember I shared with you something. Unaona vile watu wanacheza hizo nyimbo zako, wale wasichana wavulana wa kule Western Province wanaucheza kweli kweli. It's only that we can't be allowed to play it, but really good. Remember look up zilizopendwa this year music festival na wale wavulana wa I think St. Joseph.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yes, they are really good. They really sang some Congolese song kama zilizopendwa and it's too good. I hope Bakedi will look at it.
Na kuna Texas pia. It's in West. Alafu kuna Dallas pia Kisumu. So
kuna Dallas Kisumu.
We Mato, hebu sema hiyo yako. Makiadi ya Mato inasemwaje hii ya Mato? Mato alisema useme hiyo ndio wacheke.
Ni gani ya Mato? Semeni Oladhi ama Oladhi. Hii inakuanga Kansas. Ukisema Oladhi umeitamka kama mtu ya kutoka huko.
Kutoka Ugunja huko ndani.
Kutoka ile kairia ingine. Atlanta.
Montreal, Mexico, Montreal, California. Majina yanafanana bana. Yako all over,
Engineer Tipis anasema wanakutazama kutoka Nakuru City.
Nakuru City. Asante sana Engineer Tipis.
Sara O anasema anatazama kutoka Kisumu Dala.
Huyu Sara O bana ni hapana. Sara si ni yule Sara wapo.
Hapana, huyo ni tofauti. Huyo ni tofauti.
Ule Sara mwingine mimi ufikiri yule Sara hapa.
Ule wa hapa ni tofauti ama ni mimi?
Mimi sijui, mimi ufikiri yule Sara hapa. Sara ama ni Suda account hatujui.
Ule hapa ana jina tofauti. Si hii sidhani kama ni yeye huyo. I don't think.
Haya, tunaendelea, dakika 3 za mwisho zinayoyoma. Ni umbea tu hapa sasa.
Habari za tanzia. Naona
nani ameenda?
Ndugu yake Gachagua
huyo alitangulia leo.
Nani huyo?
Ndugu yake Gachagua, the deputy president.
Kuna brother yake mwingine ameenda?
Naona hapa kwa news. Pole kwa familia.
Pole bana, pole kwa familia ya mwenda zake. Unajua anasema ati inategemea mfuko wako uko vipi. Unaweza itwa hayati, unaweza itwa marehemu, ama uitwe mwenda zake. Kama uko na hela kidogo utaitwa hayati.
Na hii mambo ya mazishi imekuwa ni
kama uko na kahela kaheshima kidogo unaitwa marehemu. Lakini kama huna kakitu utaitwa tu mwenda zake.
Venezuela wako wapi? Wapigi matik.
Poleni sana kina Mise, poleni sana, DP wenyu amepoteza brother yake.
Asante sana, asante. Thank you very much.
Stone PK wambea wanangoja wimbo. Kwa wale ambao bado mnasikiza hapo mkingojea kitu ya maana, hakuna. Hii time imebaki dakika 3, ni kitu ya umbea tu, hakuna kitu ya maana. So kama uko hapo, kama uko Kenya, toka, enda kazini, enda fanya kitu ya maana, enda kwa ofisi, enda tafuta mbolea zimekuja za free, enda jenga ka group, ungoje inaitwa nini ile kitu akina Mise wanaita sijui hustler fund inakuja, mjikusanye, enda tafuta kitu ya maana ufanye. Hizi hapa tumemaliza vitu za maana. Stone PK
muziki bana bado hatujapona bana, tuwezi tukapromosha.
Wewe ni kama Ebole, unashika tu gitaa bila tune, bila rhythm.
Hamna haja kwa sasa hivi, ngoja tu heal.
Anaweza tuimbia ule wimbo kama wimbo ninaimba si wimbo ni maombi. Labda that can fit Stone PK at this time.
Mchokozi.
Naona watu blue bana, kuna zile wimbo zile wakati wa elections zinachezwa, especially when things are really going rough.
Zalendo, mbona mnataka kutona kidonda? Hata kama yani mtu akona msiba bado mnataka
msintoneshe kidonda.
Yes, 10 years mnakuwa mnasikia na unapiga tu tik 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 tik, miaka 10 pause.
Mise
unaongea je miaka 10 hao watu utastukia siku moja wamekamatana mkono wametolewa na ambulance hapa. Mimi naona Weta atakamata hii kiti very soon.
No,
miaka 10 ama 20 hivi.
You are right. You are very very right.
Makiadi unaona hii haraka, unajua hii haraka ya Gachagua mimi naona ni kama iko na shida. Hiyo haraka ya Gachagua
hawa jamaa utasikia wamefungiwa kwa room wamekamatana mkono, ambulance ndio inawatoa hapo.
Gachagua ataturahisishia kazi haraka sana.
Papa wa Roma ndiye atakamata hiyo kiti sasa.
Papa wa Roma ndiye atakuwa vice president.
Lakini if wishes were horses, then every Azimio supporter would be riding one.
Mise una uzushi sana we. Watu wanasema uimbe huko chini. Mise?
Hiyo ni Stone PK akikuja na gitata tuimbie hiyo wimbo nilikuwa nimesema.
Temba uliona wale jamaa walikuwa wanasema, unajua Wakenya tuko lucky sana. Au watu wa smartmatic hawajasuu mtu wote. Ndio hizi propaganda. Hapa Amerika wamepeleka watu mbio.
Wamesuu watu.
Ai, my friend, na hizi upuzi ati Kura waliiba. Wanawasuu na mnalipa pesa nyingine ya maajabu.
Hakuna mtu anashughulika na election ya Kenya bwana, bro. Hiyo ni inconsequential. Hiyo hakuna kitu
hiyo.
Utashtaki nani sasa? Ole Dama.
Utashtaki nani sasa?
Na utamshtaki wapi?
Naona utamshtaki nani na utaacha nani?
Museveni amepeleka nani East Africa Court. Anaitwa nani huyu jamaa?
Junet.
Sasa
haya basi, time zimegonga ndivyo hivyo. Asanteni sana kwa wale ambao mliweza kuja. Kama kawaida sisi hapa tunapiga kidogo policy issues, siasa kidogo, kujengana. Wanasema kwamba iron sharpens iron. We have to keep talking, we have to keep on coming here, we have to keep on sharing, we have to sustain this. Na tuliwaambia sisi ndio tuko. Ukiona Mise, ukiona Makiadi, Stone PK, saizi Mzalendo pia amejoin hii kamati ya Ashley akikuja kwa picha sasa atajoin. Kwa sasa Ashley, kesho hautapata nafasi kama utakuwa kwa kati. Nasikia Ashley? Ameenda shalala.
Unless Ashley is a diplomatic works in the High Commission or the
No,
consul.
we don't need hapa all animals are equal. Hapa si shamba la wanyama.
So we need to see her. Hiyo maneno ati ameenda akaona nini ndio tunajaribu kukataza Rigji. Kwa hivyo Ashley kesho kuja.
Wale wote wanataka kukaa chini ya curtain wanakaa huko chini kama kina Nani Black wote wanaenda huko chini.
Hiyo Rigji ni rigging election Gachagua ama nini?
Rigji is rig cool.
Ali rig election
Yeah. We tell everybody has to come. Kama unakuja kwa panel lazima tukuone. Everybody lazima onekane. Huwezi kuwa unaona watu na onekani. That is, now if you have to unmute, kindly make work easier for the panelists. I mean for the moderators. Unainua mkono, unapewa nafasi, unaongea. I mean that's simple. Na hapa hii si shamba ya nyama. Hapa all animals are equal. Kila mtu ako na equal chance, equal opportunity. Mzalendo akikuja ako na equal opportunity. Hata kama wewe ni wa Kenya kwanza ama Wajakoya wa Bangi.
Mimi nina chama yangu bwana. Mimi siko Azimio na siko inaitwaje hiyo Kenya kwanza. Nina chama.
Hata watu wa vyama vyao vidogo ambavyo havina jina vyote kuna equal opportunity. Makiadi, tupe wimbo tafadhali ndio tusonge mbele, twende tukapumzike.
Wimbo wa taifa.
Yeah, wimbo wa taifa.
Julia alikuwa amekuja hapa nikafikiria atatuimbia East Africa.
Julia ana moral. Achana na yeye.
Julia alikuja kucorrect tu Gloucestershire.
Julia alikuja kutuonyesha alienda London.
Julia alikuja kuniona shida yenu ni nini?
Alikuja kuprove a point na akapotea tena.
Wacha nini na Julia anajipitia tunalala.
Haya sawa. Acha tuimbe wimbo wa taifa, tukariri wimbo wa taifa kwa Kiswahili. Unasema kwamba Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu, Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono, pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Asante sana Makiadi. Watu wanasema ati Julia Black, wewe watu uchokozi, utapalizwa hapa na Julia kesho. Ati alikuwa London
ama wasemaga Kiabu, nilikuwa Kiabu. Unaweza fikiria ni tofauti na ile nyingine.
Tafadhali subscribe to Mutembei TV. Tuonane tena kesho hapa saa kama kawaida. God bless you. See you again. Kwaherini.
Kwaheri alamsik.